Chapter 1, Sister-in-Law of Great Color. Star Ocean City, Ding Su Mansion. Pa. As soon as the office door opened, Chu Yang scurried out from behind the door in an arrow step, and directly slapped at the arched buttocks of the woman who came in. The soft touch, the cue bouncing feel, made Chu Yang's heart a great pleasure, fantasizing about a year's worth of things, finally realized today. Looking at Suji Luo's surprised and sad expression, Chu Yang's heart was simply cool to the extreme. He proudly walked to the sofa and sat down in one go, his ankles naturally resting on the coffee table, dangling and swaying. Suji Luo, you've been married to me for a year. I haven't even touched your hand. From today onwards, I'm going to rebel. I'm going to rise up. Now you've been popped by me. It's also considered raw rice. Say it, when are you going to consummate with me? Father-in-law is urging to hold his grandchildren. Dressed in a security uniform, Chu Yang picked up the coffee that his secretary had brewed for Suji Luo and drank it nonchalantly. Looking at Suji Luo's beautiful face, Chu Yang smiled cheaply. Always unperturbed Su de President, also have this kind of overwhelmed time, really rare in 10,000 years. The woman who came and clenched her delicate fists, looked at Chu Yang with a shocked face. Her lips mumbled for a long time before spitting out a few words. You are brother-in-law, right? I am Suji Chang. Suji Luo is my sister. Put. Chu Yang hadn't swallowed a mouthful of coffee yet and directly sprayed it all out. He has always known that the Su family has a pair of twin sisters, but since Uncle Su's divorce, the two sisters have been taken away by their parents to raise one each. Su Jiqing is even living abroad since childhood. He has never seen this sister-in-law of his own. God, at this time, suddenly arranged Su Jiqing appeared in the office. Do you want to estrange encounters, but also to add a little bit of what eggs? Looking closely at Su Jiqing, she looked so much like Su Jiluo. From the looks alone, the delicate cheeks, the slender figure, even the long white legs are just like each other. It's really hard to tell them apart. The most afraid of the air suddenly quiet. The two people just stared at each other, and for a while the atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. The sound of high-heeled shoes came from the doorway again. Another identical person walked in. Seeing Su Jiqing, that 10,000 years of frosty little face, unexpectedly raised a trace of an absolutely beautiful smile. Suji Luo walked straight over and gave Su Jiqing a hug. Xinger, you finally came back. In order to let you return to the country, I have spent a lot of effort. Suji Luo was very gentle, gently touching Su Jiqing's small face. Su Jiqing also smiled. The picture of the two sisters embracing each other was really a sight to see. Chu Yang's blood swelling, almost shedding nosebleeds. It was too eye-pleasing. He couldn't control just one Suji Luo, and now God had given him a double package. Sinful ah! Both sisters were perfect goddess images, only their personalities were very different. One was ice and the other was fire. Chu Yang excitedly rubbed his hands. If they live together in the future, how is this going to be able to tell the difference between them? Aiming at Chu Yang's expression, Su Jiqing somewhat unnaturally left from her sister's embrace and said in a somewhat awkward tone, "This should be brother-in-law, right? He has been waiting for you here." Hearing the words brother-in-law, Suji Luo instantly changed her expression, and that frosty face surfaced once again. When she looked at Chu Yang, Suji Luo's eyebrows frowned slightly and she instantly became serious. Why did you come to my office? Didn't I tell you that in the company? You are just a security guard, so pay attention to your identity. Chu Yang didn't pay any attention to it at all. He got up and walked directly to Su Jiqing's side, rubbed his palms towards his clothes and stretched them out in front of Su Jiqing with a bright smile. Hello sister-in-law, my name is Chu Yang. I'm your brother-in-law, so please take care of me in the future. Good day brother-in-law. Su Jiqing faintly smiled. She also stretched out her small hand. Just as she shook Chu Yang's hand, she was knocked down by Suji Luo. Xinger, don't be fooled by this harmless smile of his. He's just a bastard. Let's ignore him. Suji Luo's face was full of defense. Her eyes were vigilant as she looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked indifferent and shrugged his shoulders. Since you sisters just met, I won't bother you to catch up. I'll get off work first. Sister-in-law, see you at home. Looking at Chu Yang's back, Suji Luo was so angry that her shoulders trembled. She clenched her petite fists and let out a chirpy cry. Chu Yang, put down my vase. That vase is very expensive, and you're trying to pass it off again. Shameless. Scum. Scum. Suji Luo thought of all the worst words in the world. It was hard to describe this stinking scoundrel in front of her. We're all family. Isn't what's yours is mine. No need to be so outgoing with me. No matter how Suji Luo shouted, Chu Yang still stuffed the tiny vase into his pocket, holding a small cigarette in his mouth, striding out of the office. This asshole. If he wasn't Dad's hand-picked aunt, I would definitely find someone to cripple him. Looking at the two of them with a look of a happy couple, Su Jiqing Wan smiled. Brother-in-law, this person is really interesting. Su family has been a famous gentleman for generations, and it's quite interesting to see such an alternative like brother-in-law appearing occasionally. Suji Luo became even more angry upon hearing this. Her small face turned white. Don't mention it. I really don't know what Dad is thinking. In order for me to marry this scoundrel, Dad spared no effort to use the entire Dingsu International as a price. If it wasn't for the sake of the family's industry not falling by the wayside, I wouldn't have died to marry that guy. He's like this. He's lazy and uneducated. What's the difference between him and a door-to-door son-in-law? Sis, Dad is not an impulsive person. There must be a reason for him to do this. You should probably try to get in touch with your brother-in-law. Maybe he's not as bad as you think? Suji Qing tilted her head, smiling with a cute face. Suji Luo let out a sigh. Thinking back to all of Chu Yang's bad behavior over the past few months, it was simply a nightmare. Xinger, for the sake of your physical and mental health, I heartily warn you, cherish your life and stay away from Chu Yang. Not long after Chu Yang had left, Suji Luo's phone rang. When Suji Luo took a look at the phone, she was a bit surprised. Suji Qing, sis, whose call is it? Suji Luo, it's the Y chief of Dingsu Group Hospital. His old man has never taken the initiative to contact me. Suji Luo picked it up. Hello, Mr. Liang Y. Mr. Su, there's a situation here at the hospital. Can you come over? Chief Liang Y's voice was very nervous, almost trembling. Chief Liang Y, what happened? Don't be anxious. Speak slowly. Suji Luo frowned slightly. Universal International's daughter had a serious car accident and was sent to our hospital. After a series of resuscitation, we were unable to save the person after all. But the chairman of Global International can't accept this fact. Found a lot of people to come to Dingsu International Hospital to make trouble. Now there are a lot of media reporters have already surrounded the hospital. They asked the person in charge to come out, and I really can't do anything about it. I'm sorry, it's my incompetence. Liang Weilong voice choked, full of vicissitudes. Suji Luo's voice is clear and cold. Liang Weilong, you first stabilize the situation. Now go over. Hanging up the phone, Suji Luo quickly got up. Suji Qing's face also revealed a tense color and asked, Sister, what happened? Sorry, Xinger, I need to go out. You go home first. I'll give you Chu Yang's phone number. He shouldn't be far away. Ask him to take my car and send you back to the villa. Remember, don't talk to him much. That person is toxic. You see, he looks okay, right, but he is actually a scoundrel. Your honor wife, it's a bit inappropriate to talk bad about your husband behind your back like that, right? Suji Luo froze and looked over in the direction of the voice. Chu Yang was leaning dangling against the doorway. Didn't you leave? Suji Luo was a little embarrassed. Chu Yang, I went to pee and passed by the door. I felt that someone was missing me, so I came over to listen. It turned out that it was really your honorable wife. Can't you leave me for such a short while? You this abrasive little goblin. Shameless, who misses you? Suji Luo glared at Chu Yang with cold eyes. Suji Qing glared at Chu Yang. Brother-in-law, my sister is going to the hospital. You send her there, I can go home alone. Let's go. Elder Zhong also contacted me and asked me to visit the hospital, saying that the hospital side has encountered some minor problems and asked me to go and help. Suji Luo let out a sneer. Elder Zhong is a titan of the medical world, retired for many years. Even father couldn't invite him. His old man would contact you? How ridiculous. There has to be a limit to bragging. Otherwise you are just making a fool of yourself. Chu Yang glanced at the time. If you delay a little longer, that woman at the hospital will really be cold. Chapter 2, Dingsu Group's largest shareholder. Along the way, Suji Luo was too lazy to say another word to Chu Yang. In her heart, Chu Yang was an uneducated asshole who bragged all day long. One moment he said that he was the boss of some mysterious soldier group, and the next moment he said that he was a divine doctor who knew immortal world's medical techniques. Now he was even more ridiculous, actually saying that Elder Zhong had asked him to come over to help. What kind of person is Zhong Lao? To the medical world, Zhong Lao was a god. Chu Yang even dared to blaspheme God. Really shameless to the extreme. At this moment, the hospital was already surrounded. Countless reporters and onlookers were gathered outside the main gate. Suji Luo frowned slightly, opened the door and was about to get off. Chu Yang grabbed her wrist. There are so many people here. You enter through the back door. Suji Luo, I came here to solve the problem. I am the president of Dingsu. I can't run away. I order you as the biggest shareholder of Dingsu Group. Enter through the back door. It's dangerous here. Chu Yang's expression was deep. Suji Luo looked at Chu Yang steadily for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. A smile full of sarcasm but overwhelming. Chu Yang, you really impressed me. What else can you blow out of proportion? You are the first largest shareholder of Dingsu? Why don't you say that you yourself are the King of England? When I saved the old King of England before, he did give me the right to fight for the throne and to marry his daughter to me. But I didn't agree. After all, I'm a foreigner, and I can't leave you behind after my early marriage with you, Chu Yang said in a serious manner. Suji Luo's face crumbled. So, It's me who delayed you from inheriting the throne and marrying the princess? Even though your status is mediocre, you are pretty, so you can barely make do. Anyway, the current king is also my brother. We are equal, and the princess is always waiting to give me a child. Xu Yang, I really don't want to listen to you for a minute. You really make me sick. A prince and princess? This man is afraid of having delusions of grandeur. She has a mediocre status? These words coming from the mouth of a janitorial security guard were really upsetting to the core. Suji Luo was so angry that her pretty face turned slightly red. She shook off Xu Yang's hand and got out of the car. Xu Yang murmured with a face full of helplessness. Why is it that no one always believes the truth? Xu Yang took out his phone. The text messages from the little Princess Lillian on it were bombarding him furiously every day. There were 46 unread messages today. Suji Luo just appeared and was instantly surrounded by reporters. Reporter 1, Mr. Su, it said that Universal International's daughter was misdiagnosed by the hospital, and now it's been declared that the resuscitation was ineffective. What do you have to say about this? Reporter 2, as the top private hospital in the country, Dingsu International Hospital has always been known as the patron saint of Star Ocean City. For this medical incident, what explanation does the hospital have? Reporter 3, this time, the one who was misdiagnosed was Global International's daughter. That's why things festered out. Isn't it true that if it was an ordinary person, Dingsu International would have used its power to forcefully suppress it? Was this how Dingsu International resolved medical malpractice in the past? These questions from the reporter completely steered things in the wrong direction. Obviously someone had deliberately arranged it. As expected, once the reporter asked this question, the onlookers were all of a sudden talking and questioning Dingsu International Hospital. Suji Luo walked to the steps in big strides, calm in her demeanor. A hospital is a place to save lives. We will be responsible for all patients and will never have any shady behavior. Right now there is no evidence to prove that the Universal International Tianjin was misdiagnosed by the hospital. So please don't use this slanderous tone to question Dingsu Hospital. Suji Luo's temperament was elegant and her aura was powerful. As she stood there, the people around her consciously made an open space, as if no one dared to get close enough to dye their fingers. Suji Luo is such a woman, so perfect that people feel that getting close to her is a kind of blasphemy. Reporter 1, just now the White Chief came out and said that the resuscitation was ineffective. Doing more can only maintain Miss Qin's vital signs for less than half an hour. But when Miss Qin was sent in, she was still sitting up, wanting to eat, and didn't see that there was a danger to her life. And we also recorded the whole process. If it wasn't your hospital's medical malpractice that caused Miss Qin's death, then what explanation does Mr. Su have for this medical incident? Not waiting for Suji Luo to speak, Xu Yang directly took a step forward and snatched the microphone over. Explain my ass. The hospital is just a place for treating illnesses, not Harry Potter Magic Academy. Since the patient was sent over, just wait obediently. Where's so much nonsense? The crowd was stunned. The reporter hurriedly asked again. This gentleman's tone is very strong. Seems to be very confident in the treatment. Of course, no matter what the disease is, I can cure it in minutes, Xu Yang said casually. Suji Luo was stunned. She hurriedly tugged on Lu Yang's corner and whispered through clenched teeth. What are you babbling about? Right now, the experts in various hospitals are at their wits' end. Your bragging can't solve anything. It will only make the relationship between doctors and patients even more tense. Who told you I bragged? I really know how to cure diseases. Xu Yang was full of defiance. You guy. Suji Luo clenched her fists, itching to knock Xu Yang out and drag him away directly. The reporter pursued. Then may I ask this doctor, what's your good treatment plan now? Confidential. My exclusive medical techniques. You won't understand even if I tell you. Also, I'm not a doctor. I'm an honorable and great janitorial security guard. When Xu Yang said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Suji Luo slapped her forehead hard and felt that her life was gray. Suji Luo was thinking, when she suddenly felt a huge inertia force coming towards her from behind. Suji Luo let out a soft cry. Her entire body suddenly tilted forward uncontrollably and lunged down towards the bottom of the steps. Just when Suji Luo felt that she was going to fall under the attention of the crowd, she fell violently into a sturdy embrace. Xu Yang turned around and wrapped Suji Luo's thin waist around her, holding her tightly in his arms. Everyone froze. This Queen Su, who was known as the dream of 900 million men, was actually held in the arms of a janitorial security guard. The reporters were in a state of shock. The camera shutter pressed down uncontrollably, framing the image of the two embracing. Suji Luo's pretty face turned red. She hammered Xu Yang's shoulder hard and whispered through clenched teeth. Xu Yang, let go of me. Do you want to die? Xu Yang frowned tightly, vigilantly scanning the surrounding, wringing Suji Luo's wrist confined tighter. Seeing the figure that quickly disappeared into the window, Xu Yang was even more certain there was an expert here. Just now, That person tried to hurt Su Jiluo with a concealed weapon. If not for his own timely use of silver needles to knock down that concealed weapon, Su Jiluo might not be alive now. Who is it? Who dares to do it in front of so many people? Who did he want to kill? Is it Su Jiluo? Or himself? Or is it someone in the hospital? The reporters kept taking pictures. Su Jiluo tightly bit her delicate lips and twisted Chu Yang with force. Chu Yang came back to his senses and let go of his hand with pain. What are you pinching me for? I just saved you. Su Jiluo looked at Chu Yang angrily. Please disappear in front of me right now immediately. I don't want to see you. After Su Jiluo finished speaking, she turned around and walked into the hospital in big strides. Chu Yang hurriedly followed behind. The hospital now had unknown assassins appearing. No matter what, he could not let Su Jiluo leave his sight. In the corridor of the emergency room, many medical staff and black-clothed bodyguards stood there. The atmosphere was serious. Seeing Su Jiluo, the White Chief rushes over. Su Jiluo, how is it now? Wai Long shook his head. When Miss Qin was brought in, she lost too much blood, and now she can't go back to heaven. Chairman Qin can't accept the reality. As he was saying, the door of the emergency room was opened, and a middle-aged man in formal attire, with red eyes, walked out from inside, with an angry face and an expression as if he wanted to kill. Su Jiluo, you killed my daughter. You killed my daughter. Chapter 3, As Long As You Beg Me. In Shanghai City, if Dingsu International was the leading company, then Global International definitely dared to claim second place. Chairman Qin's wife died prematurely in childbirth, and he had always doted on his only daughter. But Su Jiluo never thought that Chairman Qin would turn into such a state for his daughter. She was just about to say something when Chairman Qin suddenly rushed over. Everyone had thought that he was going to be unfavorable to Su Jiluo, but he didn't expect him to stop and even directly kneel down. My daughter is only 20 years old. Why don't you save her? Why don't you save her? I only have this one daughter. She is my life. If it's possible, will you take my life away and save my daughter? Chairman Qin, I understand your feelings. Please be sorry for your loss. Su Jiluo's voice was low. Su Jiluo looked at Wai Chang and asked, is there really no way out? Wai Long nodded. Miss Qin's 5 viscera damage is very serious. Her head has also suffered a huge impact. It's already a miracle that she can hold out until now. All the experts have conducted a consultation. Now it's really, my daughter If anyone can save my daughter, I'm willing to give my entire fortune to him. I just need my frost child to come alive. Chairman Qin's spirit had collapsed. A resounding figure. At this moment, he even knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, tears streaming down his face, just like a madman. Su Jiluo frowned and thought, maybe there is a person who will have a way. Chairman Qin hurriedly glared and asked, Who can save my daughter? Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong is a titan of the medical world, and has realized many medical miracles. If Elder Zhong is willing to make a move, there may still be hope. Su Jiluo's eyes also lit up with some hope. It's too late. This girl still has 12 minutes to live. Even if Zhong Lao rushes here now, it's too late. Chu Yang lit a cigarette and spat out a smoke ring. Su Jiluo glared at Chu Yang. You don't know anything? What nonsense are you talking? Miss Qin's heart function is failing rapidly. What's sustaining her vital signs right now is her personal consciousness. Once her heart stops working, even if Miss Qin's desire to live is strong, she's finished. Chu Yang said calmly. Chairman Qin walked directly to Chu Yang. Little old brother, you know how to see a doctor? Su Jiluo hurriedly explained. Chairman Qin, don't listen to his nonsense. He is not a doctor. He is just a. Chu Yang continued. There are still 10 minutes left in the resuscitation time. It's plenty of time. It's a small matter for me. It's just. Chairman Qin suddenly joisted Chu Yang's hand. Little old brother, please save my daughter. The people next to him were stunned. They all looked at Chu Yang, who was dressed in a security outfit, and watched this unbelievably. A few doctors came over and said, Qin Dong, please still see the reality. This gentleman is not a doctor of our hospital. Looking at his attire, he should just be a security guard as well. There's no way he can be a healer. That's right. These physicians are all internationally renowned professor doctors. They can't do anything with all their efforts to save the patient. How can a security guard possibly save the patient? He's just playing the crowd. Don't be fooled by him. Security guards, come here and kick this guy out. Don't let him make a mess here. One of the doctors was even directly trying to kick someone out. Chairman Qin forcefully pushed away the blocking doctors. Get out of the way. You guys can't save my daughter, but you still don't want someone else to save her. Little brother, as long as you can save my daughter, I'll give you whatever you want. As much money as you want. Chu Yang waved his hand. I'm just a soft eater. I'm not short of money. It's just that Mr. Su doesn't approve of me, which makes me depressed and I can't show my medical skills at all. I'm really sorry. Qin Dong said anxiously. It doesn't matter if Mr. Su doesn't approve. I do. if you don't want to stay in Dingsu International, you can come to Global and make you the vice chairman, alright, as long as you can save my daughter. Xu Yang still shook his head. Alas, I'm not interested in status or money, I just want Mr. Su to be nice to me. Obviously I'll be able to save the person soon. Suji Luo walked up and pushed Xu Yang's elbow. Xu Yang, what exactly do you want? Don't mess around here, okay? Xin Dong made a sudden bow to Suji Luo. Mr. Su, please let this little brother save him. My daughter's life is in your hands. Xu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Suji Luo with a provocative face. Suji Luo gritted her teeth. Xu Yang, do you really know how to see a doctor? Of course, I told you long ago. It's just that you don't believe me. The patient that all the medical professors and experts have declared that there is no solution. Are you sure that you can save it? Suji Luo asked again. Xu Yang sneered. There is no comparison between me and those quacks at all, okay? This kind of small disease can also make those so-called big experts chicken and dog jump. It's really embarrassing. The doctors were dissatisfied. What are you talking about? Miss Jean is obviously hopeless. Xu Yang simply ignored the other doctors and just looked at Suji Luo with an evil gaze. As long as you open your mouth and beg me, I'll go and save her right away. Suji Luo clenched her petite fists. What if you can't cure her? Then I'll die with her and lose my life to you. But if I save it, will you consummate with me at night? Xu Yang, I think you really want to die. If you don't save her, that girl will really die. The corner of Xu Yang's mouth raised an evil shallow smile. Suji Luo forcefully suppressed the trembling of anger and said word by word, I beg you, go save someone now. Then the matter of the round room. Xu Yang's words were all heard by Chairman Qin. He stepped forward and said, little old brother, as long as you save my daughter, I'll let Frosty get a round room with you. I will make you the heir of Global International and everything I have will be yours in the future. Xu Yang shook his head. No, 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 I only need Suji Luo as a woman in this life. Or, a woman who looks the same as Suji Luo. Suji Luo finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Xu Yang, you don't want to hit Qing'er's idea. I order you to get the hell out of here and get cured right now. Otherwise, you'll never set foot on my Su family's door again. We'll divorce. Wife, you finally acknowledged me. I'll go right away. Xu Yang suddenly lowered his head and gave Suji Luo a small, bar kiss on her face and turned around to dive headfirst into the emergency room. This abominable man. I definitely won't spare you. Suji Luo directly followed into the emergency room, and backhandedly unlocked the door. Everyone outside the door was also dumbfounded. What kind of development rhythm is this? What is the origin of this guard at the door? Is he the man of Mr. Su? Is this queen adult in the hearts of men all over the world really married? Or with a security guard? Some doctors even couldn't stand the excitement and directly fainted. When Suji Luo went in, she found that Xu Yan was tugging Qin Shuang'er's clothes. He had a lot of strength, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Shuang'er's body was free of strands, and her spirited body was completely presented in the air. Chapter 4, Are you having fun? Xu Yang, what are you doing? Are you saving someone's life or are you taking advantage of them? Suji Luo walked straight over and pulled Xu Yang's wrist. Xu Yang was stunned. It's great that you came in, dear. It just so happens that I need an assistant. You want me to be your assistant? Suji Luo had grown up so much that it was the first time someone dared to ask her to be her assistant. Before we start, I have to ask a question. Please answer truthfully. Your honor, your body, it should be clean, right? What do you mean? It's already this time, and you're still fooling me? Suji Luo was instantly enraged upon hearing this, and the hope that was previously lit up was completely extinguished at this moment. This man was a complete Lu hooligan. One should not have trusted him. Seeing Suji Luo angry, Xu Yang hurriedly explained, the medical skills I'm going to use later must rely on a clean body as a medium. If you, that over, it won't work. Even if you destroy yourself, that won't work. Suji Luo's cheeks flushed scarlet as she glared at Xu Yang and said, before you, I haven't dated any man. Are you satisfied with this answer? Can. Then, you take off your clothes first. Take off your clothes? Suji Luo froze, her eyes reddened. Xu Yang, I didn't let you take advantage of me when I let you in under so much pressure. Xu Yang rolled his eyes. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Women just have too many things to do. What's the point of letting you in? Suji Luo bit her lips and looked at Xu Yang. Her eyes were full of grievances. Xu Yang first looked at Qin Shuang'er's condition. From the physical injuries, there were no hideous wounds, and even her body was not stained with extra blood. If the car accident was the cause, Qin Shuang'er's state was a bit too weird. Xu Yang was now basically certain that Qin Shuang'er was injured by someone and then forcibly disguised as a car accident. There were too many holes in the disguise. Seriously fractured bones, internal organs hardened and cracked by external forces. What kind of person is so capable of injuring someone like this? This Qin Schwanger must have seen something she shouldn't have seen before she fell unconscious. What in the world has happened? It seems that Star Ocean City really isn't peaceful. Xu Yang murmured, questions written all over his eyes. Xu Yang stood still and took a deep breath, then gently raised his right hand. In the position of his palm, a ball of icy blue flame-like gas that only he himself could see began to condense, becoming larger and larger in size. This was the Dustless Aura, the most basic aura in the Immortal Healer secret that Xu Yang was practicing. The Immortal Healing technique was divided into 3 volumes, namely the Dustless Forbidden Scroll, the Delusionless Xian Spectrum and the Pranaless Treasure Scroll. By chance, Xu Yang had only obtained the first volume, the Dustless Forbidden Scroll. Although he had only learned the medical skills in the first scroll now, he had no problem at all in treating Qin Schwanger's internal injuries. While reciting the Dustless Spiritual Qi, Xu Yang stretched out his left hand, and a Spirit Xian needle, which was visualized by Spiritual Qi, appeared at his fingertips. The Spirit Xian needle was transparent. It was a holy relic that Xu Yang had obtained from practicing the Dustless Scroll. Although the Spirit Xian needle could only manifest one at the moment, Xu Yang believed that through the continuous cultivation of his medical skills, it would be possible for him to recite 1,000 Spirit Xian needles at the same time. This Spirit Xian needle Suji Luo also saw it. She looked at Xu Yang with surprise and had no idea where the needle was taken from. Xu Yang reached out his hand and gently stroked over Qin Schwanger's body as if he was searching for something. When Suji Luo saw Xu Yang's strange fingering technique, she just wanted to ask what kind of fingering technique it was. But when she saw Xu Yang's greedy and lewd expression, she became furious. Xu Yang, if you want to apply needles, just hurry up. Is it necessary to mo and pinch on someone else's girl's chest? Then you won't help me either, so I can only painfully fend for myself. Xu Yang first put Dustless Spiritual Qi inside his body to protect Qin Schwanger's life element. Then he raised the Lingxian needle and vigorously stabbed down at the Zhangfeng point in the center of her forehead. Suji Luo had studied medicine. When she saw Xu Yang's action, she let out a cry of shock. Her face turned pale. Xu Yang, what are you doing? The Zhangfeng point was a dead point of the human body. If you stab it with a needle, she will die on the spot. Xu Yang did not listen to her at all and continued to perform the maneuver. The Spirit Xian needle was originally in the shape of a transparent crystal, but when it pierced into Qin Schwanger's forehead point, it suddenly turned pitch black. Qin Schwanger suddenly had a violent choke convulsion, and a stream of black blood instantly soared out along the place where the needle had just pierced. Suji Luo looked at Qin Schwanger's changes in shock. Her choke convulsions' frequency gradually edged smaller, and finally quieted down, and her breathing calmed down. How is she? She? Well, no, just can't die for the time being. Still need to carry out the whole body to apply needles. I'll see where I should touch next. Stop. You don't touch her. Didn't you just need my help? Then what can I help you do? Suji Luo asked with a dodging gaze. Leave the least amount of clothing on your body. Pull me with one hand, and place the other hand on the next her heart. Don't let go. In fact, it's fine for me to do it by myself, but surely I can't avoid touching her. Impact again not so good. Suji Luo gritted her teeth. Okay, I'll help you. While Xu Yang was condensing his dustless aura, Suji Luo had already walked over. Xu Yang glanced sideways and his eyes widened. Holy, this woman's sacrifice for the cause of medicine was too great. At this moment, Suji Luo only had 2 small pieces of clothing left on her body. That was her body's last line of defense. There was really no way to take it off anymore. In fact, Xu Yang's intention was that as long as the 2 arms were kept exposed in the air, so that the transmission of the dustless aura would not be interfered by the clothing, he did not expect Suji Luo to be so serious, and even added a little perk to his treatment. Looking at Xu Yang's greedy eyes, Suji Luo kicked him hard. What are you looking at? Don't hurry to save people. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Xu Yang exclaimed. Wife, your body is really great. The first in the world. They say English women are voluptuous, but compared to you, it's not even close. Don't look at me. I don't need your compliments. Hurry up and save the people. The blush on Suji Luo's face had already swooned to the roots of her ears as she forced down her anger and said, I'll repair her 5 organs first. During this period, you mustn't let go of my hand, otherwise both Qin Schwanger and I will be in danger. Understand? Suji Luo nodded. Xu Yang grabbed Suji Luo's soft little hand. Gathering more dustless aura in his palm, he slowly injected it into Suji Luo's palm. Suji Luo only felt a cool sensation entering her body. Her soul was clear as if it had been baptized. This soothing feeling made the tip of her nose not hold back a light een. The air was quiet. Suji Luo's voice seemed particularly abrupt. Xu Yang blinked and looked at Suji Luo. What? Are you very happy? 10 minutes later, Suji Luo got dressed and walked out of the emergency room first. Xu Yang followed behind, leaving a reddish slap mark on his face. This woman was really ruthless. She even gave herself a slap with the power of dustless aura. If not for his quick defense, his teeth would probably have been knocked out. Seeing the two come out, Chairman Qin rushed up. How is it? How is it? My daughter she's fine, Suji Luo said in a low voice. The medical staff rushed into the emergency room in unison. After a professor-physician finished examining Qin Schwanger, his entire body froze in disbelief as he murmured incredulously, Miss Qin's vital signs have recovered. And now, she's just in a state of slumber. This is impossible. Impossible. How did he do it? Chapter 5, Mysterious Killing Aura. The moment these words came out, everyone was taken aback. Those who had just stepped in to stop and denigrate were now desperate to stuff their heads into their pants, and simply had no place to go. Is it really true that the person that Chief Y and the professor both declared to be hopeless was really brought back to life by him? It's unlikely. Ms. Qin's internal injuries were so severe that even the great immortals could not return to heaven. How could he be cured? The other doctors broke in to check the real situation, and when they saw Qin Schwanger's stable heartbeat, blood pressure and pulse on the detector, they were dumbfounded and could not believe that such a medical miracle had occurred. Xu Yang was still in that dangling state, but the way Suji Luo looked at him had obviously changed. Xu Yang, what kind of person are you? The medical maneuver you just used is not normal at all, Suji Luo asked. Are you referring to the one that made you go to heaven? That's my ancestors, can't be outsourced, belongs to the exclusive secret technique. Of course, if you become my real wife, I can impart to you the true meaning, so that you can immerse yourself in that kind of feeling every day. Who wants you to impart? Don't think that just because you saved someone by fluke, you're amazing. I still reserve the right to kick you out of the Su family at any time. Thinking of the scene just now, Suji Luo's face instantly reddened completely, her eyes going nowhere. Before Chu Yang could say anything, Chairman Qin ran out of the emergency room in tears, directly bending down and giving Chu Yang a deep bow. Little old brother, you are the savior of my Qin family. In order to express my gratitude, I will transfer half of the equity I hold in Global International to you. Please accept it. A burst of surprised inhaling sound came from the side. I didn't expect that this security guard would transform into a man with a huge fortune in his pocket right away. It was so lucky. While everyone was stealing envious and jealous gazes like Chu Yang waved his hand. I don't want it. I told you before, I don't lack money. I still like to eat soft food. Qin Dong was surprisingly a bit nervous and said tentatively, then, let my daughter marry you? No. I have a wife. Xu Yang refused again. Why don't you give me a godson? Don't worry, I only have a daughter like Frost. I will take care of you as my own son. Xu Yang laughed. Qin Dong, I saved your daughter for Suji Luo's face. If you want to thank her, just thank her directly. Besides, I'm a person who is not considered to be lacking in love, so I won't recognize my godfather. Then worshipping is fine. A great divine doctor like you, Qin someone, will make it. Like this, you call me a big brother. In the future, mine is yours. Ha ha, it seems that old brother Chu will have another big brother. Before Qin Dong finished his words, a burst of cheerful laughter suddenly came from the side. An old man with white hair, but a robust body and a steady pace, walked over to this side with quick steps. He was followed by two people, who should be assistants or bodyguards or something like that. Everyone followed the sound and their expressions all froze. Elder Zhong. It's Elder Zhong. Zhong Lao. Why are you here? The moment Suji Luo saw Zhong Lao, her expression immediately became respectful, slightly bending over to show her respect. As soon as the other medical staff saw Zhong Lao, they immediately bent down in unison and addressed Zhong Lao. Heavens, it's really Elder Zhong. Hasn't his old man closed his mountain for a long time? How come he appeared in the hospital? Elder Zhong is simply a deity revered by all in the medical world. The medical world can be shaken 3 times by a single word from him. A veritable gem with a reputation that resonates both at home and abroad. Oh my god, I'm actually fortunate enough to be able to meet Elder Zhong. It's such an honor. I'm going to take a picture to keep as a souvenir. The doctors and nurses were all nonchalant, excited as if they had won the lottery. Elder Zhong walked straight to Suji Luo and Xu Yang. Xu Yang nicely patted Zhong Lao's shoulder without seeing the difference and laughed. Old man, you are still looking good. It seems that you still have a while to go before you die. Suji Luo immediately looked flustered, and the doctors and nurses behind her were too scared to utter a breath. Is this security guard crazy? How dare he talk to Zhong Lao like this? Suji Luo, Xu Yang, do you know who is in front of you? Why don't you quickly apologize to Zhong Lao? Zhong Lao laughed cheerfully. No need. Xu Lao dia so. This bad old man of mine is used to it. Suji Luo was full of surprise. Zhong Lao, you knew Chu Yang before. More than knowing? My piece of academic report on numerology that won the award. Is Chu old brother told me? I just write out the report. I want to genus his name, but this kid non-agree, so the honor can only let me this shameless take. Chu Yang, Academic report? Unlikely, right? Suji Luo was completely messed up. Looking at Chu Yang's dangling appearance again, he really couldn't connect with those profound academics. I heard about something on your side. I couldn't rush over, so I asked Chu old brother to come over to help in the first place. Your grandfather and I are old friends, and I naturally want to help more with what's going on here. Good thing Chu old brother righteousness really came. How's that? The person is saved now, right? A piece of cake. Chu Yang had a relaxed face. That's good. That's good. By the way, old brother Chu, I still have a medical problem there that can't be solved. Do you have the time to go over and take a look for me? No go. Last time you said you would invite me for dinner and you haven't yet. I won't be cheated. Chu Yang flatly refused. Zhong Lao said curtly, I definitely won't fool you this time. Let's have a drink. You go back first. I will call you when I am free. Chu Yang was obviously being perfunctory. Suji Luo twisted Chu Yang's waist pole with force and whispered, Zhong Lao invited you. Why don't you hurry up and say yes? I can also accompany you there at that time. Chu Yang bared his teeth in pain. Fine, fine. I'll go then. I'll go, okay? Zhong Lao took a look at the two and asked suspiciously, Elder brother Chu, your relationship with Ji Luo is, she is my little daughter-in-law. Chu Yang proudly replied. Zhong Lao was a bit lost. So you have a family. That granddaughter of mine has been clamoring to marry you all day long. Looks like she's going to be sad for a while again. There's no way. Parents orders matchmaker's words. Zhong Lao laughed. Then you also have to personally go with my little granddaughter to explain the explanation. I can't convey it. When exactly? Depends on your schedule. Zhong Lao, who was respected by millions of people, completely lowered his posture in front of Chu Yang, with the humble appearance of a young student seeking to learn. Suji Luo hurriedly said, Elder Zhong rarely comes here. Why don't I arrange lunch and treat you well? Zhong Lao waved his hand. No need. I came here to help you solve things, not to cause you any trouble. I have already dispatched those reporters outside. There shouldn't be any negative news either. You don't need to worry, Elder Zhong. Thank you. Suji Luo gratefully bowed again. Chu Yang was smiling when suddenly his expression froze. He jerked his head to look over to the other end of the corridor and clenched his fist slightly. At the same time, along with him, there was also the bodyguard beside Zhong Lao. That bodyguard's eyes were equally sharp, and when he looked behind him, a clear aura of danger erupted from his body. It seemed that the one protecting Zhong Lao was also an expert. Very good. You stand guard here. I'll go over and take a look. Chu Yang's lips opened and closed slightly. It looked as if he didn't speak, but the bodyguard understood perfectly and nodded with a very small amplitude. Chu Yang quickly ran over and only caught a black residual shadow. This guy actually didn't leave. It's not hard to tell from the aura on his body that he's the same guy who tried to hurt Jilu at the entrance. This strong killing aura is not an ordinary minor character. What is the origin? It seems that Star Ocean City has really mixed in something unclean. Chu Yang's eyes became even more bitter. Chapter 6. More women at home. When he returned to the hospital, Chu Yang was again grabbed by Zhong Lao and asked a lot of questions. He didn't even have a bite of lunch. In the evening, Chu Yang had planned to go home to see Xiao Zi, but Suji Luo said nothing to let him go back. Suji Luo said that Chu Yan was too gangly and would bring down the simple Su Jiqing, so she was adamant that she would not allow Su Jiqing to come into contact with him. Chu Yang walked while shaking his key, murmured with dissatisfaction, Fortunately I have a rental room, finally left a way out for myself, or else I have to sleep on the street. Women are all big pig's hooves. Wait until the roundhouse. See how I fix you. Chu Yang's rental in the suburbs, although the location is remote, is a bungalow, but the rent is cheap. 3 rooms and a hall of the big plant. A month is only more than $700. Chu Yang currently has been relying on Su Ji Luo's house. His own that rental room has not visited for a long time. Counting the days, should also be almost to pay rent time. Hope not to meet the landlord is good. On the way, Chu Yang bought 2 boxed lunches and prepared them for dinner. Just as he walked to the door of the rented room, he heard a rustling sound in the house. Chu Yang frowned and glanced at the door of the room. Surprisingly, it was open. Could it be that the house was burglarized after not coming back for a long time? Chu Yang gently pushed open the door and tiptoed in. The living room location did not find anything strange. The sound should have come from the direction of the bedroom. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth slanted as he said in his heart, "Little hairy thief, it's your bad luck to meet me. Let's see if you steal from me or I rob you." Chu Yang intentionally used his dustless aura to lock his breath, not allowing the people inside to notice a hint of difference. Walking to the bedroom door, Chu Yang suddenly kicked open the door, and there was indeed a figure inside. The shadow moved very quickly. Almost the moment Chu Yang opened the door, it quickly moved to the position of the doorway. When Chu Yang stood still, he realized that he was holding a cold dagger in front of his throat. The blade of that dagger was sharp, and with a single stroke, his throat would be broken. The faint scent of shower gel came. Chu Yang suddenly chun heart dang ripples. It turned out to be a woman. Very good, very good. Chu Yang was playful. Immediately raised his hands and made a surrender. Woman, we have no grievances. Don't use knives and guns. Is it not good to eat a boxed lunch and chat together? Chu Yang looked along the wrist holding the blade and saw a woman with a petite and slender figure. At this moment, the woman only had a small wraparound garment on her body, and it was not difficult to deduce from the scattered clothes by the bedside that she had just finished bathing and was changing clothes when Chu Yang barged in. Who are you? Why did you barge in? The woman asked in a cold voice. Chu Yang lightly coughed twice. Actually, I feel that I should be the one to ask you this sentence, because this is my house. This is your house? The woman slowly lowered her dagger, and only then did Chu Yang see the woman's appearance. Her hair was combed in a simple ponytail. Her temperament was clean, although she was not considered to be the Zhao charming of the country, but her face was handsome, with a remarkable ing chi, a unique flavor. Chu Yang grinned. I haven't been back for a while. Did the landlord change the rent to you? The woman picked up her t-shirt back and put it over her body, her tone slightly chilly. It counts. It doesn't count. What's the case? Chu Yang asked curiously. The woman straightened her clothes and naturally put them in his simple closet. Last time I was being chased, I hid in your house, just when the landlord came to collect the rent. You weren't there. So, this house, I also have the right to use it now. This beautiful young lady did not look like a simple character from anywhere. She actually paid the rent for herself, and by the looks of it, she had the intention to live there permanently. What was the situation? Chu Yang thought about it and said, that makes you pay rent is really sorry. How much you say? I'll give it back to you. Chu Yang touched the 1,800 tickets in his pocket, thinking that paying a month's rent is also enough. The woman turned back and looked at Chu Yang lightly. I paid the rent for 3 years. This is the receipt. Your landlord is not bad. He exempted $200, a total of $25,000. $25,000? Chu Yang took a look and immediately widened his eyes. Big sister, how do you pay that much money? This place might be demolished soon. Doesn't matter. I'm not poor anyway. The woman had an indifferent face. Oh, you're not poor, I'm poor. Chu Yang had been a security guard in Ding Su Group for several months, and hadn't taken a single penny, all of which had been deducted by Su Jiluo, the crooked businessman. If it is not often from her office down a bit of antiques or something to realize, Chu Yang is now afraid to be penniless. Chu Yang looked at the receipt for a moment of silence. Or don't you see this is okay? After you are the owner of this house, I am your tenant. This house is very big. You can't use such a big space alone. This is 700. I rent it for a month first, but I don't have the intention to share the rent. The woman flatly refused. Chu Yang laughed dryly. Don't be like this. How can I say that I am also the original owner of this house? More or less give some face. The woman thought about it and then looked at Chu Yang's attire and asked, are you a security guard? Yes, my body is quite sturdy. You don't need to do any dirty work in the future. I'll take care of it all. The woman's eyes turned as if she had made up her mind. Alright, that room up there is for you to use. I'll requisition this bed of yours. The woman smoothly took the box lunch in Chu Yang's hand and picked a box and ate it nonchalantly. Chu Yang smiled helplessly. Day by day, really anything can be met by himself. Originally, he had been kicked out of the house by his wife, but God suddenly gave him a beautiful girl to share a room with, who didn't look too old and looked like she knew some kung fu. What's your name? Chu Yang took out another box of rice and squatted next to it and ate it as well. Xiu-yi, the woman replied briefly. My name is Chu Yang. I work for Ding Su Group. Chu Yang kept looking at Xiu-yi with a crooked head. Xiu-yi did not have any unnecessary expression. Quickly finished his meal, took out a drawing from the drawer and looked at it carefully. Beauty, what do? You look at the drawing as if it is of which building. Are you a designer? Without waiting for Xiu-yi to answer, a sharp voice came from outside the door. She is not a designer. She is just a female flyer. How dare you want to use a man to hide your identity? Xiu-yi, do you really have no lower limits? Upon hearing this voice, Xiu-yi's eyes immediately glazed over, putting away his drawings and taking out his dagger in preparation for battle. The door to the room was opened, and a woman in tight camouflage clothing slowly walked in. From the eyebrows, these two women looked so similar. Only Ho came in this woman. There was more of a soft winks, more of a womanly flavor. Chu Yang was full of wonder. What day is today? The heavens sent a woman is not enough, but even sent another one. A little interesting. Chapter 7 Unexpected Guest. Xiu-yi's expression became even colder. She subconsciously reached out and pulled Chu Yang behind her, as if she was afraid that her actions would hurt him in a while. This small action had touched Chu Yang a little. The woman who came later took a look at Xiu-yi's behavior and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. You're protecting him so much. Can't it be that he's your little lover? Then the theft of the Van Jade. Does it have something to do with him as well? Jingling, my matter has nothing to do with this man. I hope you won't hurt the innocent, Xiao Yi said. This woman called Jingling had a much slimmer figure, and from her tight body, it was not hard to tell that she had received long-term training and was a practiced fighter. Xu Yang was on the side, watching the show while guessing the identity of this woman called Jingling. Jingling smiled, her charming eyes with spring. Yo, I haven't done anything yet. You can't take it anymore. I'd like to see what you can do to me if I take a shot at him, Jingling said, tapping her toes on the ground. Her whole body suddenly rushed at Xu Yang like a cheetah. She had a round moon scimitar-like weapon in her hand at some point, and the blade was pushed straight towards Xu Yang's door. Holy, it's going to kill me. Xu Yang subconsciously took 2 steps back and fell on the bedside in a pie. Xiao Yi did not move slow either. As Jingling moved in front of Xu Yang, Xiao Yi landed a long two-way and kicked Jingling straight back. The two of them quickly fought against each other. The action was like a movie camera fast playback. It was dazzling to watch. Nowadays, in this era, although there were many people who knew martial arts, but this kind of people who called themselves masters were absolutely rare. Xu Yang had actually come across 2 of them at once now. It was simply too exciting. Xu Yang couldn't help but burst into applause. Good leg technique. Yes, that's it. Kick her. No need to be polite with me. Pull out your hand back and hammer her chest. Kick her in the pie. Well done. Xiao Yi was worthy of being a female flying thief. Her movements were extraordinarily dexterous. The landing was almost noiseless. Her body was as if she had no weight. Her footwork was bizarre. And every space within the room, almost all of them had left her footprints. Jingling, on the other hand, is a very heavy move, good at using legs. Almost every attack carries a fatal injury, such as any move Xiao Yi did not avoid. There is the possibility of becoming seriously disabled. The 2 men's hands have their own style, not divided into middles, entangled for 20 minutes, but who did not take advantage of any advantage? Jingling's eyes turned and suddenly caught sight of Xu Yang, who was squatting by the bedside, enjoying the fight between the two. She suddenly opened her long two-way, and after repelling Xiao Yi with a false move, she suddenly attacked Xu Yang. Just as Xu Yang was contemplating whether or not to teach this little fox a lesson, Xiao Yi unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere and actually took the initiative to open his hands to block in front of Xu Yang. Jingling's heavy leg kicked straight onto Xiao Yi's shoulder. Xiao Yi let out a cold snort and fell directly into Xu Yang's arms. Xu Yang held Xiao Yi tightly and looked at her whitened cheeks, locking his brows tightly. The corner of Jingling's mouth slanted. Still saying you have nothing to do with this man? A man who can make you light smoke sex female flying thief protect him with her life is definitely not simple. Say, where exactly is the Van Jade? If you don't give an honest explanation, I'll arrest both of you back to the police station. So it was a little policewoman. No wonder she was cunning and violent. Xiao Yi covered his shoulder with one hand, biting his lip in pain, his eyes coldly staring at Jingling. To take action against innocent people, you are really despicable. I'm using my methods to uphold justice. There's no need to be merciful when dealing with bad people. Since you won't say anything, then I can only take you back for a slow trial. Jingling took out handcuffs from her waist to handcuff Xiao Yi. Suddenly, Jingling only felt something quickly fly over in front of her forehead. She subconsciously dodged. Her body flickered slightly. Xiao Yi took the opportunity to make a quick move and kicked Jingling in the stomach. Jingling covered her stomach and took several consecutive steps back, finally falling into a chair and her face changed color. Jingling looked at Xu Yang with an extremely skeptical gaze and said with a hard voice, "What did you just do?" Xu Yang slightly retracted the dustless aura on his fingertips. What he had just struck over was just a needle that he had visualized with his aura. Although it was not so much as to cause harm to Jingling, the dangerous aura was enough to force her to repel her attack. Xu Yang played dumb and said, "I didn't do anything. I see that you just hesitated in your movements for a moment. Were you shocked by my handsome aura?" Jingling touched the cold sweat on her forehead and looked at Xiao Yi. "It seems that you have escaped again today, but next time, I definitely won't let you off easily. I will come back for you," Xiao Yi said coldly. "If you can recuperate your internal injuries within a week, I welcome your challenge any time." Jingling glanced at Xu Yang again and staggered out. Xiao Yi struggled to sit up from Xu Yang's embrace, but just as he moved, his whole body shook with pain. "Don't you move. Your shoulder blade is broken. If you move around now, you will lose an arm," Xu Yang said in a rare serious manner. Xiao Yi frowned. "To stay alive, you'd better stay out of my business. I'm a doctor. I have a patient in front of me. I can't just ignore it. Sit still and don't move." Xu Yang domineeringly wrenched Xiao Yi's back towards himself, then used dustless aura to seal the acupoints near her shoulders. The sudden relief of pain surprised Xiao Yi as she squinted her eyes backward. "Are you really a doctor? What's there to brag about? In the past, when people from our village got sick, I was the one who cured them," Xu Yang said. His palm slightly exerted force and suddenly tore the clothes on Xiao Yi's right key. White shoulders suddenly appeared. Xiao Yi's skin was even better than Xu Yang had imagined. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yi's tone was even colder. as if he could drop beads of ice. Don't move, trust the doctor. Xu Yang summoned the spirit Shin needle and dropped it around Xiao Yi's shoulder. The repairing function of the dustless aura was exceptional. The bones that were originally shattered gradually recovered under the effect of the dustless aura. Xiao Yi only felt a warm current coming from the injured location. That feeling of her blood veins being baptized by the pure qi made her suddenly clench her delicate fists, and the tip of her nose flushed with fine sweat. After 10 minutes had passed, Xu Yang retrieved the spirit Shin needle, and with a long sigh of relief, he directly planted himself on Xiao Yi's exposed shoulder. Xiao Yi just wanted to make a move, but when she saw Xu Yang's pale cheeks, she suddenly stopped moving. She slightly moved her shoulder and surprisingly realized that there was no pain at all in her shoulder. How did you do that? Who the hell are you? Xiao Yi asked vigilantly. I used to be a doctor. Now I'm a security guard. A soft eater. Xu Yang banged and planted himself on the bedside. Beads of sweat condensed on his forehead. It wasn't difficult to treat the trauma alone, but Xu Yang had already used up most of his energy after saving Qin Schwanger's life in the hospital, and now that he was using the dustless aura again, his body was really a bit overwhelmed, and now he was weak as hell. A small child could easily kill him. Xiao Yi nervously asked, Are you alright? Should I send you to the hospital? I'm fine. I'll be fine after a nap. If you don't mind, can you let me hold you for a bit? You shouldn't have experienced a man before. The clean smell of your body makes me quite comfortable. The last scene Xu Yang saw before he closed his eyes was Xiao Yi stabbing at him with a dagger. Chapter 8, The Legendary Brahma Jade. Dark, gloomy, and tired. Xu Yang felt like he had fallen into an abyss of 10,000 feet and had been descending without end. He hadn't experienced this kind of feeling for a long time since he returned to China. The dustless aura could grant him great abilities, but at the same time, it would also take away the energy in his body. Xu Yang had continued to cultivate every day since his return, but the dustless aura that had been accumulated in his body had not even been able to withstand 2 consecutive treatments. I don't know how long I slept, but when I woke up again, the rented house was empty. Not a single person was left. Xu Yang sat up and saw that Xiao Yi's things were still there. Then he breathed a long sigh of relief. It seemed that this shared roommate had not left himself behind. Glancing at the phone, Xu Yang instantly froze. More than 100 missed calls. What a situation. Xu Yang roughly looked at it, and surprisingly, there was also a call from Su Jiluo. Xu Yang hurriedly called back. The phone rang a few times and was picked up. Your honorable wife. What are you looking for me for? I fell asleep and didn't see it. A cold grunt came from the other side of the phone. Xu Yang, can you lie professionally? You fell asleep? You sleep for 10 days? You don't answer the phone. You don't answer the text messages. You don't return. You even play missing with me. What do you mean in the end? 10 days? How can that be? Xu Yang looked at the date display on the phone. It had indeed been 10 days since the last time he fainted. Heavens, he had actually slept for 10 days. What kind of situation is this? You've been absent from work for more than 3 days without any reason. You've been fired now and you won't be coming to work in the future. Su Jiluo's tone had an indescribable anger. Xu Yang hurriedly said, Don't be like this. Your honorable wife. Give me another chance. I was in a coma and almost died. At this moment, Xiao Yi unexpectedly walked in from the door. Seeing Xu Yang waking up, she walked straight over. Her tone was still thin and cool. Since you're awake, get off my bedside. When Su Jiluo heard this, she became even more manic. He really went to fool around with women. Xu Yang, divorce. Xu Yang hurriedly walked out of the room and defended. Listen to my explanation. I'll go to the company to find you now. Xu Yang just wanted to run out, but found a strange smell on his body. After 10 days of fainting and sleeping, and having never taken a bath, the smell of his body definitely couldn't smell good. Su Jiluo was known for her cleanliness. If she went to find her in this manner, she was afraid that she would be blown out if she didn't wait until the office. Xu Yang jumped headfirst into your room and took a quick bath. As Xu Yang that bath towel dried his body, he suddenly felt a subtle energy surround his body. He was surprised and paced back and forth, looking left and right, and did not find anything strange. Just as he was about to leave, a golden light suddenly drilled out from the cracks in the walls of the U-chamber, straight into Xu Yang's body. He was startled and hurriedly dodged, but the energy looked like it had found its master and quickly disappeared into his body, vanishing in an instant. Xu Yang hurriedly looked carefully in front of the mirror, and he realized that his limbs seemed to become transparent, and the meridians in his body were clearly visible. Xu Yang's eyes were wide open. Rubbing his eyes and taking a closer look, his body was back to its original state. What the hell? What just happened? Huge doubts exploded in Xu Yang's mind. Before the doubts could recede, the door of the U-room was suddenly opened and Xiao Yi unexpectedly walked in. She simply ignored Xu Yang, whose body was not in any peace, and even naturally followed up the phone call. I know. The stuff is here. I will send it over right away. Wait a moment. Xiao Yi hung up the phone, walked to a tile on the wall, squatted down and started digging into the wall with a dagger. It didn't take long before the tile was removed by her. Then, surprisingly, she took out a cloth bag from behind the tile. Xu Yang was filled with horror as he blocked his body with his hands and grinned at Xiao. Xiao was unimpressed and directly opened the cloth bag. Inside, a palm-sized piece of jade appeared at first glance. The jade emitted a faint energy, surprisingly the same as the energy that had just drilled into his body. Could it be that everything that happened before was related to this jade pendant? When Xiao realized that Xu Yang's expression was not right, he frowned and asked, "What are you looking at? It's hard to believe that you know jade?" Xu Yang hurriedly shook his head. "No, I don't know anything." Xiao narrowed his eyes. "From any point of view, you are not an ordinary person. I can see it in your eyes. Do you think there is something wrong with this piece of jade? That it is fake?" No, I really don't understand." Xu Yang waved his hand and his body was instantly uncovered. Xiao didn't care either, but looked at the jade in her hand thoughtfully. Suddenly, her heart crossed and she slammed the jade on the ground with force. The original color of the jade was good, but after it was shattered, all the stones inside were actually stones. Xiao sneered. "I knew the Van Jade couldn't be obtained so easily. It's really a fake. These old cunning guys." Xu Yang swallowed his saliva nervously, not daring to admit that the energy in the Brahma Jade had just drilled into his body. Xiao glanced at Xu Yang. "Since you know jade, it's a good thing. I'll save myself the trouble of looking for someone else. When the time comes, you'll go somewhere with me and do something for me, and after it's done, you'll definitely not be treated badly." After saying that, Xiao walked out of the room. Xu Yang was still full of confusion, completely unable to find a clue about everything that had happened recently. He got dressed and quickly rushed to Ding Su Mansion. As he was contemplating how to explain to Su Jiluo when he went upstairs, the noisy sounds downstairs instantly attracted his attention. Downstairs in Ding Su International Mansion, several luxury cars were parked there, and a young man in a white suit, standing on the heart-shaped ground covered with roses, was shouting Su Jiluo's name through a loudspeaker. "Su Jiluo, I've liked you for a long time. Marry me. I, Jin Hao Yuan, am willing to use all my fortune to exchange for your heart." After Jin Hao Yuan finished speaking, there were quite a number of rich sons and daughters next to him who followed suit, and there were more and more onlookers around, and some people started to take pictures. Some people beside him were talking. "Did you see that? This Ding Su International's Mr. Su really popular. This young Master Jin came here to confess his love for a week in a row, and every day he spent a lot of money to prepare roses and hot air balloons, and at night he even set off fireworks. What's the use of that? Mr. Su has also never given a reply. Must not be looking at young Master Jin. The power of the Jin family is not small. I heard that one of the biggest partners of Ding Su International is the Jin family. If someone else, Mr. Su would have let people drive him away. You see now has not been tolerated Jin young master in this clamor. Maybe the two families have been married for a long time." At the same time, Ding Su Building President Office. Su Jiluo looked at everything downstairs with cold eyes, her face gloomy. Su Jiqing came from behind and handed Su Jiluo a cup of coffee. "Sister, don't be angry. This kind of thing happens every year. You should have gotten used to it a long time ago." Su Jiluo took a deep breath. "This Shin family is more difficult to deal with. They are now our biggest partner. In case I refuse too aggressively, then it will affect the entire Ding Su International's operation. It's really annoying. How did you solve this kind of thing in the past?" Su Jiqing asked with a smile. "It was all that asshole who stepped in. Although I don't know what method he used, but then all those male children didn't dare to mess with me anymore." Su Jiluo frowned and said. In front of her own sister, the Grand President retreated her frosty face, revealing a rare little woman posture. Su Jiqing smiled sweetly. "Then this is good. You find your brother-in-law to come back. Let him solve it for you once more, won't it be fine?" Su Jiluo slightly clenched her delicate fists. Thinking of the voices of the other women on the phone, she was incomparably angry. This guy even dared to suddenly engage in a disappearance and fool around with other women. It was really detestable. Just thinking, the secretary suddenly walked in hurriedly from the doorway. His voice said urgently, "Mr. Su, it's not good. Something happened downstairs." Downstairs. Chapter 9. Let's get a divorce. Su Jiluo froze and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" The secretary's face was a bit ugly and said apprehensively, "A security guard named Chu Yang injured all the gentry downstairs, and also smashed all their cars. Now there is chaos downstairs." "What?" The coffee cup Su Jiluo clutched almost fell to the ground. Su Jiqing hurriedly picked up the cup. "Sister, then you quickly go down and take a look." Su Jiluo walked down the front. Su Jiqing thought for a moment and followed behind. At this moment, there were more and more onlookers downstairs. Chu Yang was grabbing Jin Hao Yuan's collar and smacking his mouth. "Do you know who I am? You son of a security guard. Do you believe that I can make you disappear in Star Ocean City in a minute? Zheng Haoyuan's face had already been beaten into a pig's head, but he was still talking tough and screaming loudly. With so many people watching from the side, Zheng Haoyuan also felt that he couldn't save face when he was beaten by the security guard. The onlookers also held their breath, completely unable to believe what they were seeing. What was this security guard's origin, that he dared to take action against so many gentlemen? The Jin family was powerful. This young Master Jin alone was not something a security guard could mess with, not to mention the fact that almost all of the gentry in the entire Star Ocean City had been beaten up by this security guard. He was obviously doing something fancy to die. Chu Yang grimaced and looked at Jin Haoyuan. If you don't want to become crippled, I'm warning you, stay away from Su Jiluo. So it was Su Jiluo who made you do it. This damnable woman. How dare she offend me? She doesn't even look at who looks after her business. I knew Su Jiluo was no good. A woman who can make her business so big. I don't know how many men she has climbed into bed with. I don't mind that she's a broken shoe and was willing to pursue her, so she should be thankful for that. And now she dares to let a security guard humiliate me. I'm definitely not going to let this go. Next to him, a rich second generation who had been stuffed into a trash can also said, right, this breath can never be let go. Our family industry will also be at loggerheads with Dingsu International in the future. Right, boycott Dingsu International. Chu Yang sighed lightly. I'm in a good mood today. I didn't want to kill anyone, but you guys are forcing me to. A terrifying cold aura suddenly erupted around Chu Yang's body, and everyone around him felt that powerful sense of oppression. Chu Yang pinched Jin Haoyuan's neck with one hand and lifted him upward a little bit, lifting him over his head with one hand. Jin Haoyuan's cheeks immediately turned into a pig liver color. He kicked his two in pain and wanted to say something, but no sound could come out of his throat at all. The feeling of despair gradually surrounded Jin Haoyuan's body. The eyes he looked at Chu Yang with were cold and bloodthirsty, just like a god of death from hell, who could end his life in a minute. When the others took a look at the bad situation, no one dared to make any more noise. Instead, they were terrified and started picking up the phone to move for help. When Su Jiluo arrived, Jin Haoyuan was left with one breath left. His pants were also damp, obviously pissing out of order. Chu Yang, what are you doing? Don't let go yet. Su Jiluo let out a stern cry. Chu Yang's pitch-black pupils began to return to their normal color, gradually changing to what a human should look like. With a flick of Chu Yang's wrist, Jin Haoyuan's body was thrown onto the scrapped car like a piece of trash, sinking deep into the hood. When Su Jiqing saw all this downstairs, she also covered her cheeks in surprise. She simply couldn't believe that a normal person could create such a horrifying image. The bodies of several rich dukes were sprawled on the ground at extremely odd angles, some with broken arms, some with broken legs. The luxury cars they drove that were worth millions of dollars were also all turned into scrap metal. The scene was a mess. Su Jiluo instructed her secretary, call an ambulance and send them to the hospital for treatment. Secretary, yes, President. Chu Yang lit a cigarette and saw Su Jiluo walking over. A hint of evil gangster smile surfaced on his face again. Luo, you actually came down to see me. Su Jiluo's face was ugly and her tone was urgent. Do you know what you are doing? These people are all the only sons of the major plutocrats in Star Ocean City. You actually crippled them all in one breath. If I come one step later, are you still planning to kill someone? Killing is not so much. Killing this kind of scum will only dirty my hands, but beating them into a vegetable is still possible. Chu Yang's tone was casual. Su Jiqing hurriedly stepped forward and persuaded in a low voice. Brother-in-law, my sister is angry, so just say less. These people are trash to begin with, and they just insulted your sister with their words. How can I tolerate it? Chu Yang frowned. Su Jiluo sneered. When a woman does business, there is already a lot of gossip. Could it be that you can still cripple every single person who slanders me? Chu Yang took a step forward. His eyes were evil and cold. If one person says you, I'll cripple one. If a group of people say you, I'll cripple a group of people. And if the whole world says you, so what if I destroy the world? Su Jiluo looked at Chu Yang steadily for a few seconds and shook her head in disappointment. Chu Yang, you are really hopeless. I see that you are really not suitable to survive in the city. Go away and don't let me see you again in the future. You don't listen to your father-in-law's words either? Chu Yang frowned. I have decided. After the divorce agreement is drafted, I will inform to have my secretary send it to you. Su Jiluo finished speaking and turned around to walk into the building. Chu Yang's face was ugly. Looking at Su Jiluo's determined appearance, he felt his heart was blocked. Just as he was about to turn around, Chu Yang's wrist was pulled. Brother-in-law, can you talk to me? Su Jiqing's voice was very gentle. Chu Yang let out a bitter smile. Your sister doesn't want me anymore. I'm not your brother-in-law from now on. Then Chu Yang, can we talk? Su Jiqing tilted her head. Her face was wearing a light smile that was pouring out of the city, making it simply impossible for people to refuse. Good. After Su Jiqing instructed the security personnel to maintain order and clear away the crowd of onlookers, she went with Chu Yang to the cafe opposite the company. Su Jiqing ordered 2 cups of coffee, but Chu Yang did not take a sip. Actually, you can't blame my sister for her overly aggressive attitude. It's really not easy for her to run the Ding Su group. Although there are especially many people who like her, there are very few people who recognize her. She has always been under tremendous pressure. Every wrong step will bring disaster to Ding Su International. So for so many years, she has been careful and cautious, step by step, and for the sake of the group's development, she has dedicated almost all of herself. Su Jiqing said faintly. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth slanted. I understand. Su Luo's whole life is perfect. I am her stain. A divorce is good. She will be restored to flawlessness. And I, too, am free. In fact, I can see that you really like my sister. You just said that for my sister to exterminate the whole world words. It is really super handsome. I am heartbroken. Su Jiqing rested her hands on her chin with a little woman's flowery look. Chu Yang laughed. You and your sister are really quite different in character. She is like a piece of ice that can't be warmed up. She is never as gentle as you are. My sister rejects people because she hasn't completely relied on you yet. Brother-in-law, don't give up. I believe my sister will accept you sooner or later. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and sized up Su Jiqing. Looking at her charming cheeks that looked exactly like Su Luo's but were 100 times gentler, he couldn't help but sigh. You guys are twin sisters. If only I had the honor of marrying you at that time. When Chu Yang said that, Su Jiqing's face instantly reddened completely and her heartbeat was messed up quite a bit. Chapter 10 Give you face. Only after a long time did Su Jiqing turn red and said in a small voice, Brother-in-law, then can you promise me that you'll apologize properly to my sister again? I really don't want you guys to separate because of this little thing. Fine, then I will give you this face. Anyway, your sister's desire to kick me out of the house is not for a day or two. I've long gotten used to her foul temper. Chu Yang said in an unimpressed manner. Su Jiqing thought about it and asked tentatively, Brother-in-law, your behavior today can be said to have offended most of the companies in Star Ocean City. Not only will they not let go of Dingsu International, they won't let go of you as well. Do you have any plan to deal with it? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth slanted. You are worried that your sister will face a crisis, right? Su Jiqing had the embarrassment of having her little plot recognized. You and my sister are originally husband and wife. If Dingsu International encounters a crisis, you will also be implicated. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry, I will solve this matter properly and won't make things difficult for your sister. As the largest shareholder of Dingsu International, I also have the responsibility and obligation to protect the company. Su Jiqing puffed and laughed. Brother-in-law, you are so funny. Chu Yang seemed to have long gotten used to this kind of reaction from others. It didn't matter. No one would believe the truth anyway. At this moment, Su Luo was in the president's office, constantly following up the phone calls. The assistants also kept knocking on the office door to report the urgent situation. Assistant, President. Just now the head of Qin Group called and said that he won't consider our cooperation project. Another secretary, President. Our signing project with Cahill International Brands has also been delayed. The domestic head of Cahill is the real uncle of young Master Dong who was just beaten downstairs. President. Alright, no need to report. All of you go out. Su Luo slammed the table with endless anger on her face. All of this was caused by this guy Chu Yang. This time he had really stirred up a big mess. The ringtone of her cell phone suddenly remembered. Su Luo saw that it was her father calling, so she immediately picked it up. Dad, you are finally willing to call me. That Chu Yang, I know all about it. Su Luo didn't wait to finish before her voice was interrupted. Su Dinglong lightly coughed twice. I know what you're going to say. It's nothing more than wanting to drive Chu Yang away. I'm calling to clearly tell you that you should never think of separating from Chu Yang in this life. No matter what happens, even if the entire Dingsu International goes bankrupt, you and Chu Yang are still husband and wife. Dad, why on earth are you being like this? That Chu Yang is just a stinking scoundrel. I really don't know what's so good about him that he deserves for you to favor him so much. Do you know what he did today? He almost beat up the rich kids of the entire Star Ocean City. Such a reckless person can only add to the chaos if he stays in Dingsu International. Su Luo's emotions were a bit agitated. Su Dinglong let out a stern cry. Shut up, I'm telling you Su Luo, don't think that after waiting a few days for Dingsu's president, your wings should be answered. I'll make it clear today. If there was no Chu Yang, there would be no Dingsu International today, and there would be no achievement for you. If Chu Yang doesn't dislike you, you should burn high incense. Dad, I want to know the truth. I want to know Chu Yang's true identity. Chu Yang's identity is your husband, my son-in-law. I still say that the Su family would rather not have Dingsu Group than Chu Yang. Su Dinglong hung up the phone after saying that. Su Luo bit her lips tightly, her shoulders trembled, and turned around and reddened her eyes. Chu Yang, You hateful guy. I don't care what method you used to confuse father. I will definitely drive you out of our Su family. Suji Luo angrily slammed her cell phone on the ground. Su Shiqing suggested Xu Yang to take shelter first and wait until Suji Luo's anger subsided a little before he showed up. Xu Yang felt that this was a good idea. Anyway, there was little time to rest as a security guard, so it was a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to give himself a vacation. The Su family villa was definitely not able to go back, so Xu Yang planned to go back to his rental house and study what was going on with his body's mutation. Just after walking through the intersection, Xu Yang felt that he was being watched. The corner of his mouth slanted. Pretending not to notice, he wobbled and continued walking forward. Turning the corner, Xu Yang quickly drilled into an alley. Those who were following him, thinking that Xu Yang was going to run, immediately chased after him. After entering the alley, they realized that Xu Yang was standing there waiting for them with a smile on his face. Xu Yang laughed coldly. You guys actually followed me only now. Your movements are too slow. What a waste of my time. The people who followed them stopped at the same time and took out throwing knives in their hands. Their pace was neat and their eyes were sharp. They looked like they were coming from a bad place. Brothers, cut the crap. Get this person killed and we'll have the money. Everyone together. 7 or 8 people raised the blades in their hands and rushed towards Xu Yang in unison. Xu Yang was filled with disinterest. Looks like you guys are also poor people who lack money. I was thinking of getting richer than a fortune from you guys. Looks like it's hopeless. Those people moved quickly. In the twinkling of an eye, they scurried in front of Xu Yang, waving their blades and stabbing straight at Xu Yang's body. Seeing these people's moves, a gloomy phantom color flashed under Xu Yang's eyes. They were actually using surprisingly this set of blade techniques. These people, could they be? Xu Yang deftly avoided it and even kicked a few people to the ground with just one leg. Unchallenging, you guys are really disgracing this set of blade techniques. Xu Yang was just about to leave when his ankle was suddenly clutched by a hand in a death grip. Can't leave. We must waste you today, or else. A flat-headed man's eyes were crimson, with a vicious determination under his eyes. Xu Yang narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. It's hard for you that I didn't cripple you, isn't it? And you still have to send me to the door for me to continue beating you? Who sent you? The flat-headed man did not answer Xu Yang's words. He just grabbed Xu Yang and refused to let go. I am not going to tell you. My purpose today is to get you. Brother Wolfie, don't struggle. These people, are no match for him. Quickly let go. Otherwise he will cripple you. If you're crippled, your sister will really be hopeless. The people behind him dissuaded him, but the man called Little Wolf seemed to have made up his mind and just refused to let go. Xu Yang simply squatted down, sizing up Little Flathead with more interest, and laughed. Looks like a man with a story. I'm giving you a chance to live now. Take it or leave it. Whatever you want. The Little Wolf was still gouging Xu Yang's ankle in death, but his eyes were red. Half an hour later, inside a popular fried food restaurant, there were many bottles of wine on the table, and other than Little Wolf, everyone else was lying on the table in a horizontal position, sleeping. Coyote's eyes were scarlet as he poured another bottle of wine into his stomach. I was originally a soldier, and after I was discharged, I wanted to bring my brothers back to Star Ocean City to break into the world, but when I came back, I realized that everything at home had changed. My mother passed away, and my sister got seriously ill. She could hardly expect me, her brother, to come back, but I was simply incapable of treating her, and the hospital treatment cost was expensive, and had long since exceeded my affordability. I bought the family's old mansion, but I still can't afford the hospitalization costs. My sister has been kicked out of the hospital, and now she can only be quiet at home to sustain her life. If I can't come up with the money to send her to the hospital next week, my sister's life will be gone. It's me who's useless. It's me who's useless. Little Wolf kept hammering his head with his fists, his face full of remorse. Xu Yang patted Little Wolf's shoulder and asked with a smile, if I guessed correctly, you are a soldier under Eagle, right? As soon as he heard Eagle's name, Little Wolf quickly stood up, his eyes widening. You know our captain? Chapter 11, The Eagle's Death. Xu Yang opened another bottle of beer and handed it to Little Wolf. Xu Yang said, the set of knife skills that you just used to make was still given to Eagle by Lao Zi back then. Do you know who the founder of this set of knife skills is? Little Wolf shook his head. I don't know exactly who it is, but I heard Eagle say that the person who taught him this set of knife skills is the most powerful military king in the country. Does that mean you are? Wolfie's expression froze once again. Xu Yang casually waved his hand. It's all in the past. Let's not mention it. But since you are under Eagle, how could he allow you guys to come out and do such things? It's too humiliating to be a fighter. Eagle must have kicked you guys to death if he knew. At the mention of Eagle, a deep layer of sadness instantly permeated Little Wolf's face. The captain is dead. Xu Yang was stunned and the bottle in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Dead? How did he die? Xu Yang's brows were stern. Wolfie wiped his tears. He died in Star Ocean City. The higher-ups sent him on a mission to investigate the head of Organization K hidden in Star Ocean City, but his whereabouts were discovered somehow. He was then beaten to death alive. When we found him, there wasn't even a single intact bone in his body. He was tortured to death in a hard way. Who did this? Chu Yang's eyes instantly reddened and a terrifying killing aura erupted from his body. Little Wolf shook his head. We originally wanted to avenge the captain as well, and have been conducting investigations, but the clues only went as far as the Jin family and then completely broke off. The Jin family is very powerful, and the Jin family definitely cannot be blamed for the captain's death. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists fiercely. Jin family. Little Wolf suddenly made a military salute. Since you are the person the captain admires the most, can I ask you to take us in? We can suffer anything and will definitely not cause you any trouble. We need to live in order to avenge the captain. My name is Chu Yang. You can just call me Brother Yang from now on. I'm also just a security guard now. I can't promise you anything for the future, but this kind of hitting and robbing, don't do it again in the future. I'll take you guys to the company tomorrow, and report to the security department. The treatment of Dingsu Group's security guards is still quite good. Little Wolf some difficult, but my sister's treatment. Need money. Now go to work. I'm afraid it's too late to pay for the medicine. Bonus issued by the troops. I'll give my sister to see the doctor, but it is simply a drop in the bucket. I really have no way out. Chu Yang laughed, patted Wolfie's shoulder and made him sit down. Did Eagle not tell you what I used to do? Little Wolf stared blankly. Then infinite surprise surfaced on his face. The captain said that you are a military doctor, a mythical existence, and that the lives of quite a few international big shots were saved by you. Little Wolf jumped directly in front of Chu Yang and almost knelt down. Brother Yang, please save my sister. She is still young. I want her to live. As long as you can save my sister, I can do anything you want me to do. Chu Yang pulled the young wolf up. There is gold under a man's knees, kneeling to heaven and earth to kneel to your parents. Between brothers, there is no need to be like this. Brother Yang, I really want my sister to live. I have protected the world, but I am most sorry for my family. Tears flooded the bottom of Little Wolf's eyes. Those were the tears of an Iron Man. Chu Yang knew very well how Little Wolf felt. Once he entered the Special Combat Unit, he handed over his life and death. They were the most secretive force in the country, always doing the most dangerous things in the shadows, but never able to gain merit. They returned to the city with no history, no merit, not even money. Like Coyote, they couldn't even save the lives of their loved ones. These helplessnesses were their most hidden sorrows and the honor they had to carry. Chu Yang clutched Little Wolf's arm, his eyes gleaming. Little Wolf, do you regret it? If you were given another chance to choose, would you still step into the army? Little Wolf immediately stood upright and saluted. Defend the country and vow to die without regret. Good job. Count on me not looking away. Let's go. Let's go cure my sister. Chu Yang got up and slapped all the tickets in his pockets on the table. His movements were magnificent. The boss's wife walked over without a good look and rolled her eyes. Another bunch of stinking drunkards, still pretending to be heroes here. Still defending the country? Those guys yesterday, they even said they were Iron Man. Where in this world are so many heroes? Funny. Chu Yang just smiled faintly at what he heard and didn't make a distinction. There was no peaceful world, only peaceful countries. All the comfort and beauty in the world was only someone carrying the weight for them. This truth, they might never need to understand. Little Wolf led Chu Yang to leave first. As for those brothers, they naturally knew to go back after sobering up. Little Wolf's place was even more shabby than Chu Yang had imagined. The condition of the rental house he himself lived in was already considered poor, but the place where Little Wolf lived was almost like a slum. The narrow alleys were pitted with puddles and water everywhere, and the air reeked of a musty odor. The surrounding houses were all very short, and many places even leaked rain. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. He didn't expect that the prosperous and developed Star Ocean City would also have such a place. Little Wolf was a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. I sold my family's house. This is the cheapest place. With the current situation, I can only live here first, so that Brother Yang can see the effects. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders. When we were on a mission before, what places haven't we lived in? In a hole in the ground, in a sewer, in a gutter. Compared to those places, this is simply a castle. Wolfie looked at Chu Yang. His eyes were touched. The man in front of him was defending his self-respect with the most simple language. Little Wolf clenched his fists tightly, and his zeal for Chu Yang increased a few more points in his heart. Brother Yang, here it is. This is the place. Little Wolf stopped at a bungalow and opened the door with a key, allowing Chu Yang to go in first. Although the house was simple, that inside was cleaned up neatly and tidy, and the darkened space even smelled of flowers. Brother, is that you back? As soon as Chu Yang entered the door, he heard a soft voice. The young wolf hurriedly walked to a room and pushed open the door. Wei, brother is back and brought back a super powerful doctor. Your illness is now saved. Shu Yang walked in and saw a girl with a thin body and pale face, sitting on the edge of the bed, smiling at them. The girl was not too old, just 17 or 18 years old, with long hair and big eyes, with shallow pear swirls on her face when she smiled. Especially cute. She should have been as young as a flower, but she had to suffer from illness. God was really a bit unfair to her. When Wei Wei heard Little Wolf's words, she didn't seem to have any surprise, as if she was used to it. She smiled and said, "Brother, are you drinking again? Didn't you agree not to drink? The body is most important." Wei Wei, this is Brother Yang, a divine doctor. The mythical man that brother used to tell you about the things in the army and often mentioned, is him. Little Wolf was very excited. Wei Wei slightly sized up Chu Yang. With his stocky figure and security guard's outfit, he didn't look like a divine doctor in any way. "Brother, I haven't finished the elixir you brought me back from Zhang Dexian last time. Now that you've gotten a divine doctor back, aren't you going to spend money again?" "I'm fine. I've been feeling much better these past 2 days. In a few more days I'll be able to get out of bed and walk." Wei Wei understood and comforted the little wolf. Chu Yang saw that there were quite a few pinch marks on Wei Wei's arms. It should be from when the disease struck and she scratched herself because of the pain. The little wolf glanced at Chu Yang as if for help. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Little wolf, I want to talk to my sister alone. You go out for a while." Chapter 12, Mysterious Bone Compass. The little wolf nodded trustingly and turned around to walk out of the room. Wei Wei's gaze was pure. There was no fear nor waves in her eyes. She just looked at Chu Yang lightly. Without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, Wei Wei spoke first. "Brother Yang, can you please, don't cheat my brother? He has already given all he has to see me through. I don't want her to be heartbroken for her anymore." Chu Yang directly took Wei Wei's wrist and took her pulse. As soon as he took Vivi's pulse, Chu Yang immediately locked his brows. Vivi was still talking to herself. "My brother has worked very hard. It's not easy. He has an exceptional number of scars on his body, all of which were left from trying to save people. He told me a lot of stories from the past. The person I admire the most is my brother." Chu Yang asked in a somewhat stern tone, "What exactly happened to you? I don't feel like you got sick, but something was done to you artificially?" Wei Wei's face immediately became a bit tense and her eyes dodged as she said, "No, I didn't do anything." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. "Your bones, they will hurt a lot every day, especially when it comes to midnight. The pain is so unbearable that life is worse than death." Vivi was stunned and looked at Chu Yang. "How do you know? There is a very strange power in your body. When I was taking your pulse just now, that power has been resisting. It seems to not want others to get close. What exactly is it?" Chu Yang's eyes were sharp as he looked at Wei Wei seriously. Wei Wei glanced at the doorway. "I can't understand what you are saying. In your current condition, if you are not treated immediately, you won't live for more than 10 days. Do you want to leave your brother like this?" "I don't want to leave my brother, but I have no choice. Only if I die can my brother live well." Wei Wei's emotions were a bit agitated. The crazy look on her face was very different from the calmness she had just experienced, as if she had instantly changed into a different person. "Nonsense. Life itself is equal. There is no such thing as one life for another. What exactly happened? As long as you tell me, maybe I still have a way to save you." "It's useless. It's too late." Vivi's eyes suddenly became hollow, shaking her head feebly. Chu Yang's left hand directly pulled over Wei Wei's wrist. His right hand evoked the dustless aura, and in the blink of an eye, ice blue flames began to pulsate on Chu Yang's fingertips. Vivi's eyes were startled, obviously seeing the dustless aura. Just like what Chu Yang thought, if Wei Wei was an unusual person, there was no way she could have seen it. "Vivi, there was indeed something wrong." Chu Yang pushed the dustless aura down Vivi's palm and directly into her body. Light blue flames, following Wei Wei's pulse, began to swim through her thin body. Wei Wei's face turned even paler, as if she was very resistant to the dustless aura. Don't. Vivi dodged. But she was no match for Chu Yang's strength. She tried to open her mouth to cry out, but the acupoints at her throat were directly blocked by Chu Yang, so she could not make a single sound at all. Vivi looked at Chu Yang in horror, fear flooding the bottom of her eyes. "If I'm not wrong, there are parasites in your body, and they are bone parasites that sucked your life element. Judging from your current physical condition, you have been the host of the bone parasites for at least a year." Wei Wei's face was ashen, bean-sized beads of sweat dripping down her forehead. Chu Yang increased the injection of dustless aura, and the veins in Vivi's body began to undergo subtle changes. Wei Wei opened her mouth hard, as if she wanted to say something. Chu Yang unlocked her acupoints. Vivi breathed heavily and said laboriously, "You can't heal me. In another month, my mission will be completed. If I give up the mission at this time, they will kill my brother. Those people are not human. They will really kill. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one can touch your siblings." Chu Yang's eyes were burning hot and deep. Wei Wei raised her eyes to look at Chu Yang, and her heart was unexpectedly flooded with a slight peace of mind. Those people are really scary. Human life is better than a mole cricket in their hands, Wei Wei said. Xu Yang simply did not expect that a child so young, a flower girl who should be living under the bright sunshine, would have such a mentality, no matter what those people were, since they dared to sow their wild oats in his territory. Don't blame him for coming down too hard. Rest assured, I will use all my strength to kill the bone parasites in your body, and tell me the rest when you return to normal. Aren't you afraid of offending them? Aren't you afraid of dying? Wei Wei asked. Xu Yang suddenly raised a cold smile. It's them who deserve to die. Xu Yang twisted his spirit Xian needle. He let out a low roar. The spirit Xian needle, which was originally only a single one, was actually split into 10, and it was presented to him in front of his face. Xu Yang murmured in his heart, this marvelous power. What the hell is going on? Before, even if I used all my strength, I could only conjure up 2 spirit Xian needles, but now there are as many as 10. Could it be that this power is related to the energy absorbed from the Brahma Jade? It was too late to think about it more. Xu Yang made a sudden effort to use his fastest speed to force all the remaining dustless spiritual qi in his body into Wei Wei's body, and under the effect of the spirit Xian needles, the bone compulsions in Wei Wei's body began to flee in all directions. The pain, with Wei Wei's current physical condition, was simply unbearable. Xu Yang gritted his teeth and directly used the spirit Xian needle to move all the pain into his body. The pain that pierced the heart and bones instantly attacked Xu Yang's entire body. Xu Yang's eyes instantly became scarlet and hideous, and the blood vessels on his forehead, all of them bursting out, looked very scary. As if she understood what was being done, Wei Wei hurriedly grabbed Xu Yang's wrist and her eyes turned red. What are you doing? Don't you be like this. I've only met you for the first time. You don't have to go to this extent. Wei Wei, you remember, although there are bad people in this world, there are more good people. Although there are cloudy days, after the storm, there will always be sunshine for miles. Don't you give up hope of living. In the future, I'll protect you. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he let out a stern cry, and with a forceful pull of his hands, a black gas was instantly pulled out from Vivi's body. That black chi did not disappear there, but directly rushed into Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang grunted as his body was vigorously hit by the black chi, and he directly fell backwards, hitting the wall and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Wei Wei let out a scream and rushed over, holding Chu Yang's arm. At this moment, Chu Yang's face was pale, covering his chest with force. Breathing was difficult. Brother, come in quickly, Wei Wei shouted loudly. Wolfie rushed in and was also shocked to see how clear Chu Yan looked. What's wrong? Brother Yang, how are you? Little Wolf asked worriedly. Chu Yang waved his hand. I'm fine, just a small injury, Wei Wei said anxiously. How can you be fine? I saw that thing. It entered your body. You will die. Little Wolf looked at his sister in surprise. Wei Wei, you can get out of bed? You can stand up? Wei Wei's face regained its redness, not the sickly pallor it had before. Wei Wei's tears crackled down. Brother, he will die. He will really die. What should I do? It's me who killed him. Chapter 13, Magical Power. The little wolf was completely unaware of what had happened and was filled with confusion. Chu Yang clutched Wei Wei's wrist and gently shook his head, meaning that he would not let her say more. Wei Wei bit her lips tightly and clutched Chu Yang's arm in a death grip. Brother Yang, why don't I send you to the hospital? Little wolf asked. Chu Yang shook his head. Just send me home. I'll tell you the address. Chu Yang told the location of the rented house and Little Wolf had to send him back. All the way, Chu Yang was tormented by the pain that etched his bones. The only remaining dustless aura in his body had all been used up just now when he saved Wei Wei. Now that the terrifying bone-eroding compulsion had entered his body again, and he didn't even have the strength to fight it if he wanted to. Originally, the compulsion couldn't be removed either. It was just that this compulsion's previous host was too perfect. A simple soul, a clean body, and a pure heart. All of these factors allowed the bone compulsion to grow rapidly, and now it had its own consciousness, making it difficult to control. At the moment, the bone compassion was very manic. It seemed to be hating Chu Yan for making it lose its perfect host. As if it was taking revenge, the bone compass was rampaging through Chu Yang's body, hurting him as much as death. Chu Yang tried his best to control his expression to not let Little Wolf worry. When Little Wolf helped Chu Yan to get off the bus, he happened to bump into Chiu Yi at the door. Chiu Yi was very surprised to see Chu Yan like this and frowned. What happened? How did you get like this? Chu Yan took a deep breath and turned around to tell Wolfie, you go back first. My roommate will take care of me just fine. Chiu Yi was wearing a set of black tights, looking mysteriously valiant and cold. Chiu Yi's eyebrows knitted slightly. Who's going to take care of you? Be dead and far away. This house is mine now. Chiu Yi turned to open the door. Chu Yang's body suddenly pounced over. Chiu Yi wanted to turn around and give him a kick, but seeing Chu Yang's almost dying look, he suddenly retracted his long legs. Chu Yang's body, heavily pressed to on Chiu Yi, his chin resting on her shoulder. Little Wolf stood there awkwardly, blinking his eyes. Brother Yang, then I'll go back first, call me if you have anything. I've entered the number into your cell phone. Wolfie got into the cab again and saw Chou-Yi helping Chu Yang in before letting the driver drive. Chou-Yi's movements were very ungentle and he almost threw Chu Yang onto the bed. You're a real pain in the ass of a man. Last time you stayed at my place for 10 days, and judging from the way things are going, I'm going to have to give up my bed to you again? Chu Yang barely pulled out a smile. If you don't mind, we can sleep under the same bed. I don't mind you being skinny. You want to die, don't you? Chou-Yi clenched his fists. I'm so tired, and I don't dare to close my eyes. I'm afraid that once I sleep, I won't really be able to get up. Chu Yang looked at the ceiling, his eyes powerless. Chou-Yi's eyes turned. It's just as well that you don't want to sleep. I have something I want you to look at for me. Don't you know how to read jade? You help me look at it. How is the color of these pieces? Are they real? Chou-Yi took out a cloth bag from under a tile and walked over to Chu Yang. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said in a somewhat difficult tone, I say big sister, even if you pay the rent for the house, you shouldn't dig everywhere, okay? This house is originally a demolition area. It's very unsturdy. If you dig and collapse it, we'll all be buried here. Chou-Yi opened the cloth bag and directly spread the things in front of Chu Yang. Cut the crap. Hurry up and take a look. I am anxious to know the color of these things. The cloth bag was just close to Chu Yang. Chu Yang felt a cool energy that started to slowly surround his body. The feeling was marvelous and wonderful. Just like a person walking in the desert who got a clear spring. It was like getting a piece of cold ice under the hot sun. Chu Yang grunted twice in comfort. His expression started to become enjoyable. Chou-Yi looked at Chu Yang with disgust. Do you know? Your current appearance is disgusting. Very much like a scoundrel. Oh, comfortable. Where did Chu Yang care? This energy was just enough to restrain the pain in his body. That originally arrogant bone compass seemed to be afraid of the refreshing energy in the jade as well, and now shrunk into a ball not knowing where to hide. Are you going to help me look or not? I'll take it away if you don't. Chou-Yi said and was about to take it away. Chu Yang directly clutched Chou-Yi's wrist. Don't take it away. I'll look now. Chu Yang unnaturally swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The energy that the jade stone carried made Chu Yang feel very eager. He couldn't wait to swallow them all in his stomach right away. In order to not let Chou-Yi get suspicious, Chu Yang tried his best to control his expression so that he didn't look so lewd. Chu Yang pretended to pick up a piece of jade, and as soon as he touched it, the energy in the jade, like it had wings of its own, flew directly into Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang only felt that his whole body was soothed and refreshed, as if he was bathing in a clear summer spring, and every cell in his body was being reactivated. The pain that had just gone through the heart of the cone was also gone. Under the stimulation of the jade's energy, the power in his body also began to gradually recover. The dustless aura slowly coalesced and returned to his body once again. Although thin, it was enough to save his life. Oh, Chu Yang didn't hold back and let out another low roar. What the hell are you doing? Chou-Yi frowned, his eyes full of suspicion. Chu Yang hurriedly returned to his senses, coughed lightly twice and sat up. That piece of jade has a problem. Although on the surface it looks like it has a good color, in reality, the inside is not even as good as a stone. If it is not someone like me who has a very deep research on jade, I can't see it at all. Chu Yang said nonsense. In fact, this piece of jade was originally a good piece of jade, and it was not too much to describe it as being of great value. The jade was pure in color and full of energy. It could be said to be perfect, but just now, Chu Yang did not control it at all, and directly sucked all the energy out of the jade. And now this piece of jade was just in vain, and the inside had turned into stone. Chou-Yi narrowed his eyes and took back the jade from Chu Yang's hand, placing it in his palm and looking back and forth. It shouldn't be the boss of the pawn store said. This is a good piece of jade. He gave me 3 million I didn't sell. Still thinking to go somewhere else tomorrow, get a better price. I didn't think it's a piece of forgery. It's a pity. Chou-Yi pinched it hard, and sure enough, the piece of jade instantly turned into crumbs, and it was full of stones. Chu Yang was a bit vain and guilty. Chou-Yi had obviously trusted himself, and he had taken the jade to him, only to have it eaten by him. There was really no way out now. Without the power of this jade, he really didn't know if he could fight against the bone compass with the kind of stance he had just taken. Although Chou-Yi felt sorry for him, he did not stay too much, but directly handed the other piece of jade to Chu Yang. Look at this again. This time Chu Yang didn't dare to take it, forcing himself to endure the desire for the energy in the jade, wiping his cold sweat. Just hold it for me. Don't let me touch them again. Otherwise they are dangerous. Chapter 14, Absorbing Jade Energy. Chou-Yi looked at Chu Yang in puzzlement. His eyes narrowed slightly. What does dangerous mean? Chu Yang hurriedly said. I mean, I don't have the strength right now. I'm afraid of giving it a fall and breaking it, so just hold it for me. The corner of Chou-Yi's mouth slanted, and he actually revealed a faint smile. Xu Yang was a bit dumbfounded. He didn't expect that icebergs also had times when they melted. You look pretty good when you smile. Xu Yang stared at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi immediately retracted his smile and directly threw the jade pendant in his hand. To Xu Yang, less nonsense. Hurry up and work. Xu Yang was startled and hurriedly took it. Finished. Xu Yang directly popped out these two words the moment he touched the jade pendant. Just as he had imagined, the energy in the jade pendant had once again drilled into his body, and he could not control it even if he wanted to. His current body was like a giant absorber. No matter how much energy there was, it seemed like it could be incorporated by his body. This jade pendant was of top quality, both in terms of its appearance and its interior, but even the most perfect jade could only admit bad luck when it came across Xu Yang. Holding the jade pendant that had turned into a stone, Xu Yang felt his old face red and said very apologetically, "This piece is also fake." Xiao Yi snorted coldly, a hint of hatred flaring up under his eyes. "I knew it. That old man will never obediently hand over the family heirloom to me. Next time I see him, I will definitely not spare him. Next time I see him, I will definitely not spare him. Don't. Xu Yang hurriedly waved his hand. With the energy support from the two pieces of fine jade, Xu Yang's physical strength had basically recovered. And although the bone parasites were still inside his body and he could not eliminate it for the time being, with the energy support, subduing it was not that difficult. "What's wrong? Are you disgusted with the poor color of these stones? Can't look at them?" Xu Yang nervously wiped his sweat. "I don't mean that. I'm a person who might have a bad fortune in my life. The jade stones that I'm shown are basically fake. Although that's the case, but what you see is also very accurate, isn't it?" Xiao Yi was quite trusting of Xu Yang. Xu Yang sweated. Those jades were all in good shape. The energy was sucked away by himself. How could they not be fake? The problem he needed to face now was to control his ability to suck up the jade pendant. He could not see a piece and swallow it. Xiao Yi was not a little cutie. If he continued like this sooner or later he would be discovered. Xu Yang looked at Xiao Yi's serious demeanor and tentatively asked, "What if I see all these jades of yours as fakes?" "Fake is fake. Could it become real if I look at it in a different person?" Xu Yang said in his heart. "That's just the way it is." Xu Yang coughed lightly and with his eyes, he first scrutinized the remaining jade amateurs, then across the quilt, he laid them flat. In fact, Xu Yang's method of recognizing jade was very simple. That jade had energy, it was real, and vice versa, it was fake. The more full of energy the jade, the better the color, and vice versa for the same reason. This time Xu Yang didn't dare to touch it directly, he just looked and felt it carefully. This one, and this itty-bitty one over there, these are the good ones, first class in color. Xu Yang pointed at the next few pieces again. These ones are slightly worse than them, and the rest of these are just ordinary goods, not too bad. Xu Yang quickly categorized the jade into three classes. Xiao Yi looked at Xu Yang and nodded with satisfaction. "You really do have two tricks up your sleeve. This red, little bitty stone that looks like a blood drop is called the Phoenix Tear. I traded it from a toon rating gold digger. It was a burial item of an ancient emperor. Priceless. There's also that piece. I broke through 81 organs and touched it from a rich man's secret room. And so is the one next to it. These three pieces are the most precious." Xu Yang's cold sweat pierced out. It was good that he did not absorb the energy of these three pieces. Otherwise it would be revealed instantly and Xiao Yi would definitely kill himself. Xu Yang was still in the aftermath. Xiao Yi directly put away the jade, and took what Xu Yang had just said, the third-class jade, grabbed 4 or 5 pieces and threw them to Xu Yang. "These are for you. Consider it as the reward for this time. In the future, if you do me a favor, I will definitely not treat you badly." Seeing Xiao Yi being so generous, Xu Yang was even more embarrassed. "Look, you are so polite. Even though these are third grade, they have to be worth quite a lot of money. I really feel bad in my heart for taking your things just like this." Xiao Yi gave Xu Yang a disgusted look. "Stop pretending. Your mouth is watering. If there's nothing more to your body, get out of my room. I'm very tired and need to rest." Xu Yang hurriedly nodded his head and casually took a pillow towel, pocketed the pieces of jade and quickly walked out of the room. The original room was occupied by Xiao Yi, and where Xu Yang was staying now, there was only a mat on the floor, a thin quilt, and nothing left. Xu Yang didn't care about these details. Like he said, he had lived in all kinds of places when he was on missions before. Now this kind of place with a tile to cover the roof was heaven. Xu Yang sat on the cushion and placed a few pieces of jade in front of him across the pillowcase. It was rare that he could have this opportunity to practice. He must control the absorption of the jade properly, which could be entirely for Xiao Yi's sake. Xu Yang sat on his knees and began to meditate. A faint dustless aura that began to surround his body. A light blue aura wrapped Xu Yang's entire body, and he regained his pre-treatment physique. Jade stone could be really good. Xu Yang sighed in his heart. Right now, there were two things that Xu Yang was very concerned about. The first was the murderer who killed the eagle. The second was the person who had placed the bone compulsion on Little Wolf's sister when he was just being treated. The situation was so urgent that he didn't have time to ask more questions. When he saw Wei Wei next time, he must ask clearly. Star Ocean City was becoming more and more unpeaceful now, but as long as he was around, he would never allow other people to spread their wildness, regardless of their status and snobbery. Anyone who violates my Star Ocean will be executed even though they are strong. Right now Chu Yang hadn't thought of any way to get rid of the bone compass in his body. Once this thing existed, it would absorb the host's life element. It was very dangerous. However, Chu Yang now realized that the energy of the jade was able to deter the bone parasites in his body very well. In that case, there was nothing to be afraid of. As long as he found the right way to get the bone parasites out of his body, it was not much of a problem. Chu Yang practiced for the whole night, and at dawn, he finally mastered the technique slightly. As long as he wrapped his palm with dustless aura when he touched the jade, the energy of the jade would be blocked by the dustless aura from entering his body, and this would also protect the jade. Chu Yang didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. It was dawn, so he simply got up straight away to see if there was anything to eat at home. Xiaoyi seemed to have woken up a long time ago, and was currently practicing her strength in the living room, lifting a barbell. She was still wearing black clothes, her figure was slim and dexterous, and her face carried a coldness that rejected people. Chu Yang walked over. Xiaoyi glanced at him and did not stop her hand movements, continuing to practice. A slight fine sweat dripped from her hair, adding a hint of wild beauty. Chapter 15, I'm a warm man. Chu Yang sat on the sofa, looked Xiaoyi up and down and asked with a smile, why do you always wear black? Do you like black a lot? It's the safest color. Even if you bleed and get injured, others will always fear you if they can't see your red-stained clothes, Xiaoyi said. Chu Yang shook his head. Women are soft and weak. Like you look so pretty. Just be a vase in peace. There must be a lot of men begging to support you. Why do you have to work so hard and insist on fighting and killing? Xiaoyi put down the barbell. His tone was icy cold. This era can't rely on anyone. With the ability to eat? What qualification do you have to belittle me? How have I belittled you? I just think it's too hard for you to be like this. The other day when I helped you with your treatment, I saw that you had a lot of scars on your body. A small woman. There's no need to bear all this, Chu Yang said. Xiaoyi frowned. It's not your turn to judge my matters. Don't think that just because you have a little bit of skill you can be reckless in front of me. There are many people who know how to recognize jade. I am not short of you. You look like a hedgehog right now. I am clearly concerned about you. Why do you need to get so angry? Getting angry tends to grow wrinkles and also affects the endocrine system. It's so unnecessary. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. You're a really boring person. Xiaoyi said to leave. Chu Yang hurriedly called out to her. Where are you going so early in the morning? Aren't you going to eat breakfast? I'm just going out to eat. Don't you have any ingredients at home? Why do you want to go out to eat? Chu Yang asked. There's only hanging noodles at home. Or you left them before. It's convenient to go out to eat. If you want to cook, go ahead. But the kitchen needs to be cleaned up, Xiaoyi said. It's good to have hanging noodles. You don't know that I'm a top-notch cook. I guarantee that after you finish this meal, you'll miss the next one. Chu Yang said smugly. No need. Let me tell you, the stuff outside is not hygienic. It's easy to get a bad stomach if you eat it. Think about your profession. How embarrassing it would be if you're in the middle of your chivalrous flight when you suddenly fart because of a bad stomach. In case you enter some treasure trove and you suddenly want to have diarrhea. How bad is that? Think about it and you'll die. Chu Yang spoke vocally with a full sense of picture. Xiaoyi frowned. If you dare to say one more word, I will cut your mouth off. Life is so wonderful. It's not good to be manic like this. Be good. Sit down and wait for me to cook noodles. 2 hours later, Dingsu International Hospital. Xiaoyi was lying in the emergency bed. His face was pale. His palms were gripping Chu Yang's corners of his clothes, itching to kill him with his eyes. You guy, didn't you say that the rice at home is clean? Why would I become like this? Chu Yang was full of embarrassment. Maybe the noodles have expired. After all, it's been put away for more than half a year. I will definitely kill you. Xiaoyi covered his stomach, his face ugly. Chu Yang lightly coughed twice. Actually, I can also see a doctor. But you insisted on not letting me treat you. I can only send you to the hospital. Don't worry, it's very quick to wash your stomach and give you an enema. I took the money from your locker, and went to pay your deposit first. Chu Yang stiffly broke away from Xiaoyi and hurriedly ran downstairs. Xiaoyi shouted in a pained and weak voice. Chu Yang, I will definitely kill you. Just wait for me. Xiaoyi was still unconscious when he came out of the emergency room. Chu Yang had been guarding the side and did not dare to leave. Xiaoyi opened his eyes and his eyes immediately changed when he saw Chu Yang. You guy, how dare you wait for death here? Xiaoyi struggled to get up, but was pressed down by Chu Yang. You are a patient now. Don't move around. In fact, There were many chances that Chu Yang could let Xiao-yi regain his strength, but he really didn't dare. Xiao-yi, this woman was too intense in nature. If he was allowed to regain his strength in his anger, she would really dare to slash at himself. To be on the safe side, Chu Yang planned to let Xiao-yi recuperate. Xiao-yi looked at him fiercely. Her eyes were indignant. Do you know how much you have delayed me? At this time, I should have been in a rich secret room. It's because of you that I'm lying here. Do you think you deserve to die? Although work is important, your body is more important. Just take a good rest and find a chance to go again next time. Chu Yang hung back and comforted. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Xiao-yi bit his lips tightly. Why don't I accompany you next time? I know a couple tricks too, so I won't hold you back. Besides, don't I know how to read jade? I can help you identify the treasures and save you from carrying all the messy stuff back, which is weirdly hard. Hearing Chu Yang say this, Xiao-yi's anger only calmed down a little. This is what you said. Don't back out when the time comes. The place I'm going to is a place of 9 deaths, up the mountain of knives, down the frying pan, whether it's going to hell or warming your nest, at your command. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows at Xiao-yi. The phone suddenly rang. Chu Yang took it out and saw that it was Su Jiqing. He hurriedly got up and picked it up. Qinger, Chu Yang called out. Su Jiqing's voice was a bit anxious. Brother-in-law, where are you now? Those guys have come to the door. My sister is in a bad situation. Can you come over and help her? At the company? I'll be right there. Chu Yang hung up the phone. A trace of ruthlessness spread on his face. I still have something to do. I have to leave first. I'll come back to see you after work tonight. Make sure you get well before you leave the hospital. Definitely don't try to be brave. Chu Yang said, picked up Xiao-yi's cell phone. You dial to call yourself and save the number. Xiao-yi's eyes were icy cold. You are not qualified to order me. Please disappear immediately. I don't want to see you now. Chu Yang put the money left from the deposit payment, put it on the bedside table, turned around and walked out of the hospital room. On the way, Chu Yang dialed a call to Little Wolf. Little Wolf's voice was very excited. Brother Yang, you are really my savior. Vivi can actually live like a normal person now, although she is still a bit weak, but compared to before, it's almost like she was reborn. It's good that it's okay. I'm going to the company now. Do you want to go with me? Chu Yang asked. Going to work? Of course I am willing to. As long as I follow Brother Yang, I'm willing no matter where I am. Wolfie's voice was firm. Good. Then bring your brothers with you. I'm afraid there's a tough battle to be fought today, Chu Yang said with an evil smile. Little Wolf was a bit embarrassed. Actually, we are 8 brothers with pretty good hands. If we didn't meet Brother Yang, we wouldn't have lost so quickly. If there is still a fight to be fought today, we will surely perform well and get our face back. Good. Then I'll see you at Dingsu International Mansion. Call me when you get downstairs. Yes, Brother Yang. Hanging up the phone, Chu Yang went straight to Dingsu International. The outer parking lot of Dingsu International was filled with luxury cars. Next to each luxury car, there were a few bodyguards standing with a compelling aura. Chu Yang let out a cold smile and walked straight towards the building. Chapter 16 Dingsu Crisis. Su Jiqing seemed to have been waiting at the door for a long time. When she saw Chu Yang coming over, she hurriedly greeted her and pulled Chu Yang's arm. Brother-in-law, you finally came. Now many companies want to terminate their cooperation with Dingsu International. The shareholders have also had their opinions on sister. Now they are all in the conference room. Brother-in-law, go up and take a look. Don't let sister be bullied. Looking at Su Jiqing's nervous and messy little appearance, Chu Yang couldn't hold back and lifted his hand to gently pinch her little face. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one will want to bully your sister. Su Jiqing's little face instantly filled with a scarlet color again, somewhat shyly lowering her head. Let's go up together. Chu Yang followed Su Jiqing and went directly to the conference room on the highest floor. According to the regulations, Chu Yang to the security level was not qualified to enter the management floor at all, but fortunately there was Su Jiqing's lead, all the way unimpeded. Before arriving at the conference room, Chu Yang heard a cacophony of noises. Many people were scrambling, wanting to find Su Jiluo to seek justice. Mr. Su, you must give me an explanation today as to why my son was beaten up like that by you guys. Now he's still lying in the hospital. He won't be able to get out of bed for a few months. And my son, his arm was broken. He has been in the intensive care unit yesterday. You must give me a reasonable explanation for this. I declare that our cooperation ends here. Don't even think about renewing the contract for the next season. We're not cooperating either. Many voices rang out in unison, all targeting Su Jiluo. Chu Yang stood outside the door with an ugly face. Su Jiqing glanced at Chu Yang and gently pulled the corner of his coat, her voice gentle. Brother-in-law, what now? Cool it. I feel that these bad old men are bad, not mellow at all. I'm going to go in and dish them out. Chu Yang just took a step. Su Jiqing hurriedly pulled him back. Brother-in-law, don't be impulsive now. These are the leading companies in all lines of business in Shanghai City. If all of them are offended, then Dingsu International will not be able to move an inch in Shanghai City, and maybe will face an unprecedented crisis. But they are bullying your sister. The purpose of me calling you here is actually for you to apologize to them, pray for forgiveness, and never let things deteriorate any further. Even for the sake of my sister, can you endure a little? I can't. The one thing I can't do the most in my life is to endure. Xu Yang smiled and looked seriously into Su Jiqing's eyes. Su Jiqing's eyes dodged, somewhat not daring to look straight with him. Xu Yang reached out and kissed on Su Jiqing's head, patting it twice. Be good and wait here. I will soon settle this place. When Xu Yang walked in, the shareholders of Dingsu International were surprisingly clamoring. One of the shareholders, Mr. Su, has always been measured in his actions. Why are you so biased in favor of a security guard this time? Why don't you just hand over the security guard or give an explanation to the chairman? Another shareholder also said, That's right. If you continue to be so stubborn, I'm afraid that the entire Dingsu International will be buried with you for this irresponsible insistence. If there isn't a proper solution to this matter, I don't think Mr. Su really deserves to continue sitting in the position of president. Su Jiluo ignored the shareholders and just calmly said to the people who came to make trouble, if any of the chairmen have any grievances, they can go to court to file a lawsuit. Coming directly to Dingsu International to make trouble doesn't seem to be a wise move. In addition, if any party does not want to cooperate with Dingsu Group, I have no objection. Just go through the formal procedures. As for my position as president, it doesn't work just because anyone says for me to step aside. Removing the president requires a meeting of all the shareholders, and if the board's final decision is for me to leave, I have no objections. The shareholders were furious after hearing this. Su Jiluo, what kind of attitude is this? When the old chairman was in power, he still treated us, the meritocracy, with respect, but you even use this tone of voice to talk to us. Really no big deal. Dingsu International absolutely can't be handed over to such a person to take care of. Otherwise, who will guarantee our interests? A shareholder led the coaxing, and the others followed suit. At the doorway, a sudden sneer came from the crowd. They looked around and saw Xu Yang walking and wearing a security outfit. Xu Yang laughed coldly. You old guys have teamed up to bully a girl. You are really shameless. The shareholders narrowed their eyes and sized up Xu Yang. Which floor's security guard are you? How dare you barge into the conference room? I've been listening at the door for half a day. I just can't watch it anymore. As a shareholder of Dingsu International, when you are in trouble, not only do you not help the Lord President, you often follow these outsiders and push them aggressively. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Xu Yang directly sat on the conference table and slammed the table, just like a scolding look. Who the hell are you? What are you babbling here? Who am I? I am the messenger of justice. God sent me down to earth so that I can help Su Jiluo say a word of justice. You old bastards, feel your conscience. How much money has Su Jiluo made for you since she took office? And you? Every day you sit on your asses, and you're still restless, always thinking about the president's position. Don't you look at yourselves? Who deserves to sit in this position? The shareholders looked at each other in disbelief, completely dumbfounded by the scolding. The people who came to make trouble were also somewhat at a loss for words, all secretly guessing the identity of this young man. Su Jiluo frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Xu Yang, there is no business for you here. You go out first. How come it's not my business? I'm the one who injured all their bears. What's the matter? Just come at me despite. When the crowd heard this, they burst into a rage. So, you're the guy who injured my son. I definitely won't spare you today. The people who came to make trouble had brought their bodyguards with them, and they seemed to be determined to get Xu Yang killed. They made phone calls, trying to call the bodyguards downstairs to come up. At the same time, Xu Yang's phone rang. Xu Yang took a look at the caller ID and saw that it was Little Wolf, so he picked it up. Have you arrived? Xu Yang asked. Little Wolf cleared his throat and said, I got here and happened to run into a few bodyguards talking about crippling a guy named Xu Yang. So, on an impulse, I took my brothers and wasted them first. Xu Yang's phone is a cottage phone. The earpiece is very loud. The words of the coyote all fell in the ears of the old bosses. The faces of the chairmen were ugly. Some of them were close to madness, shouting into the phone, What? The people are all wasted. Beaten by who? How is it possible? Didn't they say they were all first-class experts? Rubbish. The scene was a mess. Su Jiluo looked at Xu Yang with a cold gaze, her tone slightly cool. You did it again? Xu Yang, what exactly do you want? Xu Yang shrugged his shoulders. If I say that I only just learned about this matter as well, would you believe me? Chapter 17, A Difficult Task. Su Jiluo coldly snorted. The situation is even more dire now. Are you satisfied? I now very much suspect that you came to my side in order to bankrupt the Su family. Kiss, you really misunderstood. I came back to protect you. Don't worry, I will settle things here within 5 minutes. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he jumped down from the table and knocked the table hard to quiet down the space. Old guys, listen up. I'm here to formally announce that from now on, Dingsu International will terminate all cooperation with you. You are limited to get out of Dingsu Group within 2 minutes. Otherwise, this table is your downfall. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he took a step back, and his long legs slashed downwards, directly splitting the conference table to pieces. Everyone was startled. Suji Luo was no exception. She let out a cry of shock. Her body hurriedly dodged backwards, but the chair was not stabilized. Her body directly tilted backwards. Chu Yang rushed over and steadily held Suji Luo's body in his arms. Suji Luo looked at Chu Yang with surprise. Her eyes suddenly became incomparably angry. Chu Yang, let's talk about our matter later. The priority right now is to see these nasty guys roll out of your territory. Chu Yang's eyes turned cold and swept towards the others. Everyone was scared enough to scramble out of the conference room. The shareholders of Dingsu International, at this moment, also all became a lot better behaved. They all gathered in a corner of the conference room, not daring to come forward. Suji Luo struggled to leave Chu Yang's embrace and straightened her lapel. Chu Yang, who gave you the right to announce that you will not cooperate with other companies? Do you know what kind of impact your remarks just now will bring to Dingsu International? Isn't it just partners? There are still new ones after these are gone. There's no need to rush. No hurry? You say it lightly. We have an overseas order that will be delivered next month, and now we continue to use Dong Style Group's fabrics as raw materials. Your present is good. Not only did you injure Dong Style Group's young master, you just now almost scared the chairman of the board of the other people into fainting. Suji Luo's emotions were really a bit agitated, and she could not suppress her tone at all. Chu Yan laughed dryly in disbelief. How about this? You write down all the problems that Dingsu Group is facing right now, and within a week, I will solve them all for you. What fabric problems? Delivery problems? Write them all down. Suji Luo was so angry that her face turned pale and her shoulders trembled slightly. Chu Yang, what else would you do besides bragging? Chu Yang blinked his eyes. You may not believe me when I tell you, I am also a miracle doctor. Yesterday I even saved the life of a young girl in her flower season. She is still waiting to thank me. Suji Luo clenched her fists angrily and tried her best to calm down her tone. Chu Yang, I'll give you just a week's time. If you can't solve Ding Su's predicament, please leave Ding Su Group right away. Leave Star Ocean City right away. And don't ever appear in front of me. After saying that, Suji Luo walked out of the conference room with great strides. The other shareholders looked at Chu Yang as if they were looking at a monster. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders. My wife's temper is a bit big. You all are laughing. After saying that, he also walked out of the conference room. The shareholders looked at each other with a lot of questions. Who the hell is this man? He just said that he is General Manager Su's husband? Impossible. Probably bragging. Suji Luo is high-minded and proud. How would she marry a security guard? But this security guard is really a bit scary. Didn't you guys see his eyes just now? Like a wild beast, as if any time, anywhere, he could tear someone into pieces. After handling the bodyguard, Coyote and the others waited directly downstairs. As soon as they saw Chu Yang, they immediately stood upright and gave a standard military salute. Little Wolf hurriedly said, Brother Yang, did we cause you any trouble? No, good job. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, just dish him out. No need to be polite with me, Chu Yang said. Little Wolf looked at Ding Su's building and laughed nervously. It's unbelievable. A former king is working as a security guard here. If the soldiers that Brother Yang had led before knew about it, wouldn't it turn the place upside down? So this matter must be kept secret. Let's go. I'll take you guys to the induction. Chu Yang directly brought Little Wolf and the others to the president's office. Suji Luo was spitting out her bitterness with Su Jiqing. Hearing the knock on the door, Suji Luo calmed down and said enter. Chu Yang took Little Wolf and they walked in. As soon as Suji Luo looked at Chu Yang, her expression immediately changed. Chu Yang smiled as if nothing had happened and made a wink with Little Wolf. Attention! Coyote shouted and Suji Luo was startled. Then the 8 of them shouted in unison. Good day, Mr. President, Squad 7. Reporting to you, please instruct. Suji Luo frowned. Chu Yang, what do you want again? These are my newly recruited security guards for you to look over. Chu Yang said casually. Suji Luo held back her anger. Who gave you the right to recruit? You yourself are just a small security guard. What qualifications do you have to bring people here, and directly looking for me to report to work? I told you, I'm the first major shareholder of Dingsu Group. I can't recruit a few people? Besides, there are so many enemies in Dingsu International now. It's good to leave them behind to protect you. Chu Yang, you die this heart. You, and the people you brought, get out of my office right now. Suji Luo was a little agitated, and Su Jiqing was comforting at the side. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. It seemed like there was still one more step to take. Chu Yang casually sent a message. Not 2 minutes later, the door of the room of the president's office was knocked again, and Su Jiluo's exclusive secretary, Andy, walked in from the doorway. After she glanced at Chu Yang and the others, she walked straight to Su Jiluo and said in a low voice, "President, just now, the agent of the major shareholder called and said that these 8 people should be allowed to join the company right away." "What? The major shareholder? He never asks about the group's affairs. Why would he suddenly arrange for security guards to come in?" Su Jiluo frowned. Andy shook his head. "Although we don't know why, but at a time when Ding Su Group is facing such a critical moment, it's really inconvenient for us to have a difference of opinion with the major shareholder because of this small matter." Su Jiluo blared fiercely at Chu Yang and instructed Andy, "You personally bring them in, without my permission. None of them are allowed to come to my office at will, including Chu Yang." Andy reluctantly nodded her head. She had received countless such orders before, and was determined not to let Chu Yang come to the president's office. But Andy had already exhausted all her efforts, but she hadn't been able to stop Chu Yang from coming and going as he pleased. The president's office was like his own backyard for Chu Yang. He simply came and went as he pleased and no one could stop him. Andy walked up to Coyote and smiled politely. "Please follow me. I'll take you to the induction." Little Wolf was a bit nervous, nodded his head woodenly, took a proper step and led his squad, following Andy out of the office. Chu Yang did not follow, but directly sat down opposite Su Jiluo. "Why haven't you gone out yet?" Su Jiluo snapped. Chu Yang crossed his legs, picked up Su Jiluo's good tea and nonchalantly took a sip. "Wife, I still want to talk to you about when to consummate the marriage." Chapter 18, Conditioning Your Body. Su Jiluo was so angry that her tears were about to fall. Facing this scoundrel Chu Yang, she was really a bit helpless and simply did not know how she should face it. Su Jiqing glanced at Chu Yang. "Brother-in-law, sister is worried, so don't joke about such things." "What does she have to worry about? I've told him that I'll solve all the problems within a week. She just needs to be quiet and be her president. Won't she even enjoy her happiness?" "Chu Yang, I've heard you bragging too many times for me to believe you at all," Su Jiluo said in a heavy tone. Chu Yang suddenly looked at Su Jiluo very seriously for half a minute. Su Jiluo was a bit nervous and subconsciously leaned towards Su Jiqing's side. "Why are you looking at me like that? Wife, your body has some minor problems. I need to immediately regulate you, otherwise you'll have to suffer a little bit." Chu Yang said seriously, "I don't need you to worry about my affairs. Please leave immediately." Su Jiluo's stubbornness remained. Chu Yang did not care about Su Jiluo's resistance. He directly came over, grabbed her wrist and probed her pulse. Su Jiluo struggled hard, but Chu Yang's hand was like a pair of iron pincers, fiercely imprisoning her, making her unable to move at all. "Chu Yang, let go of me. I'll call someone if you keep this up. I am treating you." "Why are you calling someone? Besides, I'm your explicitly married husband. Even if we do consummate our marriage here, it's all reasonable and legal. I'm just taking your pulse now. What's wrong with that?" Su Jiluo's eyes were red and almost fell out of tears. She bit her lips tightly. Her tone was full of grievances. "Chu Yang, why are you treating me like this? What have I done wrong to be insulted so much by you? My sister-in-law is here watching. How did I insult you? Don't you know what's going on with your body? You get headaches every night, right? And in the afternoon, your little tummy will still have a paroxysm of unbearable pain. Am I wrong?" Su Jiluo looked at Chu Yang. "How do you know? Are you stalking me?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes and evoked dustless aura to slowly inject Su Jiluo's body. "You are my wife. Before giving birth to my child, you must nourish your body well for me. If you are not feeling well, feel free to come to me. I won't charge you." Su Jiluo only felt a gentle warm current slowly drilling into her body. This feeling was the same relief she felt when saving someone in the emergency room. This time, she grew a lesson, biting her lips tightly and letting this warm current flow through her body, forcibly controlling herself not to make the kind of sound that made people blush. Chu Yang didn't take more advantage of her, and after conditioning Su Jiluo's body, he withdrew his hand and let go of her. Su Jiluo felt as if her frenzied emotions had been pacified by something. Her heart was much more relaxed. Su Jiqing looked at Chu Yang curiously. "Brother-in-law, you really know how to see a doctor? I feel like my sister's face is looking much better now." "That's for sure. Your brother-in-law, I'm a miracle doctor. Think back to when I was in Ethiopia." "Alright, stop it." Su Jiluo interrupted Chu Yang's words and turned back to Su Jiqing. "Xinger, you should have less contact with Chu Yang in the future. Don't listen to his nonsense." Su Jiqing smiled gently. "I still think brother-in-law is quite funny." Chu Yang drank 2 more cups of coffee in the president's office before he reluctantly went downstairs. Little Wolf and the others had already changed into their uniforms, each standing straight. Seeing Chu Yang, Little Wolf immediately stood upright and saluted. Chu Yang smiled. "How does it feel to be a security guard? Wimpy or not?" Little Wolf smiled evilly. "Brother Yang, the moment I saw the president, I understood why you are here as a security guard. You are here for the president. Chu Yang lit a cigarette, mysteriously spat out a smoke ring and muttered, before I also felt that I came to Dingsu International for Suji Luo, but I now realize that my sister-in-law is also really good. Little Wolf giggled out at the sound of it, and his serious demeanor just now was immediately broken. Chu Yang also didn't stand the door, slipping back and forth on the side, chatting with Little Wolf in a conversation. Is Vivi's situation still stable? Chu Yang asked. At the mention of Wei Wei, the hardened face of Little Wolf finally revealed some tenderness. She made me breakfast today. For the first time in 10 years, I ate breakfast made by my sister. I feel like I'm the happiest man in the world. Brother Yang, thank you for saving my sister. All good brothers, don't be fine. Thank you or not. I'm tired of hearing it. Yes, Brother Yang, now you can tell me who sent you here to kill me, right? Chu Yang asked. It was the young master surnamed Wang who was injured by you. We didn't see young master Wang himself either. Only his assistant, who gave me your picture and whereabouts, and said that he would give me $100,000 as long as I wasted you. I was really too short of money at the time and was bent on saving Wei Wei's life. So I agreed. Little Wolf bowed his head and said. Chu Yang asked, did you get the money then? Of course I didn't get it. I didn't beat you. If it wasn't for the captain who taught us that set of swordsmanship, I'm afraid we would be the ones who would be crippled. How could young Master Wang give us money? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth raised an evil smile. How can we not give it? The money that was promised to us. We must get our hands on it. After you get off work tonight, you contact that young Master Wang and say that you've caught me and you're going to give it to him personally. Brother Yang, you are thinking of. Coyote narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth spreading into the same evil curves. They want to give away money. We always have to fulfill people. Good people do good things. Or do more. The two looked at each other with a bad smile. 8 o'clock in the evening. Spirit Vulture Palace Leisure Club. Inside the large private room, young Master Wang had a plaster on his leg and was resting on the coffee table. Next to him several women in revealing clothes were serving him. Someone was serving him wine. Someone was handing him fruits. There were several other rich kids in the private room. The ones who were injured were the same ones who were beaten by Chu Yang. The ones who weren't injured were those who heard about the incident and came over to watch the fun. Li Xiao, damn. It's the first time in my life that I've been so suffocated. I've been beaten by a watchdog. What bad luck. Who says otherwise? I didn't expect the watchdog to actually dare us to make a move. Young Master Wang, you said that the people you sent have already caught him. Is that true or not? Young Master Wang's eyes were evil. Could it be that I limped over here as a joke with you guys? Today, I can finally get rid of my bad anger. Jin Hao Yuan will also arrive in a while, and it's rumored that he's also brought his thugs with him. That dead security guard will definitely be wasted there this time. Li Xiao, I've also brought someone with me. At that time we might as well see who's the one who can waste this dog security guard. We might as well make a bet to see how long it will take for that guy to kneel down and beg for mercy. I bet 20 minutes. Jiang Xiao. Wang Xiao snorted coldly. I bet 10 minutes. I bet 5 minutes. As they were discussing, a cold voice suddenly came from the doorway. Chapter 19 Young Master Wan's Plot. The crowd looked towards the door in unison. Young Master Jin actually came so quickly. It seems like he really couldn't wait. Wang Tian laughed. Jin Hao Yuan, with one arm and plaster hanging from his neck, was pushed in while sitting in a wheelchair. He gritted his teeth and said, I can't wait to kill that guy by 1,000 cuts. I definitely won't allow him to live in this world. Everyone, be at ease. There is still an honored guest to drive in today. When she arrives in a while, she will definitely surprise you. Young Master Wang smiled wistfully. Outside the door of the Spirit Vulture Palace clubhouse, Su Jiqing was wearing a clean white dress. Her long hair was simply pulled into a bun, slightly powdered, but she was beautiful. She had the same perfect face as Su Luo, but compared to Su Luo's nobility and coolness, she had more of a neighbor's sister's tenderness and loveliness. Next to Su Jiqing, a man in a suit with a refined smile on his face made a false invitation gesture. Jiqing, this way please. Mr. Zhao, didn't we say we'd have a meal together? Why did you bring me here? Su Jiqing asked. Zhao Jinxian smiled. I heard that auntie controls you quite tightly, so you shouldn't have much of a chance to come to this kind of place to have fun, right? It was hard to get you out today. I purposely brought you here to relax. This is the best place to relax in Shanghai City. I think you should like it. Okay. Su Jiqing looked at the plaque and walked in with some hesitation. Zhao Jinxian looked at Su Jiqing. There was an indescribable fascination in the bottom of his eyes, but it was quickly hidden by him. His voice said gently, I've heard that this time Dingsu International has encountered some problems. Is it a good solution? Do you need me to talk to my father and let him help? Su Jiqing smiled. Thank you, but I don't know much about doing business. I've also just returned to China. The company's big and small things are all handled by my sister. Compared to that, I'm just like a rice worm. but I still want to thank you for not taking sides with other groups at a time like this. We're classmates. How can I side with them? My friend booked the private room today, so it's a good time to introduce you to them, Zhao Jinxian said. Su Jiqing was slightly stunned. There are others? Getting on good terms with them? I think it will be helpful to Dingsu International. Here it is. Zhao Jinxian pushed open the door. Su Jiqing saw the people inside. Her expression was immediately a bit unhappy. Zhao Jinxian still maintained his gentle smile. Go in. You also want to do something for your sister, right? If they don't go against Dingsu Group, Dingsu's crisis will be dissolved in no time. Su Jiqing's light brows frowned slightly as she let out a cold smile. Mr. Zhao is really thinking about me. Thanks. As soon as the people in the private room took a look at Su Jiqing, their expressions immediately brightened, especially Jin Haoyuan, who almost stood up from his wheelchair. Holy, I've long heard that Su Jiluo has a twin sister, and last time, I was so focused on confessing to her that I didn't even take a closer look. Zhao Jinxian, there's really something about you. You even managed to ask Su Jiqing out. Jin Haoyuan howled with excitement. The others also looked at Su Jiqing with unsuspecting eyes. Young Master Wang snorted coldly. Today, second Miss Su personally came to the banquet. Did she come to make amends to us? Su Jiqing, make amends? I can't talk about it, can I? The one who injured you all wasn't me. So what offense do I have? Don't pretend. Your Su family is suffering from a disaster. The slightest carelessness may even lead to bankruptcy. As the second miss of the Su family, if you're willing to beg us properly now, maybe we'll think about whether to let Dingsu International go or not. Young Master Wang said. Su Jiqing did not have the slightest fear on her face. She knew that it was useless to be afraid at this time now. She had already fallen into the trap of these people. Su Jiqing simply sat down and said with a light smile, You guys talk too much. Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed when you hit your faces? There are so many of you rich second-generation people, but you can't even beat one of Dingsu's security guards. So what qualifications do you have to flaunt with me here? By the way, today your father also went to Dingsu Group to make trouble. The result? The bodyguards brought there even did not go up the building before they were solved. They finally also dusty face rolled out of Dingsu Group. Did your father not tell you about this? Young Master Wang was so angry that he directly slammed the bottle on the ground, and the women sitting beside him were all startled and screamed. But Su Jiqing's expression remained calm, and she even leisurely ate the fruit plate in front of her. Young Master Wang said viciously, The little man surnamed Su. In a moment that security guard who hurt us will be brought here. At that time I will let you see what happens when you offend me. When Su Jiqing heard this, her expression immediately changed. What did you say? You guys caught him? Jin Haoyuan also sneered. Not only did we catch him, but we are also going to open a dog slaughtering conference here today, so you can witness the whole process and see how that guy was tortured to death by us. Bit by bit, Su Jiqing hurriedly took out her phone and wanted to call Chu Yang, but Zhao Jinxian snatched the phone behind her and directly turned it off. Old classmate, entertainment time, playing with cell phones is prohibited. Zhao Jinxian, what exactly do you want? Su Jiqing asked in a cold voice. Zhao Jinxian directly took Su Jiqing's cell phone and threw it into the ice wine. I just want to tell you that this world is very realistic. The Su family is almost finished, and you, tonight, won't be able to escape. When Zhao Jinxian said this, the others immediately arrogantly he laughed. Jin Haoyuan said, Mr. Zhao, although you brought the person, can you let me play for the first time? I've been salivating over Su Jiluo for a long time, even if I can't her sister. Opening a bag for her sister is not bad. Eunuch Shin, if you say that, it's a bit too much. I've been looking forward to it for a long time too, Zhao Jinxian said. Jin Haoyuan stretched out 2 fingers. If you sell this favor to me, our Jin family will place an order for $200 million at Zhao Family Clothing Factory. What do you think? Since Mr. Jin is so sincere, then her first time, it's yours. They laughed like devils. Su Jiqing's face turned a little white this time. She tried her best to control her emotions and thought of countermeasures. These rich male children, who were usually used to bullying people, were simply like beasts, despicable and unscrupulous. She was really careless today, and had actually fallen into their trap. What should she do in the end? Su Jiqing clenched her fists tightly, her shoulders shaking slightly. The crowd was laughing and cooing when the door of the private room was pushed open. 2 black-clothed bodyguards walked in first, and then, Little Wolf tugged Chu Yang and stepped into the private room as well. Seeing that Chu Yang was bound by a rope, Su Jiqing was instantly messed up. She wanted to get up and go to Chu Yang, but she was directly pressed by Zhao Jinxian to sit on the sofa. Don't think this security guard can protect you. Let me tell you, no one can save you today. Close the door. Zhao Jinxian gave a command and the door of the private room was heavily shut. Chapter 20, Scary Deadly Soldier. Just like what Chu Yang thought, as long as he informs young Master Wang that he has been arrested, then he will definitely focus on these rich dudes to show off. but Chu Yang never expected that Su Jiqing would be here. Young Master Wang was very satisfied and directly took a craft paper bag and threw it onto the ground in front of Little Wolf. Good job. This 100,000 is a reward for you. Young Wolf picked up the bag and opened it. Inside was indeed cash. He glanced at Chu Yang, who raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Jin Hao Yuan snapped his fingers and the woman behind him pushed the wheelchair and walked to Chu Yang. Jin Hao Yuan looked at Chu Yang who was tied up solidly. His expression immediately became arrogant. Dog security guard. Aren't you a bully? Fight you do it again now. Chu Yang was not polite and lifted his foot and kicked it directly. Jin Hao Yuan was sitting on the wheelchair and was instantly kicked over on the ground. His body rolled several times on the ground before hitting the corner of the sofa and letting out a wail of pain. Chu Yang blinked his eyes. This is the first time I've heard that someone has such a cheap request? Does it mean it's a fetish of you rich boys? Anyone else looking for a beating? I can still fulfill it. For free. Dead to the world. You still dare to be arrogant. Today, I'll let you know what it's like to know that life is worse than death. At young Master Wang's command, a dozen men in black suits suddenly poured in from outside the door. Each of them had a robust body and calm footsteps. They looked like they had practiced. Yo-ho, the world's top bodyguards can get over here? Sure enough, you are rich. Very good. Very good. Chu Yang's eyes were glowing with gold stars, as if he saw the image of RMB flying in the air. Su Jiqing had been looking at Chu Yang with very worried eyes. Chu Yang glanced at Little Wolf, who immediately understood and slowly moved over in Su Jiqing's direction. Young Master Wang directly carried out a box from underneath the coffee table, and when he opened it, it turned out to be full of red bills. You guys will be rewarded 10,000 for each punch you throw at him. I brought a lot of banknotes with me today. How much you can take depends on your abilities. Young Master Wang said sinisterly. As soon as these big guys saw money, it seemed like they were all as mad as each other, and a thick killing intent flared up under their eyes. Zhao Jinxian, young Master Wang, what do you mean? You're still letting the security dog fight them? Of course. Isn't he capable of fighting? I'd like to see how many minutes he can survive under the siege of these experts. Young Master Wang said arrogantly. Jin Hao Yuan had already been helped up. He forced himself to endure the severe pain on his body, leaned on the sofa and said viciously, don't be in a hurry to get him killed. The people I've brought with me are dead warriors. What they are best at is torturing people. They can crush people's bones without a single piece of them left. Hearing these words, the eyes of Little Wolf and Chu Yang immediately turned morose and cold. Eagle had died from torture. Could it be that Eagle's death was really related to the Jin family? In the middle of their thoughts, young Master Wang had already given the order, and a dozen of the world's top bodyguards, in unison, swooped towards Chu Yang. These people's hands were really good, and they had obviously gone through harsh training. If they were to meet an ordinary person, with their boxing and kicking skills, fighting 10 of them would definitely not be a problem. It was a pity that they met Chu Yang. Chu Yang's hands were trapped, but the expression on his face was always relaxed. It's been a long time since I moved my legs. Today is the right opportunity. Those big guys suddenly struck at Chu Yang from different directions. Chu Yang's pace started to become bizarre. His movements didn't look fast, but every time he moved, he managed to avoid the others' attacks with just the right amount of precision. Su Jiqing watched from the sidelines, her small hands clenched tightly. Nervous, Little Wolf stood not far away from Su Jiqing, following Chu Yang's instructions to secretly protect Su Jiqing. If anyone dared to make a move against her, Little Wolf would immediately launch an attack. Chu Yang had dodged for 5 long minutes, and although those guys went all out to attack Chu Yang, they surprisingly did not even touch his clothes. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. Boring, boring. I had thought that the world's top bodyguards would be slightly challenging, but I didn't realize that they were all rice buckets. He suddenly raised his lone leg and kicked violently at the bodyguard who greeted him. That bodyguard wanted to block with his arms, but the moment Chu Yang's foot landed on his body, that bodyguard's eyes suddenly widened. Only the sound of bones cracking was heard clearly. The top bodyguard's arms were actually chopped off in unison, swinging leisurely on both sides of his shoulders in an extremely bizarre shape. He let out a loud cry and suddenly knelt down, no longer able to fight back. The other bodyguards were also stunned. They had never seen that a human could have such terrifying strength, even though they tried to dodge. How could Chu Yang let them go so easily? Chu Yang attacked one after another, and in less than 10 minutes, all the world's top bodyguards all fell at his feet. Everyone's limbs, to varying degrees, were broken. None of them were intact. These rich dukes were completely dumbfounded, even a bit unable to believe their eyes. Young Master Wang's face was ugly as he cursed. Useless trash. I didn't spend a lot of money to invite you guys here for you to disgrace yourselves. Come on people, carry them all out and throw them into the river to feed the fish. Su Jiqing happily clapped her hands. That's awesome, that's awesome. Hurry up and beat them all down. Chu Yang glanced back at Su Jiqing with a doting smile on his face. Su Jiqing's face reddened again. Originally, she was scared to death and felt that she was going to die today, but the moment she saw Chu Yang, a moment of suspended heart, suddenly fell down. Su Jiqing didn't know why, but she could always find a trace of peace of mind in Chu Yang. She even felt that Chu Yang's arrival today was sent by God to save her, regardless of what her sister's opinion of Chu Yang was. At this moment, in Su Jiqing's eyes, Chu Yang was the hero, the true man who stood on top of the sky. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at Jin Haoyuan. His voice was a bit hoarse. Young Master Jun, didn't you say that you have a group of dead soldiers? Why don't you call them up for a match? I also want to learn what the strength of the dead soldiers really is. Jin Haoyuan laughed out grimly. I'm really afraid that you'll be beaten to death by young Master Wang's men, so I won't have any fun. Untie the security guard and untie his hands, then call in the dead man. As soon as Jin Haoyuan ordered, someone immediately came over and cut the rope on Chu Yang with a knife. Chu Yang moved his wrists and looked at Jin Haoyuan with an evil smile. Daring to loosen my hands, you really have some guts. However, you will soon regret for your arrogance. Jin Haoyuan, if I don't waste you here today, I'll stuff my head into my pants. Kneel down and kowtow to call you grandpa. Good grandson, just wait to give grandpa a good confession. As he was talking, the door of the private room was opened once again. Chu Yang only felt a feeling of oppression. From the doorway I want to come in. Those who have been in the battlefield for a long time can keenly detect an aura. That is the killing aura. Chu Yang and Little Wolf turned around in unison and saw 4 men in black night clothes walking in. On their faces, there was no trace of blood, as pale as corpses, and they looked very scary. Chapter 21, 9 Deaths in One Life. Su Jiqing had never seen such a person before and was startled, nervously covering her small mouth as she looked at the person coming in at the door with an unbelievable face. Chu Yang also narrowed his eyes, a layer of ruthlessness permeating the bottom of his eyes. These guys didn't feel like normal humans, but like corpses. When he had once been on a mission, Chu Yang had come into contact with dead soldiers, and they were not in this state at all. What was the reason for these people who came in to become like this? Genetic mutation, or something else? Chu Yang was hesitating when Jin Haoyuan had already given his orders. Your mission is to tear him into pieces. Don't leave a single piece of skin or flesh intact. I want him to die without a corpse. Jin Haoyuan shouted in an almost frantic manner. Those dead soldiers nodded with gloomy gazes and turned their heads to look at Chu Yang. Chu Yang clenched his fists and slowly took 2 steps back. These guys gave him an extremely strange feeling. The stale aura they carried with them seemed to be hiding a highly poisonous poison, as if his whole body would fester if he was touched by them. The coyote's eyes became even more terrified, and his face was already pale, as if he had thought of something. From Little Wolf's reaction, it was not difficult to see that these guys were indeed not easy to deal with. As expected, when those 4 people moved slightly, a putrid smell came over. Everyone covered their mouths and noses. Young Master Wang asked with a disgusted look on his face. Jin Haoyuan, what's this? Where did you get these guys? Jin Haoyuan looked smug. You guys just wait and watch. These guys are the ones I secretly got from my dad. They are not human at all. They are just a bunch of wild beasts. Not to mention a security guard. They once beat a top special forces soldier to a pulp. Chu Yang and Little Wolf's eyes suddenly flinched. Chu Yang clenched his teeth and glanced viciously at Jin Haoyuan. It seemed that Eagle's death had absolutely nothing to do with them, and since they were the ones who took the initiative to send them to the door, don't blame yourself for being nonchalant. Chu Yang flung his right hand, and a light blue luster instantly surrounded his fist. A flood of energy filled his body to its optimal state. Little Wolf subconsciously took a step back. The legendary man's power could not be underestimated once he got angry. The movements of the 4 dead soldiers were not fast, but every action was extremely lethal. They were holding black daggers in their hands. It was impossible to tell what material they were made of, but Chu Yang could feel that it was tainted with a strong poison, and touching a tiny bit of it would kill them on the spot. Thinking about the death of the eagle, Chu Yang could not control the anger in his heart. His eyes gradually darkened with an oppressive murderous aura, surprisingly more grim than those dead soldiers. Chu Yang's fingertips moved slightly. The dustless aura transformed into the shape of a dagger with his intention. The dagger was as illusory, ethereal and translucent, and was invisible to others except Chu Yang himself. This time, Chu Yang did not retreat, but started to act directly, taking the initiative to rush towards the middle of the 4, taking the lead in the attack. Chu Yang raised his powerful leg and kicked several times on the 4 dead soldiers with almost all his strength. If it was an ordinary person, I am afraid that their internal organs would have been shattered, but these dead soldiers only took a few steps back, as if they couldn't feel any pain at all, and once again ran towards Chu Yang, raising the black dagger in their hands, and stabbing straight towards Chu Yang's facade. After Chu Yang verified his thoughts, a plan suddenly rose in his heart. He had a bone compulsion in his body, which could be said to be the king of all poisons. He would like to see if the poison carried by these dead soldiers was powerful or the bone compulsion in his body was more ferocious. Xu Yang's left hand touched into his pocket. There were a few jades inside that Qiu Yi had given him. He had absorbed 2 of them before and now there were still some left. If he ate these jades, there would be no problem at all in resisting the intense poison that these dead soldiers were carrying. With that thought, Xu Yang acted quickly. With movements that no one else could even see, he absorbed as much energy from the jades into his body as he could. Sure enough, as soon as the energy entered, the dustless aura illusionary dagger in Xu Yang's hand became even sharper, and the color of the light blue luster even began to darken, gradually turning into a deep blue. Those dead soldiers stabbed at Xu Yang in unison. Xu Yang symbolically dodged twice before suddenly stopping in his tracks, allowing the 4 blades to stab into his body. A terrible huffing sound was raised in the air. I saw it all. The blades had pierced into Xu Yang's chest and back. Even if he was strong, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to survive. Su Jiqing even stood up directly and screamed loudly. Don't! Xu Yang! Little Wolf also frowned and was just about to make a move when he saw Xu Yang stretching out a little thumb. This was a sign language that they often used as a code word during combat, meaning to stop moving. With a gloomy gaze, Little Wolf slowly clenched his fists and controlled his advance. He naturally knew Xu Yang's strength and did not believe that this dead soldier alone could deal with him. Xu Yang grunted. A black blood suddenly flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but he still did not fall down and stood there. Young Master Wang applauded. Not at all incredulous. Worthy of being a member of the Jin family. Really powerful. To have subdued this guy within a single move. Completely unchallenging. He's dead this time. Jin Hao Yuan let out a cold laugh. How could I let him die so easily? Every piece of the dead soldier's blade is tainted with intense poison, and the components of the toxin, all of them are different, so it can be said that there is no cure. He won't wait for his blood to dry up. His whole body will fester, and his body will feel like 10,000 poisonous insects gnawing at him in excruciating pain. At that time, I'll have my dead soldiers crush his bones and turn him into a piece of dead skin. This is what happens when you offend my Jin family. Xu Yang stood there, feeling the intense pain sucking all over his body. His eyes were scarlet, blood could even come out of his eyes. He stood silently with 4 black daggers stuck in his chest and back. Pain, darkness, and even despair. Was this what the eagle felt at that time? The pain that eagle had endured when they caught him was 100 times 1,000 times more than himself, right? Xu Yang carefully felt the immense pain that every part of his body brought him. He wanted to memorize this feeling and then double it back to the past. While everyone was drinking and celebrating to watch the show, Xu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly stretched out his hand and clutched the wrists of the 2 dead soldiers in front of him, then pushed, and pushed again. The wrists of the 2 dead soldiers, surprisingly, clicked and were broken by him in unison. This sudden transformation startled everyone. They looked at Xu Yang in unison as if they were looking at a monster. How is it possible? He had obviously been stabbed. How could he still move? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Jin Hao Yuan shook his head incredulously. Xu Yang's eyes were dark and his voice was hoarse. Next, I will let you all feel the horrors of hell. Get ready. None of you will escape. Xu Yang suddenly raised his dustless short dagger and directly slit the throats of the 4 dead soldiers. A black watery liquid instantly soared out from the 4 guys' throats. They stumbled backward powerlessly and eventually collapsed onto the ground with a loud bang, completely turning into a push of mud. At this moment, Xu Yang, just like a hellish demon god, slowly got up, and all over his body, he exuded a terrifying aura. Chapter 22, Feast of Bone Compulsion. Xu Yang took a deep breath and gently stimulated the bone compass in his body with the jade energy, and sure enough, the compass looked like it had gone crazy, desperately roaming around Xu Yang's body, vigorously absorbing the toxins in his body. These toxins, as if they were the nourishment for the bone parasites, made it grow up quickly, and its body turned from the original black color to a reddish transparent one. The bone parasites seemed to be very thankful for the feast that Xu Yang brought to it, and after cleaning up all the toxins, it returned to the position of Xu Yang's right arm and quieted down. Xu Yang glanced sideways at his arm, where there was a small black and red dot that was vaguely emitting luster. It seemed that this bone compass had recognized its owner. It was a bit interesting. Xu Yang used his dustless aura and blocked the wounds on his front chest and back. The wounds were slowly healing. Under the terrifying eyes of the crowd, Xu Yang walked directly to Su Jiqing and directly pulled her up and returned her into his arms. Su Jiqing was nervous as hell. Her tearful eyes were hazy as she wooed. Brother-in-law, are you alright? Of course I'm fine. This bit of trash can't hurt me in the slightest. Xu Yang replied with an evil smile. Su Jiqing had been snuggling in Xu Yang's embrace and surprisingly forgot to struggle. She gently stroked the location of Xu Yang's wound. I clearly saw just now. You were stabbed. Is it alright? Does it hurt? Seeing that you care about me so much. I don't hurt. What time is it? You still have the mood to joke around. It's scaring me to death. Su Jiqing wiped her tears. Xu Yang scanned the surroundings with a gloomy gaze and finally pointed at Zhao Jinxian. It was that guy who tricked you into coming here, wasn't it? Su Jiqing nodded. He is my national high school classmate. He said that he knows that Dingsu International is facing a crisis right now, and that he can think of a way to help me, so that's why I agreed to come out for dinner with him. I didn't expect that I would be brought here directly. If you hadn't come here, I really don't know what would have happened. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will dare to touch a hair on your head. Chu Yang turned around and glanced at Little Wolf, who immediately understood and directly kicked Zhao Jinxian over, clicking and scrapping both of his arms. Zhao Jinxian screamed miserably as he knelt on the ground and kept apologizing to Su Jiqing. Xi Cheng, I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong, please let me go, I was also forced by them. Zhao Jinxian immediately changed his words. Now, these rich gentlemen were considered to be completely dumbfounded. They simply did not expect that Chu Yang would be so skilled that he could even beat the dead soldiers. Now, young Master Wang also sort of realized that the people he had hired before had already turned against him. Young Master Wang bravely said, even if you're good with your hands, you can't beat us with our power. Those who are here today are the young proprietors of the leading companies that are amongst the top in Star Ocean City. If you really do something to us, then you don't want to walk out of Star Ocean City alive at all. Even now, you still dare to show off. You really don't know how to write the word death. Since you guys have finished playing your cards, it's now my turn to have some fun. Xu Yang sat on the sofa in a gangly manner, put his feet directly on the coffee table, and with a snap of his fingers, Coyote's team rushed in. They were each wearing camouflage clothing, moving in unison and moving quickly. Xu Yang pointed a finger in young Master Wang's direction and commanded in a careless tone, give me a beating. Beat them until their mothers don't even recognize them. Yes, Brother Yang. A few people struck out in unison, and the young gentlemen fled everywhere. The ones who were arrogant and incomparable just a moment ago, instantly turned into rats scurrying around, in a ridiculous state of disarray. Su Jiqing sat beside Chu Yang. Chu Yang naturally put one hand on Su Jiqing's shoulder. The other hand picked up a glass of wine and drank it leisurely. Su Jiqing's small face was scarlet, very excitedly watching all this. It felt like watching a movie. Brother-in-law, why are you so powerful? How can someone who can marry your sister be a mere mortal? Chu Yang teased. But their parents are powerful and influential. Is it really okay for you to do this? Su Jiqing asked with some concern. Chu Yang let out a cold laugh. Even if I give in, they won't let us go, so it's better to beat them up now. Chu Yang remote control ordered a song, picked up the microphone and sang as if nothing had happened. The song was not good, but it was full of masculinity. Su Jiqing observed Chu Yang's face from the sidelines and her heart started to beat faster. It wasn't long before Little Wolf came over and said, Brother Yang, we really can't fight anymore. These trash aren't resistant at all. Almost all of them pissed their pants. Chu Yang got up and walked in front of young Master Wang, who was lying on the ground, drooling, begging for mercy with snot and tears. Please let me go. My family has money. I'll give you as much as you want. Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. You're still a bit aware. How about this? I'll give you guys a chance. Right now you'll call your old man separately. Who brings more money? I will release whoever first. The rich second generation hurriedly went to touch the phone, crying and begging for help from their families. Chu Yang continued to crook on the sofa, drinking and singing. Jin Hao Yuan was among them, relatively quiet. Jin Hao Yuan also dialed a phone, but from the tone of voice, it was easy to tell that he had found someone bigger than his father. Chu Yang laughed coldly in his heart, putting in a long line in order to fish. He was all set to see who the backstage of this Shin family was. Not long after, noisy and chaotic sounds came from outside the door. Chu Yan looked at Little Wolf. Go out and take a look. Those without money are not allowed to enter. Little Wolf nodded and walked out. When the door opened again, 5 or 6 middle-aged men poured in at the same time. As soon as the males saw their dad, they immediately crawled over and cried even harder. This time, they were much better behaved and didn't scream for his dad to avenge them. Before the crowd could say anything, Xu Yang waved his hand. You don't have to say anything. If you don't want to get punched again, you should obediently put down the money. It is you who kidnapped in the first place, and bought the murderer in the first place. I am only acting in self-defense, even if it is a matter of justice. You can't take advantage of it. All of you are dignified figures. I advise you not to make a big deal out of it. What exactly do you want? We've brought the money. Can you take my son away? One of the middle-aged men, and I don't know which one of the eunuchs' dads asked. Xu Yang waved his hand. It's still early. Everyone wait a little longer. Isn't the person that young Master Jin called not here yet? Jin Hao Yuan was lying on the ground like a bedbug and snorted coldly. You're screwed this time. I've called Mr. Hong to do justice. Even if you have great skills today, you won't be able to walk out. As soon as Mr. Hong's name was mentioned, not to mention these rich sons, even their old men were all surprised. Mr. Hong, is that the Mr. Hong who controls all the underground forces in Shanghai City? Old Mr. Wang asked with some nervousness. Chapter 23, The Dangerous Mr. Hong. Jin Hao Yuan nodded. That's right, it's Mr. Hong. No one here knows about Mr. Hong's status, as long as he makes a move. Not to mention getting a security guard killed. Even making the entire Ding Su group disappear would be effortless. Although Chu Yang did not know what this Mr. Hong was, it was not difficult to tell from the eyes of all the bosses that this Mr. Hong should be a resounding character. Young Master Wang immediately came to life upon hearing this and laughed loudly while forcing himself to endure the pain. This is great. As long as Mr. Hong steps in, this dog security guard will definitely die without a burial place. As he was talking, the door of the private room was slowly pushed open, and the coyote flew straight in, hitting the sofa heavily. Obviously an expert had appeared, and even Coyote's body was not able to fight back in the slightest. Chu Yang looked towards the direction of the doorway. A middle-aged man in his early 40s slowly walked in. Behind him, he was only followed by these two people, but from the pace, it was obvious that these two people were definitely experts. Their hands were far above Little Wolf. As soon as Jin Hao Yuan saw the visitor, he let out a shout. Mr. Hong, Mr. Hong, you are here. The other bosses surprisingly all stood up straight and bent down in unison, calling out collectively, Mr. Hong. This made Chu Yang a little different. What kind of person is this Mr. Hong, that he could make all the entrepreneurs in Star Ocean City salute him? Mr. Hong walked straight in, paying no attention to the others greeting him. Jin Hao Yuan crawled hard in Mr. Hong's direction and said, Mr. Hong, it's that guy who beat me up like this. Please be sure to do right by me. Mr. Hong smiled faintly. Since I'm here, I will definitely give you justice. With a wink from Mr. Hong, two attendants helped Jin Hao Yuan up. The other rich second generation all looked at Jin Hao Yuan with incomparable envious eyes. In Star Ocean City, being able to invite Mr. Hong was the same as inviting the sky of Star Ocean City. Mr. Hong sat down and the others immediately flashed out of space. It seems that in Star Ocean City, another outstanding young man has appeared. Even the Jin family's dead soldiers can beat him. Not simple. Chu Yang took a sip of wine and nonchalantly threw the wine cup on the coffee table. I don't have much time. Cut the crap. What do you want? Everyone else held their breath, not daring to breathe. It was the first time they heard someone dare to speak to Mr. Hong like that. No one knew about Mr. Hong's methods. He was known for his ruthlessness. There was once a drunkard who got drunk and bumped into Mr. Hong, only to be found the next day in an alleyway, bitten to death hard by countless wild dogs. The scene was indescribable. In Shanghai City, Mr. Hong was the symbol of power. No one dared to fight against him. Mr. Hong smiled. I like young people with sharpness, but too much arrogance often leads to murder. Don't make a pretense here. Feel free to use whatever skills you have, but I have one thing to tell you first. These two men of yours will definitely be wasted here today, as they just injured my brother. Not a small tone. I wonder if you have that kind of ability anymore. A hint of ruthlessness flared up in Mr. Hong's tone. Chu Yang's eyes flashed as he suddenly waved his right hand, and two needles visualized by dustless aura suddenly flew towards the two henchmen. The two henchmen did not even notice anything strange, but a sudden sharp pain came from their throats. They covered their necks in unison and directly knelt down. Mr. Hong's expression didn't change much, but the black aura underneath his eyes got dyed thicker and thicker. In Star Ocean City, no one had dared to make a move in front of him. This young man, a bit interesting. Good hands. It's just a pity that in Shanghai City, not being able to fight means everything. How many can you fight if you're good alone? How fast can your movements be faster than a gun? As soon as Mr. Hong slammed his wine glass, 5 or 6 more people suddenly rushed in outside the door. They all had heavy machine guns in their hands, clicked and loaded them and aimed them directly at Chu Yang. The others present were stunned. They all cowered into a corner with an apprehensive look on their faces, fearing that anyone's gun would go off and directly destroy them. Chu Yang was not nervous either and slowly poured a glass of wine. Since you dare to take a gun, it proves that you are ready to die. How dare you talk tough when you are dying? Young man, courage is commendable. I haven't seen someone with as much backbone as you in a long time. It's a pity that you're about to die. Mr. Hong's face brought on a wickedly vicious smile. With a wave of Mr. Hong's hand, one of the men raised his machine gun and pulled the trigger at Chu Yang's scratchy door. Click! Bang! The sound of the machine gun immediately boomed throughout the space, and the others all fell to the ground, holding their heads and screaming. Everyone didn't see Yang's movements clearly. All they could feel was a black shadow flashing by. And right after that, the man who had fired the gun suddenly collapsed. The gun in his hand had fallen into Chu Yang's hand at an unknown time. Chu Yang encircled Su Jiqing with one hand, while the other raised the machine gun, and the black hole of the gun was aimed directly at Mr. Hong's head. Chu Yang's voice was low and powerful. as if it was as cold as if it came from hell. My question. You haven't answered it yet. Playing with guns, are you ready to die? Just as Chu Yang aimed his gun at Mr. Hong, the other machine guns were also aimed at Chu Yang's body. Mr. Hong's brows were tightly locked, and his forehead caused multiple beads of sweat. For so many years, he had fought and killed in the Jianghu. He had encountered all kinds of people, but the feeling that Chu Yang gave him was that of a true outlaw. And at this moment, human life seemed to be worthless in Chu Yang's eyes. Mr. Hong coughed softly and said, if you have something to say, you put down your gun first. As soon as Mr. Hong's words fell, Chu Yang directly wheeled over with a slap. Slap! The sound of the palm landing on the face was clearly audible, and everyone was dumbfounded, completely unable to believe what they were seeing. This security guard actually hit Mr. Hong. Mr. Hong was also surprised, and before he could say anything, Chu Yang's other slap was thrown over. You, Mr. Hong stared at Chu Yang unbelievably. What are you looking at? The one who hit you is you. You don't have much ability, but you still dare to make a fool of yourself in front of my old man. You really want to die. Chu Yang nudged Mr. Hong's forehead with the muzzle of his gun. His hand was not light. Mr. Hong clenched his fists tightly, his brows locked, his voice grim. Young man, you seem to be playing around a bit? Do you believe that with a single order from me, I can make you completely disappear in Star Ocean City? Defeated underlings, and you still dare to speak out of turn. Did you become the boss by bragging? Chu Yang kicked down. Mr. Hong was fit, and although he tried his best to control his balance, he still lost his center by Chu Yang's kick and almost sat on the ground. Su Jiqing was not scared at all now. She snuggled beside Chu Yang and said with an excited smile, brother-in-law, you are really powerful. Beating their boss in front of so many people. Their little brother didn't even dare to move a muscle. That's amazing. Remember my heroic deeds well, and tell your sister more about it when the time comes as well. Don't let him always feel like I'm a loser. At a time when everyone was incredibly nervous, Chu Yang actually chatted with Su Jiqing, completely ignoring the gun muzzle behind him. Mr. Hong covered his chest and slowly stood up, clenching his fists, his arms showing a vein. All of you stand back. I want to meet this kid alone. Mr. Hong clenched his teeth, his voice harsh. Have you made enough of a scene? Mr. Hong was about to strike when the door of the private room suddenly opened. A blonde man slowly walked in, his temperament noble and elegant, like an exotic prince. Chapter 24, Big Man. As soon as Mr. Hong saw the person who came in, his expression immediately changed. The original arrogance disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a strong look of humility. Mr. Will, what brings you here? Mr. Hong gently bent his waist and bowed his head in a low salute. Everyone was even more surprised. In Star Ocean City, what kind of big shot was the person who could make Mr. Hong bend down and salute? Before this, they had never seen Mr. Hong treat any person with such respect. The blonde man looked at Mr. Hong with a biting gaze and said sternly in a not-so-standard Mandarin, I saved your life today. If you really dare to make a move against Mr. Chu, your fate will definitely be even more horrifying than a corpse being torn apart by a wild dog in an alley. Mr. Hong's whole body shook, looking at Chu Yang in shock. His face changed. I'm sorry, it's really because I have no eyes. I've offended a lot. Please forgive me. Mr. Hong's attitude made a 360-degree turn and turned back to give Chu Yang a big salute. Jinhao Yuan's eyes were almost glazed over as he looked at Mr. Hong in despair. His lips stuttered for half a day, not daring to make a sound at all. Chu Yang glanced back at the blonde man with a disgusted look. What are you doing here? I was just about to have a good fight. Will smiled as he walked over and bowed respectfully in front of Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, long time no see. You came to Star Ocean City. Don't tell me. She came too. Chu Yang frowned. Mr. Will nodded. Yes, this time Princess Lillian came to the country with business opportunities, looking for partners. The other bosses looked at each other in disbelief, even suspecting that they were hallucinating. Princess Lillian? The only daughter of the British royal family? Oh my god, someone from the royal family actually appeared in Star Ocean City. What the hell is going on? The others whispered. We definitely can't afford to offend this kind of big shot. It's better to speak less and wait and see what happens. That's right. I haven't seen a second person in Star Ocean City who can make Mr. Hong bow down. It seems that this Mr. Chu is of a higher status. We're afraid that we've stirred up big trouble this time. The others said and lowered their heads again, afraid to collide with Chu Yang's eyes. Chu Yang frowned and looked at Will. You mean to say that Lillian is also in Star Ocean City? Yes, the princess is right outside, requesting to meet with you. Chu Yang waved his hand. No see. I don't have time right now. Things here are still not taken care of. Mr. Chu, don't worry. If they have upset you, I will immediately make these businesses disappear and will definitely not get in your way again. including Mr. Hong. Will's voice was very soft, but every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Everyone panicked and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Mr. Chu, there are eyes that don't recognize MT. Tai, please be generous and don't be general with us. My canine son has offended much before. I will teach him a good lesson for you now. Mr. Chu must not be angry. Chairman Wang even turned around and kicked young Master Wang furiously. Young Master Wang squealed in pain, snot and tears all dripping into his mouth. The other chairman of the board also followed suit, turning back to their own sons to beat and kick them furiously, without the slightest bit of mercy. Su Jiqing became even more excited, looking at Chu Yang excitedly with a nice smile on her face. Mr. Han's forehead also coalesced with bean-sized beads of sweat. He hurriedly walked over, his face full of pleading. Mr. Chu, first time meeting, I really don't know your identity, so just treat me as a fart and let me go, okay? I promise that in the future, when I see you in Star Ocean City, I will bend over and bow, and I will never say more than half a word. My power is also at your disposal. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. It's no fun. It's no fun. Originally I was thinking of a bit of a challenge, but after being disturbed by Will like this, things have become too boring. Will smiled. I am really sorry for disturbing Mr. Chu's pleasure. Princess Lillian knows that you are working in Dingsu International, so she decided to inject all the investment funds into Dingsu International to help you. When the other chairmen heard this, they also hurriedly said, we were already partners of Dingsu International, and we will be in the future as well. Our cooperation will never cease. Yes, we have a contract to sign with Dingsu International soon. We absolutely cannot let our cooperation with Dingsu International be affected by our canine son's childish behavior. We intend to lower our costs by another 20%, so that Dingsu International can enjoy the greatest benefits. So do we. Yes, us too. Looking at the dogged looks of the various chairmen, Chu Yan let out a cold grunt. It's useless for you guys to talk to me about this. It's better to go to Su Ji Luo in person tomorrow. If she's willing to cooperate with you guys, then you guys are safe and sound. Whoever fails to get a contract from Dingsu International, their business will have to disappear in Star Ocean City. Yes. The old chairman wiped their cold sweat and replied respectfully, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Brother-in-law, you are so handsome. Su Jiqing tightly encircled Chu Yang's arm and smiled happily. Her beauty was like a dream. Jin Hao Yuan's eyes dodged and tried to hide in the corner as much as possible, afraid that Chu Yang would notice him. Chu Yang glanced at Little Wolf, pointed in the direction of Jin Hao Yuan and said in a low voice, young Master Jin is seriously injured. Take him back for treatment. Jin Hao Yuan's face turned white with fear and hurriedly shook his head. No, just let me go home. Please let me go home. The Jin family's company also has cooperation with Dingsu International. I will definitely let my father make more concessions and work well with Dingsu Group. Please let me go. Jin Hao Yuan was still talking when his mouth was suddenly blocked by Little Wolf and directly dragged out. The Jin family was just too suspicious. That normal metropolis, being able to see dead soldiers, which in itself was a strange thing. From Jin Hao Yuan's tone, it was not difficult to hear that these dead soldiers were raised by his father. To find out the truth about the death of the eagle, one must start with the Jin family, and this Jin Hao Yuan is a breakthrough. Will was still waiting for Chu Yang's reply next to him, obviously at the behest of Princess Lillian. Will, Mr. Chu, the princess has been waiting for you outside for a long time. Do you want to see her a little? Isn't she going to invest in Dingsu International? I'll be working as a security guard at Dingsu International, so I'll naturally be able to meet her when the time comes. I still have things to do today, so I'll leave first. Chu Yan looked back at the other brothers and instructed, take the money that all the bosses brought. It's not too much to take some hard-earned money for us helping them teach their children a lesson, right? Not too much. This is for you, the others hurriedly said. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth slanted and he walked out of the private room in big strides. Su Jiqing trotted to follow. Will looked at the direction Chu Yan left, shook his head helplessly and dialed the phone. Princess Lillian, I'm really sorry, Mr. Chu doesn't want to see you today. In the limousine outside the entertainment club, Lillian had a light smile on her face. Her voice was charming and gentle. It's okay, as long as I'm in the same city as him, I'm sure. We'll meet soon. Chapter 25, Getting a Little Money. In the bungalow of Little Wolf's house, the brothers laid all the boxes flat and swallowed their saliva in excitement at the sight of the red tickets inside. Grasshopper blinked his eyes. My God, this is the first time in my life that I've seen so much money. This has to be a few million. Little Wolf was also a bit dumbfounded. Brother Yang, you told me before to get some small money. Is this the small money you were talking about? Chu Yang twisted out his cigarette and the corner of his mouth slanted. Order some. Let's see how much is there. Chu Yang sat down at the table and Su Jiqing followed suit and sat down next to her. It was the first time she had seen such a shabby place, and although she was surprised, she was not half rude, and kept following Chu Yang quietly. Wei Wei poured 2 cups of water and placed them in front of Su Zhiqing and Chu Yang with a light smile. Chu Yang looked at Wei Wei's condition, which was still good, so he asked, "How do you feel? Is your body better?" Wei Wei nodded. "Much better, and her strength is recovering little by little." Wei Wei's eyes were a bit evasive, as if she had something hard to say. "You should breathe more fresh air. Why don't I take you out for a walk?" Chu Yang said. Vivi nodded and glanced at Su Zhiqing. This pretty sister should come along too. Su Zhiqing nodded happily. The 3 of them walked out of the room together. The others didn't even notice and were still concentrating on counting the money, letting out a howl of excitement from time to time. Chu Yang glanced sideways at Su Zhiqing and said, "Xinger, can you promise me something? Brother-in-law, you say, no matter what you see or know, don't tell your sister. Is that okay?" Chu Yang asked. Su Zhiqing smiled sweetly, tilted her head and spoke in a mischievous tone. "So, brother-in-law and I have a little secret in common now?" Chu Yang lightly coughed twice. "Sort of. Good, I promise you," Su Zhiqing said righteously. Chu Yang nodded and brought along a small group of 2 beauties and sat down on a bench by the street. "Wei Wei, you should have something you want to say to me, right? Those words that you can't say to your brother." Chu Yang asked. Wei Wei nodded. "I know, Brother Yang is very powerful, so I don't want to hide it. I want Brother Yang to save me. If I said I would protect you, I won't go back on my word. Tell me, what's going on with the bone compulsion in your body?" Chu Yang asked. Wei Wei gently hugged her shoulders as if she was a bit scared. "After my mother passed away, I've been living alone. My brother would send regular living expenses back. It wasn't much, but it was enough for my tuition and living expenses. I didn't have many friends, so I always kept to myself. Suddenly one day, when I was leaving school, I found a man in my house. No, he wasn't a person. At least that's what I thought until now." Vivi shivered a little. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes curiously. "Not a person? What does that mean?" "He is very tall. His face is very pale, just like the evil magician in the cartoon. His eyes are very dark. Just by looking at him, it's like falling into an endless abyss." "Did he hurt you?" Chu Yang hurriedly asked. Wei Wei shook her head. "Not really. He said that as long as I behaved myself, he would neither hurt me nor my brother. He knew that my brother would be coming back soon and showed me a lot of pictures of my brother, all of which I had never seen before. There were photos of my brother's life in the army, as well as photos of my brother on missions." "Are you sure those photos are all real? Could it be that he was lying to you?" "No, he's definitely not lying." Wei Wei's emotions were a bit agitated. "If I don't listen, he will really kill my brother. Don't be afraid. Speak slowly." Chu Yang gently took Vivi's pulse and slightly injected some dustless aura to help her stabilize her emotions. Vivi breathed heavily and her state slowly calmed down. She murmured again. "He said that he is right beside her brother and can take his life anytime. The photos he showed me were taken when my brother was sleeping in the army, and there were also photos taken down when my brother shot someone else. In the photos, a black hole of a gun was aimed right at my brother's head, ready to kill him at any moment." "What did he threaten you with these for?" Chu Yang asked. "He made me drink a small worm, saying that the thing needs to be nourished with the heart blood of a young girl. It will only take a year, and as long as I complete my mission without dying, he will leave my life with my brother forever and won't bother us again. So no matter how painful it is, I can endure it, as long as my brother is safe." Vivi bit her lips lightly and added, "Next month will be the full year. He will come looking for me, and if he knows that that little bug has disappeared from my body, he will definitely turn against my brother. It doesn't matter if I die or not. I only ask Brother Young to protect my brother. Our He family, there is only one boy left. What Mom wanted to see the most when she was alive was for my brother to be able to carry on the family line for the He family, so he can't die." Chu Yang gently patted Wei Wei's back and gently comforted. "It's alright, as long as that guy dares to show up, I will dare to make him completely disappear in this world." Wei Wei's eyes flickered as she looked at Chu Yang. "Brother Yang, it was only when I met you that I saw hope arising from being alive." "Fool, you are still young, don't always talk about death or not. How unlucky." Su Zhiqing also comforted next to her. "That's right, your brother Yang is especially powerful. He can solve anything that's big in the sky. Trust him, if he says he'll protect you, he'll definitely do it." Wei Wei nodded her head and for the first time in a long time, she revealed a rotten smile. Brother Yang, come back soon." In the alley, Little Wolf's voice came over excitedly. Chu Yang responded and led the 2 back to Little Wolf's house again. "Brother Yang, guess how much money we harvested today?" Little Wolf was so excited that his hands were trembling. "It's only a few $1,000,000. What's all the fuss about?" Chu Yang glanced at him in disgust. "Almost 8 million, $7,800,000. Little Wolf didn't know how many fingers to use to express the figure. Chu Yang thought about it and said, "The living environment here is too bad. Not with my sister to raise her body. First buy a big house that can accommodate everyone, preferably with a backyard to facilitate training. Brother Yang, are you going to give us special training? The others hurriedly came over with an expectant face. What else? How are you guys going to fight me with these two? The matter of buying a house should be tightened up. It must be done within 3 days. Yes. The crowd stood upright and saluted in unison. Alright, it's getting late. I'm going to send my sister-in-law back first. You guys rest early. Shu Yang ordered again. Buy a computer and cell phone for Weiwei. She's quite bored during the time she's recuperating her body. Surfing the internet can pass some time. Yes, Coyote replied happily. It was already the latter part of the night when they walked out of Little Wolf's house. The excited look on Su Jiqing's face hadn't receded yet, and she was still immersed in the images of Chu Yang's incomparably handsome battle. Chapter 26, I want to live in your house. Brother-in-law, what did you do originally? Why are you so good at fighting? And that Princess Lillian, she's a royal bloodline. How come she treats you so humbly? Knowing too much won't do you any good. Let me send you back to rest. Otherwise your sister should be worried again. Shu Yang said. Su Jiqing then remembered that her phone was broken and she had not told her sister about her whereabouts until now. Brother-in-law, lend me your phone. Su Jiqing used Chu Yang's cell phone and made a call to Su Jiluo. In the receiver, Su Jiluo was really furious, and when she heard that Su Jiqing was with Chu Yang, she became even more frantic and told Chu Yang to listen to the call. As soon as Chu Yang took it, he heard Su Jiluo let out a stern cry. Chu Yang, I will immediately go over to pick up Qinger. If you dare to touch a hair on her head, I will definitely not spare you. Chu Yang had no choice but to send the location to Su Jiluo. Su Jiqing beamed her little mouth, looking at Chu Yang smoking, and said with some heartache, Brother-in-law, why don't you tell your sister the truth? You have done so much for her, for Dingsu International, but she keeps misunderstanding you. It's useless to say it, she won't believe a single word of my words, but it's good. It's convenient for me to do a lot of things. Chu Yang smiled in disbelief. Su Jiqing looked at Chu Yang's worn-out clothes and thought for a moment. Brother-in-law, in order to thank you for saving my life today, when you have time, why don't I send you a few sets of clothes? I go to work every day. I have work clothes to wear. Good clothes are of no use to me. They'll be worn for a few days and then crumble. It's better not to waste money. Besides, you're my sister-in-law. It's only right for me to protect you. Humph, brother-in-law is biased. If my sister said she'd buy you clothes, you definitely wouldn't refuse. Then of course, she's my wife. Then Su Jiqing said half a sentence and suddenly stopped her words. Anyway, I don't care. I'm going to buy clothes for you. When you're free, I'll definitely look for you to go. Looking at Su Jiqing's cute and petulant appearance, Chu Yang felt a burst of emotion. The same face, completely different temperament. Your sister doesn't have 1/10,000th of your gentleness. As the two were chatting, a jewel-blue supercar screeched to a halt in front of the two. Su Jiluo got out of the car and walked directly in front of the two. Chu Yang got up. Wife, snap. Without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, Su Jiluo directly raised her palm and vigorously threw Chu Yang a slap. Chu Yang, you are too much. How could you bring Qinger to fool around until so late? Do you know that I'm going to be worried to death? Chu Yang frowned and was just about to get angry, but then he saw Su Jiluo's reddened eyes, which had obviously already cried. He instantly softened his heart and his tone softened a lot. I'm sorry, it won't happen next time. Su Jiqing hurriedly explained. Sister, if it wasn't for my brother-in-law saving me today, I would have been in danger. You don't have to lie for him. I don't want to hear it. Come home with me. Saying this, Su Jiluo pulled Su Jiqing up and stuffed her into the car. Su Jiqing looked at Chu Yan with a sad face, but Chu Yang had a bright smile on his face and waved his hand at Su Jiqing. The cold wind came and blew Chu Yang's shirt in a hunting manner. His top that was cut by the blade was incomparably messy and somewhat comical. However, such Chu Yan was incomparably tall in Su Jiqing's heart. Chu Yang's smile was deeply imprinted in Su Jiqing's heart. Such a man who gave without expecting anything in return was the real hero in her heart. Looking at the far-away vehicles, Chu Yang let out a soft sigh. It seemed that going home was out of the question again. He had no choice but to go back to the rented house again. The house was very quiet. The room was dark. Chu Yang opened the door and went to Chiu Yi's room to have a look. She was not back yet, but with her temperament, she definitely wouldn't stay in the hospital either. She should have gone out to do something. Chu Yang directly went into the U room, threw his worn-out security uniform casually on the floor, and took a hot shower painfully. After the clothes were retired, he purposely looked at himself in the mirror, slightly concentrating and quieting his breath. That mysterious feeling came again. His whole body meridians became transparent again. This time Chu Yang clearly saw the location of that bone compulsion. It was on his right arm. It seemed to know that someone was looking at it and moved slightly, but it was very well behaved and did not make any extra movements. Xu Yang smiled evilly and said in a low voice, "You've done me a favor today. If you keep on being so well behaved, I'll consider letting you live." That bone compass, as if it understood Xu Yang's words, it even gave him a response. Holy! Xu Yang was startled and looked carefully at the bone compulsion and said again, "Aren't you really able to understand what I'm saying?" The bone compass moved again, seemingly in response. God! What the hell are you? Have you become an essence? Isn't it true that good animals can't become fertilized? What the hell? The bone parasites seemed to be expressing their loyalty, slightly roaming around Xu Yang's arm. This time, Xu Yang did not use the energy of the jade to suppress the action of the bone compulsion, but the cone of pain did not come, so it seemed that the little guy was telling him that it would not harm itself. Xu Yang laughed out loud. It's true that you're eating someone else's mouth. You've only eaten a little bit of poison, but you've become so well behaved. Don't worry, I will find more delicious food for you, but you will have to be used for me from now on. Your previous master tried his best to use someone else's body to raise you for a year, and now that you've suddenly rebelled, he'll definitely be infuriated when he finds out. Xu Yang was in a good mood and simply wrapped a towel around him and prepared to go out. A soft sound suddenly came from the room. Xu Yang thought it was Qiu Yi coming back, and without thinking too much, he pushed open the door. Why are you back so late today? Are you feeling better? Xu Yang went out and froze when he saw the person sitting on the sofa. Surprisingly, it was that pretty little Powerpuff Girl, Jingling. Jingling was wearing a set of camouflage uniform and was pulling a big box by her hand. Xu Yang's hands were busy as he started to protect his body, blocking the top for a while and the bottom for a while. What are you doing? In the middle of the night, breaking and entering is against the law. I want to call the police, Xu Yang said nervously. Jingling squinted her eyes, and when she smiled her eyes curved, just like a small fox. I am the police officer. What are you calling the police for? What the hell are you doing? I ran away from home. I have no place to go, and I thought that your place here is also quite big, so I am going to move over. Jingling said it very easily, not expecting how much of an impact her words could have. You're moving over? Are you kidding me? Xu Yang frowned. Jingling got up and walked over to Xu Yang. I know. Qiu Yi also lives here with you, right? I'm a great young man. It seems unnecessary to report to you who I'm staying with. It's not like I'm breaking the law. Xu Yang was full of vigilance. Qiu Yi smiled. His finger tapped in front of Xu Yang's body. Xu Yang immediately bounced a step backward, ready to fight. This little fox was not easy to deal with. If there was the slightest relaxation, it was not likely that she would be eaten by her. Don't worry, I simply came over to look for a place to stay. There is no malice. Also, in terms of security precautionary sense, your door locks are virtually non-existent, and I can better protect you guys by moving in. Xu Yang shook his head. I'm sorry, this lady, there is no place for you to stay in my house. Please get out immediately. Jingling's little fox eyes narrowed and directly threw Xu Yang a small bag. I know, renting a room requires rent. This is considered my advance payment. Xu Yang smoothly took the bag, and as soon as he touched it, a subtle energy immediately surrounded his body. Chapter 27 Unable to resist. Although Xu Yang tried desperately to remain calm, the need for that energy simply made him unable to control his expression. What is this? What is in here? Xu Yang asked. Jingling blinked her fox eyes and smiled a flirtatious smile. Whatever Qiu Yi can give you, I can give you, so if she can live here, I can live here too. Saying that, Jingling walked directly to Xu Yang's room. Xu Yang looked blearily at the fact that his only mattress was also occupied, and immediately had a bitter look on his face. Having a hard time speaking, it's a sinful thing to do. As much as he resisted Jingling staying in, he simply couldn't resist the gemstone. The power was just too attractive. There was really no way to refuse it. Jingling wasn't fussy either. She directly laid down on Xu Yang's mat and closed her eyes. Xu Yang carefully walked over and wanted to explore the details of the rental again, but Jingling seemed to have fallen asleep and was breathing evenly. Her cheeks were slightly tired. Her clothes were not even off. The door was not closed, and she seemed to be not half as defensive towards Xu Yang. Xu Yang was a bit messy. Without realizing it, he had found a shabby rental house, and had already lived in two big beauties. Moreover, these two beauties, with their special identities, were like water and fire, and they were afraid that they would have a hard time in the future. Now Qiu Yi doesn't know about Jingling. When she comes back, she still doesn't know how to explain it. Xu Yan looked at the bag in his hand and let out a sigh. Alas, unable to refuse. Really no talent. The place to live was also robbed. Xu Yang simply sat directly on the sofa and studied this small bag that Jingling gave him. Xu Yang carefully opened it and found 5 gems inside. 2 of them were jade, and the remaining 3, although he didn't know what they were also full of energy and should be expensive as well. Women nowadays are really rich. Xiao Yi paid a few years of rent right out of the gate, and Jingling wanted to live in, but she even used gemstones as rent. This was outrageous and too insulting. Xu Yang simply absorbed the energy of the 2 jade stones directly and left the remaining 3 gems for backup. Until the next day, Xiao Yi did not return. Taking advantage of the fact that Jingling was still awake, Xu Yang hurriedly packed up and left. He was really not good at dealing with this little fox and was afraid that he would fall into some trap of hers again. When Xu Yang arrived at Dingsu International, Little Wolf and the others had already arrived. When they saw Xu Yang, several of them still performed the standard military salute with a compelling aura. "Didn't I tell you to buy a house? Why did you come to work again?" Xu Yang asked. Wolfie heatedly smiled. Purchasing has always been Grasshopper's job. He took 2 of his brothers with him, and he's the best at buying things. "Brother Yang." Little Wolf stepped forward. "The Jin family is raising dead soldiers. The captain's death definitely has nothing to do with them. Should we directly charge into the Jin family to check out the bottom line and avenge the captain? There's no rush. The Jin family is just a small player. That Mr. Hong is also a shrimp. If we rush in now, we will only startle the snakes. Let's observe carefully and follow the trail, and try to uproot them." Little Wolf nodded. "I'll listen to Brother Yang." As the 2 were talking, a car suddenly stopped behind them, and a man with a big belly walked down from the car, with a female secretary and a male assistant behind him. The man's attitude was arrogant, shouting from a distance, "I want to see your Mr. Su, hurry and get out of the way." The coyote went forward to stop him first. "I'm sorry, sir. Do you have an appointment?" "Appointment? No," the man shouted again. "According to the regulations, without an appointment, you can't see Mr. Su. I can't let you in." "Reservation? Are you kidding me? In Star Ocean City, who doesn't know that Dingsu International is about to be finished? All the companies are boycotting Dingsu International. In less than a week, Dingsu International will definitely close down. To this extent, what are you still posing here? Get lost and let Suji Luo come out to see me." Little Wolf was just about to step forward to stop him when Xu Yang waved his hand and stopped him. Xu Yang stepped forward and asked with a smile, "I wonder who your excellency is." "I am in charge of processing clothes for the Dingsu clothing industry. You can call me Mr. Zeng. As far as the current situation is concerned, perhaps we are the only one who is still willing to cooperate with Dingsu Group. So I would like to find Mr. Su to talk about whether or not our company can still fight for a little bit in terms of price." "Oh, so it's a cooperative party. Then please come in quickly." Xu Yang made a gesture of false invitation and let the man enter the building. "You kid is still sensible." Mr. Zing snorted coldly and walked with a dignified gait. "Little Wolf, Brother Yang, will you let this guy go in?" "It's fine. I'll follow him in and take a look." Xu Yang followed Fatty Zhang up the stairs. Suji Luo was still having a meeting in the conference room. The shareholders were very dissatisfied with Suji Luo's attitude after the previous incident. At this moment, they were making things difficult for Suji Luo. Some even directly asked her to step down as the president. "Shareholders, give me a week's time. If within a week, I can't solve the problems of Dingsu International, I will voluntarily give up the position of president," Suji Luo said. One of the shareholders slapped the table. "1 week? How can we have a week? Right now, Dingsu International stock price is falling all the way down. It won't take 2 days for the whole thing to collapse. Who will protect our interests then? If you don't step aside, I'll withdraw my shares." "I'll withdraw my shares as well." When the old chairman was around, he never let Dingsu International face such a severe crisis. The shareholders protested one after another, not leaving any way back at all. As they were talking, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Mr. Zhang walked in. "Yo, everyone is having a meeting. I'm really sorry for the disturbance." Xu Yang followed behind and brought a chair for General Manager Zhang for him to sit down. Suji Luo frowned. "We are in the middle of a meeting. Please go out." "You who? Dingsu International is about to collapse, and Mr. Su is still posing with me here? Now I'm afraid that in the entire Star Ocean City, only my garment factory is still willing to produce for you. You have to consider your attitude carefully. Don't make me unhappy." Mr. Zhang's arrogant attitude remained, with a condescending look, looking at Suji Luo. Suji Luo clenched her petite fists. Once upon a time, even this kind of small business owner dared to use this kind of posture to talk to herself. This was simply a huge humiliation for Suji Luo. It was all Chu Yang's fault. If he did not stir up such a blunder, how could Dingsu International face such a severe test? Suji Luo forced down her anger and asked, "I don't know what is it that you are here for this time?" General Manager Zhang waved his hand, and the female secretary handed over a file. General Manager Zhang sneered, "I feel that the conditions offered by Dingsu International to cooperate with us are not friendly. Now, I am requesting Dingsu International to increase the processing fee by 30% on top of the original." 30%? May I ask if you are extorting? Suji Luo's eyes were cold and majestic. Fatty Zhang lightly coughed twice, unexpectedly did not dare to meet Suji Luo's eyes head on. "This is my request. If Dingsu International can't fulfill it, then I have no choice but to terminate the cooperation. When the other shareholders heard this, they hurriedly persuaded Su Jiluo, we can't afford to lose any more partners now, no matter what kind of price we pay. As long as there is someone who is willing to cooperate with us, we should try to retain the partner. Su Jiluo's face was already a bit white, but Chu Yang acted as if nothing was wrong, directly took a chair and sat beside Su Jiluo, staying very close to her. Su Jiluo frowned, what are you doing? I see that Andy is busy, so I'm replacing her and will be your secretary for a while. From now on, I'll help you deal with these scoundrels. Just watch, Chu Yang said with a bright smile. Chapter 28 Shareholder Advocate. Chu Yang took a pen and a book, glanced at Fatty Zhang, and then at the other shareholders. I just heard outside that someone wants to withdraw their shares, is this true? Chu Yang asked. The other shareholders were disgruntled. Whether we withdraw our shares or not, it's not your turn as a security guard to talk to us. Please get out right now. The shareholders spoke one after another. Chu Yang directly lit a cigarette and looked at everyone with narrowed eyes. Since I'm already in, letting me out is impossible. Those who want to withdraw their shares hurry up and sign up. We have limited time. You are not qualified to sit in the shareholders' meeting room. Someone come, drag him out. Although the other shareholders shouted, no security guards came in at the door. Right now, the security department were all Chu Yang's people. Who would dare to act rashly if he didn't give the word? It was at this moment that Su Jiluo's private secretary, Andy, walked in with a document. President, this is the authorization document passed over by the major shareholder. He asked Chu Yang to attend the shareholders' meeting on his behalf. Everything Chu Yang does next is authorized by the major shareholder himself and has legal effect. The crowd froze and looked at Chu Yang incredulously. There were speculations about his identity. Su Jiluo's eyes also started to become complicated. Her beautiful eyes looked at Chu Yang and asked in a low voice, Chu Yang, what exactly are you? Why were you able to get the authorization of the major shareholders? It's a long story. I'd better solve the problem here first. Chu Yang tapped the book impatiently. Who just said that they want to withdraw their shares? Now immediately right away. Disloyal and unrighteous old men like you. Dingsu International Department doesn't need you. Outrageous. Those of us who fought for the kingdom and made great achievements for Dingsu International are now being insulted by a small station door security guard. I can't bear this breath. I want to withdraw my shares. Me too. The shareholders revolted one after another. The scene was chaotic. Good. I will write down your names now. Effective immediately. The shares in your hands. Dingsu International all recovered. Su Jiluo was filled with nervousness, pulled Chu Yang's lapel and whispered, what kind of decision are you making haphazardly? Right now, the liquidity of Dingsu International is not that much at all. There is no way to acquire these shares. Chu Yang was unimpressed, as if he didn't hear it, and started to write with a big stroke of his pen. Fatty Zhang was a bit bewildered when he saw that Dingsu International was starting to have internal strife and looked directly at Chu Yang. Hey, my problem has not been solved yet. Can you guys wait for a while before talking about withdrawing your shares? Chu Yang, I'm sorry Mr. Zhang, there's a small matter to be resolved within the company right now, so you can wait a little bit first. The other shareholders were stimulated by Chu Yang to put the withdrawal of their shares into practice. Chu Yang looked at the list and took a deep breath. It's almost time now. Andy, arrange the withdrawal plan for these shareholders. None of them can be missed out, okay? Andy was dressed in an OL outfit. Her hair was pulled high on the back of her head. She looked competent and valiant. She received the document and nodded slightly. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll go and do it. Su Jiluo was astonished. Andy is my personal assistant. Why should she do things for you? Isn't what's yours is mine. Why be so outgoing? The shareholders were furious as they coldly grunted. The hallowed Dingsu International has been reduced to letting a security guard tell them what to do. How ridiculous. We'll see how long Dingsu International can last. Then please, everyone, sit here and watch. The surprise will be served immediately. Chu Yang looked at everyone with an evil smile. His expression was debauched and unruly, just like a small gangster. He smiled and looked at Fatty Zhang again. Mr. Zhang, what did you just say? I said, before Fatty Zhang could speak. The door of the conference room once again gave a knock. This time the one who came up was Little Wolf. After Little Wolf stood at attention and saluted, he said, people are here. Let them come in now? It's okay. Chu Yang stood up and looked back at Su Jiluo. The rest of the mission, I'll leave it to you. I will escort you throughout. Don't have any worries. Su Jiluo's eyes were full of questions. What do you mean? As they were talking, many business bosses suddenly flooded into the conference room. Although Dingsu International's conference room had a lot of space, but with a dozen or so people pouring in at the same time, it became a bit crowded. Seeing the people who came in, Su Jiluo was even more surprised. Isn't this the same people who announced the termination of cooperation with Dingsu International before? Why are they here again? The first to rush in front of Su Luo, it was Mr. Wang. He was holding a lot of documents, directly placed in front of Su Luo. His attitude was extremely humble. Mr. Su, I have offended much before. Please, you must forgive me. Our enterprise has been cooperating with Dingsu International for many years, and has always been a good business partner. Please, you must give me another chance. I am willing to give a 40% profit, just to be able to continue to cooperate with you. Me too. I'll make a 50% profit. My factory. I am willing to provide services for Dingsu International for free, without charging a penny. Please, Mr. Su, accept my contract. Mr. Su, our company is in the cosmetic industry. Although we have not cooperated with you before, I hope you will give me a chance. In order to express my sincerity, I won't earn a penny in the cooperation with you. I just want to be able to cooperate with Dingsu. Su Luo had no intention of looking at this with surprise, completely unable to believe it. The person who had been so aggressive before, saying that he would resolutely boycott Dingsu International, had completely changed his face, and at the same time pleaded to cooperate with Dingsu. What the hell was going on? Su Luo glanced at Chu Yang in confusion and realized that Chu Yang was looking at her with a warm smile. Su Luo's face suddenly reddened. She couldn't tell what she was feeling right now. Chu Yang's eyes were just too clear. It actually made her forget about her resentment towards him for a moment. Chu Yang sent Coyote and the others to protect Su Luo, not letting other people seeking cooperation touch Su Luo. The entrepreneur's pleading and eagerness made the shareholders completely dumbfounded and feeling like they were going crazy as they watched all this. They have already made a request to withdraw their shares, and now they want to back out. Not sure if it's still too late. Mr. Su's side is not so bad. What is difficult is the security guard standing at the door. I don't know what he is, although he is in the security position, but Dingsu Group everything seems to be in his control. Even the president Su Luo also can't do this security main. What kind of person is he in the end? Is he an undercover agent sent by the biggest shareholder of Dingsu Group? Everyone speculated about Chu Yang's identity. Su Luo was messed up by the sudden cooperation contract. She couldn't cope with it. Even with her secretaries Yu helping her out, she couldn't resist the enthusiasm of those entrepreneurs to cooperate at all. Some of them sacrificed the interests of their companies and insisted on reaching a cooperation with Dingsu Group, which made Su Luo a little embarrassed as well. There was even the boss of a food processing factory that insisted on doing sausage business with Su Luo, making her laugh and cry. Looking at the other shareholders' dumbfounded looks, Chu Yang revealed a pleased smile. It was this kind of effect that was wanted. Shocked. You trash, Chu Yang said in his heart. Chapter 29, the face slapping came too soon. Fatty Zhang, who had come to take advantage of the fire, was now completely dumbfounded. He was squeezed in the middle of a group of old bosses, unable to retreat, unable to squeeze out. Fatty Zhang was in a cold sweat. This scene is completely different from the previous understanding of is not said that the major enterprises in Shanghai City are boycotting Dingsu International. Why, the real situation is just the opposite. They are on the contrary rushed over to beg for cooperation. Some people are even anxious to cry. Our old boss almost kneel in front of Su Luo. In the end, what is the situation? Chu Yang gave Little Wolf a wink. Little Wolf went over and pulled Mr. Zhang out of the crowd. Mr. Zhang was sweating profusely, panting and nervous, looking at everything behind him, his hands trembling a little. Chu Yang held a cigarette in his mouth and smiled rudely. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I was too busy just now to pay attention to your request, but now it's okay. I'm free. You just said that you want to increase the offer by 30%? Is that right? Mr. Zhang nervously gulped and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, hurriedly shaking his head. No, you must have misheard me. I just said that I want to reduce the offer by 30%. Dingsu International takes such good care of a small business like mine. How can I not properly repay it? Oh, so it's like this. So it's me who misheard? Yes, it's you who misheard. Although Fatty Zhang did not know exactly what happened, but from the other boss's so earnest and enthusiastic attitude it is not difficult to see that the current Dingsu International is not at all a small clothing factory he can offend. Fatty Zhang's sweat is not yet wiped clean. The door of the conference room appeared a few figures. A small secretary ran in somewhat nervously, bent down in front of Su Luo and said in a low voice, President, Princess Lillian of the British royal family, requests to meet with you. Su Luo directly stood up. Princess of England? Ni? Secretary, yes. It is said that there is a transnational level cooperation program and wants to talk to Dingsu Group. Quickly invite in. As soon as Su Luo finished speaking, she remembered the noise of the conference room. She glanced at Chu Yang as if for help, but she actually realized that Chu Yang had disappeared. At the doorway, a blonde beauty slowly walked in, and beside her, followed by an elegant manservant, Mr. Will. Suji Luo's appearance was already very outstanding, but the moment she saw Princess Lillian, she surprisingly also felt stunning. Lillian was wearing a set of white sarong, quite a domestic flavor. Her pupils were amber-colored, looking noble and elegant. Her skin was very white, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a peel egg. Lillian wore a smile and did not have half a royal demeanor. Mr. Su, I've taken the liberty of coming and disturbing you. Lillian was courteous. Suji Luo hurriedly said, it's only right that I'm the one who has missed out on welcoming you. Lillian looked around and smiled crookedly. It seems like I didn't come at the right time today. Once the other old bosses heard that little Princess Ingluan had really come, they all held their breath and stood neatly, not daring to make a fuss at all. They had known for a long time that Ingluan was going to inject capital into Dingsu International, but they just didn't expect it to come so soon. Yesterday, the man called Chu Yang said that if anyone failed to get the contract of Dingsu International, he would make his family's business disappear in Shanghai City. Judging from the current situation, that man wasn't talking big. He definitely had the strength. Dingsu International really can't afford to mess with. Suji Luo smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, please ask Princess Lillian to go to the lounge to rest for a few moments. I'll be there later. Good. You are busy first. Lillian looked around and did not see Chu Yang's figure, so she asked, you have an employee named Chu Yang here, right? Can I request a meeting with him? Suji Luo's beautiful eyes curved. Princess Lillian wants to meet Chu Yang? Do you know him before? Lillian was a bit excited. He is. Will hurriedly coughed lightly twice and interrupted Lillian. Your Highness, why don't you go to the restroom first, okay? Lillian hurriedly covered her small mouth and smiled apologetically. If you can, please make sure I see Mr. Chu Yang, please. Okay, I will arrange it for you as soon as possible. Suji Luo smiled. Lillian gently nodded her head, a layer of blissful redness spreading on her face as she went to the VIP lounge under Andy's guidance. Andy prepared good tea for Lillian and Will. Lillian was full of joy. Will reminded at the side, Your Highness, Mr. Chu Yang acts very low-key. He doesn't like you to publicize your relationship with him, so within the country, we should not mention Mr. Chu Yang's past, and don't tell the truth about your acquaintance with him. This is what Mr. Chu Yang specifically ordered before. Lillian nodded her head hurriedly. I'm so excited. Will, I'm going to meet him soon. I'm really about to meet him. Yes, Your Highness, your wish is about to come true, Will said with a soft salute. This side of the conference room. Fatty Sang was frightened by this sudden change and took advantage of the chaos to hurriedly escape from the conference room. But at the elevator entrance, he met Chu Yang. Fatty Zhang was startled and hurriedly said with a smile, what a coincidence. I actually met you here. Isn't Mr. Zhang here to discuss cooperation with Dingsu International? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Fatty Zhang hurriedly handed Chu Yang a cigarette and lit it himself. I see that Ms. Su is particularly busy today, so I don't dare to disturb her. I'll wait for her to finish before I come back. Are you sure you don't want to fight for your interests anymore? I don't dare. I'll let you laugh at me. The previous words are considered as my fart. You must not take it to heart, Fatty Zhang said hurriedly. Chu Yang nodded. Since that's the case, then I won't see you off. Mr. Zhang, take your time. Yes, you stay. Fatty Zhang hurriedly walked into the elevator and ran out of Dingsu International Mansion with his secretary and assistant without looking back. The secretary was filled with confusion and asked in a low voice, Mr. Zhang, what is going on here? Previously, we have gotten accurate news. Dingsu is estimated to be finished. But how come the other chairmen are coming over like crazy to find Dingsu to cooperate? Is there some kind of change? Fatty Zhang was shocked and hurriedly got into the car. We're afraid we're in big trouble this time. Can't you see? The British princess has come to invest in Dingsu International, which is enough to show that Dingsu International's position in Shanghai City, that the whole country is unshakable. Going against Dingsu International is just asking for death. I just walked through a ghost gate. The assistant asked, Mr. Zhang, what is that security guard? How come it feels like he's a few points stronger than President Su Jiluo? And just now I seem to have heard that the British princess wants to see him personally. What's the situation? Fatty Zhang shook his head. Don't ask anything now. Hurry up and leave Dingsu International. Go back and organize the contract. Let the profit be 50%. Even if it's a loss of money, you have to press down the contract of Dingsu International. Now Dingsu, it's absolutely not the same as before. Chapter 30, The Princess Wants to See You. Chu Yang was hiding in the security lounge, humming leisurely. Suji Luo sent Andy to look for Chu Yang everywhere, but Andy couldn't see Chu Yang anywhere and finally found him in the lounge. As soon as the other security guards saw Andy, they immediately stood at attention. Only Chu Yang was still lying down. In Dingsu International, Andy was the only special assistant recognized by Suji Luo. Compared to other company executives, the hidden power Andy held seemed to be greater. In the eyes of the other employees, Andy was Suji Luo's spokesperson. Wherever she went, she was highly respected. Andy was so tired and sweaty that she hurriedly went to pull Chu Yang. Quickly, don't lie down. Princess Lillian personally named to see you. You quickly pack up and tidy up your grooming. Go out with me. Chu Yang had no intention to leave at all. Still lying on the bed, pretending to be in pain. Mr. Secretary, I am very unwell. My body hurts all over. It's hard to stand up at all. The other security guards froze, feeling like they were hallucinating. Princess Lillian wanted to receive a security guard? Seriously? Everyone looked at Chu Yan with unbelievably shocked eyes, completely unable to believe their ears. Andy was in a hurry. Her heels kept clicking on the floor. Mr. Chu Yang, please don't give me a hard time. I also came over to look for you on the order of the president. Who told you to make sure you go over there? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. Now you know to look for me? She was arrogant before. I remember her saying that she told me to get out of Ding Su International forever. It just so happens that I figured it out now. I'll get out right away. As soon as Chu Yang got up, Andy immediately pressed his shoulder. Chu Yang sat. Andy stood in front of him. Her slender arm was on top of his shoulder. The distance between the two of them shortened all of a sudden, and the form made one's heartbeat messy. A burst of aroma hit him, and Chu Yang inhaled uncontrollably. From his position, he could just see the white grease that was about to exhale. The feeling was as delicate as it could be. Andy's face eyes reddened. Before this, she had never had such a close contact with any man. Now in order to fulfill her mission, she couldn't care less. Chu Yang, you can't leave. You must come with me now. Andy's face was full of seriousness. Her originally professional aura was very strong, but now because of her shyness, a hint of flirtation was added, making all the security guards look at her with a great deal of pleasure. Chu Yang pretended to be difficult and said, I'm a thin-skinned person. I really don't have the face to stay here when Mr. Su hates me so much. MS. Su doesn't hate you. On the contrary, she wants to see you very much now. Andy said a small panic. Chu Yang's mouth turned evil. Since that's the case, then let her come over to me personally. I will only wait for her for 10 minutes. Andy froze. From the president's office to the security lounge, even if you walk fast, it will take more than 10 minutes. Not to mention that the president is also wearing high heels, so it's impossible for her to walk that fast. Now, there are still 9 minutes and 40 seconds. You really? Andy was so anxious that he was spinning in place, and in the end, he had no choice but to run out of the security lounge. In the senior conference room, Suji Luo was dealing with the cooperation documents of other groups. Receiving Andy's call, she immediately stood up, a layer of anger filling the bottom of her eyes. What did you say? Chu Yang asked me to go to the security lounge to find him personally? 10 minutes? Are you kidding me? You tell him to go to hell. Suji Luo was furious. Andy was full of difficulties. To be exact, there are still 9 minutes left. President, I suggest that you still come over personally. Princess Lillian has already made it clear that she wants to see Chu Yang. I see the princess's expression. It seems like she has known Chu Yang for a long time. Not to mention the fact that Chu Yang is now also the spokesperson of the largest shareholder of Dingsu International. No matter which way we go, we can't afford to offend him. Andy rationally analyzed. Suji Luo clenched her petite fists, eyes full of anger. This hateful guy. I must personally strangle him. Hanging up the phone, Suji Luo quickly rushed out of the conference room, took off her high heels and held them in her hands, and hurriedly ran in the direction of the elevator. The security guards in the lounge were still standing upright. They knew that Andy had been guarding the door and had not left yet. One of the security guards glanced in Chu Yang's direction and tentatively asked, Brother Yang, will the President Lord really arrive in person in a while? Come to our lounge? Chu Yang smiled. What? Are you afraid? The security guard hurriedly shook his head. No, I am not scared. I am excited. I've never seen the President up close before, only when I was standing guard. The President was flanked by a large group of people walking into the building. I took a look from afar. I've never fantasized that the President would personally come to where I live. I don't believe it. I feel like it's all a dream. Then you should hang out with Brother Yang more. All dreams can become reality. Chu Yang picked up a beauty magazine and casually covered his face, ready to take a nap. Andy was afraid that Chu Yang would leave and kept guarding the door, anxiously watching the time. At 7 minutes, Suji Luo's figure finally appeared at the end of the corridor. Andy excitedly waved his hands to Suji Luo, making it look like a relay race sprinting to the finish line. Suji Luo was panting. The tip of her nose was already lightly sweating. Where is Chu Yang? Suji Luo asked. Andy pointed to the door of the lounge with some apprehension. Lying inside. I want to go in and kill him. Suji Luo gritted her teeth. In everyone's eyes, Suji Luo has always been pampered and calm and cold. Andy had followed Suji Luo for many years, and rarely saw the President Lord in such a frightening demeanor. Suji Luo's current state can simply be described as manic. Andy hurriedly discouraged. Lord President, don't forget what I just told you. Be calm. Stabilize him first. Suji Luo adjusted her breathing and directly pushed open the door. As soon as the security guards saw that the President adult really came, they hurriedly greeted. Their voices were loud. Good day, President. How could Suji Luo care about greeting? She directly rushed to Chu Yang, vigorously ripped off the magazine from his face, and her hands directly grabbed Chu Yang's collar. You bastard! Hurry up and get up! The security guards were all wide-eyed, not expecting at all that the President Lord would take action against a security guard. Their bodies tensed even tighter. They didn't dare to utter a single breath for fear of being implicated. Chu Yang reached out and directly grabbed Suji Luo's small hand. Didn't I tell you? Don't make such a big fire. Not to mention hurting your body. It will also grow wrinkles. When you become ugly, I will dislike you. You are really tired of living. Suji Luo gritted her teeth, itching to split Chu Yang into 8 halves with her eyes. The other security guards were still glaring, slowly covering their ears with their hands for fear of hearing something they shouldn't and being silenced. Suji Luo struggled hard, but she couldn't defeat Chu Yang's strength. Her hand didn't come out, not to mention that the whole person was directly brought into his arms. Chu Yang smiled badly. If you are in a hurry, you can wait for me to get off work. Don't come directly to take off my clothes. It's not good to be seen by others. You scoundrel. Hurry up and let go of me. Suji Luo twisted her body. The bigger the movement, the bigger the area in contact with Chu Yang's body. Fragrant glutinousness entered his arms. Chu Yang felt a throbbing in his heart. No matter how many beautiful women he had seen, Suji Luo was always able to provoke his most primitive impulses. That kind of charm. It was really indefensible. Chapter 31, Honey, don't be anxious. Looking at Suji Luo's angry and furious appearance, Chu Yang loosened her hand. Suji Luo struggled too hard, and suddenly when there was no more obstruction, her body was not stable at all, and she fell into Chu Yang's arms once again. Chu Yang smiled with a face full of evil. All told you. Don't be in a hurry. I can go home with you after work. Suji Luo was so angry that she flung her hand and was going to whip Chu Yang's face. This time Chu Yang didn't let her have her way, but grabbed her small hand again. Chu Yang's eyes were evil. Didn't father-in-law teach you not to hit a man's face outside? You stinking scoundrel. You're not a man at all. You're just a scum. Scum. Asshole. Suji Luo thought of all the unpleasant words in the world, but they were not enough to describe how bad this man in front of her was. Mr. President, do you come to find me? This asshole. For something? Is it hard to run over here out of breath just to let me take advantage of you? Suji Luo clenched her teeth. Princess Lillian wants to see you. You come with me immediately. I remember I told you before. Lillian has been pestering me. She always wants to give me a child. How can I possibly see her? What if I get reverse pushed? Who's responsible for my innocence? The other security guards sucked in a breath of cold air, completely confused. Suji Luo's cold eyes flinched as she said to them, all of you go out. Keep your mouths shut. Don't say a word about what's going on here. Yes, President. The security guards left the lounge with extreme reluctance. In the entire space, only Chu Yang and Suji Luo were left. Suji Luo's gaze was gloomy. Chu Yang, this moment right now is very important to Dingsu International. As a member of the company, I hope that you will have a sense of responsibility and cooperate with the company's arrangements. Lillian really wants to sleep with me. You don't care at all? Chu Yang asked again with slanted eyes. Bragging should be done in moderation. I've heard enough of your big words. Chu Yang sighed. Looks like you really don't believe me. Never mind. Maybe this is fate. Men really shouldn't be too good. Otherwise these rotten peach blossoms really can't be avoided. Now can you come with me to see the princess? Can't, unless you give me a kiss. You're dreaming. If you don't want to kiss your face, kissing the back of your hand will do. Chu Yang directly passed his arm over. With a hard look in her eyes, Suji Luo grabbed Chu Yang's arm and bit down hard. With a sharp pain, the teeth marks left by the shell teeth were clearly visible. Chu Yang bared his teeth. Your wife. You're too hard on me. However, this is considered an intimate contact. Count it as you passing. Let's go. I'll go with you to see Lillian. Chu Yang got up and saw Suji Luo's bare feet. He was a little heartbroken. Obviously it was his own prank. Now he was soft-hearted instead. Chu Yang despised himself in his heart. Suji Luo was walking in front, when she suddenly felt a lightness in her body, followed by her whole body floating up. Chu Yang held Suji Luo by the waist. His arms were confined to death, as if he was telling her not to try to struggle. Suji Luo's eyes were thin and cool as she looked at Chu Yang. Her voice said in a low voice, today's insult, I will return it 100 times in the future. I will wait for you. Chu Yang smiled gently. Under the eyes of everyone, Chu Yang carried Suji Luo all the way to the VIP lounge. Along the way, there wasn't a single place that didn't cast envious and jealous eyes, and there were cries of surprise. By the time she arrived at the lounge, Suji Luo's cheeks had already reddened. She tightly grasped Chu Yang's lapel and leaned her cheeks in the direction of Chu Yang's chest, afraid that other people would see her flushed appearance. Lillian immediately stood up at the sight of Chu Yang. Her eyes were incomparably excited. Seeing Chu Yang hugging Suji Luo, Lillian seemed to understand something and her expression was a bit gloomy. Suji Luo was still barefoot and was tenderly placed on the sofa by Chu Yang. Chu Yang casually picked up a cushion and placed it under her feet for her to step on. Suji Luo was very embarrassed and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Princess Lillian, the way I look, it's really a bit rude." Lillian's eyes kept aiming at Chu Yang's direction, shaking her head slightly. "It's okay, it doesn't matter how you are." Will coughed lightly, his voice said gently, "Your Highness, this is Mr. Chu Yang that you have been wanting to meet." Lillian gently nodded. "Mr. Chu Yang, how are you? I've heard about you like thunder." Lillian took the initiative to extend her hand, wanting to shake Chu Yang's hand. Chu Yang frowned slightly. "You are too kind, Princess Sir. A status like mine is not worthy of touching your body." Suji Luo twisted Chu Yang forcefully. "What are you babbling about? It's so rude. The princess wants to shake hands with you. What are you still being reserved for?" Chu Yang was filled with helplessness. This stupid woman is simply pushing herself hard into the arms of her love rival. Chu Yang reached out his hand and gently hitched a ride with Lillian. Lillian's face instantly turned red. Her happy expression was hard to control. Suji Luo asked with some curiosity, "Princess Lillian, why do you want to see Chu Yang so much?" Lillian looked at Chu Yang already looking dumbfounded. Will had to answer for her. "It's like this, Chief Su. Her Highness Princess has heard that Mr. Chu Yang is a medical expert, so she especially admires him and wants to meet Mr. Chu Yang. That's all." Suji Luo nodded half-heartedly. "So that's how it is," Princess Lillian said with a sweet smile. "Mr. Su, it's my first time to come to the country and I'm not familiar with the place, so could you please ask Mr. Chu Yang to be my guide and take me around? As for matters related to investment, will be able to represent me fully? If you have anything, just talk to him directly. We have not cooperated with the British royal family before. Why is the princess so determined to inject such a large sum of money into Ding Su International?" Suji Luo asked. Vivian looked at Chu Yang. "Since Mr. Chu Yang chose Ding Su International, it means that Ding Su International is definitely an enterprise that can be trusted." Suji Luo was a little different. It was unbelievable that a princess with such a noble status would trust Chu Yang so much. What exactly did Chu Yang do? What exactly was his relationship with this Princess Lillian? Suji Luo laughed. "Since this is the case, it is only right to have Chu Yang receive you personally. Chu Yang, your next task is to keep Princess Lillian company and you don't have to come to work from tomorrow onwards." "I don't agree. I'm a security guard, not an escort. How can you make me do the reception?" "I won't do it. I want to watch the door. I want to stand guard." Chu Yang flatly refused. Suji Luo couldn't get over her face. She pulled Chu Yang to one side and whispered, "This investment from England is very important to Ding Su International. You must keep the princess company for me. This is an order. I don't accept your order. You don't recognize me anyway. Why should I cooperate with you?" Suji Luo said grudgingly with a cruel heart. "If you can make Princess Lillian satisfied, I will let you go home and live there after the cooperation is accomplished. Is this true? A promise is a promise." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. "I want to make a note as proof." "Okay, no problem." Suji Luo agreed in one gulp. Chapter 32, I want to go to your house. Half an hour later, Suji Luo handed over the keys of the sports car and a black card to Chu Yang. "While Princess Lillian is in China, this car and this card are at your disposal." Lillian was very happy and directly rushed over to pull Chu Yang's arm. "Let's go out and play now. I don't know anything about investment anyway, and staying here would be a mess. Can you take me out for a walk?" Chu Yang glanced at Suji Luo with a sad expression. Suji Luo nodded her head in agreement. Chu Yang had no choice but to leave with Lillian. Just after entering the underground parking lot, Lillian seemed to have changed as if she had become a different person. Directly jumping onto Chu Yang, her arms hooked around his neck, and her whole body hung onto Chu Yang. "Yang, I've missed you to death. Every day I fantasize about meeting you, being able to hug you, kiss you, touch you. Every heartbeat of mine is for you." Lillian rubbed herself hard against me. Chu Yang, a world away from her just now svelte and noble image. Chu Yang drooped his eyelids, as if he had already expected this scene. "Hey, I say, you are at least a princess. Can you pay attention to the influence? Anyway, no one knows me here. I can do whatever I want. You are my person now. Don't think you can escape." Lillian plopped her legs on Chu Yang and hung like a sloth. Chu Yang opened the car door and shoved Lillian in. "Tell you what, stinky girl, I don't have time to accompany you everywhere," Chu Yang said nonchalantly. Lillian was unimpressed. "I don't care. As long as I'm with you, I can go anywhere." the day is just right. Why don't we go and get a room? Xu Yang's eyes glared. Stop it. Last time I stayed in your palace, you drilled into my bed reward every day. Forget how I fixed you. How dare you fool around? Lillian pouted her cute little mouth. I just like you. What's wrong with that? The matter of me giving you a child has already been approved by Father King. Father said that if I give you a boy, he will directly let him inherit the throne. You've got to be kidding me. Everyone in your family is like crazy. I told you, I have a wife. Our country, it's monogamous. Xu Yang lit a cigarette, intending to reason with Lillian, but Lillian didn't care at all. So what? I don't care. I care. My child must be born to me by my wife. I know who you like. Isn't it that president just now? You look at her differently. I'm jealous. Lillian was a little aggravated. Since you know, I won't hide it from you. He is my wife. The only person in this life who is qualified to give me a child. Xu Yang said lightly. Lillian lightly bit her delicate lips and tentatively asked, how about we just do it and not have children? I am also willing to do that. Anyway, I only like your body, and I definitely won't let another man touch me. Xu Yang was a bit frantic. Big sister, can you spare me? You're a royal noble. I'll be in trouble for staining you. No trouble, I promise. I even bragged to Lord Father. I said that this time when I come here, I will definitely take you down. I definitely won't go back until I've slept with you. Xu Yang really didn't want to reason with the little princess anymore, so he just started the car directly, intending to stuff her to the hotel to put an end to the trouble. Xu Yang's repeated resistance was not because Lillian was not beautiful. Quite the contrary. Lillian looked really beautiful. Typical Westerner qualities. Full body. Lillian is a typical Westerner with a full, wild body. On Lillian's body, there was also an extremely special nobility, which was innate and deeply fused into her blood. Lillian's every attack made Xu Yang feel hard to resist, afraid that he might not be able to hold back and really push this little princess down. Xu Yang was not a gentleman. He really did not want to get himself into such a serious one. The power behind Lillian was the entire royal family of England. It was too scary. Which hotel are you staying at? I'll send you back, Xu Yang asked. Lillian smiled mysteriously. Are you finally willing to go to the hotel with me? I purposely opened the presidential suite. It's the kind with a double bathtub. Oh. Xu Yang lightly coughed twice. Don't think too much. I don't mean anything else. I'll just send you downstairs. No, you have to stay with me 24 hours. This was agreed by your wife herself and you also promised. If you go back on your word, I'll go and sue you right away. Lillian sort of grabbed Xu Yang's soft underbelly and coerced. Xu Yang sighed. Women, they are all demons. Lillian thought for a moment and said, I don't want to go back to the hotel right now. I want to visit the place where you live. I'm on a soft diet right now. I'm staying at Su Luo's house. I don't have a house of my own, Xu Yang said. Lillian shook her head. I don't believe it even if you say so. The smell on you is different from the smell on Su Luo. You guys definitely don't live together. Hurry up and take me there, or I'll say you bullied me. Ugh, the nose is pretty good. What a trouble. Lillian was full of smug smiles, looking like she had succeeded in her plot. Xu Yang directly took Lillian back to the rented house. Yesterday Jingling spent the night here. He was really afraid that Qiu Yi would find out and the two would fight again. Now it was very necessary to go back to see the situation. Xu Yang parked his car and drew a series of stairs. In a place like this where civilians lived, the sudden arrival of a luxury car was very eye-catching and everyone poked their heads in to see. Lillian got out of the car herself and looked around. The architecture here is so special. It's idyllic style, right? It's a poor man's style. It's called a bungalow area, Xu Yang said impatiently. Lillian didn't care about Xu Yang's attitude at all. She smiled and followed behind, walking into the courtyard together. When Xu Yang entered, Jingling happened to come out of the bathroom. She was wearing Xu Yang's white shirt and was wiping the water droplets on her head. The white shirt was just above Jingling's knees, and there seemed to be a vacuum underneath the shirt, and as Jingling wiped her hair, it was hidden, making people want to get nosebleeds just by looking at it. Xu Yang gulped and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes were a little straight as he looked at Jingling. For a while he actually didn't know what to say. Jingling didn't care. The little fox eyes squinted and smiled beautifully. Yo, abducted another chick back, or a foreign one. Not bad, quite capable. Xu Yang lightly coughed. No, don't misunderstand. She is a friend of mine. Before Xu Yang could finish, Lillian suddenly rushed over, excitedly looking closely at Jingling's body. Are you the woman Xu Yang is sleeping with right now? Wow, you are so beautiful. Your legs are so long and your body is superb. Such a big beauty, not to mention him. I'm looking at it and I'm also moved. Beautiful sister. Are you wearing clothes inside your shirt? Confusing and wonderful. Just too beautiful, Lillian asked without the slightest bit of heart. Chapter 33, The Little Fox's Scheme. A playful phantom flashed under Jingling's eyes. You're praising me? Of course, I've always dreamed of wearing Yang's shirt or t-shirt as well, but he never gives me one. I really envy you. Lillian bit her finger and looked at Jingling with a jealous face. Jingling didn't hold back a giggle. Shu Yang, where did you get such a cute baby back from? It is a long story. Lillian looked at Jingling pitifully and asked tentatively, pretty sister, can you let me wear this shirt for a while? Just for a little while. The corner of Jingling's mouth slanted. You like him? Lillian nodded vigorously. Especially like, more than I like myself. Then what are you planning to do when you go home with him? Jingling asked wistfully. Lillian had a determined look on her face. I wanted to sleep with him, but he didn't agree. Jingling smiled even wider, causing Chu Yang to have a heart attack. Cheer up, you will succeed. Jingling nudged the tip of Lillian's nose, his tone doting. Lillian blinked her eyes and asked, if I sleep with him, then where are you going to sleep tonight? Actually, I wouldn't recommend the three of us together. I don't have much experience anyway, and it would be nice if my pretty sister could guide me from the side. Chu Yang felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly dragged Lillian back. Don't talk nonsense, she's a policewoman. Lillian was a bit surprised. So you like this kind of tone? Is it the kind with a whip? Chu Yang slapped his forehead, feeling that there was absolutely no way to communicate with Lillian. Sir officer, please don't mind. She is a foreigner. Her brain circuit is a bit different from ours. Chu Yang laughed dryly. Jingling winks. This is the first time I've seen such an interesting little girl. Looks like you have an arrangement tonight? No, don't get me wrong. She had to come to my place to have a look. So I'll just take her for a casual look and send her back in a while. You continue to rest, Chu Yang said. Jingling looked at Lillian and asked, you want to live here? Lillian nodded her head vigorously. Especially I want to. I've been thinking about it for a few years already. Since we are so destined, I will keep you tonight. It doesn't matter if Chu Yang doesn't agree, Jingling said with a smile. Lillian was going crazy with excitement. She excitedly grabbed Jingling's hand and shook it. Really? Really? Can I really live here? Of course you can, but you've seen the environment here. I've seen you being pampered and I'm afraid that you won't be able to get used to living here. Lillian smiled sweetly. That's not much of a problem. Give me 2 hours of time and I can make this place a luxurious palace. Saying that, Lillian immediately broadcasted the call. It was too late for Chu Yang to stop it. Seeing such a bitter expression on his face, Jingling asked, what kind of person is this little princess-like beauty? Someone I can't afford to mess with and can't get rid of. Chu Yang let out a sigh. Lillian insisted on tasting the domestic cuisine, so Chu Yang brought her to a random stall, and Jingling surprisingly followed along. The three of them enjoyed a relatively pleasant meal, and in the end, Chu Yang very atmospherically swiped Suji Luo's card. Spending his wife's money was comfortable. The feeling of eating soft rice was really great. When they went back to the rented house again, Chu Yang and Xiao Yi were dumbfounded. The original shabby and simple room was now full of luxurious furniture. Lillian looked at Jingling somewhat apologetically. Time is too tight. You can only make do with this for now. Chu Yang was a bit nervous and hurriedly ran towards Xiao Yi's room. Xiao Yi's room was full of organs. She definitely did not want others to mess with her things. Chu Yang pushed open the door of the room, and surprisingly found that Xiao Yi's room had not been touched a bit. Being surprised, an icy voice came from inside the room. Can you explain to me what's going on with those two women? Xiao Yi walked out with his hands wrapped around his chest and gloomy eyes. Chu Yang was instantly a little nervous. You are back. I want to think about where to explain. Jingling took a step forward. Her arm gently rested on Chu Yang's shoulder. Her voice was seductive, and her little fox posture was full. There is nothing to explain. I also live in, and I lived in Chu Yang's room last night. Chu Yang hurriedly clarified. She stayed in my room, but I stayed on the sofa. Nothing happened between us. Xiao Yi glanced at Jingling and said in a cold voice, now I am the owner of this house. Please get out. Jingling teased with her charming eyes. It's impossible to make me go out. I've already given the rent to Chu Yang, and now I also have the right to use this house, right? Chu Yang nodded and shook his head again with a difficult face. Lillian, who was not afraid of anything, walked over and said, since we are all Chu Yang's women, why can't we all live together happily? If you guys think that the environment here is bad, I can build you a villa, or a castle. Chu Yang hurriedly coughed hard, fearing that Lillian would say something else that would kill her. The two women in front of her were no ordinary people. One was the light smoke sex iceberg goddess Stealer, and the other was the Powerpuff Girls. Getting involved with either of them would be big trouble. Xiao Yi let out a cold snort and glanced at Chu Yang. I didn't see it. You're quite the woman magnet. Should I make room for you? So as not to disturb your peach blossom luck. Without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, Jingling let out a light laugh. Ugh, why do I hear a strong odor of acetic acid? Is our Miss Xiao Yi jealous? I'm jealous. Are you kidding? Xiao Yi's expression cooled down a few more points. Jingling stepped forward, a hint of provocation flashing under her eyes. Or maybe you're afraid of me, and as soon as you see me coming, you're in a hurry to leave? Are you talking in your sleep? Xiao Yi's cold eyes looked at Jingling. Jingling's little fox eyes narrowed, a nice smile on her face. Then you'll stay and see how long it takes me to catch you and arrest you in the police station. Xiao Yi glared at Jingling and turned around with a light hum and walked into the room, closing the door with a bang. Lillian blinked her eyes. This sister is so cold. Her temper doesn't seem to be very good. Yang, how did you manage such a woman? Don't add to the mess. How did you get my house into this state? My place is just a bungalow that's about to be demolished. What the hell is all this European-style furniture of yours? I'm going to be living here for a while anyway, so of course I decorated it to my liking. Pretty sister, you don't mind, do you? Lillian was deliberately cute. Jingling Wanair smiled. Of course I don't mind. There's an empty room. You and your Mr. Yang will stay there tonight. Have a nice day. Jingling raised her eyebrows and turned around to go back to her room as well. Lillian looked at Chu Yang with an expectant face and squirmed. Let's go in as well. Don't you guys have a saying that a spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold? Let's not waste time. Chapter 34, I want to sleep with you. Chu Yang drooped his eyelids with a lifeless face. Stop it. I'll send you away. Chu Yang said. Jan, you forced me to do this. Lillian picked up the phone, turned around and dialed Will. Will, contact President Su. Tell her that Chu Yang is not good for me and I want to reconsider my investment in Dingsu International. Chu Yang walked over and directly snatched Lillian's phone. What are you doing? Taking personal revenge? I want to sleep with you. No way. My father asked me to give you children. Asterisk 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 off. I'm sure I won't leave anyway. If you don't sleep with me, I'll sleep with you. Lillian pulled Chu Yang's arm hard and dragged him into the room stiffly. Through the wall, Jingling could only hear a loud scream coming from Chu Yang's throat, followed by the sound of his clothes being torn to shreds. Jingling shrank his shoulders, put on his earphones, and murmured, "This foreign chick is just wild. Looks like I'll have to wear the earphones all the time tonight." On Xiao Yi's side, she stood in front of the cabinet, holding a somewhat worn drawing of a building. She looked at it carefully, picking up a pen from time to time to mark somewhere. The soul of the millennium should be right here. Master explained that the soul of the millennium should never be allowed to fall out of the country, so I have to get the soul of the millennium back before the auction is held. JL Mansion. It seems that I must make a trip there in the near future. Xiao Yi murmured. Ah, don't you bite me. Xiao Yi was pondering, when she suddenly heard a scream from the room across the hall, and Xiao Yi frowned. She continued to work on her strategy, thinking about how she could get into this heavily defended mansion, when Chu Yang's miserable scream came again. What do you want? Biting and scratching. Lillian, are you an animal? Don't pull my clothes. This is the new uniform I received. I won't have anything to wear if it's torn. Help! Chu Yang's voice grew louder and louder, not avoiding it in the slightest. Xiao Yi threw the drawings on the table in annoyance and directly pushed the door out. Walking to the door of Chu Yang's room, Xiao Yi kicked the door open. At this moment, Lillian was grabbing Chu Yang, and Chu Yang's shirt had been torn to shreds, revealing that his skin was covered with large and small teeth marks. Xiao Yi walked straight in, leaned down and slashed Lillian on the back of her neck. Lillian's face was stunned, then her body fell down limply. Chu Yang looked at Xiao Yi in surprise, his voice stuttering. You actually dare to hit her? Do you know who she is? Xiao Yi's expression was cold. Who she is has nothing to do with me. No matter who it is, if she dares to affect my rest, I will get her killed, and so will you. Looking at Xiao Yi's eyes full of murderous aura, Chu Yang hurriedly nodded his head. I'll be quiet. Absolutely guarantee to be quiet. Xiao Yi turned around to leave. Chu Yang scurried up in an arrow step and pulled Xiao Yi's wrist. Woman, can you save me again? What are you doing? Chu Yang said with some nervousness. She will still haunt me when she wakes up. Can you please take me in for one night? One night is fine. Tomorrow I promise to get rid of her. Xiao Yi looked at Chu Yang's wretched appearance and despised it a little. You look really funny now. Didn't we agree last time that we would carry out the next operation together? I think tonight is the best time to discuss the strategy. Chu Yang hurriedly said. Xiao Yi's expression hesitated for a moment and nodded. Good, then you come with me. Chu Yang followed behind with his ass and hurriedly brought the door back with his hand. Xiao Yi's room was still the same as it was, not half changed. She casually picked up the drawings on the table and handed them to Chu Yang, asking, can you understand this kind of floor plan? Of course, what I am best at is analyzing the terrain. Xiao Yi frowned slightly, then analyze it and see. If I want to enter the top floor of this building, how should I get in when the internal defense is very strong? Chu Yang blinked his eyes. What's so difficult about that? The sturdy defenses you are talking about are all internal. Just go from the outside. Outside? This building has 50 floors. You're asking me to go from the outside? Do you think I'm Spider-Man? Shouldn't people like you all be able to fly through walls? What's so difficult about a mere few dozen floors for you? Absolutely no problem. Chu Yang said casually. Xiaoyi slowly approached Xu Yang and twisted his neck collar with one hand. Since you said it so easily, then for this operation, you will go with me. I will inform you when exactly. I have a job now. That Lillian keeps pestering me. I really can't get away. Xu Yang said perfunctorily. Xiaoyi said with unparalleled ease. What's so difficult about it? Just keep knocking her out. Xu Yang grinned awkwardly and said inwardly, if the old king of England knew that his precious daughter was treated like this, he would definitely go crazy. Xiaoyi loosened Xu Yang's lapel. Eat less in these few days. I'm afraid that you won't be able to climb tall buildings by then. Xu Yang let out a sigh. The women he messed with are all in debt. There is nowhere to escape. At night, Xu Yang really stayed in Xiaoyi's room. There was no peach blossom thing happening at all. The whole night Xiaoyi was studying the drawings. When he woke up the next day, Xiaoyi was still busy. You didn't sleep all night? Xu Yang asked as he stretched. I'm not used to sleeping at night. Xiaoyi closed the drawing, his eyes dark. From a doctor's point of view, I tell you from the bottom of my heart that staying up all night is not good for your body. It's easy to die suddenly. People like me, my head is hanging on my waist. Even if I don't die suddenly, I could be killed by someone else at any time. What is there to worry about? Xiaoyi's tone was thin and cold, with a hint of despondency. Xu Yang frowned. Life is the most precious thing. No one is born to die, so don't say such words in the future. I don't like to hear it. Early in the morning, your temper is not small. Go out and take a look. That little foreign friend of yours. It's almost time to wake up. Xiaoyi gave his expulsion order. Xu Yang walked out of the room extremely reluctantly, and just happened to collide head-on with Jingling, who walked out of the room. Jingling looked at Xu Yang incredulously. How did you come out of her room? Are you that physically fit? Xu Yang's head was filled with black lines. You're overthinking it. Jingling squinted her little fox eyes and gave a crooked smile. Charmingly, or else let's try it one day? Truth be told, I haven't experienced a man yet. Ahem. Sorry, I'm decent. I refuse. Jingling unexpectedly stepped forward and directly hooked Xu Yang's arm. His tone intimate. Do you like Xiaoyi that much? Gonna give up the whole forest for her? Although you are also beautiful, but in comparison, I do prefer Xiaoyi's candor. Xu Yang drew back his arm. Jingling's eyes looked deeply at Xu Yang. Don't say the words to death. Sooner or later you will fall in love with me. Don't regret it when the time comes. Boring. Xu Yang walked straight into the bathroom, not daring to look at Jingling one more time. Early in the morning, this little fox's posture was really a little difficult for people to resist. Just after taking a shower, Xu Yang received a call from his colleague, Han Zifeng. Han Zifeng's voice was a bit hesitant and stammered. Brother Yang, I went to the security department to look for you today, and they said that you've been off for the past few days. Xu Yang lit a cigarette. I have other assignments these days. What are you looking for me for? Chapter 35, A Colleague's Request. Han Zifeng came to work at Dingsu International at about the same time as Xu Yang. The young man was not very old. His hands were not bad, and his father owned a restaurant, so his family's condition was quite good. He went to work at Dingsu International, entirely because his old man mocked him only to gnaw on the old man. He was angry, went to Dingsu to apply for security, did not expect to really become, has been working to the present. Usually Han Zifeng and Xu Yang relationship is also good, often drink together to get girls. This half month, Han Zifeng because of the family has something to ask for a vacation. I did not expect today but suddenly called Xu Yang, which makes him a bit puzzled. Han Zifeng's voice was a bit embarrassed. It's not a big deal. My dad's business has offended the local snakes, and they have been giving my dad trouble. Are you looking for me to help you fight? Xu Yang asked. Han Zifeng hurriedly said, No, my dad through the intermediary. Want to set up a banquet with the side and talk. The most important thing is to do business is to make money through harmony. I'm looking for Brother Yang is to let you come over for a meal, and help my father to support the scene. I also found a few students too. No problem. Don't forget to order me some seafood. Xu Yang laughed. Han Zifeng was happy. No problem. As long as Brother Yang can come, the lobsters are ready for you. I'll send you the time and address later. It's today at noon. Okay, it's settled. Hanging up the phone, as soon as Xu Yang turned around, he saw Lillian standing behind him with a grudging face. Xu Yang asked somewhat heartily, What's wrong? Did you have a bad sleep last night? Lillian rubbed her neck. How come I can't remember anything about last night? Did someone beat me up? Ha, how could it be? Who dares to hit on you? Xu Yang said slyly. Lillian pouted. But it seems like I didn't do anything to you last night because my clothes were still on properly. How did I suddenly fall asleep? Maybe you were too tired from the boat ride. Maybe. There's still time anyway. I'm not giving up. What are we going to do today? Lillian was naive. Xu Yang covered up yesterday's incident with a few casual words. Xu Yang smiled. Someone invited me for dinner today. Let me take you there with me. Great. I'm most willing to attend a dinner party. Lillian was full of excitement. Shu Yang looked her up and down and shook his head. Your clothes are a bit too ostentatious. Why don't I take you to the market to buy a normal set? You're going to buy me clothes? Lillian was even more touched. They all say that if a man is willing to spend money on a woman, it means that man is already in love with her. So Jan, are you courting me? Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. I'm bothering you. You simply wash up. We will leave now and have breakfast outside. What about those two pretty sisters? Aren't they coming with us? Lillian looked in the direction of the two rooms. They all have their own things to do. They don't have time to accompany a little brat like you. I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll wait for you at the door. Chu Yang finished and walked to the courtyard first. The farmer's market was not far from the rental house where Chu Yan lived. It was just a few minutes walk away. The market sold everything and the prices were cheap. $a dozen or so could feed 2 people. Lillian, who was eating tofu brain fritters for the first time, was simply going crazy with beauty, and kept shouting, with no trace of the princess's reserve. I say Princess Sama, can you pay attention to your image? It's too embarrassing for you, Chu Yang reminded. Lillian was full of indifference. It's unlikely that anyone will recognize me here anyway, so what's the time to wait if you don't be your true self at this time? Whatever, as long as you are happy. After dinner, Chu Yang took Lillian to the place where clothes were sold again. The clothes at the bazaar were cheap. Chu Yang chose a t-shirt and a pair of camouflage pants, spending $60. Lillian insisted on wearing a couple's model with Chu Yang, and as a result, the clothes were particularly loose and fat after they were put on, looking like a runaway. It's also good that others won't notice her, saving her a lot of trouble. Chu Yang took Lillian for another big stroll, until she cried out for hunger. I want to eat, Lillian suggested. If you're hungry, I'll take you to the dining hall. There's a lot of good food and it's free. Don't be polite to me when you get there. Eat whatever you want. Eat as much as you can and take away what you can't eat. Can you really be so indulgent? Of course, Chu Yang replied. Lillian was so happy that she jumped up again and planted a kiss on Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang couldn't avoid it no matter how hard he tried. In order to keep a low profile, Chu Yang purposely took Lillian on a bus and backed up twice before arriving at the locator hotel that Han Zifeng had sent. The hotel had a big signboard and looked upscale. Han Zifeng's father should have attached great importance to this banquet, and the scale was not small. As soon as Chu Yang entered, he saw Han Zifeng standing there with a few boys. Seeing Chu Yang, Han Zifeng hurriedly waved his hand and welcomed him. Brother Yang, you are here. These are my college classmates. Sixth son, Little Ming. Hello guys, Chu Yang greeted casually. Those few classmates were wearing high-grade brand names. They glanced at Chu Yang and didn't say much. Seeing Lillian instead, her eyes lit up and she was filled with joy. Han Zifeng asked, Brother Yang, is this your girlfriend? So pretty. Lillian, yes. Chu Yang, no. The two answered very differently. Lillian pouted and directly wrapped her arms around Chu Yang. Badass, I even stayed at your house last night, and now you don't recognize me as your girlfriend. Badass. The others had a sigh of envy. Chu Yang was full of helplessness, unable to defend himself. Han Zifeng, let's go in when everyone arrives. The dishes have already been ordered. They are all your favorites. Let's eat. Lillian was the happiest. Papa Han had booked a total of 2 private rooms, one for Han Zifeng's friends and the other for making peace with the groundlings. Papa Han was chubby, the image of a typical restaurant owner, and Yu smiled amiably. Thank you for coming over. You guys feel free to eat and drink today. No need to be polite. Let Xiaofeng order whatever you want to eat. Thank you uncle. The crowd said one after another. Han Zifeng was a bit worried. Dad, do you really not need me to come over? Can you do it yourself? It's fine. The person I found this time is quite famous on the road, called Brother Lin. Those local snakes will give some face. It shouldn't be a problem. Besides, in a while, that Brother Lon will definitely speak badly. I'm afraid you won't be able to help yourself and mess things up, Old Man Han said. Then we'll be next door. The classmate I called in is from the former college sports team. Brother Yang is also quite capable of fighting. If it doesn't work, you must call out to me, Han Zifeng said. Chapter 36, Arrogant Groundhog. Alright, quickly go over and eat. It's fine. Papa Han comforted Han Zifeng a few more times and turned around to enter the private room. The private room on the young man's side also started serving food. Han Zifeng picked up a glass of wine first. I'm especially grateful to the brothers for coming over today. I'll toast everyone first. Sixth son was dark and thin, but his entire body looked very sturdy, not tall and very muscular. He also picked up his glass and asked, Uncle Han has always been quite good-tempered. How did he offend these people? Han Zifeng cursed. It was those punks who were shameless and came to my family's restaurant to eat and molested the waitress. The waitress was a distant cousin of mine, from the countryside, and was already an introvert, so she was terrified by them and cried on the spot. My dad went over to persuade The result of those people more unrestrained, but also threw the wine in my dad's face. My dad did not hold back, gave one of them a bottle of wine. This hit the bad. Those people come to my hotel twice a day to look for things. The closure of the business for almost half a month. My dad felt that this cannot drag on, so he found a peacemaker. Want to talk in the middle? We apologize. The big deal is to pay some money. Want to give this matter to end. Xiaoming also asked, who did your dad find? Is he any good? I know someone too. If not, I'll give someone I know a call. Han Zifeng smiled, listening to my dad. It shouldn't be a problem, so feel free to eat and drink as a get-together. Lillian was very nonchalant. As soon as the food came up, she went straight for it, and when she happened upon her favorite dish, she served it directly in front of her eyes, not wanting to share it with anyone else at all. Everyone else looked at Lillian with a look of pity, feeling that she was too aggrieved to be with Chu Yang. She couldn't even have a good meal, or else she wouldn't have eaten so poorly on such an occasion. Chu Yang didn't feel embarrassed either. While he was eating, you were giving Lillian food and urging her to eat more. The two of them were just eating furiously, as if they didn't even hear what Han Zifeng was saying. Bang! Everyone was chatting. From the next private room suddenly came a loud bang, followed by the sound of wine bottles and dinner plates hitting the ground. Only a miserable cry was heard from Papa Han, and Han Zifeng directly rushed out with a glare. Everyone followed him up. Lillian asked somewhat nervously when she saw that everyone else had left, is the banquet over? Chu Yang took all the lobsters to Lillian. No, you go on eating. I'll go over and take a look. If I can't eat the lobsters, I'll pack them up and bring them back for dinner. Lillian nodded her head obediently, looking at Lillian's wolfing down her food. Chu Yang sighed and shook his head. If this image was seen by the old king, he would definitely cry, right? Her precious daughter, who wanted to have the whole world, was no problem, but beside herself, she was like a little beggar fleeing from the famine. What a sin! Han Zifeng was the first to rush into the next private room. Papa Han was collapsing on the floor, and a big bald guy was stepping on Papa Han's chest, cursing. Behind the bald guy, more than a dozen punks stood, all with machetes in their hands and an arrogant look. Malagobi, do you really think I'll give you face? $500,000 you won't even take. Do you think I'm a beggar? So easy to fool? The bald man raised his foot and kicked twice more at old man Han. Dad! Han Zifeng wanted to rush over, but the two punks suddenly put their knives on Han Zifeng's neck, leaving him unable to move in the slightest. The sixth son and Xiaoming, who were following closely behind, didn't dare to step forward easily once they saw the knife being moved, and stood somewhat nervously behind Han Zifeng. Papa Han begged for mercy. Brother Long, spare my life. It's not that I won't give it to you. It's because the store's business is really bad and it's been closed for a long time. I really can't take out that much money. Do peace. Brother Lin also said. Brother Long, before we agreed to 100,000, you cannot suddenly renege. This also makes it difficult for me to do. You count A? Why should I give you face? Brother Long stepped on Papa Han and picked up his machete and pointed it at Brother Lin. Lin was a bit embarrassed. Brother Long, you're also a famous person on the road. If this matter spreads out, it won't be good for you. Keep your mouth shut for me, or I'll even beat you up too. I have my eye on that chick. Today, either bring out $500,000 to me, or call that chick and let me have a good time. Otherwise, no one will want to walk out of this room. Long was very arrogant, slapping the table with C. Han Zifeng clenched his fists and shouted loudly without fear of death. Screw you. If you want to play, go home and play with your old lady. Warning you, release my dad or I'll get you killed right now. Long squinted. Yo, old man Han, your son has more backbone than you, but it's a shame that he's about to become a cripple. Old man Han hurriedly apologized for Han Zifeng. Brother Long, the little kid doesn't know any better, so you mustn't be so mean to him. Han Zifeng, hurry up and apologize to Brother Long. Papa Han yelled at Han Zifeng. Han Zifeng's eyes turned red. I'm not apologizing. He can get me killed if he can, or I definitely won't spare him. Good. I'll see how long you can be tough. Press his hands on the table for me. I'm going to waste him now. Brother Long let out a shout. The two punks directly pulled Han Zifeng over and laid his arm in front of Brother Long. Han Zifeng's eyes were filled with hatred. Kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I'll let you have no peace. Paralyzed. How dare you pretend to be a pussy? I'll cut off your hands first, then pull out your tongue. Long said. He actually raised his machete and slashed down at Han Zifeng's wrist. The students who followed him in were all scared silly, not daring to look at this tragic scene. Han Zifeng also closed his eyes, and just when he thought he was going to be ruined, the expected pain didn't come. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find Chu Yang standing in front of him at an unknown time. Lung's knife had somehow fallen into Chu Yang's hands, and at that moment, Chu Yang was pressing the blade against Lung's neck. and as long as he exerted force on his wrist, Lung's throat would be slit. Brother Lung blared. "Who are you? You dare to make a move on me? Don't you want to live?" Taking advantage of Brother Long's nervousness, Han Zifeng hurriedly pulled his old man up. Xu Yang laughed coldly. "There are really a lot of shallow water and big brothers everywhere. How come I didn't know when there was a Brother Lung in Star Ocean City?" The blade was pressed dead center at Brother Lung's throat. Bean-sized beads of sweat condensed on Brother Lung's forehead. One of the juniors shouted from the side. "How dare you not even have heard of Brother Lung? Brother Lung's nickname is a street of wild chopping. This area is covered by Brother Lung. If you dare to mess with Brother Lung, you are asking for death." Xu Yang laughed dryly and sat directly on the chair. "Ugh, that really scared me. Since today is about making peace, I don't feel good about making things too stiff. I'll give Brother Lung a toast and a cup of tea. How about it?" Xu Yang took the machete off Lung's throat and threw it on the table with a bang. Chapter 37, A Toast to You. Long thought that Xu Yang was scared and admitted his weakness, and immediately became arrogant. "How dare you step on a horse and hold me with a knife just now? I'll chop off all your fingers right now." Before Lung could finish his words, Xu Yang went up and slapped him, directly knocking Lung to the ground, and then stomped on Lung's bald head. "I said I want to make a toast. What are you wasting your words for?" Xu Yang stepped on Brother Lung and leisurely poured the wine. The other juniors rushed over like crazy when they saw that Brother Lung had been beaten. Raising their blades, they slashed at Xu Yang. Xu Yang casually picked up his chopsticks and flew straight out, only to hear those punks screaming miserably. Surprisingly, they all fell down on their knees. At the position of their knees, the chopsticks had all but disappeared, branching out from the other end in a horrible way. The situation was now completely reversed. Han Zifeng looked at Xu Yang excitedly, his shoulders trembling with excitement. Lu Zi and Xiao Ming both looked dumbfounded and secretly asked, "Feng Zi, what kind of person is this friend of yours? It's also too dangling. It's so awesome. It's almost like making a movie." Just now, in Han Zifeng's most critical moment, both Sixth Son and Xiao Ming didn't help, didn't even say a word, which made Han Zifeng a little cold. He didn't expect that the first person to step in to help him would be Xu Yang. Han Zifeng said casually, "Brother Yang used to be my co-worker, but from now on, he'll be my big brother. I want to recognize this big brother too. It's so legendary." Xiao Ming also said excitedly. Xu Yang held his wineglass and kicked Brother Lung over with his foot so that his face rushed up. "Now I'm going to toast Brother Lung. Don't be polite. Brother Lung, make sure you drink it clean." Xu Yang tilted the cup and the strong liquor was poured directly on Brother Lung's face. Brother Lung choked and coughed repeatedly, dodging from side to side. "It seems that Brother Lung doesn't like to drink from a small cup. Then I'll toast Brother Lung with another bottle." Xu Yang simply took the bottle of white wine directly, unscrewed the cap and slowly poured it at Brother Lung's face. Brother Lung was choking on the strong liquor and couldn't breathe. He hurriedly begged for mercy. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Let me go." Xu Yang shook his head. "How can that be? My brother specially asked me to come here today. Since we want to settle things, one side must apologize." Brother Long hurriedly said, "I apologize. I apologize. It's all my fault. It's late. After toasting the wine, I'm going to toast the tea next." As soon as Xu Yang's words came out, Han Zifeng hurriedly walked over. "I'll make tea for Brother Long." Saying that, Han Zifeng even went straight to the back kitchen and carried a whole pot of boiling water over. Brother Lung took a look and was completely dumbfounded, so scared that snot came out. "I really know I'm wrong. It's because I'm blind to the fact that I've offended someone I shouldn't have. Please let me go." Xu Yang looked at Han Zifeng. "You are the host today. Will you spare me?" Han Zifeng's teeth clenched. If Brother Yang hadn't stepped in just now, I would have been crippled by now. How he treated me and my dad. I'm going to make him pay back 100 times over. Xu Yang smiled. "Then this cup of tea should be toasted by you." Although Xu Yang was smiling, the ruthlessness under his eyes was frightening to look at. Lu Zi and Xiao Ming couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Even Papa Han looked at Xu Yang with some surprise, wondering when his son had made such a powerful friend. Han Zifeng had just lifted the kettle when Lin stopped him at the side. "Brother, please slow down." Han Zifeng frowned and looked over. "What's wrong?" Brother Lin coughed lightly twice. Brother Long is considered to be a dignified figure in the underground forces of Shanghai City. Behind Brother Long is the Qin Gang, and the boss of the Qin Gang, Qin Hai, is a follower of Mr. Hong, so I'm afraid the consequences will be really hard to clean up if we fall out today. Father Han and the crowd all froze at the sound of Mr. Hong's name. Han Zifeng's hatred, which was originally hard to suppress, gradually wimped out. If anything, they could clean up this Brother Long, but they really couldn't afford to mess with the Qin Gang, let alone Mr. Hong, who could make the underground forces of Shanghai City shake 3 times with a single stomp of his foot. Papa Han's body was covered in footprints from Brother Long's stomping. He barely managed to pull a smile from his face and advised, "Fenger, Don't make a big deal out of it. We're just ordinary people who just want to live our lives. We can't afford to mess with them. Han Zifeng slammed his water bottle on the table with force, his eyes reddening. Do the common people deserve to be bullied by them? Long struggled to get up from the ground. Seeing that they didn't dare to make a move, he once again became arrogant. Long picked up the kettle with his backhand and smashed it at Papa Han. Papa Han was unprepared and was directly drenched by the boiling hot water. Papa Han screamed in pain. Han Zifeng was scared and went over to help his father, but he was kicked again by Brother Long. Damn, you bastards, how dare you make a move against me? I'm telling you, today this matter is not over without $2 million. I'm going to call Brother Qin Hai right now. Let them dismantle you all in pieces. Malagobi. Chu Yang walked over at the first time, picked up Papa Han with one hand, and used dustless aura to quickly relieve his pain. The burn belonged to trauma and was not difficult for Chu Yang to treat. In order not to let everyone see his medical skills, Chu Yang let Papa Han pass out first. As soon as Han Zifeng saw that his father was fainted, he roared and directly lunged at Lung, instantly fighting with him. How dare you pretend to be a bully with me? Brother Qin Hai will be here with his men soon. Let's see how miserable you die then. Brother Long clamored. Han Zifeng was also red-eyed. I'll kill you. You. Sixth Son and Xiao Ming were also anxious, following Han Zifeng and rushing over, the three of them beating up one of Lung's brothers. Everyone's attention was focused on this side. Chu Yang took the opportunity to heal Papa Han's wounds as fast as he could and helped him to the next room to rest. Lillian was eating happily and saw Chu Yang looking up and smiling, so she didn't have to worry at all. In the corridor, Qin Hai had already rushed over with his men. He had brought more than 20 people with him this time, and as soon as he entered, he shouted, I would like to see, in Star Ocean City, which one of those who don't want to die dares to touch my Qin Hai's little brother. As soon as Long saw that Qin Hai had arrived, he immediately came to his senses, and with 2 companies of haste, he knocked all of Sixth Son and Xiaoming's classmates to the ground. Only Han Zifeng was really desperate, even received several punches and kicks, but still refused to retreat, madly charging forward. Qin Hai waved his hand, and a group of juniors rushed straight over and controlled Han Zifeng. Han Zifeng hissed, Mudhorse, you dare to hurt my father, I want you dead. Brother Long came up and directly gave Han Zifeng a few punches. Han Zifeng was framed by the 2 men. There was no power to fight back. Brother Long laughed mockingly. I don't know how many powerless little characters like you I get killed in a year. I'll let you know today what it means to be desperate. Qin Hai also laughed coldly, and with a direct wave of his hand, a girl was brought in. Chapter 38 Bullishness. The girl was just in her early 20s. Very pretty, just like a neighboring sister who was as soft as a neighboring sister, allowing people to stir up the impulse to protect at a glance. At this moment, her small face was pale and her eyes were red. She was so frightened that her whole body was trembling. Mang. Han Zifeng's entire body froze when he took a look at the girl who came in. Brother save me. Mang cried even more pitifully when she saw Han Zifeng. Han Zifeng shouted, what's coming at me? Let go of my sister. Brother Long spat and wiped the corner of his mouth. Damn, let you be arrogant with me. I'm going to get your sister in front of you today. Let you take a good look at how this little is being trashed by me and my brothers. Ha ha ha. Brother Long walked to Qin Hai and poured a cup of tea for him. Brother Hai, this girl is so watery. She's a fledgling. The first shot is filial to you. Brother Hai was wearing a flowery shirt and holding a string in his hand. He was full of pie. He waved his hand. No, it's better for you to come if you fancy it. I came over here to help you. In Shanghai City, those who dare to go against Qin Gang are definitely not allowed to exist. Long was full of unkindness, not caring about the death of his injured little brother, rubbing his fists and drooling as he walked towards Mang. Mang screamed in fear and backed away. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Han Zifeng also struggled like crazy. Let go of my sister. Let go of her. You 1,000-dagger bastards. I will never let you go. Long walked over to Mang and directly yanked at her shoulders. Prick la. The thin clothes were instantly removed in a large chunk, revealing the white shoulders. Long became even more frantic at the sight and continued pulling again. Mang cried her heart out. Han Zifeng gouged his palm so hard that his nails had already gone into the flesh. Scarlet. The other minions were laughing evilly, carrying their belts and waiting for Long to finish enjoying the food and share it with them. The junior brothers gave Qin Hai fresh tea, and Qin Hai drank it leisurely. Before the cup could reach his mouth, another hand picked it up. Xu Yang sat next to him and looked at Qin Hai with evil gangly eyes, revealing a cold smile. Brother Hai, the pie is not small. As soon as Qin Hai saw Chu Yang, he froze and hurriedly stood up. Mr. Chu, why are you here? Qin Hai's attitude immediately became respectful. Chu Yang turned around and pointed at Han Zifeng. My brother was bullied. I came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be Brother Hai. no wonder he's so powerful. Shinhai's face immediately became tense. This little old man is Mr. Chu's friend? Chu Yang, yes. This youngster who is about to be killed by you guys is my friend. Shinhai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Stop it! Stop it!" All Long was playing over there, tugging at his belt, ready to do a big job. Suddenly called to a halt, turned back in displeasure. "What's wrong, Brother Hai? I haven't even started here yet." Shinhai directly rushed over and vigorously smacked 2 slaps at All Long's face, knocking out All Long's teeth. "Start, you paralyzed! You don't open your dog's eyes to see who you've offended." Shinhai rebuked loudly. All the juniors froze and looked at Chu Yang in shock. All Long covered his face and wailed, "What's wrong, Hai? Him, Mr. Chu, I've told you that you have to salute Mr. Chu when you meet in Star Ocean City. You bastard even dared to take the initiative to heat up the door. Today you stepped on a horse and caused a big problem today. Hurry up and come over to kneel down and pray for Mr. Chu's forgiveness." Shinhai's eyes were almost glaring out. All Long's face was full of grievances. "Brother Hai, why are you hitting me? Didn't you just say that you covered me? Hurry up and kneel down." Shinhai's voice almost hissed out. When the other juniors heard this, they hurriedly let go of Han Zifeng and Meng Meng. Meng Meng flung herself into Han Zifeng's arms, terrified. All Long didn't dare to defy Shinhai and walked straight over, extremely reluctantly kneeling down for Chu Yang. Shinhai smiled with him and said, "Mr. Chu, can you let this kid live for my sake? He's been with me for many years." "Your face? How much is your face worth? Why should I give you face?" Chu Yang said in a light tone. Shinhai's whole body trembled as he walked a little closer. "This matter today is all a misunderstanding. You are a big man. I will offer you tea." As soon as Shinhai came closer, Chu Yang directly swung over with a slap. Shinhai was knocked to the ground, not daring to hesitate for a moment. He hurriedly crawled over and knelt side by side with All Long, speaking with a sobbing voice. "Mr. Chu, it's really our fault. Please raise your hand. Since you don't know how to educate your little brother, then I'll bother to help you manage the management. Brother Hai should be fine with that, right?" Chu Yang's eyes were cold. No, Mr. Chu, go ahead." Shinhai's face was plastered on the ground. His waist didn't even dare to straighten up. Han Zifeng was completely dumbfounded this time. Before, he only knew that Chu Yang was a security guard, usually not too afraid of anything, and his hands were good. But from Shinhai's attitude, Brother Yang should be a great big shot. What exactly is his status? Shinhai's minions also froze, from following Shinhai until now. It was the first time they saw Brother Hai having such a frightening and timid moment. Chu Yang glanced at Han Zifeng and pointed at All Long. "He just hit you, right? Now it's your turn to hit him. Is this okay?" Han Zifeng asked tentatively. Chu Yang nodded. "Beat him to death. No need to be polite with me." Han Zifeng's classmates also asked, "Can we get on too?" "Of course, as long as we don't get anyone killed. Do whatever you want." Chu Yang leisurely sipped his tea. In an instant, All Long was surrounded by Han Zifeng and the others, and they went straight for it, showing no mercy at all. The grudges from just now all exploded out at this moment. As Han Zifeng fought, tears flowed out of his eyes. All Long cried out for help. "Brother Hai, save me." Shinhai lowered his head. "You brought this on yourself. Not letting you die right away is already Mr. Chu's mercy. This is not the time for you to feel the most upset. You have angered Mr. Chu. Mr. Hong will not let you go either." Chu Yang smiled. "Brother Hai, you have learned to understand things now." Lin, who had been standing by the side, saw this scene and his eyes deepened. He knew the strength of the Qin Gang. In Star Ocean City, the Qin Gang was one of Mr. Hong's branches of power. Shinhai's position could be said to be pivotal, and he was usually used to seeing him act like a bully. But today, Shinhai's gesture really made this Lin somewhat unintelligible. Could it be that this youngster was a really big shot? But who exactly is he? Why had he never heard of him before? Just now, I heard Shinhai mention Mr. Hong, so it couldn't be that this youngster was someone of Mr. Hong's? Lin was also bewildered and confused for a moment. Chapter 39, The Man Who Can't Be Affected. The other juniors were standing there, watching All Long being beaten, and Hai was kneeling, not daring to move a muscle. Shinhai asked in a somewhat apprehensive tone, "Mr. Chu, how do you want to settle this matter today?" Just now this brother bug said, "Without $2 million today this matter is not finished." Chu Yang said. Shinhai hurriedly nodded. "I'll call them to send the money." In the end, Shinhai used $2 million to sort of even out the matter. When All Long was pulled out of the private room, his face was beaten into a pig's head, and he couldn't move a muscle. On the way back to the car, the boys asked Shinhai, "Brother Hai, just what is that kid? Why so arrogant?" Shinhai kept drinking water to suppress his shock. His legs were still trembling. "He's a person that even Mr. Hong can't afford to mess with. He's a devil." This side of the private room, Han Zifeng was simply going crazy with pleasure. The excitement on his face hadn't faded. It's the first time I've been so arrogant, wildly beating up their boss in front of their little brother. It's so cool. Sixth Son and Xiaoming also had colors on their faces, but were still excited. They picked up their wine cups and said, "It's the first time I've done something so hot-blooded since I was a kid. Thanks to Brother Yang for the opportunity. Let's drink this cup first." Guys are just bullies. When you meet these guys in the future, you don't have to spoil them. Just do it. Chu Yang smiled and drank a few glasses with them. Han Zifeng suddenly thought of his father. Oh no, I haven't sent my dad to the hospital yet. Uncle Han is fine. He's sleeping in the next private room. Don't worry. As he was talking, Father Han had already walked in. He directly shook Chu Yang's hand. Little brother, thank you so much for today. My old Han's life was saved by you. From now on, you are my brother. Han Zifeng was stunned and hurriedly stopped. Dad, you can't recognize your brother indiscriminately. What will I do if Brother Yang gives you a brother? Old Father Han let out a stern cry. Fenger, don't be rude to your Uncle Chu. Han Zifeng. Han Zifeng's father and son had to thank Chu Yang. How could they refuse to let him go? In the end, it was only after receiving a call from Will that Chu Yang took Lillian out of the private room. Will was waiting outside the hotel in his luxury car. When he saw Lillian dressed like this, his brows wrinkled. Princess Lillian, your outfit is too out of character for you. I will take you to change, Will said. Lillian wrapped her arms around Chu Yang's arm. Don't. I'm wearing a couple's costume with Yang. I'm not going to change. Will looked at the packed lunchbox that Lillian was holding in her hand and was going crazy. Your Highness, you have to throw away what's in your hand. I won't allow you to eat the leftovers. These are especially good. They're my late-night snacks. They're expensive. Will slapped his forehead. In 2 hours, the old king is going to have a video call with you. So please come back with me to get ready. Jan going? Lillian asked. Chu Yang hurriedly shook his head. It just so happens that I have something I need to do for a while. I'll pick you up when you're done. Good. Lillian nodded her head obediently and let go of Chu Yang's arm. Looking at the departing car, Chu Yang was filled with joy. Finally free. He stretched his back and when he turned around, he was surprised to see Jingling standing behind him, smiling with a springy smile. Why are you here? When did you come? Chu Yang was stunned. Jingling walked over and also followed Lillian's example and wrapped her arms around Chu Yang. I was out on duty over here and happened to see you, so I came over to say hello. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. You are so nice? Will take the initiative to come over to me? It shouldn't be, right? The feeling Jingling gave Chu Yang had always been ghostly and elfin in general. Everything she did was purposeful. Whether it was staying at his house or the intimacy she was showing now, there was a conspiracy. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Yang's words fell, another man walked over behind him. The man had a long body and was quite handsome. Jingling, this is, the man asked. Jingling's little fox smiled and leaned closer to Chu Yang. This is my boyfriend Chu Yang, dear, and this is my colleague Zhao Haizhang. Chu Yang frowned. As expected, this little fox was trying to make herself a shield for her. Zhao Haizhang looked at Chu Yang with surprise and said with a smile, Jingling, I didn't hear you say you had a boyfriend before? This is a bit too sudden, isn't it? What's so sudden about it? We're already living together. We even stayed together last night. Right, honey? Chu Yang gently pinched Chu Yang's waistline with her small hand. Chu Yang coldly grunted and didn't say anything. Zhao Haizhang's eyes immediately became hostile. Jingling, there are so many people chasing after you in the bureau. You never agreed. People thought that you are not interested in men. How come a live-in boyfriend came out all of a sudden? And he doesn't look good either. Jingling's small face raised. What are you talking about? My dear, in my eyes is the first handsome in the universe. As she said that, she even drilled into Chu Yang's arms. The sudden softness made Chu Yang's whole body feel a sense of relief. Zhao Haizhang frowned. We still have a mission, and it's not the right time to make love to each other. Let's go. Jingling looked at Chu Yang fondly and said in a soft voice, Honey, we'll see you at home tonight. I'll go to work first. Chu Yang nodded and did not say anything. Zhao Haizhang's eyes darkened and when Chu Yang turned around, he suddenly stretched out his leg and tripped Chu Yang. He thought that Chu Yang would directly fall to make a fool of himself, but he did not expect Chu Yang to directly step over his leg. Zhao Haizhang let out a yell and suddenly crouched down. I'm sorry, stepped on your foot, Chu Yang said with an innocent face. Zhao Haizhang was indignant and limped to his feet, wanting to leave in style, but suddenly planted himself on the ground again. I should have fractured my foot. Jingling, help me call 120, Zhao Haizhang said in pain. Jingling's little fox eyes narrowed. Okay. Chu Yang directly left as if nothing had happened. Jingling looked at Chu Yang's back. The corner of her mouth curved up into a nice arc, and she murmured, Looks like you really aren't an ordinary person. I'll be watching you to the death. Now belonging to the vacation period, Shu Yang didn't go back to the company and went back to the bungalow directly. At this time of the day, there was no telling if Chiu Yi was around. In contrast, Shu Yang is more willing to deal with Chiu Yi, such a woman. The character is straightforward and not twisted, although cold, but sincere. What to say? Unlike Jing Ling Little Fox, with her, it always feels like she will be set up. Just after returning home, Shu Yang realized that there were two suspicious silhouettes hovering around. Shu Yang walked over to them and those two people left after looking at them. Shu Yang went straight back home and as soon as he opened the door, he saw Chiu Yi standing in front of the window, looking outside with a serious face. What's wrong? Shu Yang asked. Chiu Yi didn't answer and said directly, come with me, I have something for you. Shu Yang suspiciously followed Chiu Yi back to her room. Just as soon as she opened the door, Shu Yang was shocked by the things placed on the bed. Shocked too. Chapter 40 Special Weapons. Shu Yang stood at the doorway, not daring to enter for half a day. He stammered a little and asked, what are all these? Chiu Yi's bedside was filled with a wide array of weapons. There were daggers, military spikes, and even dart hand swords. Shu Yang moved a little closer and felt a faint energy emanating from these weapons. What are you going to give me? Weapons? Shu Yang asked. Chiu Yi nodded. These are all the small weapons I have collected. See if any of them suits you and pick one. Why are you giving them to me? Shu Yang was surprised. Chiu Yi's eyes dodged. Because I live here. You might have to encounter some trouble. There are quite a lot of suspicious people around recently. You have a weapon with you, in case you encounter any danger. You will also have a preparation with you. Chiu Yi's tone was still cold, but Shu Yang heard concern in it. He smiled. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite. He stepped closer and took a closer look at the weapons. There were 1,000 of them. Some of them looked mottled and worn out, obviously having some history. Shu Yang quietly gathered dustless aura on his fingertips. He was afraid that if he touched a weapon with energy, it would be directly absorbed away by his body. He gently stroked each of the weapons and finally picked out 3 items, all 3 of which exuded different concentrations of energy and were obviously not unusual. One of them was a black finger ring. From the outside, it was no different from an ordinary decorative finger ring, but it emitted the most energy. Another was a small dagger. The reason why it was called a small dagger was because it was just too small, not much longer than a toothpick, but very heavy. The last one was arguably not a weapon at all. It was a small pendant in the shape of a water droplet, tied by a simple red string. Among the many weapons, this small pendant looked exceptionally otherworldly, and it was picked out by Shu Yang. Picked it out? Chiu Yi asked. Shu Yang nodded. I can only take one, or can I take more than one? Doesn't matter. You can give them all to you if you like. I don't have much use for them anyway. Chiu Yi wrapped up the other things again and casually threw them into the cabinet. Shu Yang lightly coughed twice with some embarrassment. I usually don't use weapons much, so I really have some idea what these 3 things are for. Chiu Yi walked over and picked up the finger ring and put it on his hand. You still have a good eye. These 3 things are the most precious of all weapons. This finger ring has a mechanism. You wear it on your index finger, and when you lightly touch the side with your thumb, an extremely thin thread will pop out. These are incredibly sharp and extremely strong. Decapitating a person's head is not a problem at all. Chiu Yi demonstrated, and as soon as she touched the side of the finger ring, a transparent thin thread immediately popped out. While the thin thread popped out, there was also a finger ring shape on the other end that could be put on the other finger for easy force. Chiu Yi made a light cut on the chair leg. The chair legger broke in an instant, and the incision technique was incomparably flat. Shu Yang looked at the finger ring in surprise and clapped his hands in surprise. Good stuff. Good stuff. Chiu Yi threw the finger ring to Shu Yang. Be careful when you use it. I won't be responsible if you cut off your fingers. Thanks for your concern. Shu Yang heatedly smiled. Chiu Yi's indifferent look eased a little. Don't flatter yourself. Who cares about you? Next. What does this little mini dagger do? This also comes with a mechanism. There is a small button on the dagger's grip. Press it 3 times in a row, and the dagger's blade will be extended and equally sharp. Chiu Yi tested it again, and the other leg of the chair broke. Looking at the few pieces of furniture he had, Shu Yang was filled with heartache but did not dare to say anything more. Shu Yang took the 3rd item, the water drop molded pendant. This one also comes with a mechanism? Where can I press to make it longer? Chiu Yi frowned. It is said that this thing can test for poison. When it encounters something poisonous, or near a strong poison, it will automatically change color, and based on the depth of the color, the strength of the toxin can be determined directly. So magical? I would like to try it. Shu Yang came to be interested. Chiu Yi frowned. I don't have any poison. How do you want to try it? I have my own way. Shu Yang turned around and awakened the bone compass. He pricked his finger and dropped a drop of his own blood on the pendant. Instantly, the pendant suddenly turned a thick black color and a thick black luster began to emanate around it, looking very scary. Chiu Yi instantly froze and looked at Shu Yang with an extremely skeptical gaze as he asked sternly, You've been poisoned? When did this happen? It was a while ago, but, without waiting for Chu Yang to finish, Xiao immediately tightened his brows and said in a low voice, my master knows a master in detoxification. You come with me, I will take you to see my master. No need, I'm just a doctor. I'm fine, I'm keeping these poisons to be useful in the future for sure. Chu Yang didn't think so, but Xiao Yi's face changed. What do you mean useful? That's poison. You will die. Come with me right now. Cut the crap. Xiao Yi had always been calm and unperturbed. Her expressions were rarely there, but now, she was incomparably frenzied and her anger was hard to suppress. Xiao Yi pulled Chu Yang's arm and quickly walked out of the house. There was a road racing motorcycle parked in the yard. Xiao Yi picked up a helmet and threw it to Chu Yang. Bring it on, get on. Xiao Yi stepped onto the motorcycle and signaled Chu Yang to sit behind her. Seeing that she was in such a hurry, Chu Yang could not say anything and simply got on the bike. The motorcycle was very fast. The road race was under Xiao Yi's control. The performance was played to the extreme. Just like a sharp arrow off the string, the speed was fast. Chu Yang wrapped his arm around Xiao Yi's waist. He realized that Xiao Yi was really thin. Her thin body was just like a falling leaf, light and slender, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Half an hour later, Xiao Yi stopped the car outside the gate of a courtyard house in the mountains. On the stone pier outside the courtyard gate, the 3 words, Light Smoke Gate, were written in a strong font. Xu Yang was a bit surprised. He did not expect Xiao Yi to bring him back to the sect. Xiao Yi directly knocked on the door of the room, and a youth wearing the same style of black clothes opened the door. Senior sister, you are back. When the youth saw Xiao Yi, a delighted smile appeared on his face. Xiao Yi nodded. Senior brother Qinglan, is master here? I'm looking for him for something urgent. Qinglan glanced at Chu Yang. Senior sister, our sect has a rule that we can't bring outsiders in. I know, but I really have urgent matters. Please step aside. Senior brother. Xiao Yi's eyes were stern. Who is this man? Qinglan asked. He is a very stern jade appraiser, a key person in the mission I am carrying out. I brought him here because I have something to find master. Xiao Yi said. Then I'll go ask master for permission first. If master doesn't agree, then forgive me for not being able to release him. Qinglan said stubbornly. Xu Yang rolled his eyes. Abrasive. If you want to stop me, it depends on whether you have the ability. Saying that, Xu Yang took 2 steps back and with an assisted run, he suddenly rushed towards the door. Xiao Yi froze. Xu Yang, don't be unreasonable. Qinglan's eyes revealed a strong ruthlessness, and with a point of her toes, her body scurried out like a cheetah, closely following behind Xu Yang. Xu Yang only felt a strong sense of oppression coming from behind him. He dodged violently, dodging Qinglan's heavy punch. Chapter 41 Light Smoke Sect. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth slanted. The fist technique is good, but it's just a pity that the movement is too slow. Qinglan's eyes glared as she attacked again. The main point of the Light Smoke Sect's martial arts was to move quickly and win with speed. Now this man actually said that his movements were slow. Outrageous. Qinglan's body had already ignited a murderous aura, pushing straight to the death points on Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang dodged one after another, not letting any of Qinglan's moves land on him. Xiao Yi came over to intercept, but Qinglan seemed to have identified the target and still attacked Xu Yang. Xu Yang did not counterattack either. He just dodged left and right, evading with dexterity. A figure appeared in the doorway. Xu Yang scurried over between them and hid behind the man. When Qinglan's fists came over, he saw the person at the doorway and immediately retracted his moves, lowered his head and called out, Master. Xiao Yi was equally respectful. Master. Qinglan stopped attacking, and only then did Xu Yang see that what was standing in front of him was actually a woman. The woman's face was cool and thin, probably in her 30s, but her aura was immortal. A white dress was beside her body. Her long hair was pulled high. Her skin was white, just like a fairy who fell to the mortal world. Xu Yang was surprised. Xiao Yi, your master is actually a woman. Xiao Yi gave Xu Yang a wink. Don't be rude. Hurry over. Xu Yang blinked his eyes in disbelief. Your master is still a pretty sister. Hello sister, I am Xu Yang. Qinglan's eyebrows stood up and she rushed over once again. Denizen, how dare you disrespect your master? I'll waste you. The wind of Qinglan's fist was fierce, but when she reached the woman, she only made a light move. Qinglan directly stopped his movement and his body violently shook backward and flew out. Xu Yang looked at the woman in disbelief. What just happened? What did you do? Qinglan covered his chest and got up from the ground. Master, why did you stop me from scrapping this brat? The woman's voice was faint. Don't be ashamed. You're no match for him. The moment the woman said this, even Xiao Yi froze. She was aware of senior brother Qinglan's stance, and she could not necessarily gain the upper hand when she fought against Qinglan. Now, Master was saying that Chu Yang's skill was above his elder brother's. Could it be that Chu Yang was really an expert? Qinglan's face was full of disbelief. but she didn't dare to say anything else. She only glared at Chu Yang angrily. The woman glanced at Xiao Yi, you and him come in with me. Yes, master. The woman entered the room first. Xiao Yi followed behind with Chu Yang. The room in the courtyard was also ancient, and there was a faint smell of herbs in the air vaguely. The woman sat on a chair. Xiao Yi respectfully stood opposite. You brought someone back for the first time. What's the matter? The woman opened the door and asked. Xiao Yi raised his head. Master, he's been poisoned. I want you to save him. Poisoned? Looking at him, it doesn't look like it. The woman glanced at Chu Yang for a few moments. Xiao Yi lightly bit his lips. It's true. He's really poisoned. The woman lifted her eyes. Xiao Yi, every light smoke sect disciple can only wish for one wish in this life. You've come over to beg me now. Are you sure you want to use that right? Xiao Yi nodded seriously. Yes. Chu Yang was confused for a while as he listened. Wait a minute, you two. What wish or not? Can I make a comment? The woman frowned. It's not your turn to speak here. Aren't you going to get rid of my poison? How come I can't speak? What I'm saying is that the poison in my body is something I'm nurturing on my own. I don't need to treat it at all. Nor do I need to consume any heart wishes. Xiao Yi must not waste the opportunity. Heart wishes and all. It's better to take something tangible. Chu Yang hurriedly said. Xiao Yi clenched his petite fists. His voice was low. Master, my sister was poisoned back then and that's why she lost her life. Now I don't want others to lose their lives because of this again. Xu Yang is my first friend in Star Ocean City. I don't want him to die. Xu Yang heard Xiao Yi's tone so gentle for the first time. His heartbeat messed up the rhythm, and he was also filled with emotion. He really didn't look at the wrong person. Xiao Yi was just righteous enough. Xiao Yi, tell me the truth. What is your relationship with this man? Friend. Xiao Yi replied. You are cold. Even for a man to come over to beg me, you say it's an ordinary friend relationship. How can I believe it? The woman's tone was clearly displeased, as if her daughter had been arched by a pig. Xiao Yi looked at Chu Yang. No matter what you think, his life, I'm going to save it. The woman's eyes flashed. Good. Then I'll call Xing Che to come over. You guys go wait for me in the inner hall first. Xiao Yi nodded and pulled Chu Yang out of the room. From the beginning to the end, Chu Yang had been in a state of confusion. When they arrived at the other room, Xiao Yi did not say a word and just looked at the ground in silence. Chu Yang explained for half a day. Xiao Yi didn't listen, so he had no choice but to give up. After about half an hour, the woman pushed open the door, and next to her, stood a little girl who looked to be only 6 or 7 years old. The girl was very quiet and pretty looking, like a ceramic doll. Xing Che is here. Xiao Yi, come out, the woman said. Xiao Yi looked at Chu Yang. Xing Che is a master poison practitioner. You have to cooperate with her. Chu Yang cried and laughed. This little girl? Yes. Xiao Yi answered briefly. Ugh, whatever. Chu Yang sat helplessly on the chair, feeling speechless. Xiao Yi left with the woman, leaving only Xing Che and Chu Yang in the room. Little sister, although I don't know what you're from, I just want to tell you that I'm not poisoned, and you don't need to make any effort. Just directly tell the women in a while that you've cured me. Ignoring Chu Yang, Xing Che directly walked over and probed Chu Yang's pulse with her cold little hand. There are parasites in your body. Chu Yang froze. Holy, you seem to be for bronze, but you are actually a king. Xing Che continued to take Chu Yang's pulse. However, your bone compassion is very strange. It is very well behaved and has no intention to harm you. Chu Yang nodded. This little guy is raised by me and specializes in eating poison. Since you are an expert in practicing poisons, do you have any poisons? Give me some to drink. I haven't fed it for 2 days. Xing Che nodded, and from the bag he was carrying, he took out a small white porcelain bottle, and took out a few small black pills from it. This is newly made by me. It's even more poisonous than arsenic. Do you want to taste it? Xing Che handed the medicinal pellets to Chu Yang. Chu Yang took it and without thinking, he directly swallowed it. As soon as the pill reached Chu Yang's mouth, Chu Yang surrounded the pill with dustless aura and sent it directly to the location where the bone parasites were. The little black bone parasites were especially happy to see the poison and ate it with joy. Chu Yang stretched out his right arm and used his subtle power to make the veins of his arm transparent. The black little guy in the arm was all presented. Chapter 42 King of 10,000 Compulsions. Xing Che also looked on with more interest. This is the first time I've seen someone who can harness the King of 10,000 Compulsions. You're definitely not simple. You can see that? Chu Yang was a little surprised. Normally in this situation, only he himself could see it. Xing Che's little face was a bit complacent, and his speech was still a bit milky. Of course I can see. Everything that has something to do with poison. I can see. You're really marvelous. By the way, you just said king of all compulsions. What does that mean? Xu Yang asked. It's really strange that you dare to use your body as a container to keep it without recognizing it. This thing inside your body right now is the king of 10,000 compulsions. Only one can survive in 10,000 years. It can command all the compotes. It's a very legendary existence. Xingche said. Shu Yang blinked his eyes. Hearing you say that, it's even more impossible for me to drive it away from my body. Actually, even if you ask me to get rid of it, I still can't do it. The bone compass will never leave the host's body, unless it voluntarily changes hosts. Otherwise, even if a person dies, there is no way to take the bone compass away from their body, let alone the king of all compulsions. Shu Yang was a little surprised. Could it be that this fellow was not plucked from Wei Wei's body by his power? Rather, it voluntarily came into his body? Why? Why did it choose him? Xingche looked carefully at the bone compass and added, although raising it can bring you many benefits, such as being invulnerable to all poisons, you yourself are a collection of toxins, and your blood can save as well as kill, but it will suck people's life essence. Then can you tell what my current condition is like? Shu Yang asked. Your life element hasn't been half damaged, but I don't know what will happen in the future. Xingche said. Shu Yang looked at Xingche and asked with a smile. I finished reading my questions. Let's talk about you. Me? Xingche pointed his little finger at the tip of his nose. How old are you? Shu Yang asked. 6.5 years old. Xingche replied. I'm talking about the real age. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth slanted and he lit a cigarette. Xingche rolled his eyes. You see it? Forget it, I can't hide it from you anyway. Starche sat on the chair next to Chu Yang and casually took an herb and held it in his mouth. I should be 16, but when I was 6, my body stopped growing and I've always been in this little kid's mold. Let me take your pulse as well. Truth be told, I am also a doctor. Chu Yang gave Xingche an affirmative look. Xingche grinned. I am hopeless. I might be like this for the rest of my life. Don't give up on treatment. Let me take a look for you. As soon as Chu Yang took Xingche's pulse, he felt a piercing coldness that came from his fingertips. You seem to be the one who was poisoned. The cold poison, Chu Yang said. Xingche shrugged. It's useless. I won't live past the age of 20 before I die. This is destiny. Our family knows too much and is destined to die early. I'll tell you a secret. I'm actually quite powerful. I specialize in treating all sorts of difficult and complicated diseases. As long as you pay me a reward, I'll contract your disease and guarantee you a long life. A trace of phantom color flashed underneath Xingche's eyes. You're bragging, right? Why don't I believe it? Every day at 12 o'clock midnight, you are so cold that your whole body is shivering and in pain, right? Shu Yang asked. Xingche nodded his head vigorously. Yes, I can spare you from this pain today. This is the olive branch of my cooperation with you. If the result is satisfactory to you, how about we reach a cooperation in? Shu Yang asked. Xingche narrowed his eyes. What are the conditions of your cooperation? Bad things I can't help you do for sure. Don't worry, I am also a good person. You are a poison refining expert, and I, on the other hand, need poison to feed my little bugs, so my condition is that you will be responsible for my little bugs' food in the future. Just that simple? Just that simple. Okay, I believe you. Cooperation is reached now. This bottle of medicine is for you. The white porcelain bottle is the poison. The black bottle is the antidote. If someone else eats it by mistake, feed it to them within an hour and they'll be fine. Xingche directly handed the 2 bottles to Chu Yang. Chu Yang nonchalantly took them. Since you are so bold, I won't hide anything. I will help you with the needles, so that your body will grow back and turn into a normal person. Chu Yang said. Xingche's eyes widened and happily grabbed Chu Yang's hand. I can become a normal person. You didn't lie to me? As long as the cold poison in your body is pulled out, your body will naturally resume growing. Only that you are growing from a body base of 6 years old. The speed is very slow, and after the age of growing, it will stop. And by that time, you are afraid that you will only be able to grow up to the size of a 10-year-old. Ah, then it might as well be now. Xingche was a little disappointed. Chu Yang smiled and said, that's why I can help you. My acupuncture method is to help you accelerate your body development, so that you can regain your normal physique within the fastest time possible. Xingche's eyes were filled with excitement. To be recognized by Qiu Yi, you really aren't an ordinary character. I'm optimistic about you too. The two of them high-fived and officially entered into a partnership. Chapter 43, Su Jiqing's appointment. Chu Yang used his fastest speed to administer the needle to Xingche, and the entire process was painful for Xingche. Removing the cold poison was not like a normal treatment, where the person who was given the needle had to endure the torment of 10,000 arrows piercing through his heart. But from the beginning to the end, Xingche clenched his teeth and did not say a word, not even a light hum. Looking at Xingche's pale face, Chu Yang was really a bit unable to bear it, so he used some of his natural true qi to alleviate some of Xingche's pain. By the time the treatment was finished, both of them were a bit deflated, sitting on the ground with their backs against each other. Their entire bodies were almost soaked. Xingche said with a difficult voice, I didn't expect that you really have some skill. That set of stitches just now is not something that anyone can learn. Shu Yang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. It's good that you know. From now on, we'll be partners. I think we'll see each other quite often. Xing Che, I am indifferent. Anyway, I grew up in the light smoke sect and I am bored. You are welcome to disturb me anytime. Shu Yang extended his palm and clicked with Xing Che. When the two of them walked out of the room, Xiao Yi and Master were waiting outside the door. Xiao Yi was the first to come over and asked with a nervous expression, how did it go? Shu Yang had a relaxed smile on his face. Of course it's fine. If you don't believe me, ask Xing Che. Xing Che's face also returned to normal. She remained quiet and just nodded at Xiao Yi. Don't worry, he's absolutely fine. What about the poison? Xiao Yi asked again. This gentleman is for a legendary healer. That kind of small stuff. It's not worth mentioning in front of him. You don't need to make a fuss, Xing Che said in a light tone. Xiao Yi was a little embarrassed. I just don't want anyone to die from poison again. Shu Yang smiled sunny. Thank you for caring about me. Let's go. Xiao Yi's tone resumed its coldness and threw the car keys directly to Chu Yang. You go back first. Master has something else for me. Then I will wait for you at home. Shu Yang took the car keys, winked at Xing Che, turned around and walked out of the light smoke gate. This time, it wasn't a waste of time. At least he had found such a treasure as Xing Che, a favorite chosen by God, who could definitely be of great help to him in the future. Shu Yang returned to the city and was just thinking about whether he should go and relax when he received a call from Su Jiqing. Brother-in-law, where are you? Su Jiqing asked in a gentle voice. Shu Yang coolly sat on the motorcycle and lit a cigarette. I just went out. I just arrived in the city now. Is there something wrong? Didn't I say I want to buy clothes for you last time? I have time today. Let's make an appointment? Su Jiqing's tone was a bit mischievous. Shu Yang even heard a hint of seduction. Shu Yang lightly coughed twice. Are you sure your sister won't get angry if you come out with me alone? Oops. Let's not tell her on the line. Besides, my sister is now so busy for the company's affairs that she doesn't have time to pay attention to ours. Now is the right opportunity. Shu Yang burst a bad smile. How do I hear some meticulous flavor from your tone? Su Jiqing was a bit shy. Brother-in-law is teasing me again. I'm in the villa. Come and pick me up, okay? Hearing this pleading and petulant little voice, Shu Yang was also a bit hard to refuse. After he agreed, he mounted the big motorcycle and roared towards the Su family's villa. Su Jiqing purposely walked out for some distance in order not to attract attention. When she saw Chu Yang driving a road racing motorcycle to pick her up, Su Jiqing's little face instantly turned red. Su Jiqing was wearing a white sari, looking noble and elegant, just like a clear spring in the summer, so translucent that it made one's heart beat in turmoil. She gently bit her lips and said in a low voice, I'm sorry brother-in-law. I didn't know that you came in a motorcycle and wore a skirt. Shu Yang smiled evilly. It's okay, just sit sideways in the front. Su Jiqing glanced at the seat. If according to Chu Yang, then she was completely snuggled in his arms. Although this action was too intimate and there would inevitably be physical contact, but at this moment, Su Jiqing, surprisingly, did not have half a trace of resistance, and there was even some small anticipation in her heart. She nodded shyly and walked to Chu Yang's side. Chu Yang was also not ambiguous. Arm glance, while Su Jiqing's delicate body held on the motorcycle. After bringing a helmet for her, Chu Yang started the car. Where do you want to go? Su Jiqing's small hand was a bit nowhere, nervously clutching the hem of her skirt. I want to send you 2 sets of clothes. We'll have a meal on the way. As for the order, you just arrange it. Then you sit tight. I'm going to take off. As soon as Chu Yang said this, Su Jiqing immediately nervously wrapped her arms around Chu Yang's waistband and buried her little face in his arms as well. Listening to that strong and powerful heartbeat, Su Jiqing's little heart also followed the messy. Chu Yang casually stopped in front of a shopping mall and carried Su Jiqing off the car with one hand. Her little face had already reddened completely, like a ripe peach. I'm not too familiar with shopping malls either. Is this place okay? Chu Yang asked. Su Jiqing nodded. Anywhere is fine. Brother-in-law, let's go in. Chu Yang didn't even see Su Jiqing's small change, wobbling in front, his heart still calculating. What way to get close to Su Jiluo? This iceberg wife really gave him a headache. The two came to a counter. Su Jiqing personally selected 2 sets of clothes, a set of casual, a set of formal wear, handed it to Chu Yang. Let him try. Chu Yang took the clothes and before he could walk into the fitting room, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He tightened his brows and looked back at the security guards patrolling the mall with some strange eyes. Why did it feel weird? Vaguely there was always a strange sense of crisis. Could it be that he was too nervous mentally? When Su Jiqing saw Chu Yang stopping, she hurriedly came over and asked, What's wrong, brother-in-law? Chu Yang shook his head. Nothing. I'll go in to try on the clothes. You don't walk around. Wait for me outside obediently. Su Jiqing's little face turned a little shyly red again and nodded. Chu Yang changed into casual clothes first, and when she walked out of the fitting room, Su Jiqing's eyes lit up. Her expression was a bit dazed, looking at Chu Yang incredulously. He who had always dressed casually did not expect to completely change his temperament by changing into a set of clothes. With his long and robust body, engraved in firm cheeks, although his temperament was evil and gangly, he could not hide the kingly dominance that he exuded at all. Ever since Su Jiqing had seen Chu Yang's feet, she realized that her heart could no longer be calm. In order not to let Chu Yang notice, Su Jiqing forced herself to hold back the messiness of her heartbeat and walked over to help him straighten his collar. "How is it?" Chu Yang asked. Without waiting for Su Jiqing to answer, the shopper said, "Sir, your girlfriend's vision is really good. The clothes she picked out for you are just right for you. So handsome." Su Jiqing didn't deny it. Instead, she tilted her head and looked at Chu Yang with a cute expression. "It's because he has a good figure, so whatever he wears looks good." Looking at that exquisite and beautiful little face, Chu Yang inwardly felt a burst of emotion. If the person who has this good attitude towards him is her sister, then it would be good. As he was pondering, a faint cry for help suddenly drilled into Chu Yang's ears. Chu Yang's heart sank and he immediately tightened his fists. Could it be that the sense of crisis just now was well-founded? This shopping mall, there must be something odd about it. Chapter 44, Mall Crisis. Chu Yang's location for them was on the 3rd floor. He quickly walked out of the boutique and looked around the mall without noticing anything strange. Su Jiqing also followed up and asked in surprise, "Brother-in-law, what's wrong?" Chu Yang's expression remained serious. "We can't just stay here. I'll take you out first." As soon as his words fell, all the lights in the mall suddenly went out, and from the 1st floor of the hall came the piercing screams of countless women. Su Jiqing was startled and hurriedly grabbed Chu Yang's arm. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong? What happened?" Chu Yang cold eyes scanned the surroundings. "We should have won the lottery. I'm afraid we can't get out now. I'll take you to a safe place first." The clerk still didn't know what was going on and intended to come out to see what was going on, but was directly grabbed back by Chu Yang. "Don't go anywhere. There are dangerous people present here. You'd better find a hidden space to hide. Someone will come over to search this place in a while. You guys try not to get caught." Chu Yang's voice was low. As soon as his words fell, he heard a lazy voice coming from the mall's player. "Hello everyone, don't panic. As long as you behave yourselves, we won't hurt you. Below, our staff will arrange your actions. Smart you all. You must cooperate obediently, okay? If there is anyone who disobeys orders, kill without pardon." Su Jiqing was filled with nervousness. "Brother-in-law, are we experiencing a robbery?" Chu Yang sensed with all his might. The sense of crisis around him was not small. It seemed that the situation was rather grim this time. He hurriedly made a silent gesture and covered Su Jiqing's mouth. Outside soon came the sound of footsteps, patrolling back and forth. It was those security personnel. It seems that this building has long been under their control. The surrounding light was very dark. In order to create panic, those guys had long ago destroyed the lighting equipment and blocked all the light that could enter the interior of the mall. Chu Yang took Su Jiqing and retreated back inside the store again. Su Jiqing was so scared that her small hand never let go of Chu Yang. "Don't worry, I'm here. It's fine," Chu Yang comforted. At the same time, he took out his phone and tried to call the police. Just like he imagined, the signal was completely gainized. He couldn't call out at all. He briefly analyzed the situation. Currently, the situation on the 1st floor was the most serious. It was completely controlled by the thugs. The other thugs, all dressed up as security guards, were searching for people on various floors, and in the end, they would concentrate all of their personnel on the location of the 1st floor. According to the speed of their search, no more than 5 minutes, they will be found here. A few of the sales clerks had long been scared silly and started wailing and crying, cowering in the corner and shivering. Chu Yang scanned the surroundings and asked, "Do you have any place to hide here, like a storeroom or something?" The clerk pointed to the location behind him. "Just a small warehouse, which is filled with goods, can only squeeze in 2 people. Then you 2 go in first, block yourselves with the boxes and try to put your bodies as low as possible. If they are holding heavy fire weapons in their hands, they might strafe. With a low body position, the survival rate will be a bit bigger." Chu Yang arranged. The 2 cried even more in fear. "I don't want to die yet. My boyfriend still has to propose to me at night. I don't want to die either. I'm scared." Chu Yang frowned. "Hold on tight. They're coming. I'll stall for a while." The 2 salesmen hurriedly did as they were told and rushed to the storeroom. Su Jiqing's voice was a bit trembling. "Brother-in-law, what do we do then?" Chu Yang gently clutched Su Jiqing's small hand. "Don't worry, I'm here and will definitely protect you." Su Jiqing's watery eyes calmed down quite a bit. The only person in the world who can give her this feeling of peace of mind is Chu Yang. Her father can't do it. Messy footsteps came from outside the door. There were about 3 or 4 people. Chu Yang made a silent gesture, letting Su Jiqing crouch behind the bar, while he himself took the initiative to walk out. Just as soon as he opened the door, 2 gun muzzles were aimed at his forehead. "Stand still. Don't move. Be honest if you don't want to die," a man said in a low voice. Xu Yang carefully observed. On each of their wrists, they were carrying special contact and illumination devices and had weapons in their hands. The situation was indeed not optimistic. He purposely raised his hands high in a horrified manner. Big brother, don't shoot. I surrender. I surrender. One of the bandits in security attire sneered. Another goon. Is there anyone else inside? Xu Yang hurriedly said. I'm the store manager of this store. There's a shopkeeper inside. Where are the customers? There aren't any? If you lie, I'll crack your head open. The bandit raised his pistol and cocked it with a click. Xu Yang was scared and crouched down in a hurry. Big brother, I really didn't lie. Today a customer has chartered a venue in our place, so we are closed for business. Right now that customer hasn't arrived yet, so we don't have any other people here. If you don't believe me, Big brother can go in and search. The bandit shone a light inside. Su Jiqing cooperated and raised her hands high, walked out from behind the bar and crouched inside the store. As soon as the bandit saw Su Jiqing, his eyes lit up. He greedily stroked his chin. Yo, this little girl has grown to be watery. Let me personally take you downstairs. When the other bandits heard this, a sinister laugh immediately came from them. You guys can't hold back again. Didn't you just get one on the first floor? You can't help it at this moment? Life is too short. Have fun in time. You guys go first. I'll be right there, the bandits said. The other accomplices were a bit skeptical. Can you do it by yourself? Aren't you afraid that there are other people hiding here? The bandit was very confident. I have a weapon in my hand, so I'll get anyone who dares to stir up trouble. Xu Yang hurriedly said. I am more familiar with this mall. Why don't I help you all? As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to do whatever you want me to do. The bandit gave Xu Yang a disdainful look. Since you are so afraid of death, then you can follow me. After I finish working here in a while, you can help me catch all the people from the other stores. Xu Yang nodded his head repeatedly. Okay, no problem at all. Then I'll keep a lookout for Big Brother over here. Big Brother, go ahead. The other bandits shook their heads helplessly and went on searching the other stores. That bandit was smug and smiled cheaply as he moved over like Su Jiqing. Su Jiqing backed up repeatedly, her eyes incomparably terrified. Don't come over, ha ha, the more you resist, the happier I am. Let's seize the time and do something beautiful. The man opened his hands and suddenly lunged towards Su Jiqing, but before he could touch Su Jiqing's body, his movements suddenly stopped. The bandit's eyes glazed over, and he actually directly knelt down. The pistol also fell to the ground and was kicked away by Xu Yang. He wanted to open his mouth and yell, but it was already too late. Xu Yang hit his throat as fast as he could, making it impossible for the bandit to make any sound at all. The bandit only felt that his whole body was limp. He couldn't use any of his strength, and when he looked back at the man behind him, he had just changed his face. Just panic and fear of the look has completely disappeared, replaced by a deep, terrible shade. Chapter 45, Camouflage Plan. As Xu Yang walked over, Su Jiqing immediately got up and ran behind him, clutching her arm, her face full of tension. Xu Yang flicked his fingers and a small, sharp dagger appeared in his palm. As he moved, the small dagger's blade began to lengthen, turning into a weapon that was longer than a normal dagger. It seemed that the weapon Xiao Yi had given him had really come in handy. You only have one chance to survive now. Whether you cherish it or not depends on yourself. Xu Yang gently waved his finger and made a stroke on the bar next to him. It looked like a gentle movement, no force at all, but the bar suddenly broke. The cut was neat and tidy. This action was enough to prove the sharpness of the dagger in Xu Yang's hand. The bandit's face went white with fear. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down on his forehead. Want to live? Xu Yang asked. The bandit nodded his head vigorously, breathing heavily. Very well, then I can let you talk now. You'd better not piss me off. Xu Yang's eyes were cold. The bandit nodded his head once again, his eyes urgent. Xu Yang slashed at the bandit's neck once again with a hand slash. He stifled a grunt of pain and hurriedly covered his neck with his hand. Xu Yang narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold tone, which side of the force are you from? The bandit quickly shook his head. I don't know. I really don't know. I was just a prisoner fleeing around before. Then I was received by a masked big man under his command, and I have been working with him all the time. Many of my brothers in the organization are like this. We don't even know who the boss is, but the boss took us in. He is our benefactor, and we willingly sell our lives for him. So your boss, he came this time too? Xu Yang asked. That's all I can say. Kill or die as you wish. I will not disclose half of my boss's whereabouts, even if I die. The bandit clenched his teeth and stopped talking. Xu Yang let out a cold smile. I didn't see it. You are quite righteous. So how many of you have come this time? More than 100. Anyway, all the brothers in the organization are here. The boss promised us that after this job, He will send us abroad to live a good life, so we don't have to hide in the East in the future, the bandit said. Shu Yang smiled. Your naivety is rare. After saying that, Shu Yang directly kicked the bandit and knocked him out, then used the fastest speed to remove his clothes and put them on himself. Su Jiqing nervously asked, brother-in-law, what are you going to do next? Shu Yang looked around. This place is safe for the time being. You can hide here. I'll go and check out the situation elsewhere and then think of a way to save you out. Su Jiqing desperately shook her head. Brother-in-law, please don't ever leave me behind. I'll go with you, no matter if it's life or death. I'll be with you. Shu Yang smiled. Silly girl, I won't let you die. Otherwise what should I do if your sister asks me for someone? Brother-in-law, I just want to follow you. Su Jiqing's little voice was pitiful. Shu Yang was a little heartbroken. This girl had really had enough twists and turns since she returned to China. First she was scared by the rich second-generation guys, and now she had encountered this kind of thing. The priority now was to find a way to bring Su Jiqing to a safe place and contact the police. Shu Yang picked up the pistol and pulled Su Jiqing out of the store. The surroundings were still dark. Shu Yang carefully observed the situation and said in a low voice, in a while, I will pretend to escort you out. You pretend to be a captive. When we find an opportunity, we will go directly upstairs. Now their strength should be concentrated on the first floor. Upstairs should be relatively safer. Su Jiqing was still a bit scared. Her small hand was cold as she pulled Shu Yang. Her voice was a bit trembling as she asked, brother-in-law, will we die? It won't. With me here, I will guarantee you peace for 10,000 years. Shu Yang said and gently tapped the tip of Su Jiqing's nose with his finger. Su Jiqing was still emotionally unstable, but seeing Shu Yang smiling so easily, she was also quite relieved and gave her trust completely to Shu Yang. Many security guards in the corridor pressed the hostages and rushed down the stairs. The surrounding light was dim. The lighting on their wrists was the only source of light. This situation could cause some panic to the hostages, but it made Shu Yang's actions easier. Shu Yang escorted Su Jiqing and walked out. He was wearing the same security outfit as the enemy, so he was not suspected for the time being. He observed down from his position on the stairs. There were now hundreds of hostages gathered on the first floor, from the elderly down to the wailing babies, all squatting on the ground, with many guns pointed at them around them, preventing them from resisting in the slightest. These robbers didn't know where they came from and had guns in their hands. It was indeed not wise to act rashly. Brother-in-law, what should we do now? Su Jiqing asked in a small voice. I'll think of a way to take you up to the upper floors. I'll find a safe place for you to hide. Our priority now is still to get in touch with the outside world. The signals of the floors below are blocked. Hopefully the upstairs can still make out calls. Su Jiqing nodded. I'll listen to my brother-in-law. Don't worry. I definitely won't yell. I won't give you any trouble. So good. Shu Yang debugged the illumination light on his wrist and led Su Jiqing towards the direction of the stairs going up. Another security guard, who was escorting 3 or 4 people towards the stairs, saw Shu Yang and waved his hand in greeting. Brother, are you only escorting one person? Return to me here. You can search again. Su Jiqing was startled and subconsciously took 2 steps backward. Shu Yang said boldly, Bro, this chick I'm holding is not an ordinary person. I'm going to take her up to see the boss. The robber in the security outfit smiled and said, I thought that the boss is not close to women, but it seems that he just has a more discerning eye. Then hurry up and get up there. There's still action down there in a while. Don't delay. Shu Yang nodded and brought Su Jiqing, directly going up to the upper floor. The upper floors of the mall were all office areas that required access cards to go back and forth, so a hasty passage would surely encounter obstacles. When they came to a safe passage, Shu Yang took Su Jiqing and quickly went in, locking the door behind them. Brother-in-law, it's not safe here either, is it? There's no hiding place at all, and it's very dark. I'm scared here by myself. Don't worry, I won't leave you in such a dangerous place, Shu Yang said and took out his cell phone. The signal was still blocked and he could not dial out at all. Shu Yang cursed and clenched his teeth. Now these guys have improved their IQ. They know how to block the signal first. The current situation is a bit troublesome. Su Jiqing thought about it and said, if we can go up to the rooftop, we might have a chance to dial out. Signal jammers of this magnitude are usually used indoors. Open-air balconies should not be within their control. Shu Yang frowned, although going to the rooftop has the possibility of being rescued. Once we are surrounded, there is not the slightest possibility of escaping and ascending to the sky. Let me think about it again. As he was talking, a sudden burst of messy footsteps came from outside the door, followed by the sound of a sharp instrument prying the door handle. Shu Yang and Su Jiqing stared at the door handle at the same time. Their expressions suddenly tensed up. Chapter 46. Chance encounter with a big star. Shu Yang pulled Su Jiqing behind himself. His thumb touched the ring he carried on his index finger, ready to attack at any time. The doorknob was still making a rhythmic sound, and it looked like it was about to open. Su Jiqing held her breath. too scared to move. Xu Yang made a silent gesture at Su Jiqing and then prepared himself for battle. Ka-ching! The door lock was opened and a dexterous figure instantly leapt in. In the dark space, Xu Yang could not see clearly what person was on the opposite side and attacked directly. That person was also very agile. Surprisingly, he was able to take down several of Xu Yang's moves in one go, without him being injured for a single point. Highly skilled, Xu Yang said in his mind. A light fragrance entered his mouth and nose. Xu Yang slightly frowned. The opposite party was a woman. Xu Yang directly unscrewed the lighting on his wrist and aimed it at the woman's face. The woman subconsciously blocked her cheeks with the back of her hand. She was wearing a white suit and had high heels on her feet, just like a white-collar woman in the workplace. Such a woman was so agile. What was her origin? Xu Yang guessed in his mind. As soon as the woman saw that Xu Yang was wearing a security outfit, the hostility on her body intensified and she further attacked, lifting her long leg and chopping it over at Xu Yang. Xu Yang hurriedly dodged and asked in a low voice, "I don't think you are a robber, right?" "I am not, but you are." The woman attacked again with cold eyes. At the moment when her long leg slashed at Xu Yang's facade, Xu Yang grabbed her ankle and imprisoned her long leg in front of her body. "Beauty, don't misunderstand. I am a good person," Xu Yang hurriedly explained. Where was the woman willing to listen? "All the security guards here are robbers. If you say you are a good person, who will believe your bull asterisk 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 asterisk?" The woman struggled and wanted to swing her fists, but a wailing sound suddenly came from outside the door. "Sister Chi, there's a sound in the corridor. It seems like someone is coming." The girl's voice outside the door was very soft and pleasant. Her tone was very scared and even brought on a crying tone. The woman looked at Xu Yang coldly. "Let go of me." Xu Yang let go and the woman quickly walked out of the door and brought in the girl outside the door. The woman closed the door and carefully inspected the movement outside. Su Jiqing's eyes lit up when she saw the girl who came in afterward. Although the light was weak, Su Jiqing still recognized her at once. "You're Su Xia, right? The big star whose new movie was just released?" Su Jiqing asked in surprise. Su Xia looked back and nodded a little embarrassed. "I am." Su Jiqing was very happy. "I didn't expect to meet you here. Can you sign an autograph for me? I'm a fan of yours." Xu Yang's head was full of black lines. "This is not the time to talk about this, is it? Someone is coming outside the door. Everyone keep quiet." Su Jiqing hurriedly covered her small mouth and Su Xia nodded obediently. The woman in white suit lowered her voice. "Just now we escaped and attracted the robbers' attention. This place is not safe at all. They will come looking for us at any time. I'll go out and distract them. You guys continue to walk upstairs." Xu Yang, "No, it's too dangerous for you to go by yourself." Su Xia also said, "Sister Chi, I can't separate from you. I'm afraid. There's no other choice now. If you want to live, you have to do what I say." The woman was just about to open the door and walk out when she was suddenly yanked back by Xu Yang. In front of men, little women stand back. With a blank stare, Xu Yang directly opened the door and walked out. The woman's cold eyes were slightly wrinkled as she turned back to look at Su Jiqing. "What does he do?" Su Jiqing looked smug. "My brother-in-law is awesome. Don't worry, as long as he's around, all of us will be safe." Su Xia innocently nodded and introduced. "This is my Gongqi, the sister who has been protecting me. I am Su Xia." Su Jiqing also introduced herself. "My name is Su Jiqing. The man who just went out is called Xu Yang. He is my brother-in-law." "Xu Yang." Gongqi whispered Xu Yang's name. Not much later, Xu Yang folded back, holding several sets of security clothing and equipment. "Change into them, this will make it easier for us to move around." Gongqi looked at Xu Yang incredulously. "The ones who were chasing us just now were no less than 10 people, and you solved them all in less than 3 minutes? And without making a single sound. This is all trivial. You guys hurry up and change your clothes. There are lighting devices on your wrists. The red button is the walkie-talkie. I broke the wiring inside so that you won't touch it by mistake and expose your whereabouts." Xu Yang said. Gongqi frowned. "Changing clothes is fine. You go out." "Go out? Big sister. It's dangerous outside now, and there are surveillance everywhere. I will expose my target if I go out rashly. Besides, it's pitch black here. I can't see anything. What are you afraid of?" Xu Yang looked unhappy. Su Xia also said, "Sister Chi, this is not the time to talk about this. Let's hurry up and change our clothes. It would be disastrous if we get caught." Gongqi was still very apprehensive. "It doesn't matter to me. It's mainly you. You're a big star. If you're seen in the body by someone with a bad mind, you'll be in big trouble in the future." Xu Yang sneered. "Even if you want trouble, you have to wait until you have the life to get out alive." Su Xia, "I'll be fine. Let's change clothes quickly." Gongqi looked at Xu Yang's direction with eyes full of caution. "You turn off the lighting equipment and turn your head around." With a blank stare, Xu Yang turned off the lighting and walked to the next floor where the stairs were. Women were just troublesome. Listening to the rustling sounds, Shu Yang fantasized in his mind about the picture of the trio changing clothes. The brainstorming all made one's blood swell, and if he saw it, he might actually get a nosebleed. Shu Yang heard a few women whispering and discussing. Su Jiqing, Sia, how do you think this belt can be buckled? How do I buckle it to the innermost one? It's still a lot looser. Su Sia, yeah, me too. If I walk a few steps like this, I'm sure to drop my pants. Gong Chi, what men wear is really not aesthetically pleasing at all. Disgusting. It took more than 10 minutes for a few people to change their clothes. Gong Chi's tone was still not kind. Since we are not enemies, let's cooperate. Only when we reach the rooftop will we have a chance to be rescued. Shu Yang glanced at Su Jiqing. Since Qinger is temperamental with the little girl you want to protect, I'll reluctantly take you guys. However, you need to listen to my command throughout the whole process. Gong Chi snorted coldly. Don't think that just because you are good with your hands, you have the qualifications to be arrogant. If I were to fight you properly, it's not certain who would lose or win. A hint of sternness appeared under Gong Chi's eyes. At the same time, Jingling was tracing the whereabouts of a fugitive when she suddenly received an emergency assembly order. Her eyes chilled as she murmured, "A large-scale robbery has occurred in the JL Building 1. What the hell is going on here? Xiao Yi should be there as well. Things are definitely not that simple." She quickly picked up her walkie-talkie. Squad 3, 4, and 5. Follow me to the police. Chapter 47 Blood Blade Team. JL Mansion. In the hidden dark room on the 18th floor, an exotic man with a very thin figure and wearing a tuxedo was currently looking at the surveillance on the large screen with a red wineglass raised in his hand. A man in security clothing walked in with a respectful attitude. "Mr. Gerald, now the downstairs has been basically controlled by us. The remaining hostages, the various floors are being cleaned up for the final holding." Gerald's skin was white. His ice blue pupils shadowed his reflection in the monitor. "You guys have performed very well. After this is done, I will send you out of the country as promised, so that you can live a good life," Gerald said indifferently. "Thank you, Mr. Jilul, we will definitely do a good job with our hearts." The bodyguard bowed his head. "By the way, have the bombs been placed? We can't leave a single care in the world." Boom! "I'm going to make this place raze to the ground." Gerald's eyes were cold and somewhat perverted. The security guard hurriedly said, "The ones on the high floors have already been installed. Now it's just the ones on the low floors that are missing. After the hostages are all concentrated, I will arrange for immediate action, to ensure that there is no delay in the progress." "Well done, Black Tiger. I really didn't misjudge you. My life was picked up by Mr. Gerald. Black Tiger swears to obey your orders and serve you for the rest of my life." "Not bad. Go out and get busy. I'm going to enjoy the desperate eyes and screams of these people. It's such a great feeling. The ants below, no need to be merciful to them. Whoever dares to resist, shoot on sight." "Yes." Black Tiger finished his reply and bent down to retreat. The four of Chu Yang changed into their security attire and walked all the way up from the stairs. Just after walking 2 floors, there were voices talking from above. 2 bandits dressed as security guards were smoking and chatting at the stairs. Boss said, "After this time, we'll be completely free. We'll be living abroad in the future. Blonde hair and big oceanic horses. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Another security guard laughed. "It's better to finish the job in hand first, then think about those beautiful things." This time, the boss is really mad. He wants to raise the whole building to the ground. Do you know? Why is the boss doing this? This JL group, there shouldn't be any deep hatred with the boss, right? I don't know. The boss does things. Always bizarre, there is no routine to speak of. Want to guess the boss's thoughts? "We are afraid that we still have to practice for a few hundred years." "Don't talk about it. Let's get to work. The work of placing bombs on these floors will fall on us. Hard work or we do." You see, often follow the boss of those who are now upstairs happy. In fact, I have not tasted a woman for a long time. When the placement of these hands in the hands of these, I also want to go to catch 2 chicks to play. The 2 men said and let out a burst of lewd laughter. Not waiting for Chu Yang to make a move, Gong Chi clenched her fists first. She clenched her teeth, lightly took off her shoes and took the first step in the direction of upstairs. Su Xia was a bit nervous and wanted to grab Gong Chi's hand, but Chu Yang stopped her. Chu Yang gently leaned down, came to the position of Su Xia's ear and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, trust her. She can." Feeling the warm and tingling but masculine airflow, Su Xia's ears instantly turned red-headed and her cheeks flushed with a burst of burning heat. At this same time, JL building downstairs, Jingling drove his car in. In the car that followed behind him, 3 squad members quickly ran down and quickly joined the battle. "Evacuate the onlookers. We don't know the situation inside yet. We can't risk the onlookers," Jingling commanded. "Yes." The squad members quickly replied and dispersed out to the police. At this moment, a dividing line surrounded the outside of the building, preventing the onlookers from approaching. Jingling opened his walkie-talkie, calling Team Zhang, Zhang Jianfeng quickly replied. Jingling, I'm here. I heard that you've brought all the Blood Blade team here. Very good. How is the situation inside now? Are there any police forces going to the rooftop? I think the only way to win is to control the rooftop area. Jingling analyzed the situation. Captain Zhang Jianfeng said, I am now on the opposite floor, observing the situation inside the JL building. The robbers have blocked all the windows. There is no way to monitor it. If we act rashly, I am afraid that it will harm the hostages. You must not be reckless. You must think long term. Is there any helicopter police force out? Jingling asked again. There was an explosion inside just now. We don't dare to act rashly at the moment. Zhang Jianfeng said. Find a way to get in touch with the interior and find negotiators to negotiate. As Jingling was speaking, a window suddenly opened at the 4th floor location. Everyone looked towards the 4th floor in unison. A woman holding a baby was surprisingly pushed out of the window by a rope. The baby was still letting out heart-wrenching cries, but the woman, as it were, had already lost her vital signs. Jingling's beautiful eyes glared, and she suddenly ordered in a stern voice, People below, quickly move the air cushion over. They want to cut the rope. Sure enough, as soon as Jingling's words fell, the rope on the 4th floor was suddenly cut, and the woman and the baby fell down in unison. Fortunately, there was an air cushion protecting the bottom, and also someone was taking over the bottom, so the baby didn't receive a fatal impact. Jingling stomped her foot with force. These hateful scum. Scum. Simply unconscionable. Inhuman. A voice suddenly spoke from the building's external loudspeaker, and it was none other than Gerald. Hello everyone, I'm Gerald. I'm glad to be here in Star Ocean City to play a little game with you all. You don't have to be nervous. If the hostages behave, I won't make their deaths too painful. This woman talks too much, and this kid is croaky as hell, so I'm sending them out. Warning you all, don't act rashly. The game has just begun, and I'll be sending you lots of gifts. This is just the first one. The ambulance was waiting by at all times. The woman was determined to be dead and the baby was taken to the hospital. A police officer ran to Jingling and said in a somewhat low voice, the woman hostage was. How? Jingling asked with a frown. She had her tongue cut out. The police officer whispered. Jingling tightened his powerful fist and smashed it against the police car next to him. The hood of the police car immediately showed a huge crater. These people, I will definitely not let them go. Call up number 1 and 2 to join me. I'm going to act in secret. Captain, Team Zhang won't agree if you do this. Can't care about that much now. 1 more minute of delay is 1 more minute of danger for the hostages. Take action now. Yes, the Blood Blade Squad was a special combat team trained by Jingling, and each of its members were so skilled that they could take on 10 men at a time. And everyone in the Blood Blade Squad had a special skill. Jingling's hand-picked No. 1 and No. 2, one specializes in shooting, the other specializes in demoning. If the terrorists were really placing bombs inside the building, it would be most appropriate to bring number 2. You couldn't bring more people to this kind of action. Once exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jingling looked at the location on the roof of the building, and a hint of ruthlessness appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Chapter 48, Moment of Crisis. The 2 robbers upstairs were in the process of planting a bomb at the stairs when they suddenly felt a cool wind coming from behind them. They hurriedly turned back, and a long leg instantly slashed at the facade of one of them. The man had just let out a miserable scream when Gong Chi gagged him. With a twist of her hands, Gong Chi broke the man's neck. The other bandit saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly pressed the walkie-talkie to call for help, but Gong Chi directly kicked the walkie-talkie out of his hand. The walkie-talkie drew an arc in the air and fell to the ground with a click, breaking at once. Scum! Go to hell! Gong Chi struck extremely hard, punching the man's throat. The man's mouth stuttered for half a day, and after a mouthful of blood soared out, he slowly knelt down. Xu Yang sighed for a moment. This woman was much scarier than a man when she was ruthless. He looked carefully at the explosive devices in the security guard's packages and frowned. Gong Chi squatted over and asked, "These are real. Don't touch them." Xu Yang ignored it and directly took out his small mini dagger and dismantled the bombs, destroying the wiring inside. "You know how to defuse bombs?" Gong Chi looked at Xu Yang incredulously. Su Jiqing said with a proud face, "My brother-in-law knows a lot." Su Xia also whispered, "This big brother is like a character in a movie, as if nothing is difficult for him." Xu Yang turned back, and only then did he take a serious look at Su Xia. She was very clean-looking, as gentle and lovely as a neighboring sister, and her speaking voice was also very nice, clear and cool, very comfortable to the ears. Xu Yang smiled at Su Xia. "You are more discerning than your bodyguard." Su Xia's pretty face reddened and whispered, "Sister Qi is my good friend, not my bodyguard. It's not wrong to say that I'm a bodyguard. I originally came back to protect you. There are too many people with bad intentions towards you now, and you're simple. If there's no one to keep a watch out for you, you'll soon be cheated by some clothed beasts." Gongqi purposely glanced at Xu Yang when she said this. Xu Yang didn't bother to argue. It was useless to say anything more to such a highly guarded woman. With his years of experience in the army, it didn't take Xu Yang more than a few minutes to solve all the bombs in the bag. He didn't cut off the display function. He just removed the explosion function. He naturally had his reasons for doing so. Xu Yang directly loaded the bombs and put the backpack on his back. I guess there are people on every staircase. We can't kill all the way up. Now let's go from the outside. If we need someone, we'll just say that we're coming over to install the bombs. When the time comes, you guys don't say anything. I'll just take care of it myself, Xu Yang said. Su Jiqing tugged on Xu Yang's lapel and whispered, "Brother-in-law, just now I heard these guys say that there might be girls upstairs who will be spoiled. Can you go save them too? I know the situation is dangerous now, but," Xu Yang grinned, reached out and pinched Su Jiqing's little face. "Even if you don't say anything, I can't just let it go. These guys actually dared to look for things in my territory. They are just looking for their own deaths, and I won't let any of them go." As Xu Yang spoke, a trace of fortitude flashed out from the bottom of his eyes, causing Gongqi to be somewhat surprised. The righteousness that emanated from him was a bearing aura that was rare in contemporary men. Could it be that this man was? Not waiting for Gongqi's thoughts to fall, Xu Yang had already walked out of the passageway first. It was still pitch black outside, but on the floors above, the icons indicating the safety exits were all lit up, with a slight faint greenish glow. It was only after going up 2 consecutive floors that they heard the sound of someone talking, and vaguely the wailing of a woman. He. I didn't expect to have this kind of perk today. Boss is really good to us. I haven't seen meat for a long time. I must have enough fun today. Another person said in a different Chinese, "I've always loved Oriental beauties. I must have a good taste of them this time. Let me have these too." The women's mouths seemed to be muffled as they let out fearful and agonized whimpers. The sound was coming from a room with a faint glow. Gongqi immediately clenched her fists and looked ready to rush over. Xu Yang tightened his brows and reached out to pull Gongqi's arm. Gongqi's eyebrows stood up. "What are you doing? Didn't you hear the situation inside? If you don't go in, those women will be spoiled. They have guns in their hands. If you go in rashly, you won't end up much better than those women," Xu Yang said. Gongqi narrowed her eyes. "You didn't go in. How do you know what's going on inside? It's hard to believe that you are really an accomplice of those guys?" Just as Xu Yang approached this room, an aura of danger immediately surrounded him. This kind of foreknowledge of danger was something Xu Yang had only recently discovered. It should be after absorbing the jade energy that such a skill was added to his body. This skill was very important. Through the strength of the danger level, Xu Yang could basically determine the force of the people inside. Just like the 2 men in the staircase, Xu Yang didn't even feel any sense of crisis. But the situation now was different. The aura of danger had been surrounding them. If Gongqi barged in at this time, she was expected to be quickly beaten into a hornet's nest. "We have already agreed before. Everything is under my command. I am ordering you now. You are not allowed to act rashly. I will go over there and take a look. You protect your little princess. My sister-in-law is also temporarily in your hands. You guys go to that room. There is no one there. Hide for a while." Gongqi's suspicion towards Xu Yang was getting stronger and stronger. She stood still for a moment, but still did what Xu Yang said. Xu Yang went straight to that room and knocked on the door. Sure enough, as soon as there was a sound outside the door, the 3 or 4 big men inside immediately raised their guns and aimed in the direction of the door. "What man?" one of the big men asked. Xu Yang raised his hands. "I was ordered to install a bomb. I heard a noise over here so I came over to take a look." Xu Yang roughly scanned the situation inside. There were about half a dozen women tied over. All of them were at the right age and in good shape. When his eyes fell on one of the women, he suddenly froze. It was actually Xiao Yi. Why was she here? Xiao Yi's eyes also visibly froze when he saw Xu Yang, and after the two of them stared at each other for a few seconds, Xiao Yi lowered his head once again. "There's nothing going on here. Get the hell out of here. This is Mr. Nurga, the boss's sidekick. If you upset him, he'll make you disappear along with the bomb you're carrying," another big man warned. Seeing Xiao Yi, Xu Yang's heart instantly fell to the ground. Even if he didn't come, nothing should happen here. Xiao Yi's ability was still more than enough to clean up these few big men. The exotic man called Nilga had already started to undo his belt. He raised it in a malicious manner and lashed down at one of the women. The woman shuddered in pain and a whimper of agony escaped her throat. The other big man also started to go and tear the clothes of the other women. His ugly face was worse than a beast. Xu Yang pretended to exit, and just the moment he pushed the door open, he saw Xiao Yi violently strike. Chapter 49, You go first or I go first. Xiao Yi suddenly raised his long leg and directly kicked a big man's neck crookedly. As soon as Xu Yang saw Xiao Yi make a move, he immediately assisted. He pressed out the ring's thin thread and directly controlled Nilga's neck. Nilga still tried to resist. His fingers went to grab the thin thread, and was directly cut off by the thin thread, and blood flowed out. Nilga wanted to let out a wail of pain, but he was directly strangled by Chu Yang's throat. Not a single sound could come out. You also know how sharp this thing is. If you dare to make a single sound, I'll make your head move. Chu Yang's voice was abnormally cold, like a god of death from hell, cold and merciless. Nilga actually felt at this moment that his life was no better than an ant in the hands of this man. Brother, calm down, let's talk about anything. Nilga held back the pain and said word by word. Xiao untied the other women and came over as well. No need to talk nonsense with him, just get him killed. This scourged a lot of people when he was downstairs. Damn it, Xiao said coldly. Chu Yang frowned and glanced at Xiao. There is still a use for keeping this guy, but while the death penalty can be waived, the living penalty is hard to escape. Chu Yang kicked Nilga on the crook of his leg. He let out a muffled grunt of pain and directly knelt down. Where is your boss now? Chu Yang asked. Nilga shook his head painfully. The location of the boss, only Black Tiger knows. I really don't know. The boss just orders us to do things and never refuses to see us personally. I told others that I am the boss' close friend. Are bragging. Please believe me. For your operation this time, how many people are there in total and what is the purpose? Chu Yang asked again. Nilga's whole body trembled. All I know is that the code name of our operation is Annihilation. This building is now covered with bombs. After we leave, this building will be razed to the ground, and none of the hostages inside will be able to escape. Ha, not a small ambition. I'm afraid you guys don't have the ability. Xiao Yi went straight up, raised the dagger in his hand, and stabbed down at the man's eye socket. Nilga wanted to roar, but was ruthlessly choked by Xiao Yi's throat. The surrounding light was dark. Chu Yang couldn't see what Nilga looked like now, but he saw Xiao Yi's expression. Xiao Yi had tears under his eyes. Chu Yang did not stop and let Nilga be destroyed in Xiao Yi's hands. The thick smell of blood came from the room. Chu Yang got up and opened the door, letting the other women go to the opposite room to find Gong Qi. What happened? Xu Yang asked. Only when Nilga stopped struggling did Xiao Yi withdraw her blade. She clenched her teeth and looked at Chu Yang, her voice low. He just took a few girls. Xiao Yi choked and continued. It's all my fault for being useless. I came late. It's okay, I'm here. Chu Yang put his arm around Xiao Yi and gently patted her back to pacify her. This woman who had always walked in the darkness. This woman who could not see the light, but had a heart that was more passionate than anyone else's. It's good that you're here. Now we have to protect these people to get out safely. I'm going to go to the rooftop. Only there can we get in touch with the outside world. Xu Yang said. You can't go upstairs. It's already occupied by the terrorists. Moreover, they made a mechanism. A person who tried to escape up there was directly blown up. Xiao Yi said. Do you know how many people are upstairs? Xu Yang asked. Xiao Yi thought for a moment. Dozens. Xu Yang bowed his head and pondered. Now if you want to get hold of the entire whereabouts of these people, there is another way to get hold of the surveillance area. I've been to the surveillance room, and it's been occupied there as well. But what concerns me is that there seems to be more than one surveillance room in this building, Xiao Yi said. It's normal for a building to have more than one surveillance room. What's wrong with that? What I mean is that this building has top secret room. In that secret room, holds the surveillance area of the entire space. And I suspect that the ringleader who organized this incident is there. Xiao Yi said in an icy tone. Did you try to find it? Xu Yang asked. Xiao Yi nodded. I am running towards the soul of the millennium this time. There is news that the soul of 1,000 years was transported to JL Mansion. I have been staring at this place for several days, and I have carefully inventoried the terrain of JL Mansion. I found that the top floor has a different pattern from the other floors, but when I tried to look for the secret room, I encountered all sorts of dangers and hindrances. What kind of obstacles? It's like a labyrinth. Even a person with a strong sense of direction like me couldn't find the north, south, east, and west, and the directional instruments didn't work well either. Xiao Yi said. Chu Yang pondered. According to you, there is indeed something wrong with the JL building. Let's not be rash. Protecting the hostages comes first now. I'll think of a way to occupy a surveillance room. You have to cooperate with my actions. No problem. Xiao Yi nodded with cold eyes. Xu Yang and Xiao Yi rejoined Gong Qi and the girls. The women were scared and completely took Xu Yang as a lifesaver. At this time, having a man by their side was obviously the most reassuring. Gong Qi, your main task now is to protect everyone. In a moment, I'll line up all the dangers on this floor to make sure nothing is wrong. Find a more private place to hide with everyone. You can spread out but don't go too far away. Gong Qi frowned. Right now the only thing you can hide in every room is the information cabinet. It's not reliable at all. If an enemy comes in, a single search will be enough. Xu Yang glanced around and saw the location of the vent and pointed. You guys, climb up. Gong Qi was stunned. We're going to the ventilation duct? Yes, as long as they don't use machine gun fire. you guys must be safe, Xu Yang said. Gong Chi frowned. If it's simply a matter of hiding, it's fine for them to hide. I want to fight, to wring the necks of these beasts. I have another task for you. Xu Yang looked up at the ceiling and said, if this building is all rigged with bombs, then the air vents are also a place where bombs could be placed. You're going to spend the rest of your time taking these beauties and sweeping for mines. Me? Gong Chi stared blankly. Su Xia was very timid, but took the initiative to stand out. I'm willing to go. As long as I can do something, I'm willing to work hard. I am also willing. The women who had just been saved by Chu Yang and Xiao Yi also agreed. Gong Chi shrugged. In that case, I have no choice but to do as I am told. Remember, there's no need to move the position of the bomb or destroy the display. Just open the lid and pinch off the red wire inside. There are only 2 wires inside. Don't make a mistake. What if I get it wrong? A woman asked in a whisper. It will be pulverized. Xu Yang answered truthfully. Su Jiqing took a step out and made a military salute. Her tone was a bit mischievous. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'm willing to take risks for the sake of a great cause. Good. This is a very big mission, so I'm counting on all of you. I will definitely find a way to save everyone out. Xu Yang rushed to the women. He first stood on the table and opened the vent, allowing Gong Chi to climb up first. Then one by one, he transported the women inside. Time was running out. Xu Yang didn't think too much about it. He directly lifted up their arseholes and lifted the people up one by one. Gong Chi took over from above and it went smoothly. In the end, only Su Xia and Su Jiqing were left. The two coincidentally blushed. Su Xia shyly asked Su Jiqing, you go up first, or I go up first? Chapter 50, like a dream. The expression on Su Jiqing's face, I can't say whether it was shyness or excitement, was red and her eyes were bright. You go first, I'll take care of the aftermath. Su Jiqing blinked her eyes adorably. Su Xia lightly walked to Chu Yang's side, stepped onto the table and turned her body back to facilitate Chu Yang's lifting. Chu Yang originally did not have any extra thoughts, but Su Xia's expression really made people daydream. She was lightly biting her lips. Her cheeks were so thoroughly red that it seemed like water could drip out, especially the moment Chu Yang touched her body. Her nose could not help but whimper. Xu Yang also sighed in his heart. A star is a star. It's just different from ordinary people. From the feel of her hands, Xu Yang could feel that Su Xia must have paid a lot of attention to her maintenance, and her skin was firm. When Xu Yang lifted Su Xia, he deliberately pinched her in a bad way. Su Xia is more shy. The body cannot help but a tremor, so that Chu Yang little heart thumping a few times. When it came to Su Jiqing, she didn't go up directly, but first pulled Chu Yang down from the table. Xiao Yi had been observing the situation outside the door, fearing that there would be an enemy who would discover the action on this side. Su Jiqing pulled Chu Yang to the side. The light in this space was all dim. Su Jiqing extinguished the illumination on Chu Yang's wrist again. Now it was even darker before his eyes. Chu Yang asked in a low voice, Xinger, what's wrong with you? Is there something you want to say to me? Before Chu Yang's words could fall, he suddenly felt a pair of silky arms wrapped around his neck. Chu Yang froze and hurriedly grabbed Su Jiqing's shoulders, pulling her away from him. You're crazy, Chu Yang whispered. The moment he thought that it was the exact same body as Su Jiluo that had just kissed him, Chu Yang had trouble controlling the throbbing in his heart. I know, I understand everything, but today is different. If we are in danger, then today will be the last day of our lives. I don't want to leave any regrets for myself. Su Jiqing once again encircled Chu Yang's neck. Each other's heartbeats resounded in each other's ears, rising and falling. Xinger, it's not good for you to do this. Chu Yang's voice was low and hoarse. If we don't end up escaping this, then I've kissed you. This life is not in vain. If we are lucky enough to survive, today is just a dream that no one will remember. Okay? Su Jiqing's voice was full of magic, gently surrounding Chu Yang's ears. Chu Yang's heart crossed and he also directly wrapped his arms around Su Jiqing's thin waist and brought her into his arms. If it's a dream, then I might have to be a bit more unrestrained. The two of them leaned very, very close, and at this moment, everything in the world did not exist. Su Jiqing was even more daring, directly grabbing Chu Yang's palm and gradually moving up from her thin waist. A distinct gurgling sound came from Chu Yang's throat, that uncontrollable throbbing that could not be described in words at all. Just when the two of them were having a hard time parting, Xiao Yi walked over and directly separated the two of them. His voice said coldly, you two have had enough. If you don't act again, it will be really dangerous in a while. It's not too late for you to nibble on each other when you escape. Su Jiqing was a little embarrassed, mischievously spat out her tongue, directly climbed onto the table, and was lifted up onto the roof of the shed by Chu Yang. I hope this dream can keep on going. You must save us out. Su Jiqing glanced at Chu Yang reluctantly. Chu Yang nodded firmly and sealed the vent. Xiao Yi observed the situation outside and asked in a low voice, what do we do next? We have to occupy at least one surveillance room first. Only when we have a good grasp of the enemy's deployment can we proceed with our next move, Xu Yang said. Xiao Yi nodded. Good, then I'll listen to your command. Let's try to make it quick. The two of them looked at each other and quickly drilled out of the room, moving deftly towards the location of the surveillance room upstairs. Outside the door of the control area of the surveillance room, there were two exotic men, guarding it with machine guns. They had obviously relaxed their vigilance, and did not expect that in this building, there were still people who dared to do resistance. The two men weren't wearing hoods either, and were chatting idly. Tom, do you think Marcus can hold out for a few minutes this time? The exotic hunk on his left asked in a standard foreign language. The other big man shrugged his shoulders and lit a cigarette. The woman inside is a stunning siren. Even our strongest warrior can't beat a few of her lang screams. Marcus secretly brought the siren in for fun. If the boss finds out about it, he'll be dead. He still has some status with the boss. Otherwise he wouldn't dare to be so reckless. As he was talking, two more exotic big men came over from the other side of the corridor, and they were escorting 5 hostages. Marcus asked us to bring some more women over. This guy is afraid that he's playing crazy. He actually doesn't know how to restrain himself in the slightest. The man who walked over said. Tom smiled. These women are considered lucky if they can have a good time before they die. When Marcus is done, let's go in and have some fun too. The door was opened and the 5 women were backed right in. The moment the door opened, an exotic woman's voice came out, and several exotic hunks looked at each other and whistled. Damn, that's hot. The siren is really different, Tom said. Xiao Yi, who was hidden in the corner of the corridor, was already gnashing his teeth in anger, itching to rush over and break them into pieces right away. These scum, they really deserve to die. I'm going to get them killed. Xiao Yi just wanted to act, but was pulled back by Chu Yang. We can't expose our target easily. If we fail, the hostages will be completely hopeless. Xiao Yi clenched his petite fists. Are we just going to watch these spoil people? Of course not. They must die. A hint of sinister evil appeared under Chu Yang's eyes. Inside the surveillance room, the 5 women who were brought in were cowering in the corner, shivering. In the center of the floor, a blonde woman was prostrate at the feet of a big exotic man. The exotic big man's whole body shivered and grunted in his throat. Chapter 51 Heroes from Heaven. Marcus was completely immersed in his own world, and didn't even notice that the demon girl behind him, her face had turned pale. Behind them, the location of the vent slowly opened, and a silhouette hung upside down from it, like a bat in the darkness of the night, steadily settling there. The demon lady's eyes were wide open, her body kept rubbing backward, and screams came out of her throat uncontrollably. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth rose slightly as he made a gesture of silence, his cheeks carrying a light smile like that of a ghost. Marcus had no idea what was going on and was still roaring excitedly. Demonis, don't worry, I'll still spoil you when I'm done with these chicks. They'll soon be blown to smithereens, and I'll be sure to take you with me. Marcus, Ma, the demoness called out, and before she could say 2 words, she suddenly covered her neck, her lips opened and closed, and she couldn't make half a sound anymore, but only looked at Chu Yang's figure with incomparably terrified. She just looked at Chu Yang's figure with an incomparable horror in her eyes, convulsed a few times, and fainted to death. Chu Yang deftly landed on the ground without making a sound. After that, Xiao Yi also landed smoothly. Xiao Yi's movements were even more dexterous than Chu Yang's, as she stood on her tiptoes and rushed towards Marcus, who was attempting to commit violence. At an extremely fast speed, the cold dagger was gently raised, and just as Marcus was about to nibble on the neck of the woman in front of him, Xiao Yi suddenly descended the knife and directly wiped at Marcus' neck. Eye-piercing scarlet soared out along the sharp cut, splashing down the woman in front of him with a face full of warmth. After the woman let out a scream, she suddenly covered her mouth, afraid that her voice would attract the attention of the people outside the door. Xiao Yi pulled Marcus' neck and dragged him directly to Chu Yang. Save him, don't let him die so quickly. Xiao Yi's voice was cold with 10,000 years of frost. Chu Yang looked helpless. If you don't want him to die, why are you hitting him so hard? It takes energy for me to heal him. Xiao Yi directly took out a small cloth bag from his pocket and threw it to Chu Yang. These are considered medical expenses. Just leave him breath. Chu Yang had just taken it, when he felt the surplus energy emanating from inside the cloth bag. It seemed that this was a bag of gemstones for sure. Xiao Yi was really a treasure. With her, getting rich was a matter of minutes. Chu Yang casually blocked Marcus' veins with dustless aura to stop his bleeding. Marcus' mouth still grew wide and his eyes looked at Chu Yang and the two of them with horror. Xiao Yi walked over and forced the tip of his sharp knife towards Marcus and asked in a cold voice, "This surveillance room, are you the only one in control?" Marcus hurriedly nodded his head. Xiao Yi's eyes darkened and asked again, "Where is your boss?" Marcus pinched his neck with one hand and shook his head vigorously. The intense pain had already caused his whole body to start convulsing. Xiao Yi directly raised the tip of his knife and stabbed down at Marcus' shoulder. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing through flesh sounded dull and creepy. Xu Yang could not help but secretly admire Qiu Yi's ruthlessness in his heart. Such boldness was not something that ordinary women dared to do. Don't think I will be merciful to you. If you don't tell the truth, your end will definitely be worse than death. Qiu Yi's tone was icy with a piercing coldness. Marcus' eyes were filled with fear, and he said in a weak voice, "Mercy, is not that I don't say it, I really don't know. I'm only in charge of this floor, and all I know is that every floor has been planted with bombs, and when we evacuate this place, this building will explode. What is his purpose in doing this? It's not just to simply blow up a building, is it?" Marcus shook his head again. "I really don't know. The boss won't reveal his purpose to anyone. Please let me go. I can provide you with a signal receiving device." Qiu Yi raised his blade and another knife fell. "If you have this kind of thing and didn't bring it out earlier, are you looking for death? Marcus are crying. That thing is in the drawer under the monitor. As long as you press the green button, you can pick up the communication number. Don't torture me anymore. Is my neck broken? What you are going to break is not just your neck." Qiu Yi's eyes chilled, looking towards the few women who had just been captured by Marcus. "You should also want to take revenge. Now he's in your hands." At first the women were timid, but under Qiu Yi's encouragement, one woman finally took a brave step. She raised her high heels and stomped down on Marcus. At the same time, tears flowed horizontally down her cheeks. "You beasts! You even killed my sister. She collapsed right in front of me. I watched her lose her last breath, and even her son was thrown downstairs with you guys. Do you have any humanity at all?" The woman lowered her voice, but it tore her heart out. The other women also gathered around together, punching and kicking Marcus. They had all watched everything that had just happened downstairs. If it wasn't for the arrival of Chu Yang and the women, it was probably hard for them to escape the fate of being spoiled to death. Chu Yang came directly to the monitor, took out the signal receiver, observed it and pressed the green button. Sure enough, the cell phone signal started to recover. Chu Yang glanced at the door and gave Qiu Yi a look. She immediately understood and gently opened the door of the room and walked out. She came back in not more than 2 minutes. She wiped the blood-stained blade with a piece of rag with a cold face. "Solved it?" Xu Yang asked. Qiu Yi's eyes were cold. "It's all garbage. I will contact Jingling first. You observe the situation in the building. I may need your cooperation in a while," Xu Yang said. Qiu Yi nodded and did not say anything more. Although she had not been in contact with Chu Yang for a long time, this man always gave her a strong sense of stability. In the face of such a great matter of life and death, he was still as steady as a mountain and organized, and whenever she was manic and impulsive, he was always able to calm her down and not cause a big trouble. Looking at Xu Yang's serious side face, Qiu Yi's eyes also flashed with a trace of doubt, murmuring in his heart, "This man, in the end, what kind of person is he? Just how many trials and tribulations of life and death has he gone through to train him to be calm and composed at this moment?" Xu Yang's phone hadn't dialed out for a few seconds before Jingling hurriedly picked it up. "Big brother, what are you doing? Do you know that you almost killed me with this call?" The wind was blowing loudly on Jingling's side and her voice was lowered. "A large-scale robbery has occurred in the JL building now. Hundreds of hostages are currently under control. The situation is very dangerous. Requesting for backup," Xu Yang said quickly. Jingling's voice gave a slight lurch and said hurriedly, "You mean, you're also in JL Mansion? Are you with Qiu Yi?" "Yes, she is right beside me. So far we have saved a dozen of female hostages who are going to be persecuted. Can you quickly back up?" Xu Yang asked. Old lady is now in JL building, hanging outside the 19th floor, Jingling said with some franticness. Chapter 52, Who the hell are you? Chu Yang froze. What kind of posture is this? "Officer sir? Stop it. What's the situation inside now?" Jingling asked hurriedly. "More than 100 enemies, hundreds of hostages, armed with heavy firepower weapons, brutal methods, treating life like grass. Every floor is now rigged with bombs. More than 100 of them, 23 of which have been dismantled by me so far. They are an organized terrorist operation this time, codenamed Annihilation." Listening to Chu Yang's methodical introduction of the situation, Jingling was even more surprised. Now she could 100% determine that Chu Yang was definitely not an ordinary man. Faced with this kind of attack, an ordinary man would have been scared enough. How could he analyze the situation so calmly and describe the current situation inside so clearly? Taking advantage of the moment when Jingling was pondering, Xu Yang asked, "Sir officer, what do you mean by hanging out on the 19th floor right now?" Jingling first instructed no. 1 and no. 2 beside him to convey what Chu Yang said to Team Zhang, then said into the microphone, "I'm thinking of climbing up to the rooftop. Occupying the rooftop is a very important strategy in this kind of mansion-style terrorist hijacking case, and we definitely can't allow the enemy to keep controlling the rooftop area." Xu Yang looked at the distribution of the enemy inside the building from the monitor and said calmly, "Right now, the communication signals inside the building are all blocked. If you really want to infiltrate in, you must use a special liaison device. If it's just you with a couple of soldiers, I'd advise you not to come in and get yourself killed. Hey, what do you mean by that? Ha, am I being despised? Jingling looked unconvinced. The leader of the annihilation operation is very mysterious. Even his close friends have not been able to witness his true appearance. I feel that this incident is very uncomplicated. Perhaps their purpose is not the JL mansion. There is definitely a hidden agenda behind it. Now that the outside of the building is heavily guarded, it's unlikely that these guys will be able to escape successfully even if they want to. The air domain is also guarded by our personnel. Right now the inside of the JL is a huge siege. For the sake of the hostages' safety, even though we can't make a strong attack, they definitely won't be able to get out either, Jingling said. Xu Yang saw the situation known to the people on the first floor from the big screen. His voice was a bit low. Everyone's emotions are very unstable right now. The darkness and the brutality of the bandits have made the hostages' mental capacity reach the extreme point. If this continues, I'm worried that the casualties will be even higher. What are your plans? Jingling surprisingly took the initiative to ask Xu Yang about his strategy. Xu Yang thought about it and said, right now, the hostages need a hero. Jingling laughed lightly. Don't tell me the hero is you. That's right, it's me. I'll stabilize the hostages' mindset while weakening the bandits' numbers before you attack the JL building. I'll stall for time and attract their attention. Your main task now is to attack in with a fighting force that has numerical superiority, not to show off your bravery single-handedly, Xu Yang said. The corner of Jingling's mouth slanted and her voice was seductive. My dear, if you can really help the special staff dismantle Operation Annihilation this time, I'll give you a passionate kiss hanging high in the air. Xu Yang lightly coughed twice. Alright, split up. As for your enough lure, I reserve the right to honor it. He hung up the phone after saying that. Jingling was a smart person and must have heard what he meant. The number of bandits now was simply too high, and with heavy firepower weapons, breaking in one or two people wouldn't be of much use. The best thing to do now was to use a refined fighting force to dismantle the enemy's forces one by one on each floor, and at the same time dismantle the bombs to ensure the safety of the hostages. Xu Yang hung up the phone and Xiao Yi also came over from his position at the door. This place is very unsafe. I found out that they are in patrol order. It won't take more than 10 minutes for other bandits to come and hand over. This place should not be stayed for long, Xiao Yi said. Xu Yang nodded. I've basically seen the enemy's deployment presented inside the monitor now. Their main force is still concentrated on the first floor. But look here. Xu Yang pointed to the 18th floor and showed Xiao Yi. Then said, these two people are definitely not ordinary. They are extremely light on their feet and have great insight. There are definitely no less than 20 powerful characters like this in this building. They are the biggest threat. Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? These men in black are even more terrifying than robbers with heavy firepower weapons? Xu Yang nodded. These are the real experts. If it comes down to a sparring match, Gongqi is definitely no match for them. What about me? Xiao Yi asked. Xu Yang pondered for a long time. If I'm not wrong, these people should be from the ninja lineage of the small Japanese. They have excellent kung fu. They are vicious in their strikes. Some of them are good at using hidden weapons. Some of them are good at using poison. In the past, I was on a mission and suffered from their dark losses. On a mission? What exactly do you do? Xiao Yi looked at Xu Yan with a puzzled face. He lightly coughed twice. This is not the time to talk about this. Judging from the defense capability of the 18th floor, their boss should be right here. We can't attack over there right now. Leaving aside these experts, just that hidden chamber is enough for us to look for a while. What's the next move? Xu Yang looked at Xiao Yi with deep eyes. The corner of his mouth raised an evil arc. I just said that the hostages need a hero right now. And if I'm that hero, you're the hero's essential shadow. At this time, the periphery of the building is already watertight. Many reporters are also doing follow-up interviews. Live broadcast of this attack. Now the official pressure is very high. The questioning sound is constantly. Jingling had already tumbled into the interior of the building with number 1 and number 2. She followed Xu Yang's advice. Instead of acting rashly, she looked for a hidden place to hide and waited for the Blood Blade squad to gather and act in unison. Jingling had special contact equipment with her and was not subject to interference from signal blockers. Within a few minutes, all 20 elites of the Bloodshed squad had arrived. All of them were tightly armed. Their movements were thunderous and orderly. 2 members stood guard at the entrance, while the others gathered and followed Jingling's arrangements. Jingling looked at the building's structural map. Our main job is to clear the mines. We must ensure the safety of all the hostages, and no explosions can occur in the building. The crowd nodded. Our code name for this operation is Hurricane. Only success is allowed. When we encounter enemies, we will directly kill them, Jingling commanded. Yes, the Blood Blade squad replied in a low voice in unison. Jingling's eyes were sharp as he applied colored paint to his face, and with a gesture, everyone acted quickly. First floor location. The hostages on each floor were gathered together. Each of their eyes were hollow, unable to see a single ray of light. The dark space, the gloomy atmosphere, people were constantly being killed around them, and a deep sadness and fear clouded everyone's hearts. Some people couldn't even withstand such depression and directly chose to hit the wall and die. The entire space was filled with the flavor of despair. Suddenly, from the mall's loudspeaker, a powerful and steady voice came out, and the hostages all stared wide-eyed. Friends, I'm the official representative, codename Hulkbuster. Now, we have successfully infiltrated into the building, and will soon rescue you all. Please keep your hopes up and wait for rescue. Chapter 53, Our Hero. The hostages raised their heads and looked into the darkened space, the fire of hope instantly igniting under their eyes. We haven't been given up yet. Someone will really come to save us, a person in the crowd shouted. The others also murmured, there's salvation, there's hope. Our king of soldiers has already infiltrated inside the building. We can survive. At the sound of this voice, all the robbers were a bit disorganized, gesticulating from side to side with their machine guns, looking for suspicious targets. One person was so excited that he even stood up directly and shouted, Lord Hulkster, hurry up and save us out. Kill all these bad guys. The robbers were furious, directly aimed their guns at the hostage, and loaded the machine gun with a click. Damn, how dare you disobey me and stand up. Go to hell. The robber's words had just fallen, and before he could shoot, he suddenly let out a miserable scream and fell down on his knees. On the radio, Chu Yang Maoding's voice came again. From now on, don't try to harm any of your compatriots. I will judge the life and death of you sinners in the name of Lord Hulu. The kneeling robber had a sharp dagger lodged in his calf position, which had penetrated through the bone. In front of him, a beam of strong light suddenly shone down, illuminating the robber's appearance at the moment with incomparable clarity. A black shadow suddenly flashed. The robber's neck suddenly cut open. Before he could cry out, he fell headlong and lost his breath. The hostage was overjoyed and exclaimed, Lord Halua has made his move. Lord Halua has begun to act. We are saved. We won't be killed. Everyone's fire of hope grew stronger and stronger, and their emotions began to be exuberant. Their fear gradually faded away, and what replaced it was a firm conviction of wanting to live. Then, the location of the second floor suddenly opened another light. 4 or 5 robbers' figures instantly appeared in the light. They looked at each other in dismay, unable to see where the light source was coming from. The voice from the big radio sounded once again. Lord Hulu is judging life and death. You few, who just bullied a girl, deserve to die as well. At the same time when Chu Yang's low voice fell, the black shadow that was like a ghost reappeared and directly killed several robbers. Those robbers, under the light, planted themselves on the first floor and fell next to the hostages. Good death. These deserve to die. One of the hostages took the lead and shouted, and the others responded. Damn, good kill. Lord Hulu, kill them all. The robbers must die. At this moment, everyone was no longer afraid and shouted. The other robbers wanted to make a move on the hostages, but they didn't dare to act rashly. They felt as if they were surrounded by dark shadows. As long as they dared to point their guns at the hostages, their necks would be cut off. In the next 10 minutes, there was a constant stream of robbers being sentenced to death. The hostages' flames of hope also burned brightly, filled with the power to survive. Jingling was busy with demoning in the building. When she heard Chu Yang's voice, her nice beautiful eyes showed a trace of appreciative smile. This guy, he really knows how to make things happen. The one who cooperates with him should be Chio-e. Who can have this kind of speed and decisive killing skill? Besides Chio-e, no one else can do it. Jingling picked up the special contact device and ordered, speed up the demoning. Don't destroy the bomb's display device. Just cut off the ignition device. Roger. The members of the Blood Blade team received the order one after another. Jingling's shrewd little eyes twinkled. This kind of opportunity to get in touch with a hero can't be left to Chio-e alone. I'll go over and help too. With that thought, Jingling assigned all the tasks to the members of the Blood Blade squad, while he himself walked to a relatively safe location and dialed over to Chu Yang. Chu Yang was in the middle of pretending to be X with the radio when the ringtone of Hulua suddenly rang out, echoing throughout the pitch-black space through the speakers. Hulua, Hulua, 7 melons on 1 vine. At this time, in some hidden secret room on the 20th floor, Chu Yang panicked and lightly coughed twice, and said to everyone, sorry everyone, I'll take a phone call first. That judgment killing operation still continues. My death executioner, you look at randomly kill a few people first. I'll be right back. Chio-e held the blood-dripping blade, her head full of black lines. She clenched her teeth and murmured, this hateful guy, what about being the cool hero? The persona has all collapsed. The originally solemn and scary atmosphere was instantly made hilarious by this lively Hulk ringtone. Some people even laughed out loud. Everyone murmured, our Lord Hulua is just too amusing. A talent indeed. If I'm lucky enough to meet him, I'll definitely give him a good hug. Shu Yang temporarily turned off the radio and picked up the phone. Boss, I'm in the middle of pretending to be X here. Can't you call later? Jingling's tone was incredibly gentle and charming. You big bad guy. You only know how to double sword with Chiu-yi. I am also a woman living in your house. You can't be so biased. Big sister, what time is it now? How dare you pamper yourself here? Shu Yang was helpless. Jingling chirped twice more. People don't care. I'm going to help at your place too. I'll prove to you that I'm definitely not inferior to Chiu-yi. Shu Yang drooped his eyelids. I'm really convinced. Jingling added. By the way, when we were demoning, we met a few cuties, and there's a girl who calls you brother-in-law. You should know, right? Chu Yang froze. You met Chinger? How are they doing? Are they still safe? Of course, I can protect them well. The other hostages have already gone to a safe place, but the girl who called your brother-in-law is looking for you. She's worried about you. Jingling said. Then I'll send you the location. You bring her here. Be careful. I'm here in a hidden secret room. In this JL building, there are many secret rooms. You must not fall into a trap. Shu Yang instructed. Jingling revealed a small fox-like smile. Don't worry, with me here, she will definitely reach your arms safely. Just in the time when Shu Yang was talking to Jingling, a dozen or so black-clothed men had already started their search operation. Their movements were extremely light. If Chiu-yi's hands were like ghosts, they were phantoms in the dark night sky, walking and landing without making a single sound. And in everyone's hands, they were armed with different weapons, their silhouettes looming. Sitting in the secret room on the 19th floor, Gerald's eyes flashed a hint of playfulness. Black Tiger respectfully stood beside him, his head pressed low. Sorry Mr. Gerald, right now in the building, there are some bedbugs mixed in. I'll go and deal with them cleanly. Guaranteed not to bother you. Gerald's white-gloved right hand swung gently. His eyes were mesmerized and evil. I've already let the real devils out. It won't be long before they turn into corpses and fall in front of those hostages. Chapter 54, Hidden Darkroom. At this moment, Shu Yang was in a hidden darkroom. He and Chiu-yi had just left the surveillance room that they were in before, when a violent explosion sounded from that room. Shu Yang was still sighing, thanks to Xian Miao's crisis awareness, otherwise he and Chiu-yi might have been blown to pieces. Although Chiu-yi was a professional female fly thief, the secret room that she failed to find was eventually discovered by Chu Yang. This secret room was indeed very hidden. It was hidden behind the wall of an office. If not for Chu Yang sensing the hidden energy behind the wall, there was no way for them to discover the existence of this secret room. There were a few inconspicuous hangings on the wall. Chu Yang never thought that one of the small hangings would be the door-opening mechanism of the secret room. The secret room he was in wasn't too big, but an entire wall was a large monitoring screen. So apart from the interior of the other hidden rooms, the entire JL tower could almost be seen at a glance. As soon as Chiu-yi entered the secret room, he committed an occupational disease and first searched the entire room. Shu Yang, on the other hand, carefully looked at the situation on the big screen and began to formulate his next plan. As for the source of those energies, Shu Yang didn't need to do anything. Chiu-yi would surely find out all of them without leaving anything behind. On the big screen, Shu Yang could only capture a few extremely fast black residual shadows. Trying to see the movements of those people was simply not possible. Now he was even more certain that there were indeed experts present here. Moreover, Gongqi's kind of combat power would be directly killed in seconds if he met these enemies. Not long after, Chiu-yi placed a plastic bag in front of Chu Yang. I found these in the password box. All of them are gems of good color, but there is no Millennium Soul that I am looking for, Chiu-yi said. Chu Yang locked his brows. What we can determine now is that there must be something wrong with this mansion. Otherwise it would not be possible for so many secret rooms to exist. The forces behind the JL mansion are very complicated. It can be said that this is a treasure staging area. Many flying thieves have set their eyes on this place, but the JL mansion is always tightly guarded, so ordinary people can't get in at all. It's unlucky for me to come in today with great difficulty and still encounter this kind of thing. Shu Yang felt the nourishment brought to him by the gemstone energy in front of him. Blinking his eyes, he asked, if we are like this, are we considered robbing while the fire is burning? Chiu-yi snorted coldly. I don't know where JL scavenged all these things from. This can be considered robbing the rich to help the poor at best. Shu Yang gulped and swallowed. His voice lowered. I am the poor person who needs relief. Chiu-yi sneered. Look at your point of interest. These are not attractive to me anyway. They are all for you. Shu Yang was overjoyed. For the sake of courtesy, he also took out a box of small things and handed it to Chiu-yi. In a while, when you go out, you might meet those high people by then. If you can't solve it, just throw the small medicine pellets here at them. As long as it touches their skin, they'll be game over. For safety's sake, you take the antidote first. Shu Yang handed Chiu-yi the highly poisonous small medicinal pellets that he had gotten from Xing Che. Chiu-yi looked at the small bottle with some disgust. Is this thing reliable or not? Is it as godly as you say? Trust me, even though you have great skill, it's better to be prepared than to suffer. This thing is a treasure. I wouldn't even give it to an ordinary person. What Xu Yang said was true. This was the entire food of the king of 10,000 compulsions. Xiaoyi finally accepted the small porcelain bottle and turned around to walk out of the room. The hero plan drawn up by the two of them was officially launched, which led to the image of the death trial just now. Xu Yang was in contact with Jingling while observing their situation from the big screen, thus directing their actions. Xu Yang himself was not the only one who could see the monitor screen now. The big boss who was hiding in the dark was also staring at the screen at the moment, ready to put them to death. It would be dangerous if he found Jingling and the girls first. Xu Yang picked up the phone. 30 degrees direction. Forward 15 meters. There's a camera at 60 degrees up on the left. The coverage is 165 degrees. Be careful to avoid it. Big bad. You command quite professionally. What did you do before? Jingling held the headset with one hand and flirted while protecting the ladies. Xu Yang drooped his eyelids. If we want to talk about family matters, we have to wait until after we meet. Right now, there are small Japanese ninjas inside the building with quite good skills. If you meet them head-on, you might be able to survive by yourself, but it's almost impossible to break out with the three women. This is not have you well. You do not let me and they met not on the line? My little life can be handed over to you now. You have to be responsible for people. Oh. The little fox's voice was charming and her tone was full of pampering. Su Jiqing beamed behind her, full of jealousy. According to Xu Yang's command, Jingling brought a few women to smoothly hide in the blind zone of the surveillance and kept leaning towards his side. What made Xu Yang a bit surprised was that Jingling not only brought along Su Jiluo, even that big star Su Xia, and her personal bodyguard Gong Qi also came along. The two of them were still 3 floors away. The elevator was definitely not working. If they walked up from the stairs, the possibility of encountering danger increased again. Just as the two of them were talking, a piercing roar suddenly came from Xu Yang's mind. This sensation caused his brain to ache and he could not help but stifle a grunt. Xu Yang understood in his heart that this painful sensation was not caused by a disease, but the impact of a huge sense of crisis. Could it be that Xing'er and the others would be in danger? Jingling, no matter where you are right now, hide yourself immediately. There might be dangerous people approaching you, Xu Yang said with a gloomy voice. Jingling stood still and surveyed the situation left and right. It shouldn't be. There's no sound from my side. Are you looking at it wrong? Listen. Don't move. I'll contact Xiaoyi first. Don't hang up the phone. Xu Yang hurriedly contacted Xiaoyi with his walkie-talkie, but there wasn't a single sound from that side. He clenched his fists, and a layer of messy panic filled his heart. Xiaoyi, how the hell is she? When Xu Yang picked up the phone to talk to Jingling again, he was surprised to find that Jingling's side was also out of communication. He hurriedly got up and carefully observed the situation inside the big screen for fear of missing a little suspicious situation. The large screen was divided into dozens of messy fragments, and he found extremely fast black figures on almost every fragment. They were so fast that the cameras couldn't even seem to catch them, and Xu Yang could only catch a flickering remnant. These guys are starting to make their move. It seems that I have to start moving as well, Xu Yang murmured, a ruthless intent bursting out from his eyes. He murmured and took out an extremely small equipment from his pocket. One plugged into his ear and the other inserted into the radio's microphone. Chapter 55, Jingling's Crisis. This device, which Xu Yan used to use in the army, was a communication device that only existed within the special combat unit, and was extremely high-tech, which he never used easily. He never used it lightly, because once he utilized this device, his brothers in the former combat unit would also receive the signal, and thus could lock his current location. Now that the situation was urgent, Xu Yang really couldn't care less. Xu Yan walked out of the secret room, glanced at the camera diagonally above him, and directly waved his hand. The Lingxian needle instantly labeled from his fingertips, hitting the camera squarely. The monitoring equipment shattered with a sound and completely lost the picture. Now at this time, the situation was urgent, and he absolutely could not allow the secretly hidden boss to discover his location, or else everyone would be in danger. Xu Yan went through the safe passage and just entered the next floor. When he heard the sound of a fight downstairs, the sound of sharp weapons piercing through flesh was getting closer and closer. Xu Yang frowned and quickly ran downstairs, accompanied by the thick smell of blood. Xu Yan utilized his mental power to the extreme. The sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. He could now be very sure that there must be experts present in front of him, and they were definitely no less dangerous than those bandits with heavy firepower weapons. Could these be the black figures he saw in the monitor? Xu Yang looked out from the safe passage. He only saw Jingling holding a dagger and maintaining a fighting stance, and at the location of her right shoulder, there was a deep wound that was flowing with black blood. Beside Jingling, Xu Yang did not see Su Jicheng and the girls. Perhaps Jingling had hidden them when she realized the danger. Opposite her, two masked men in black were looking at Jingling with sinister eyes. One of them had a hoarse voice, like an old man who was nearing the end of his life, making one's whole body uncomfortable to listen to. Little mouse, I advise you to hand over all of your companions. No matter what tricks you're going to pull, you won't be able to escape our eyes. Jingling let out a cold laugh. Old man, if you have the ability to let your horse come over, cut the crap. Perhaps you don't know yet. You've already been hit by the poison on my blade. It won't be long before your whole body is paralyzed and festering, and your life will be worse than death. If you give up your accomplices now, I might consider letting you die a quicker death, the man in black added. Jingling took a deep breath, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and his tone became sinister. I haven't enjoyed this feast of pain for a long time. This pain has come just in time. What tricks do you guys have though? Gush out. Let's see who can have the last laugh. Jingling didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, he condensed a deeper level of battle intent. What a toast. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame us for not knowing how to show mercy. After that black-clothed man finished speaking, he suddenly raised his blade, pointed his toes, and his body was like a sharp sword, directly ringing Jingling as he rushed over. Jingling quickly took 2 steps back and also raised the dagger in his hand, quickly undertaking the frontal incoming attack. In the dark space, only the sound of metal weapons clanking and colliding could be heard, with flashes of fire. A cold sternness condensed between Chu Yang's eyebrows. Just when Jingling was backing up and was about to be hit again, Chu Yang rushed up with an arrow step, directly encircled Jingling's waist, dodged lightly on his feet, and brought her to a safe position. Jingling's eyes were surprised. When she turned around and saw Chu Yang, her face raised a small fox-like seductive smile again. Big bad guy, you are really not an ordinary person. Chu Yang's voice was low. Now is not the time to talk about this. You go to one side first and rest. Just leave this place to me. You have to be careful. Their blades are poisoned. Jingling reminded in a low voice with a pale face. Chu Yang revealed a hint of an evil smile. Don't worry. I'll make them pay back twice as much for your pain. As he said that, he pressed the intercom in his headset, and throughout the space, the sound of the radio echoed once again. Companions, later on, I will present a gift to you all. You must not have seen a real ninja. Below, I will let you see what the ninja of the small Japanese are like. As soon as the voice came out, the hostages once again boiled over. Our Lord Hulu, he's going to fight against a ninja? Is he really that powerful? I saw on TV, those guys are very powerful, coming and going without a trace. Our hero must be careful. Don't worry, Lord Hullen is a god. Destroying these ants is just a matter of twirling your fingers. Everyone talked and waited for the good news on the big radio. The 2 ninjas looked at Chu Yang with sinister gazes. They took 2 steps back slightly, sensing a hint of threat. The man in black with a hoarse voice said, "It seems that you are the one who was playing tricks. We were going to take some time to find you out, but we didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to our door. I've heard that you guys are good at using poison, and I don't know if this little trick of yours is enough to scratch my itch. Yellow-mouthed child, you don't know the heights of heaven." A strong murderous aura suddenly erupted from the black-clothed man's whole body. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, violently attacked Chu Yang. Chu Yang did not take half a step back but directly met them. He took out the mini dagger given to him by Chioe, pressed the mechanism to make its edge long and met the black-clothed man's blade head-on. Bang! Ka-ching! The black-clothed man's original weapon that he was so proud of was actually chopped off as much as he could in the exchange of blows with Chu Yang. How is this possible? Our weapons are made of black shin iron, and they were actually chopped off. So it seems that this guy is really not an ordinary person. Come out with a stance. One of the black-clothed men ordered, and 2 more weapons suddenly appeared in both of their hands. The light was too dim for Chu Yang to see what they were holding, but judging from the attack pattern, they should be throwing weapons. Chu Yang only felt a chill in front of him, and an extremely strong aura of danger came to him. There was no room to dodge and escape. What kind of weapons are these guys using? Chu Yang's brows were tightly locked. Since he could not escape, he might as well take it all on. He wanted to see what kind of tricks these 2 little Japanese black-robed men could pull off. Barely, Chu Yang only felt a tingling pain all over his body, and when he looked at himself, the needles that stabbed him were actually poisonous needles that were covered in poison. Judging from the number of needles on his body, these 2 black-robed men had made a huge net with poisonous needles, leaving him nowhere to hide. Chu Yang took 2 steps back and supported himself violently on his toes, bringing his body to a halt. Jingling looked at Chu Yang worriedly. Are you hurt? Is it going to be alright? Without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, the man in black sneered. Our poison needles are special. There is no medicine in this world to cure them. If you run into us, you can only blame it on your bad luck. Inoue Kuan, don't talk nonsense with him. He's definitely lost the ability to move now. We just need to bring him to Mr. and we're guaranteed to be credited. You're right. This Oriental woman is not bad, although her life is not long, but with her posture, she should be able to fall into the eyes of Mr. as long as he looks at her, he definitely won't care if she's alive or a corpse. Ha ha ha, the two men said, slowly walking over to Chu Yang's side. Chapter 56, Cruel Enemy. Chu Yang stood there motionless. The two men in black walked over and were just about to touch Chu Yang's shoulders. Suddenly they felt a coldness in their arms and warmth instantly erupted from their arms. The two men screamed miserably and backed away sharply, even though they covered their arms with all their might. The intense sharp pain and the languidly swinging stumps of their arms were enough to show that their arms no longer belonged to them at the moment. No, it's impossible. You've obviously been hit by a severe poison. How can you still move? This is not real. Not real. The two black-clothed men's eyes revealed infinite horror. If their companions were to see this scene, they would never believe that the two top poison experts in the organization were so frightened by a young man at this moment. Chu Yang blew out his bangs, reached out and threw all the bundles of poison needles on the ground, shaking his head regretfully. With this little poison of yours? You have the nerve to bring it out to shame people. This little trick is not even enough for my little pet to drink half a pot. Chu Yang raised his right arm and a small compulsion glowing with crimson light was actively churning as if it couldn't wait to rush out of his body. The king of 10,000 compulsions. This is the king of 10,000 compulsions. When the man in black saw this, he looked even more terrified and retreated back and forth, even sitting on the ground with his butt. Chu Yang lazily moved his neck. Since you guys are so fond of poison, I think you must be carrying something poisonous with you. This little pet of mine told me that I didn't have enough to eat, so I'm going to ask the two of you to contribute something more out of it. With a lift of his hand, a dustless aura wrapped around the king of 10,000 compulsions and stuck directly into one of the black-clothed men. That black-clothed man kept scratching his body with his only remaining stump of an arm, letting out bursts of agonizing screams. The speed of the king of 10,000 compulsions was extremely fast, and it didn't take more than a minute for that black-clothed man's whole body to convulse and lose his ability to resist. The other man in black hurriedly knelt down at the sight and kowtowed repeatedly. I beg for mercy, please let me live. This king of 10,000 compulsions falling into my body is worse than death. I don't want to endure this kind of pain. Please don't let it come near me. I'm sorry, I'm a person who has never been merciful enough. Today, you have to experience a life worse than death. Chu Yang said with a wave of his hand. The black-clothed man instantly fell to the ground, howling. Jingling was looking dumbfounded behind her. She had not expected at all that the opponent who had left her with no power to fight at all was not a challenge at all in Chu Yang's case. Jingling was just about to speak when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. A mouthful of black blood soared out of her mouth and she leaned directly against the wall in pain. Breathing became very difficult. Chu Yang retrieved the bone compass and hurriedly walked to Jingling's side and picked her up. Hang in there. Don't be afraid. I will save you. I might not be able to hold on. Brat, seeing that you are so powerful, I am relieved. If I really have any shortcomings, you must save them all. Jingling shrank in Chu Yang's arms and said very weakly, don't. You're the messenger of justice. This kind of mission, it's better for you to do it yourself. I don't want to work for you and not pay me. Besides, you still owe me something? Chu Yang said, condensing on dustless aura between them, easing the spread of toxins in Jingling's body. Jingling barely pulled out a light smile on her pale little face. A passionate kiss at high altitude? I didn't expect you to really remember. I thought you only cared about Qiuyi. Chu Yang lightly coughed twice. What time is it? You still think about this? I'll take you to a safe place now. Where are Qinger and the others? Jingling pointed to the location of the third room. They are there. It's safe. Chu Yang walked over with big strides and directly wrenched open the door. Gongqi was still in a state of defense, and at some point in time, there was also an extra pistol in her hand. It's me, Chu Yang said. Gongqi put down the pistol and saw the injured Jingling. Her eyebrows knitted slightly. How is she? Su Jiqing also rushed over and called out in a low voice. Brother-in-law, don't talk too much now. A few of you grab and follow me. I found a secret room that can be used to hide for the time being. As long as you get there, you'll be safe. The few girls nodded their heads. Chu Yang glanced at Gongqi and said, can you do me a favor? Sure, go ahead. Gongqi trusted Chu Yang a little more at the moment. Now that we're going to fight back, I need your strength, Chu Yang said in a low voice. On the 18th floor, the secret room where Gerald was, Black Tiger came in to inform. Sir, 2 of the men in black have been exterminated. Gerald's finger lashed out. Just now in my screen, I lost 2 images. That guy should have struck there. Send someone to check. He definitely can't escape. Black Tiger was a bit embarrassed. I've already sent other black-clothed people to check it out, and didn't find any clues. Gerald narrowed his eyes. This man is a bit interesting. How in the world did they avoid my line of sight? Have all the bombs been placed? Black Tiger nodded. It has all been placed. The helicopters are also ready to take position. As long as we receive the retreat signal, the entire area will disappear in flames and cease to exist. Very good. This time my cooperation should be able to let Joker look the other way. This move of ours to strike the east and strike the west will definitely be a big win. As for that little stinker that will only hide in the darkness, let him be arrogant for a while. No matter where he hides, it won't take long for him to turn into powder along with this mansion. Gerald's eyes slanted. Continue searching for the soul of the millennium. No matter what, the soul of the millennium must be in my possession. Yes sir, I will continue to supervise and make sure to get it for you. Chu Yang hugged Jingling and brought Su Jiqing, Susia and Gong Qi all the way to the secret room, avoiding the surveillance. Chou Yi had already come back first. Seeing the crowd enter, he hurriedly looked around vigilantly. There was no threat before putting his heart down. Jingling's situation was already extremely dangerous. Her body temperature was getting lower and lower. Chou Yi frowned. There's a small room inside. It's for the gemstones. You take Jingling in for treatment first. I'll guard outside. Chu Yang nodded and went to the room under Chou Yi's guidance. Su Jiqing looked worried. A layer of self-blame permeated her face. It's all my fault. If I didn't have to follow me here, Jingling wouldn't have had trouble getting out. Gong Qi comforted. Don't think like that. Right now this building is filled with dangers everywhere. The uncontrollability is too strong. There is nothing you can do when you encounter this kind of thing. Now you guys go in front of the monitor and stare. See if you can help in any way. Su Jiqing hurriedly nodded her head and went to look at the monitor with Su Xia and the two of them. Chou Yi looked nervous, looking in the direction of the small room from time to time. Gong Qi walked in front of Chou Yi and asked in a low voice. You should be Chou Yi, right? Xu Yang asked me to look for you. He asked us to. Gong Qi whispered in front of Chou Yi. Chapter 57, The Price of Treatment. At this point, Jingling's situation was already very dangerous. The temperature of her entire body was disappearing and her skin was cold. Xu Yang laid Jingling flat on the table and reached out to gather dustless aura with his palm and injected it into Jingling's body. The black-clothed man's poison was a bit more troublesome than Xu Yang had imagined. He had the king of all compulsions in his body, so any poison was nothing to him. But Jingling was different. She was an ordinary person, and this kind of poison with no antidote was tricky. The dustless aura gradually haloed in Jingling's body, temporarily protecting her vital elements. Xu Yang realized that the dustless aura used to get rid of this toxin was consumed particularly fast, and if he wanted to treat Jingling, he would even have to use up 80% of his power. Although the king of 10,000 compulsions could suck up poison, but it would cause a huge backlash when it entered someone's body. Right now, Jingling's condition couldn't withstand the king of 10,000 compulsions existing in her body for a minute. It seems that the only way is to do it the hard way. Xu Yang fought to condense his entire body's strength and surged all of it into Jingling's body in one brain. Jingling's body trembled slightly, and her body temperature gradually got a little higher. Unlike the feeling of being in an ice cave at first, Xu Yang's face also gradually became ugly. Pulling out the power from his body was also a great test for him. This treatment was very risky, but at this time, Xu Yang had no other choice. Jingling, he must save it. The dustless aura continuously surrounded Jingling's body, protecting her gradually dissipating vital essence and also controlling the spread of the toxins in her body within a certain range. Xu Yang's palm was trembling a little. He had one hand in front of Jingling's body. The other hand was stuffed into his pocket. He took out all the precious stones Chou Yi had given him, and brainlessly collected all the energy inside into his body. Sinful. These gemstones must be worth a lot of silver. But now, in order to save this little fox, all of it has been consumed. When she recovers, I must find her to pay me back. Xu Yang muttered and continued the treatment. Finally, all those toxins coalesced to a single point on her shoulder, and the wounds on Jingling's skin gradually healed. There was only one wound the size of a soybean, which was the concentration point of the toxins, and there was no way to repair it without completely removing the poison. Xu Yang withdrew his dustless aura, touched the beads of sweat on his face, and forcefully ripped the shirt from Jingling's shoulders, revealing all of that white and beautiful skin. He took a deep breath, lowered his head, and at the location of the wound, he directly printed his lips. This was the only way to save Jingling. It was also a healing technique that only he could accomplish. If it were anyone else, even if they had to suck out the venom, they would die from the same poisoning. As Xu Yang moved, Jingling's body trembled even more violently. She gradually regained her consciousness, opened her hazy and powerless eyes, and looked sideways at the current situation. In the small space with only dim light, Xu Yang was bending down low, crouching over her body. At her shoulders, there were still bursts of sour and itchy sensations coming from time to time, causing her nose to stifle a soft hum. Xu Yang continuously sucked out black blood, spit it on the ground, and began his next action. Jingling's lips opened and closed, and her voice said tiredly, "What are you doing, big bad egg? I am saving your life. How do you feel now?" Every time Xu Yang fell, it gave Jingling a feeling of electrocution. The feeling was very hard to describe, not painful, but even a bit soothing. Jingling's cheeks regained their blood color, slightly flushed with a hint of redness. Are you sure you're saving me? Not bullying me? Big sister, can you not just falsely accuse a good person? If it wasn't for me sacrificing my life for righteousness, you would have gotten cold by now. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he continued to bury his cheeks. Jingling gently bit her delicate lips. I know that you are helping me to force the poison out, but your other hand, why did you put it on my? Chu Yan was stunned. Then he reacted. No wonder his hand felt so good just now. So he was. In order to avoid embarrassment, Chu Yang said in a serious manner, don't get me wrong, this is a way of healing. This place is connected to the heart, and I have to press this position in order to make your heart increase the intensity of its blood production function, thus allowing the blood circulation in your body to speed up and suck out the venom faster. Jingling breathed a little sharply. You better not be lying to me, or else once I can move, your time to die will come. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Since this woman was so beneficent, he would really be nonchalant. With that thought, Chu Yang directly stretched out his two hands and descended at the same time. Jingling bit her lips hard. Even though she wanted to struggle against it, she couldn't use any strength in her body right now, so she could only let Chu Yang fiddle with her. You guy. Jingling could only protest with words. Chu Yang burst into a bad smile. In order to save you, I consumed a lot of gems. These are just the interest on the medical bills. As he said that, he looked up and down on Jingling's body unkindly, his evil expression not hiding half of it at all. I'm warning you not to mess around. If you dare, I'll kill you. Looking at Chu Yang's eyes locked on her belt, Jingling suddenly tensed up. Her delicate fists were clenched white. Su Jiqing and Su Xia, who were outside the door, only heard a woman's scream coming from the small secret room. They looked at each other nervously, completely unaware of what was happening. Su Xia asked in a low voice, Xinger, is the treatment inside not going well and encountering some danger? Su Jiqing tilted her head in thought, and ambushed Su Xia's ear and whispered, how do I feel? That screaming doesn't sound like pain, but rather. As soon as Su Jiqing said, Su Xia's ears immediately turned red. You must have heard it wrong. At such a time, how could she have that feeling? Su Jiqing shrugged helplessly. Alas, it can't be helped. Who let the one who was alone with her be my brother-in-law? My brother-in-law is a collection of charms. Any woman would have a hard time inviting his passion. Su Xia blinks curiously. There's such a magical man in the world? I don't believe it. Su Jiqing naughtily patted Su Xia's shoulder and said, why don't we make a bet? You can try to get in touch with my brother-in-law, and if you're not interested in him, then count me as a loser, and you can have whatever you want from me. Su Xia recalled Chu Yang's engraved cheeks in her mind and lowered her head. I'm not going to play such a boring bet with you. I'm an entertainer. We're not allowed to fall in love. Su Jiqing shook her head sympathetically. That would be too bad. You don't have a chance to become my brother-in-law's little princess. As the two were talking, the door of the small secret room was suddenly opened. Chu Yang walked out first, with Jingling slowly following behind, only to see that on the right side of Chu Yang's face, there was a very red slap mark, while Jingling, surprisingly, didn't have a complete piece of clothing on her body to cover up anymore, as if she had just endured a great humiliation, which made people daydream. Chapter 58, The Next Plan. Su Jiqing hurriedly walked over and asked with concern, what's wrong with you guys? Did something happen? Brother-in-law, your face. Chu Yang shrugged. Nothing much, just a little misunderstanding. Jingling raised a small fox-like charming smile on her face and said in a seductive tone, Chu Yang, let's have a long time to come. I will repay you well for your kindness today. Chu Yang immediately changed the topic. Now is not the time to talk about this. Grab the next plan. Jingling also said with a straight face, the group I'm leading has already carried out the demoning operation. They'll notify me right away when the mission is completed. Good, then the bombs will be left to you guys to solve. Xinger, you and this big star are responsible for keeping an eye on the surveillance. If there is any movement, immediately notify me with this contact. Chu Yang handed Su Jiqing a walkie-talkie. Su Jiqing looked nervous. Brother-in-law, you're going out? Are you going to leave the two of us here? I'm a bit scared. Don't be afraid. This place is very safe. Even if there is a massive explosion, this is a good place to hide. I have to go out and take care of those guys. Otherwise the hostages will get more and more dangerous. Chu Yang reached out to touch Su Jiqing's little face. Su Jiqing reluctantly nodded. Brother-in-law, I trust you. You must be careful. Don't get hurt. Don't worry. After saying I will take you out, I will never go back on my word. Chu Yang gave Su Jiqing a comforting smile and turned around to walk out the door. Jingling followed behind. Chu Yang carefully observed the location of the monitor as Jingling walked behind with a grimace on her face. You were quite gentle with that girl. Why were you so rough with me just now? They are both women. What gives you the right to treat them so differently? Jingling complained. Chu Yang let out a cold laugh. Can you be the same as her? She is my wife's sister and you You are just a little fox. Jingling took a step forward and hooked Chu Yang's arm. Her voice said seductively, maybe later on you'll realize that it's more fun to get along with a little fox. She deliberately rubbed her body against Chu Yang's arm. The clothes that were not much originally revealed more whiteness with her movements, making people reverie. Chu Yang forced himself to hold back the throbbing in his heart, drew back his arm and said in a cold voice, you should pay attention to the occasion even if you are joking. We will be blown to pieces if we take a few more steps out. At the loss of you still having the heart to tease me here. What are you afraid of? Aren't you a hero? And you know heaven-defying medical skills. Even if I get injured again, you'll still save me, won't you? Chu Yang's head was filled with black lines. Do you know how many gems I wasted to save you? I haven't even settled this account for you yet. Jingling's little fox eyes smiled. You really do like gems. Let's do it this way. In order to reward you for your heroic actions this time, I have decided to give you a big gift. What? Chu Yang hurriedly asked. During our infiltration, we discovered the place where those guys stored their treasures. It's all weird and strange. Do you want to take a look? Of course. We're going out to look for enemies anyway. Surely places with treasures have more people to protect them, right? Chu Yang said slyly. Jingling nodded. There are indeed people watching over there. We are just observing from the side in order not to spook the snakes. We didn't take action. Now the members of the Blood Blade group are also there. I can give contact with them. Jingling used the special contact to speak to the members of the group for a couple of words before looking at Chu Yang again. Where did Qiu and that Gong Chi go? I've asked them to blend into the first floor to protect the hostages while facilitating the handling of the enemy inside and outside. Chu Yang replied. Jingling nodded with satisfaction. You are truly a marvelous man. Whether it's from the tactical aspect or commanding a team in combat, you have excellent features. You guy, what exactly do you do originally? Chu Yang slanted a glance at Jingling. I used to be a veterinarian, specializing in treating heifers and cows. Jingling bit her delicate lips and raised her small fist to hammer on Chu Yang's shoulder. Someone is coming. Chu Yang suddenly grabbed Jingling's small hand and his eyes instantly became stern. Jingling could not help but sigh again. What exactly was this man's identity? This kind of insight and crisis awareness ability was far above her. To be clear, she had also participated in hundreds of large and small combat operations, but compared to Chu Yang, her perception was simply at kindergarten level. What exactly had she experienced to have practiced this man's beast-like resourcefulness? Jingling pondered, looking at Chu Yang with deep eyes once again. There are about 4 people. All of them are experts. Don't be in a hurry to make a move. Let's sneak attack this time. Chu Yang slightly half-crouched his body, took out his mini dagger and tapped the mechanism to prepare for battle. How do you know how many of them are there? Feelings, Chu Yang replied briefly. The two of them stayed still for a full minute before those people came over. Jingling looked at Chu Yang with some bewilderment. It was unbelievable that this guy could sense danger from that far away. Breathe slower. Those guys are on the same level as the black-clothed man who injured you. Don't let them detect your breath. Chu Yang's voice was small, as if it was not coming from his lips at all. Jingling wanted to reply, but Chu Yang gagged him. He gently shook his head, meaning not to make a sound. The men walked over. Their footsteps were as light as a kitten's, landing without a sound. Man in Black A, it is said that the soul of 1,000 years is in this building, and Lord Black Tiger has instructed us that we must find it. Man in Black B, yes, the soul of 1,000 years is very important to the revival of the younger stream. No matter what, the soul of 1,000 years we must get it. Black-clothed man A, the monitor indicates that the Millennium Soul with great energy is on this floor. Let's speed up and make sure we get the Millennium Soul before the annihilation operation ends. A few people said. Their footsteps increased even more, and in groups of 2, they split into 2 teams to split up. Chu Yang grabbed Jingling's wrist and directly brought her to another direction, tracking one of the 2-man squads. Jingling lowered her voice. Can't we split up? Your strength is not yet in place. If it's Qiu it might be possible. Chu Yang said honestly. Jingling's eyes darkened. How dare you praise Qiu in front of me? I'll mark this debt for you too. Follow me properly. Don't talk nonsense. I don't have the extra energy to save you. Hearing Chu Yang's disgusted tone, Jingling cried and laughed. Other men were rushing up to get closer to her, but Chu Yang was so good that he was filled with disgust. You big bad guy. Sooner or later, my lady will make you kneel under my garnet skirt. They stopped at the room in front. I will directly shoot them down in a moment. Then the 2 of us will change into their clothes. Chu Yang said. Jingling bristled. Fine, whatever you say. As soon as Jingling's words fell, she only felt a gust of fast wind passing by her side, and when she looked again to see what Chu Yang had found, she realized that he had already rushed into the room. Beside him, only a black residual shadow was left behind. Jingling murmured in amazement. My God, this man's speed, just how fast is it? Chapter 59, Treasure Sought by the Men in Black. When Chu Yang touched into the room, the 2 men in black were banging on the walls. The space inside the room was still dark. Only the special device in their hands shone with a faint luster. The man in black, right near this. There must be another secret room. We need to look more carefully. The other man in black suddenly frowned and jerked back in the direction of the doorway, and shone the beam on his wrist everywhere in the room. What's wrong? Nothing. Maybe I'm hallucinating. I always feel that there's someone else here besides us. Impossible. If someone is beside us, how could we not realize it? You might be mentally too nervous. Let's just hurry up and find the secret room, the two of them said and continued to tap on the wall, looking around for the mechanism. At this moment, Shu Yang was gripping the top of the filing cabinet with one hand and pressing his body dead center to the roof of the shed. After the man in black turned around, he landed lightly again without making a single sound. Shu Yang twisted his dagger and slowed down his footsteps, suddenly rushing in front of one of the black-clothed men. The blade stabbed out so violently that the black-clothed man didn't even have the slightest reaction before he fell to his knees. His mouth was covered by Chu Yang and he didn't even have time to make a little sound. The other man in black, who was still continuing his search, did not manage to escape death either and collapsed limply. When Jingling opened the door and walked in, Chu Yang had already changed the clothes of one of the men in black and was debugging the device on his wrist. Jingling gulped in amazement. No, you actually moved so fast? All solved? Chu Yang drooped his eyelids. Didn't your parents teach you that it's a rude thing to always say that a man is fast? You really keep surprising me. Jingling sighed heartily. Hurry up and change your clothes. I'll continue to look for it. Is there any secret room here? This instrument of theirs is very cash. When there is a hidden space in the room, it will emit a faint red light to remind. Moreover, it can also sense the source of energy. Chu Yan looked at the small thing on his wrist and felt that he had found another treasure. This room was not big, if he analyzed it according to the secret room he had stayed in before. If another space existed here, the organs must be small and inconspicuous things. Chu Yan surveyed the room. It should have been some manager's office before. He walked straight to the bookshelf and used his hand to move the bookshelf, tapping on a small ornament, which moved slightly. Chu Yang directly twisted the pendulum, and sure enough, the bookshelf parted in two directions, and a small section of stairs going downward appeared in front of him. He turned on the lighting and looked inside. Jingling also changed her clothes and followed. Could there be some kind of mechanism or something in here? It's pitch black, kind of like hell, Jingling whispered. Chu Yang's eyes were a bit excited. I don't feel any dangerous aura here. On the contrary, there's a lot of energy here. Maybe it's another small vault. He continued to walk down. Jingling hurriedly kept pace for fear of being left behind. Just now, I heard them mention something about the soul of 1,000 years. Is it that treasure? Jingling asked. Chu Yang shook his head. It doesn't feel like it. If it's a treasure that all people are looking for, it should give a different feeling. But when I was here, I only sensed energy, and there wasn't any exotic treasure. Sensing? You can sense energy? Jingling narrowed her eyes and looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Chu Yang hurriedly coughed twice to cover up. You're silly. How can I sense it? We don't have a machine. Look, the small red dot on it is where the treasure is located. The darker the color, the greater the energy of the treasure. Jingling looked at the wrist thoughtfully, still full of skepticism. Chu Yang hurriedly walked into the secret room and looked around. This JL mansion is really unusual. If it's a normal shopping mall, how could so many secret rooms exist? It's too strange. We have investigated the person in charge of JL before. It seems like there is some kind of collusion with some foreign power, but we have not been looking for evidence, so we can only let it go. But this time, I feel like I must have nothing to do with the chairman of the JL mansion for this robbery. It seems like that guy hasn't shown up all this time. I don't know what's going on, Chu Yang said. Jingling thought about it and said, seems like the Jin family also has shares in JL and is one of the major shareholders. Jin family? At the mention of this surname, Chu Yang immediately tightened his brows. Speaking of the Jin family, it was a bit strange. Young Master Jin had already been invited by Young Wolf to have tea for a long time, but no one from the Jin family had ever stepped forward. Previously, according to Little Wolf's investigation, the cause of Eagle's death was unrelated to the Jin family, but now the clues seemed to be broken again. Even on the day of the private club, it was Mr. Hong who appeared for the Jin family. Now that I think about it, what exactly is the identity of this Jin family's old man? How come he's so calm? He actually sat still at this time. His son, he doesn't plan to have it anymore? Chu Yang pondered while looking around. The space in this secret room was very small, just like an ordinary utility room. Only the space was filled with large and small shelves with many books and small boxes on them. Chu Yang opened them one by one and only found a few gems of average color. It shouldn't be? These few gemstones alone cannot produce such a strong sense of energy in oneself. Could it be that there are other hidden spaces within this secret room? Jingling frowned slightly as he seemed to hear something moving outside. It seems like someone is coming over outside. I'll go out and take a look, Jingling said. Chu Yang nodded. It should just be robbers dressed as security guards. You can handle them, but they have guns in their hands, so be careful. Jingling fished out a special weapon from his pocket. Don't worry, I have prepared for this too. Here is an anesthetic needle. Once it gets on your skin, it will make you unconscious right away, and it won't make a single sound. Good, then I'll leave the outside to you. I'll explore the place a bit more and then we'll go find the other two black-clothed men, Xu Yang said seriously. Jingling nodded and eased her footsteps and walked out. Xu Yang continued his search, and in front of a wall, the detector on his wrist suddenly flashed frequently and he himself felt the fluctuation of energy. Could it be that there is something behind this wall? Xu Yang narrowed his eyes and gently touched the wall with his palm. As soon as he touched it, an extremely subtle feeling flooded into Xu Yang's mind. It was as if he heard a low chirping sound, as if a woman was crying. He was startled and hastily drew back his hand, and the sound instantly disappeared. What the hell is going on? Did I just hallucinate? What the hell was that desperate voice? Xu Yang frowned, calmed his mind and touched his palm to the wall once again. Sure enough, just after touching it, that voice once again flooded into his mind. Chapter 60, A Mysterious Sensation. Xu Yang felt a wave of inexplicable sadness, the kind of despairing and sorrowful thoughts that seemed to be beyond his control at all. Very stifling and unpleasant. Right now, he could be quite certain that there was definitely a secret behind this wall. As soon as he thought of that, Xu Yang started to look for organs everywhere, and after looking around he found nothing. Now there was no other way but to do it the hard way. Xu Yang took out his small dagger and started prying on the wall. He felt the fluctuation of the energy with his heart and was careful with the blade for fear of destroying something behind the wall. After about 2 minutes, Xu Yang finally took out a small box from the wall. The box was the size of a fist, a special material with an irregular shape. Through the thick walls of the box, Xu Yang could feel the energy constantly overflowing inside, so it seemed that there was definitely a treasure inside. Seeing that Jingling had not returned yet, Xu Yang squatted on the ground and looked at the box carefully. He was surprised to find that the king of 10,000 compulsions inside his body seemed to be very interested in this box. At this moment, it had moved to the palm position, as if it was willing to come into contact with this black irregular box. This thing doesn't seem to have any seams. How on earth can I open it? Xu Yang put it to his ear and shook it, and a clanking sound of collision came from inside. The door was opened and Jingling walked in through the door. It's all taken care of. This outfit really works. Those fools actually bent down and saluted when they saw me. Xu Yang hurriedly hid the box without letting Jingling see it. What are you doing? Jingling asked. Xu Yang shook his head sheepishly. Nothing. I only found a few rather average stones here, thinking that there would be something hidden, so I pried the walls. Nothing much. Jingling looked Xu Yang up and down. Seeing a bulging piece on his chest, she smiled seductively. Big bad guy. Here, no matter what you get, you can take it away. I just need the hostage to be safe. These things, they are not under my protection. Xu Yang was a little embarrassed. It seems that he was the one who thought of a gentleman with a small man's heart. It's nothing much, just found a strange box. Xu Yang took it out and showed it to Jingling. Jingling put it in her hand and casually looked at it for a couple of moments. It's nothing special. You like to take it away, that's all. These gemstones are also for you. Anyway, it's these bad guys' stuff. It's only called spoiled if it's taken away by them. Xu Yang was a bit excited and hugged Jingling. You are really generous. Just look at the face of these gems. You are a friend I will make. Jingling's little fox eyes blinked. I still have more good stuff. If you can really help me out in the future, it's not a problem to give you as much as you want. As the two were talking, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Xu Yang made a silent gesture and walked out of the secret room together with Jingling and the two of them. The door was slowly opened and no figure walked in. Suddenly, an arc was thrown in through the doorway. Xu Yang froze and rushed over with an arrow step, returning his foot with a roundhouse kick, directly kicking out the thing that flew in. Rumble! The entire space let out a huge tremor and sound. Dust immediately soaked the entire space. Jingling spat out the dust foam in his mouth and cursed lowly. These people even threw grenades in. Fortunately, the explosion area is not big. Otherwise the whole building will suffer. I'll go out and get them killed. They already know our position. Attacking out rashly now may be dangerous. Take it easy. Let's not fight hard, Xu Yang said in a low voice. Jingling frowned. How can we make a wimpy move at this time? If we don't go out, they don't know how many grenades they are going to throw in. Xu Yang shook his head. They don't dare to take the risk of bombing. If this building is already filled with bombs by them, they won't dare to do it easily even for their own little lives. Jingling was also in deep thought, listening to your analysis. Since they dared to throw grenades here, it means there are no bombs here. Why would there be none? The two looked at each other and answered in unison. Their leader is on this floor. At this moment, Gongqi and Xiaoyi had long since blended into the crowd of hostages. The two were carrying the life recovery pills that Xu Yang had given them. so if any of the hostages were in bad health, giving them a timely dose would ensure the hostages' lives. A loud explosion suddenly came from upstairs and the crystal lamp at the top fell down in response. Luckily Choi was quick on his feet and kicked the crystal lamp away from the center of the crowd. The hostages screamed in fear, and the security guards pointed their guns at Choi's side, questioning loudly, "Who was it? Who kicked the light away?" Choi held his head and crouched down without revealing a single crack. The security guards screamed and cursed a few more times, but they couldn't find anyone, so they had to give up. Gongchi came over to Choi's side. "There are too many people. We can't act too obviously. I only picked a few hostages in a more serious situation and gave them pills." Choi glanced at the big men guarding the surrounding area. "We need to end the fight in the shortest possible time. I'll look for a breakthrough and open up the exit. You continue to protect the hostages as well as your own safety." Just now the explosion upstairs. "That man will not be in danger?" Gongchi asked with some concern. "Don't worry, he lives a long life, but he won't die so easily. Let's do our own thing according to the agreement. Don't worry about him." Gongchi nodded her head. Although the two women were working together for the first time, they reached a perfect tacit understanding, splitting up and moving at a strangely fast pace. The voice on the big radio sounded again. It was Gerald. Gerald's voice was still sinister. Slowly said, "Your Hulkbuster Lord hasn't spoken for so long. I'm afraid he's already been blown into pieces of meat. Now, you only have to cooperate obediently and quietly wait for death." What a pity. Just now obviously there is hope. Pitiful yo. The hostages are a little worried. The Hulk of the Lord has not spoken for a long time, is not really encountered untoward. Everyone was speculating when Chu Yang's voice appeared on the radio again. "My companions, I hope the explosion upstairs just now didn't affect you. There were a few unknowing little characters who tried to attack me and were taken care of by me. Go Gord Master, we believe in you. Go for it." The hostages rekindled their hope and shouted loudly. At this moment, Su Jiqing and Su Xia were observing the situation on the first floor through the large screen. Su Xia thought for a moment and said, "If we can transmit the situation inside, to the outside, won't it also help the outside police forces understand the situation inside the building, so that they can better rescue them?" Su Jiqing tooted her small mouth. "But I don't know how to do this. In case I mess up, will it put my brother-in-law in danger?" Su Xia smiled faintly. "Before I became a star, I was a computer expert." Saying that, her fingers deftly danced on the keyboard, and within a few minutes, the giant screen monitor on the exterior of the JL building was, the image of the hostages on the first floor appeared. Chapter 61, Inside and Outside Joining Forces. The police personnel on the outside, after realizing the situation, immediately held an emergency strategy meeting, which helped them immensely. Increase alert on the outside. Snipers on standby. Assault team, prepare to attack the building. Make sure to keep the hostages safe. Captain Zhang Jianfeng commanded, and all police personnel were mobilized. At the same time, Chu Yang's conversation with Gerald was played out, leaving the onlookers and the outside police in an uproar. The outside crowd's blood boiled. There are civilian heroes in the building, fighting for the safety of the hostages. We silently pray and cheer for the heroes. Reporters are also conducting synchronized tracking reports. All eyes, focused on the live broadcast, concerned about the safety of everyone. Chu Yang and Jingling searched the entire floor and still couldn't find the hiding place of the enemy leader. Everyone they had captured, surprisingly, did not know where exactly their leader was hiding. The two men's search plan could only come to an end for the time being. Gerald was in a secret room, observing everyone's actions, when Black Tiger walked in, with a hint of gloom in his tone. "I'm sorry boss, the 4 black-clothed men we sent out to look for the soul of the millennium were all exterminated. Now on the detector, the trace of the soul of the millennium has also been lost. I concluded that the soul of the millennium was found first by the experts lurking in the building." There was a hint of sinister in Gerald's gaze. "It seems that things are developing more and more interestingly. I've already received the evacuation message. We'll leave from the rooftop in 20 minutes. At that time I'll detonate all the explosive devices and raze this place to the ground." Black Tiger frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "All of us, are we going to leave by helicopter? There are more than 100 people who need to be evacuated now. Isn't it too much of a mob? 100 people? Gerald laughed and stretched out a finger in front of him. "No, those who need to be evacuated are only me and you." Black Tiger was stunned. "Those brethren." Gerald shrugged. "It's already an honor for them to serve me for a moment, and dying here should be the best place to go." Black Tiger slightly clenched his fists. "But you promised before." Black Tiger, what kind of tone is that? Could it be that you want to rebel? "No, I just wish to let my brothers evacuate safely. They are still waiting for a good life." "Enough." Black Tiger's words did not wait to finish. Jilal suddenly threw the wine glass on the ground with force, his face filled with a layer of perverted pallor and sinister. "These ants of theirs, what qualifications are they to live in this world? If it wasn't for me to save them in the first place, I'm afraid that these guys would have already become the little worms in the prison. I can let them live up to this point. It's the greatest mercy, and they actually still delude themselves into thinking of leaving. Black Tiger slowly lowered his head, not saying a word. Gerald said again, ever since you followed me, your performance has always been outstanding, so I've given up all my men this time, and only intend to take you alone, so don't let me down. Yes, Mr. Gerald. Black Tiger walked out of the secret room, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. The henchman saw Black Tiger appear in the corridor and hurriedly greeted him. Brother Tiger, this place isn't safe anymore. There are 2 experts who are searching here. Many of our brothers have suffered from poisonous hands. Should we notify the boss to move? Black Tiger slightly shook his head and whispered, notify the brothers to evacuate. Secretly. The henchman wanted to ask something, but suddenly saw Black Tiger's gloomy gaze and immediately nodded. Xu Yang and Jingling continued their search and basically all the enemies they encountered were taken care of. Jingling deserved to be professionally trained. Her strikes were extremely swift, not wanting the opponent's life while at the same time making them incapable of fighting as fast as possible. The 2 of them acted swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they took care of all the enemies on the upper floors. Xu Yang was about to return to the floor he had just been on and continue searching for the location of the enemy leader when he suddenly felt a great danger approaching their side. At the moment, his sensation was very strange. The danger was hidden, sometimes intense, sometimes disappearing, and although it was intermittent, it was getting closer and closer. Jingling said in a low voice, the demoning operation is over. According to your request, only the detonation device was destroyed, and the location of the bomb was not moved. From the looks of it, it's still intact. Xu Yang nodded, his eyes suffused with a sharp look. There is an enemy approaching. I'll take the lead. You cover, if you can. Inform your squad to gather quickly. We're going to the first floor location next. Good. Jingling was very cooperative and acted immediately. At this moment, the 2 of them were at a safe passage location, and the sound of footsteps outside the door got even closer. Just as Xu Yan was about to strike, the footsteps suddenly stopped, followed by the sound of a weapon hitting the ground. A raspy voice came over. I know you guys are here. I've thrown down my guns. Come out. I want to talk to you. Jingling shook her head slightly and whispered, this might be the enemy's trick. You must not fall for it. Xu Yang pondered for a few seconds, gave Jingling a reassuring look, slowly opened the door to the safe passage and walked out. Jingling was immediately on guard, ready to strike at any time. Black Tiger stood there with 2 of his men. Xu Yang observed that this happened to be the blind spot of the surveillance. Xu Yang walked over and stood opposite Black Tiger. What do you mean? You're Hulu, right? I am Black Tiger. Mr. Gerald's henchman. Black Tiger? I think someone just mentioned your name. Xu Yang recalled. I'm going to make a deal with you now. Black Tiger said. What do you want? Xu Yang narrowed his eyes. I can promise you to release the hostages, but you must guarantee the safety of my brothers. Black Tiger made a condition. Xu Yang raised an eyebrow. Did I hear you right? You, a robber, are asking me, a hostage, to guarantee their safety? Are you kidding? I'm not joking. This building will explode after 18 minutes in the middle. If I don't have everyone evacuated within 18 minutes, everyone will be reduced to pieces. Black Tiger's tone was calm, as if he didn't have the slightest fear of death. Xu Yang said in a cold voice, to me, you are robbers and bad guys. There is no way I can help you escape the law. No matter what your chips are and what your conditions are, I can't agree to it. Aren't you afraid that everyone will die here? Black Tiger lowered his tone again. Xu Yang smiled evilly. Since I dare to stand here, I am already confident that I can let everyone escape safely. You are indeed no ordinary person. It seems that Mr. Gerald may not be your opponent either. Black Tiger said. How about it? Do you want to consider abandoning the darkness? If you make a choice now, you might even be able to take the credit for your crimes. I don't really want to take credit. I just want my brothers who believe in me to be alive. Wanting to stay alive is simple, but wanting to escape the sanctions, I can only say one thing, absolutely impossible. Xu Yang's tone was firm. Chapter 62 Black Tiger's Conditions. Black Tiger looked at Xu Yang steadily for half a minute before he said in a low, slow voice, I can have the door to the first floor opened, and if my brother is unfortunate enough to be captured, I only hope for a fair trial. What on earth has happened that could make you change your mind so suddenly? Is it the intention of Mr. Gerard, whom you say you have, to make everyone else die for this building? Yes, in Gerald's eyes, the lives of all of us are worthless. What I want is simple, as long as my brothers can live. A hint of powerlessness was hidden in Black Tiger's language. Xu Yang nodded. If you are willing to cooperate, I will definitely take credit for you guys. Jingling, come out. Xu Yang looked behind him. Jingling came out from inside and put the pistol back to his waist. I heard everything you guys said. Don't worry, I'm a cop. I'll be fair. Black Tiger thought for a moment and said, all the people in security attire right now are my men, but there are still men in black hiding in this building. They are a force exclusively belonging to Mr. Gerald, something we can't control. They're the real deal. I know, as long as you guys are willing to cooperate, I will definitely take care of those men in black as fast as I can. Shu Yang didn't tell Black Tiger about the bomb being defused. Right now he couldn't rest assured with Black Tiger. Until the last moment, Shu Yang couldn't give Black Tiger any trust. Black Tiger immediately informed his brothers on the first floor to change their plan and opened the door to prepare for retreat. The communicator had just been connected when a scream could be heard from the opposite side, followed by the noisy shouts of the hostages. Not good. Jilo made a move on my people. Black Tiger's entire body trembled, and his fists were suddenly clenched. Someone weakly picked up the communicator and asked Black Tiger, Brother Tiger, why are the men in black trying to kill us? Black Tiger shouted, all hands on alert. Now try to do everything you can to open the door of the building and let the police people come in to protect the hostages and you. Otherwise you definitely don't have any possibility of surviving. Brother Tiger. Tiger. The shouts of the robbers downstairs came one after another. The scene was chaotic. Shu Yang also hurriedly contacted Xiao Yi, start moving. The target now is not the robbers in security clothing, but the men in black. Understood. Xiao Yi quickly replied and also started the operation. Shu Yang and Jingling looked at each other and said in a serious voice, Jingling, you go with Black Tiger to help on the first floor. I'll go to the rooftop. Black Tiger was even more surprised. He didn't even tell Chu Yang that Gerald was going to escape on the rooftop. But this young man seemed to have guessed everything. What kind of person was he anyway? Someone from the police? Black Tiger guessed. Black Tiger glanced at Chu Yang. Mr. Gerald is a very scary character? Don't take it lightly. Chu Yang nodded his head and patted Black Tiger's shoulder. If we don't meet on such occasions, maybe we can become friends. Black Tiger forced a smile. If I don't die this time, after I get out of jail, I'll buy you a drink. My brother's life, I'll leave it to you. Chu Yang smiled faintly and turned around to run quickly in the direction of the rooftop. Gerald walked while making a phone call. Joker, this mission you gave me is not interesting at all. Now even that little cutie Black Tiger has also gone rogue. Originally I was planning to leave this place before settling him. It seems that all Chinese people like to make a fool of themselves. I'm about to get on the helicopter. Set up a celebration banquet. This operation, although there are a few small shrimps blocking it, but overall it is still successful. Gerald had just reached the rooftop when he noticed a figure standing there. The helicopter's propeller speed was getting slower and slower, and finally stopped moving. The person flying the helicopter had been stepped on by Chu Yang. Mr. Gerald, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Chu Yang. You can also call me Hulu. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth raised in an evil arc. Compared to Gerald, he was the one who was more like the demon god of hell. Gerald narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Yang. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. It seems that I have underestimated you. You have even managed to fight your way here. You really are not a simple character, but it is a pity that a hero is about to fall. Gerald took out the bomb remote control and put it in his hand to gesture. Chu Yang's face showed no fear. Maybe you still don't know. That thing in your hand doesn't have any threat anymore. All the bombs you installed, all of them have been dismantled. Gerald was stunned. Those trash really can't be relied on. They're worse than dog. What a bummer. He threw down the remote control and kicked down the stairs. At this moment, there were helicopters circling in the air again. Chu Yang saw that it was a police helicopter, one of his own. Jingling's voice soon came from the helicopter. The hostages are being sent out of the building safely. There is no more danger downstairs. Big Bad, you don't have to worry about everyone. Be safe. Chu Yang was a bit touched. It seems that this little fox quickly sent a helicopter to observe the situation on the roof as soon as she arrived downstairs. He had thought that Gerald had been cornered, but he didn't see the slightest bit of fear on his face. Instead, he showed a hint of a relaxed smile. What are you smiling about? Chu Yang immediately frowned and asked, laughing at your naivety and ignorance. Do you know what the origin of JL Mansion is? Do you know how much darkness this building hides? I'm helping you guys blow it up as a purification job for you guys. A glimmer of excitement appeared under Gerald's eyes. This is our territory. Even if it's filthy, it's not your turn to rule. Chu Yang felt out his mini dagger, ready to attack at any time. By all accounts, the situation was already settled, but Chu Yang's heart unexpectedly ignited a strong sense of unease. Gerald ripped off his white gloves and a dart-shaped object appeared on his palm. As he moved, the small object quickly morphed and turned into a long sword. Look at your expression. It seems that you have already sensed that there are people with such deep attainments in Huaxia. It really surprises me. Below, let me play with you. Gerald threw away his bowler hat, and a hint of viciousness appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Chu Yang tightened his brows, and at the moment when Gerald's coat was blown away by the wind, he unexpectedly saw the bomb bundled on his body. Xu Yang hurriedly raised his head and shouted to Jingling, "Don't ever arrange for snipers. There is a bomb on this guy that is connected to his heart. As soon as he stops his heartbeat, the bomb will explode." On the opposite side of the building, the snipers were already in position. As soon as Jingling heard Xu Yang's words, he immediately ordered the snipers to stop. Gerald smiled. "Looks like you've noticed. By the way, I have a surprise for you. Do you think those bombs you dismantled are all of them? The bombs connected to my heartbeat are more than this one." Xu Yang's thoughts kept turning back in his mind. He thought of something and immediately contacted Xiao Yi with a special communication device. Xiao Yi picked up and immediately said, "The hostages over here are being safely evacuated under police escort. You don't have to worry." Xu Yang hurriedly shouted, "There are enemies among the hostages. Immediately alert the line. They have bombs strapped to their bodies. It could explode at any time." Chapter 63, Gerald's True Colors. "What?" Xiao Yi was very surprised and immediately asked Gong Qi to contact the police officers. Gerald looked at Xu Yang appreciatively. "You really surprised me too much. If you were under me, I would never be able to let you die." Gerald raised his long sword and quickly attacked Xu Yang's side. His movements were extremely fast and he was able to hide away his killing aura at all times. Previously, when he was downstairs, Xu Yang was able to determine the strength of his enemy through the concentration of danger. But the Gerald in front of him was able to approach him without a hint of threat. There were only two possibilities for this situation. First, Gerald didn't want to kill him at all. Second, Gerald was the real expert, a top-notch assassin who could hide his breath. Judging from the current state, Gerald was clearly the second case. His blade was very sharp, and every time he slashed at Xu Yang, he held the awareness of certain death, and his moves were deadly. Xu Yang dodged and dodged. His secret dagger mechanism opened and kept colliding with Gerald's blade. Gerald's blade was unharmed, as if it was also a divine weapon. This time, he should have met his match. Xu Yang's heart sank and his gaze became even more grave. When he was in the army, he had participated in countless battles, but this was the first time that he was unable to determine victory or defeat. The Gerald in front of him, his expression was always relaxed, as if he did not put Xu Yang in front of him at all. His moves were so peculiar that Xu Yang could not predict his next move even after he exhausted all his thoughts. After a few rounds, Gerald was unharmed, but Xu Yang had several bloody showers cut out on his body. Not bad, not bad. Finally met an expert. This game is interesting. Gerald pursed his lips roguishly, revealing a beastly hideous smile. Xu Yang stood his body still, his gaze somberly sizing up Gerald, searching for a countermeasure. It wasn't impossible for him to win if he fought to the death, except that Gerald couldn't die. As soon as his heart stopped beating, there would be a large explosion downstairs. He observed the bombs on Gerald's body, and they were not at all in the same class as those in the building. This kind of bomb, even a professional bomb disposal expert might not be able to handle it. Gerald was very excited and kept making moves. As long as Xu Yang had one more wound on his body, no matter how big or small, he would let out a roar, looking extremely scary. Xu Yang now only wanted to stall for time. As long as the hostages were spread out, even if the explosion did happen, the damage could be minimized. And as if Gerald read his thoughts, he stopped his attack and looked at Xu Yang with roguish eyes. "You're also an expert. It's no fun to fight like this when you're just dodging. What do you want?" The thing Xu Yang was most worried about happened. He was not afraid that the enemy was strong, but he was afraid that the enemy would grow a brain. The Gerald in front of him was obviously different from the other guys. He was good at thinking and good at palace mind tricks. Every look he gave and every move he made might have ulterior motives. "I want to make a game with you." Gerald laughed horribly, his eyes filled with playful coldness. Jingling also got down from the helicopter and stood behind Xu Yang. "I'll accompany you. What time is it? What are you doing here if you are not going to direct the evacuation?" Jingling grabbed Xu Yang's palm. "I want to tell you that if you die here, I will accompany you." Gerald let out a loud laugh. What a touching love. "I suddenly want to change the rules of the game." Xu Yang glared at Jingling. "Your impulsiveness has the potential to make us both die here." Jingling suddenly revealed a small fox-like light smile and patted her foot to gently plant a kiss on Xu Yang's lips. "If we both die here, then this is even if I return your promise." Xu Yang snorted coldly. "Don't try to fool me. You are talking about a passionate kiss. This counts? Then you just cheer up and live. My promise, I will definitely fulfill it." Jingling's smile was like a smile. There was less of a hint of cunning under her eyes, but more of genuine love. Gerald was a bit impatient. "My game is about to start. If you guys don't participate, I will use this sword and just slit my throat." Xu Yang frowned. "How do you want to play? Say it." Gerald looked at Jingling and pointed at the long dagger in Xu Yang's hand. "I see that your weapon is good. Surprisingly, it has not been broken. That means it is sharp enough. Now, you can give the weapon to your woman." Xu Yang could only do as he was told. Jingling seemed to have realized something as well. Her small hand clutching the dagger trembled slightly. Very good. Gerald nodded with satisfaction. Now, the woman can use the sharp sword in her hand to stab the man beside you. You guy. Jingling clenched her teeth. Gerald spread his hands. You can choose to stab him, or have a stab at my chest. Shu Yang wrinkled his eyebrows. This guy can't die. The hostage evacuation is not yet complete. Stab me. It's fine. Jingling bit her lips. I don't want you to die. Shu Yang smiled. That's right. Now I'm just an ordinary security guard. Why do I have to fight so hard? Ridiculous. He lit a cigarette and gently spat out the smoke rings, then added, but, when faced with this kind of problem, I never have a second choice. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he directly grabbed Jingling's wrist, aimed it at his shoulder and stabbed it violently. Jingling's whole body trembled and her eyes instantly turned red. She had thought that Chu Yang would let the blade stab himself, but she did not expect him to be so decisive and dry without the slightest hesitation. Why? Fresh blood dripped onto Jingling's hand. The warmth caused her heart to suffocate, and the pain seemed to have traveled down the red-stained palm into her heart. Chu Yang frowned slightly, then his cheeks raised a faint smile, his voice hoarse and comforting. It's fine. It was a good thing that the dagger was sharp enough, or else she did not know how much more pain she would have to endure. Chu Yang purposely avoided the vital points. This extent could not hurt the root yet. It just scared Jingling. Gerald nodded his head proudly. That's so touching. A person who sacrifices himself for others. Is he a hero or not? Or a cutie? Chu Yang pulled out his blade and locked his acupoints to prevent any more blood from flowing out. It was a good thing that he was still wearing the clothes of the man in black. Otherwise he would soon be discovered that the bleeding situation was not right. Seeing that Chu Yang didn't say anything, Gerald added, people in your country are really strange. In my opinion, your life is far more precious than those hostages who would only scream and run away. You would actually block your life for those people. Is it worth it? Chu Yang smiled. The way he was when he had just joined the Special Operations Group surfaced under his eyes. The old man put back the badge that represented Chu Yang's identity and spoke in a deep tone. Once you join this Special Operations Group, your life will no longer belong to you. What you have to carry on your back is the mission of the nation. Do you really want to do it? Chu Yang stood upright and performed a standard military salute. I have thought about it. I am willing to swear allegiance to the motherland. The powerful voice echoed loudly in the space for a long time. Chapter 64, Chu Yang's soft underbelly. Gerald's sinister gaze kept looking at Chu Yang. Chu Yang wore a light smile on his face. His eyes did not hesitate in the slightest. Gerald nodded. Very well, since you are so great, I will give you this chance. There are hundreds of hostages downstairs. If you want to take the pain for them, 30 stabs. If you can take the pain of 30 stabs, I will give up this operation. How about it? Jingling clenched his teeth. If you have the ability, fight it out in a dignified manner. What's the difference between this request of yours and killing him? Gerald smiled wickedly. Little girl, you may not know the man beside you yet. Maybe he can't die even after taking 30 stabs? Jingling clenched her fists. You guy, I'll fight you. Jingling said as she took out her gun and aimed it directly at Gerald's forehead. Gerald didn't dodge at all. Instead he smiled easily. Of course you can shoot. It's much more fun for all of us to go on the road together than for me to step into the Yellow Springs alone. Jingling bit her lips tightly, her eyes red, the palm of her hand holding the pistol trembling slightly. She held it up for a long time, but eventually let it go. Chu Yang reached out and patted Jingling's shoulder, comforting her. I'll be fine. Jingling's voice choked. This guy is simply a beast. If you do as you're told, he'll get even more aggressive. Gerald let out a loud laugh. Even if that's the case, there's nothing you can do about it because in this game, you have no choice. He looked at Chu Yang provocatively, but Chu Yang's emotions didn't ripple a bit. His eyes instead became more calm. Chu Yang smiled and said, let me see the world again. In case I get hit by 30 stabs and really die. Gerald spread his hands. Sure, I'll give you 5 minutes. Gerald was not the least bit worried that the young man in front of him would play tricks, because, once a person had a soft spot, they were no longer invincible. Gerald now understood very well that these hostages were his most vulnerable place. As long as the lives of these people were used as a threat, even if he was allowed to die right now, he wouldn't dare to put up half a resistance. Stupidity. These guys who think they are heroes are just stupid and ridiculous. Gerald sat on the edge of the rooftop and opened his hands, feeling the gusts of breeze coming from the building, closing his eyes and humming lightly. Chu Yang walked to the edge of the building, one hand pretending to make a motion of covering his wound, but was actually using the cell phone in his hand to send a message to Coyote. In order not to attract Jilal's attention, Chu Yang finished his movements as fast as he could and walked back to the center of the rooftop once again. Yo, it's over so soon? Looks like you're ready to die. So, let's begin. From the bag he was carrying, Gerald took out a special display device. You sacrificed yourself for everyone. I have to show your heroic deeds to everyone. so that they can see how miserable their Hulkbuster-sama is now. The moment Gerald pointed the camera at Chu Yang, he quickly turned around, reached out and pulled off the clothes from Jingling's shoulders and tied them to his cheeks. Jingling let out a gasp and subconsciously covered her exposed arm. Gerald laughed out loud. I didn't expect you to keep a low profile. Isn't it good to let everyone see your face? This way for your funeral, there might be more people to offer condolences for you. Chu Yang tightened his brows. Let's begin. Gerald pointed the device at Chu Yang's cheek and even turned on the close-up function. At this moment, the scene on the rooftop was instantly presented on the giant screen outside the JL building and everyone gasped. Su Jiqing and Su Xia had just been sent to the ambulance. When Su Jiqing suddenly saw Chu Yang's face on the big screen, she screamed and rushed straight out of the car despite the obstruction. Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law! Everyone looked up in an uproar. Gerald's camera kept circling around Chu Yang. His voice was cold and evil. Hostages, while you are running for your lives individually, your hero, Lord Hullen, is still fighting for you. Take a look at him. This will be the last piece of audio he will leave behind in this world. Jingling's fists were clenched and his eyes were red, so he could only stand by and watch, unable to say a word. Captain Zhang Jianfeng's gaze was stern, his voice low. Tell the snipers, no matter what happens on the rooftop, don't act rashly. That man called Gerald can't die. Someone in the crowd protested. Why can't we kill that guy? If it wasn't for Lord Hulu, there's no way we could have survived until now. Right. We demand that the police save the man. Save them immediately. The hostages who were originally rescued all boiled over after seeing Chu Yang in danger, protesting and demanding the higher-ups to protect Chu Yang. Zhang Jianfeng also had a dark cloud over his head. He had received a report from Jingling that if Jilo was once killed, then the bomb hidden amongst the people would explode and the consequences would be unimaginable at that time. Although they wanted to quickly line up, but the number of hostages was just too many, and it would take a lot of time for mine clearance work. I'm afraid that by the time they found the bomb, it would simply be too late. Sister-in-law, brother-in-law. Su Jiqing looked at Chu Yang in the big screen and cried out at the top of her voice, tears falling down her cheeks, tearing her heart apart. Su Xia and Gong Qi came over and supported Su Jiqing, looking at the big screen also filled with worry. Gong Qi comforted, don't be nervous, Chu Yang is so powerful, he will definitely be fine. That's right, he still rescued the hostage when everyone was so desperate. I'm sure the heavens will bless him to be safe and sound. Su Xia's voice was also a bit choked. Xiao Yi, who was hidden in the crowd, didn't say anything when she saw the scene. Only her eyes were dark and a thick killing intent coalesced around her body. She turned around and walked in the direction of the building, disappearing into the crowd. Gerald's smile was still exaggerated. Fellow hostages, first of all, congratulations on your escape, and in honor of you surviving, I'd like to give you a complimentary gift. Please enjoy the following magic trick. 10,000 arrows through the heart. Gerald picked up the dagger on the ground and delivered it to Jingling once again. Jingling's eyes were red, and his hand holding the blade trembled violently. Let's begin. 30 daggers. If Mr. Hulua can withstand the penetration of these 30 daggers, then I will consider ending this plan so that they can actually live. All the hostages were once again in disarray at these words from Gerald on the big screen. Some people in the crowd questioned, what do you mean? What does he mean by that? Are we not truly safe now? Are there still enemies here? Or, are there still bombs? The commotion was launched again, and people were unsettled. Jingling had long anticipated what kind of panic Gerald's words would create in the crowd below. She took the initiative to take a step forward, looked at the camera, and choked. Partners, right now, among you, there are indeed bombs still present. Those bombs are controlled by this devil in front of you with his heartbeat. As long as he loses his vital signs, all the bombs will explode at the same time. Chapter 65 Redemption. Wow! The crowd exploded. Everyone got even more riotous, and some people even started to burst their heads and run away screaming, stepping on quite a few people. Jingling suddenly added, but please believe in us, believe in your hero, he's still standing firmly here in order to protect your safety. You guys watch carefully, from now on, every pain he suffers is for you. Jingling said, suddenly raised his blade and stabbed down again at Chu Yang's other shoulder position. A terrifying huffing sound resounded in the air as all the women covered their eyes and the men clenched their fists. The people fleeing in all directions all stopped in their tracks as Jingling stabbed in with this knife. Jingling choked and counted. 1. The long sword was pulled out, bringing out a splash of mercifully bright red. Then, Jingling once again plunged the blade in, and everyone could see that the long sword had zipped in from Chu Yang's chest and out from the back position. 2. Jingling drew out the blade and counted with a trembling voice. Chu Yang grunted and barely stood still. His face had turned pale, and his forehead, which was only exposed on the outside, condensed with bean-sized beads of sweat that slid down his cheeks and drowned in the scarf that was blocking his face. Jingling could no longer control her tears. Even if Chu Yang was powerful, he was still a human being, and with 30 knives penetrating his body, the possibility of surviving was almost zero. With the medical knowledge she had learned, she tried her best to avoid the vital locations, but even if the blade was not fatal, the bleeding would have drained his body. Chu Yang closed his eyes. Although he used his dustless aura to control the blood flow in his body, the pain could not be alleviated by half. Jilil's demand was tough. The knife must pierce through the body. If he continued like this, he would have to turn into a beehive coal. Chu Yang stood there fixedly, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with it, his body suddenly entered an extremely subtle state. In that state, the body seemed to have become particularly light, as if the soul had flown out of the body, and the voices in his ears had also become illusory and ethereal. Jingling's voice also began to move away, and in the end, it was even difficult to capture her tone. What's going on here? It can't be death. Chu Yang was filled with questions. In the midst of this mysterious feeling, his soul seemed to be wandering leisurely, hovering around the rooftop. Just when he was completely confused about the situation, the strange box in his pocket suddenly surged out with a great power. His drifting soul, as if it was not controlled at all, was directly sucked in by that energy. With his feet on the ground, Chu Yang still could not believe his current situation. Holy, did I enter inside the box? What's going on? In front of Chu Yang, a gemstone that was flooded with abundant energy was glowing with a 7-colored light. Inside this box, his body became very small, and that gem was much bigger than his head. This energy is also too explosive. Whatever the case, since it made me come across it, I must suck it up. Chu Yang walked over quickly, wanting to put his palm on it and suck out the energy of the gem, but just as he touched it, a buzzing tremor suddenly came from his mind. Then, a silhouette that seemed to be conjured from chi appeared in front of him and started practicing a set of methods to regulate his breathing, as if it was something that only people with internal cultivation would know how to do. Chu Yang was puzzled as he followed the silhouette's movements and gesticulated. Something unexpected happened to him. The pain endured in his body seemed to turn into an inexplicable force that began to coalesce, and then coalesce again, and finally even formed a true chi in his body. This is also too fantastic. What in the world is this box? Is it really the legendary soul of 1,000 years? This thing actually taught me to transform pain into true chi. This is a big win. Natural true chi was energy that could be obtained through acquired cultivation. It was very different from dustless aura, but the effects were no different. Chu Yang was overjoyed. This stance of regulating the breath had come at the right time. As long as he learned it, he would be able to survive even if he did get hit with 30 slashes. Chu Yang caught the arcane power and immediately returned to his main body, slightly opening his eyes. Jingling was anxiously calling out, crying in a particularly wretched manner. Big Bad, how are you? Are you alright? Still alive? Downstairs in the building, people watching the big screen were also shedding tears and shouting, live, live. Chu Yang transformed all the pain into internal chi in one brain before he slowly opened his eyes and helped Jingling pull out the blade. I'm fine. Chu Yang raised his hand to help Jingling wipe away her tears, a light smile appearing on his face. Everyone downstairs chimed in with their arms, as happy as if they had won the lottery. At this moment, the most sincere wish in their hearts was for their hero to survive with them. Head Zhang Jianfeng also sighed with emotion. This young man is truly extraordinary. I've never seen a second person this strong. Of course, he's my boss. Behind him, a low voice came, and Zhang Jianfeng turned around to see a young man with a cold and evil gaze. Who are you? Zhang Jianfeng asked. Wolfie handed Zhang Jianfeng the 2 bombs in his hand. We lined up the hostages, and these are the bombs that 2 of them are carrying. For you, half. How did you guys manage to do that? Our people are also working on the security check, but only 1/3 of the process has been completed. Zhang Jianfeng immediately asked the professionals to deal with the bomb. Little Wolf sneered. By the time you guys finish your work, my boss will really be dead. Looking at the appearance of such a group of youths with explosive mobility, the confusion under Zhang Jianfeng's eyes dyed thicker and thicker. From their well-trained execution, Zhang Jianfeng seemed to have read something. He then stood upright, saluted, and his voice was serious. Everyone has worked hard. The work of eliminating the dangers is, well, in your hands, and on behalf of the general public, I thank you for your help. Coyote waved his hand. Cut the useless crap. Just wait, it won't take long. After turning around, Coyote frowned and glanced at the big screen, murmuring in his heart, Brother Yang, you must hold on. Grasshopper has already bought the house. Everyone is waiting for you to have your first meal. On the rooftop, Chu Yang couldn't feel the pain anymore, but he had to continue his disguise and couldn't let Jilil see the slightest crack. Gerald let out an evil laugh, very satisfied with Chu Yang's painful appearance. I just want to see you live and die. I just want to show you that all the heroes of this era deserve to die. He let out a hideous laugh, and even directly snatched the blade from Jingling's hand, and stabbed it directly into Chu Yang's chest. Jingling let out a scream and looked at Chu Yang nervously. Chu Yang frowned and took 2 steps back as a mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out. Although there were rags blocking his cheeks, the reddish-black drops of blood still dripped down, making it shocking to look at. Gerald laughed madly, and just as he pulled out the hilt of the knife and prepared to stab in again, a black shadow quickly scurried in the direction of the rooftop. Immediately after, a black dagger was set on Gerald's neck. Chapter 66, I'm Not an Angel. Jingling and Chu Yang saw Qiuyi at the same time and both stared in surprise. Jingling, why are you here? Not waiting for Jingling to finish, Qiuyi directly flew out with a long leg and vigorously chopped on Jingling's shoulder. Jingling grunted and staggered backward several steps before he could barely stand, but the shoulder and arm that was kicked could no longer exert force. Qiuyi's voice was still cold, as if it came from an ice pool that couldn't melt for 10,000 years. How dare you lay such a heavy hand on him? You're the one who deserves to die the most. Jingling was a bit nervous. Qiuyi, don't mess around. He has a bomb on him. Once it explodes, all the hostages downstairs will be in danger. Qiuyi's expression was a bit crazy. What does it matter to me if others live or die? I just want him to live. Chu Yang transformed the pain as fast as he could. Then he also looked at Qiuyi. I'll be fine. Don't be nervous. This guy can't die. At least not yet. Qiuyi looked at Chu Yang. His dark eyes flashed with a hint of determination. I don't care if you want to be a hero. I'm just doing things according to my own will. You're my friend. As long as you can live, the life and death of other people has nothing to do with me. If you die, I will let the people of this world bury you. Chu Yang's heart violently trembled a few times. Qiuyi never said hypocritical words. At this moment, he could hear the truest thoughts in Qiuyi's heart. She was affectionate. Her concern was enough for him to cherish with his life. Qiuyi, thank you, Chu Yang said in a hoarse voice. JL mansion downstairs. When the spectators saw this scene, some of them also responded immediately. Lord Hulu, kill that guy. We're not afraid to die. Right, we're not afraid to die. You've done enough for us. Don't suffer any more pain. We're not afraid. Kill him, everyone shouted. And even though no sound could be heard on the rooftop at all, everyone still called out with the loudest voices. Qiuyi looked at Chu Yang fixedly, as if she had made up her mind about something. She held the blade against Gerald's throat as if she could take his life at any time. Gerald laughed strangely. It seems that the story is getting more and more interesting. Come on, let me see if you guys dare to kill me or not. Chu Yang seemed to realize something and hurriedly said, Qiuyi, trust me. I'm fine at all. Don't do anything stupid. Qiuyi held Jilil hostage and gradually approached the edge of the rooftop. Jingling also saw what Qiuyi was trying to do and hurriedly shouted, Qiuyi, you will make all his efforts come to naught. He became what he is now in order to protect everyone. If you really take this guy and jump off, then what are his efforts? That's not something I have to think about. All I know is that I can't just stand by and watch my friend die. Qiuyi's heart crossed. He actually grabbed Gerald and directly leapt down from the upper floor. Chu Yang let out a shout and directly pounced over, grabbing Qiuyi's arm. Gerald also fell down. He tugged at Qiuyi's calf, not having the slightest fear of death. Instead, he was filled with madness. Too funny. The thinking of people in your country is really different. I would like to see, in the face of death, what kind of choices do you have? Gerald was still live streaming the current scene with his other hand. Jingling was holding onto Chu Yang's leg tightly, while Chu Yang clutched Qiuyi to death and wouldn't let go. Qiuyi looked at Chu Yang with cold eyes. Let go. My choice has nothing to do with you. Chu Yang's eyes were scarlet. We agreed to be friends. If we don't ask for the same year, same month, same day, then let's ask for the same year, same month, same day, and death. Are you crazy? Hurry up and let go. If this continues, no one will survive. Right at this moment, Chu Yang's cell phone vibrated with a text message. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and a bright smile appeared on his face. Then let's die together. Chu Yang suddenly kicked Jingling away with force and leapt down the building after Qiuyi and Gerald. Qiuyi's eyes widened in utter disbelief that Chu Yang would do this. Chu Yang brought Qiuyi into his arms with a strong belt and tightly wrapped his arms around her thin waist. Gerald let out a loud laugh. You guys are so crazy. I love it. On the road to the Yellow Springs, it's finally not lonely anymore. The three of them transformed into 3 black shadows and descended sharply from the building. Qiuyi kept looking at Chu Yang's eyes. It was as if she heard the sound of her frozen heart melting. She finally raised a smile and also reached out to hug Chu Yang's waistband, burying her cheek in Chu Yang's embrace. With a violent shudder, Qiuyi only felt that she landed on something soft. Her body was protected tightly by Chu Yang, and was not shattered to pieces as expected. She felt a dizziness in front of her eyes. The last scene before she closed her eyes was Chu Yang's faint smile. The relevant people quickly gathered around. Chu Yang, still covering his cheek with a piece of cloth, staggered to his feet and picked up Qiuyi. Su Jiqing had already fainted from fear and was sent to the hospital by ambulance. Senior Captain Zhang Jianfeng rushed over with the paramedics. Zhang Jianfeng rushed at Chu Yang and gave a military salute. Thank you for saving the lives of hundreds of people. Let the medics check you out. Chu Yang shook his head. I'm fine, and I don't want to cooperate with you guys in making a statement. Jingling knows all my information, so if you guys want to ask anything, just ask her directly. I'm going to take my friend and leave now. As for the guy behind me, I guess he's already passed out. I'll leave it to you guys. The other staff members wanted to stop Chu Yang, but they were blocked by Zhang Jianfeng. Zhang Jianfeng ordered everyone to flash a path for Chu Yang to pass. Chu Yang carried Qiu Yi and kept walking out of sight under the protection of Little Wolf and the others. They went straight back to the bungalow. Qiu Yi had received too much stimulation and shock and had been sleeping. Little Wolf brought the medical kit and wanted to treat Chu Yang's wounds, but the moment Chu Yang removed his clothes, they were all stunned. The blood and flesh they imagined did not appear. Chu Yang's wounds had already healed. There were only a few faint traces of blood. There was no need to bandage them at all. Little Wolf swallowed nervously and stammered. Brother Yang, are you an earthling or not? Why? Is your healing ability so strong? Are you a mutated species? Chu Yang moved his muscles and bones, realizing that he had taken several knives, and surprisingly, he hadn't yet healed someone of a major illness pain. It seemed that the set of toning methods learned in the void state had saved his life. Chu Yang thought for a moment and said, this matter should not be publicized. It is still necessary to properly disguise it. Little Wolf blinked his eyes and asked, what should we do then? Continue bandaging? Get some red potion. It will be more realistic. Chu Yang nodded. Do that. Lillian will definitely come over to pester me if she receives the news. It's best if I'm injured and can dodge a bullet. Wolfie shook his head helplessly. I say Brother Yang, to be favored by the little princess is the dream of men all over the world. I'm afraid you are the only one who treats this peach blossom luck as a robbery. Chu Yang lit a cigarette. You don't understand. Love robbery is harder than any other crisis. As he was talking, there was a sudden sound of continuing footsteps outside the door, and then the door of Chu Yang's room was vigorously pushed open. Chapter 67 Tears of a Little Princess. Lillian walked in quickly, with Will following behind. Lillian was dressed in formal attire. Obviously she had just finished attending some formal occasion. Chu Yang, how are you? Is everything alright? Coyote rushed to the door and welcomed Lillian out. I'm sorry Lord Princess, boss is treating his wounds. You can wait for a few minutes before going in. No, how can I not care if he is injured? I want to go in now. I want to personally help him bandage his wounds, Lillian said very forcefully. Fortunately, Mr. Were was able to solve the problem in time. Your Highness, since Mr. Chu Yang is not interested in meeting you, you should wait for a moment. Don't lose your manners. I'm also in a hurry. Didn't you see the live video just now? He actually suffered that much damage. I'm going to be heartbroken. By the way, that Gerald seems to be one of our Englishmen. Immediately investigate his background. I'm going to make him beg for his life and beg for his death. Lillian revealed a heart full of ruthlessness. No matter who it was, if they dared to make a move against Chu Yang, they would be going against the entire royal family. Mr. Will gave a slight salute. Okay, I will go and investigate right away. But please promise me, Princess, that you must respect Mr. Chu Yang and not be too capricious. I know, go and get busy. Lillian sat on the sofa distractedly, clutching her skirt anxiously. At this time, in the VIP room of Ding Su International Hospital, Su Ji Luo was anxiously guarding the bedside, and the doctor had just finished giving Su Ji Qing a physical examination. Su Ji Luo hurriedly asked, how is it? Is Qinger alright? The doctor's attitude was respectful. Please don't worry Mr. Su, the second young lady's body isn't in any serious trouble. It's just that her emotions are too much causing her to faint. She'll be fine after resting for a while. Thank you. You go and get busy first. I'll just stand guard here. The doctor nodded and exited the door. Only Su Ji Luo's sisters were left in the ward. Su Ji Luo worriedly pulled Su Ji Qing's small hand, placed it on her lips and gently kissed the back of her hand. Qinger, don't scare me. Quickly wake up. Su Ji Luo's eyes were red. She could be strong in the face of all things. Only this sister. Is the meat on the tip of her heart? Any harm to Qinger is like taking her life. How could she not expect? Qinger just returned to the country soon, but encountered such a terrible robbery. Fortunately in the end safe and sound. If Qinger has a short and long, she can not live. Su Ji Luo's throat was stifled for a while, forcibly holding back the tears that were about to come out of her eyes. Without passing right, Su Ji Qing's small hands trembled slightly. Suddenly she opened her eyes and violently popped up to sit up. Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law! Su Ji Qing shouted loudly. Su Ji Luo hurriedly hugged her, gently patted her back, and comforted her in a fine voice. Qinger is not afraid. It's alright, it's alright. Su Ji Qing looked up and saw Su Ji Luo. and glanced at the surroundings, hurriedly grabbed Suji Luo's lapel and asked nervously, "Where is brother-in-law? Where is brother-in-law? Was he also sent to the hospital? Is he okay?" Suji Luo looked doubtful. "Brother-in-law? You mean Chu Yang? What? Is he in JL Mansion too?" Suji Qing's eyes were messy as she hurriedly jumped out of bed. Not bothering to find her shoes, she ran towards the door. "I'm going to find my brother-in-law. I'm going to find him. He can't be dead." Suji Luo hurriedly followed, calling out to the medical staff in the corridor to stop Suji Qing. "Quickly stop Qinger, her spirit has been stimulated. Her behavior is not quite normal now." Suji Qing ran hard with her bare little feet, but she was tackled by several doctors and dragged back into the ward. Suji Qing's spirit had already stepped to the edge of collapse. She pulled her hair with all her might and shouted at the top of her lungs, "You guys let go of me. Why don't you let me go to find Chu Yang? Where is he? Is he dead? No, he won't die. Where is he?" Looking at Suji Qing in such a devastated state, the doubts under Suji Luo's eyes grew thicker and thicker. The doctor felt that Suji Qing was greatly stimulated and immediately gave her a tranquilizer to make her fall into a deep sleep again. "Mr. Su, the second young lady's current state is a bit overstimulated. It's still recommended to be hospitalized for a period of observation," the doctor said. Suji Luo nodded, her expression a little tense. Just now, Qinger kept mentioning Chu Yang. Could it be that this kidnapping had something to do with Chu Yang? Suji Luo asked Andy to bring the laptop over. She carefully looked at the only video clips currently available on the internet, and when she saw that blurry figure, her heart jolted. Could it be that this figure was really Chu Yang? The videos on the internet had been blocked a lot, and the ones that could be seen now were the ones that had news positively released with a large degree of censoring. Andy also froze when he saw the video footage. Is this Mr. Chu Yang? Although the face was mosaicked, but judging from the figure, it should be Mr. Chu. How could it be? The big hero with such a high reputation on the internet would be Chu Yang? The cloud of doubt on Suji Luo's face died thicker and thicker. Andy thought for a moment and said, "It's also not hard to tell from Miss Tu's behavior that she was indeed with Mr. Chu Yang when the robberies happened. What exactly happened to make Qinger scared like that? And where is Chu Yang now?" Suji Luo was a bit nonchalant. Andy pondered. Mr. Chu Yang registered a residence in the personnel department before. Could he be there? From the news reports, he shouldn't be in any danger to his life. Suji Luo nodded. "Find out that address right away. I'm going to go there in person." Good. Andy immediately went up to make the call. In the room, Chu Yang had just laid down when Lillian couldn't wait to barge in. As soon as she pushed away the grasshopper who was bandaging Chu Yang, she directly pounced on him and cried out with a wow. "You big bad guy, you were so powerful when you were saving people in England. How come you were finished as soon as you returned to China? And now you've made yourself half dead. It's not fun at all anymore." Chu Yang pretended to be weak, quietly lying on the bed, laboriously said, "My current physical state is indeed not good. Why don't you go back first? I want to rest for a while." "No, you are injured so seriously. I must stay and take care of you." Lillian looked at Chu Yang pitifully and kept grabbing his arm and refused to let go. Chu Yang's head was full of black lines. It seemed that he could only stay in bed all the time. This little princess was not easy to get rid of. He was thinking about whether to pretend to be asleep for a while, when another person ran in at the door. Jingling ran in with a pale face, still covering her shoulder with one hand. "Chu Yang, how are you? Why don't you go to the hospital?" Lillian was still crying with pearly blossoms. "Sister Jingling, Chu Yang, he's going to die." Jingling was also red-eyed and full of self-reproach. Lillian directly jumped into Jingling's arms. The two of them hugged and cried their hearts out. Chu Yang gave a lifeless look at the coyote. The coyote shrunk his neck and led the grasshopper to the room they left first. This kind of happy moment, it's better to let the boss enjoy it alone. Chapter 68, Wife's Visit. Lillian and Jingling squatted beside the bed on the left and right. Jingling was full of apologies. "I'm sorry, I'm the one who put you in danger. Half of the wounds on your body were caused by my beast. I don't know what to do to make it up to you." Chu Yang pretended to be weak and coughed lightly twice. "I am very hungry right now. If you can prepare a rich dinner for me, it will be the biggest compensation for me." "It's that simple?" Jingling wiped away her tears. Chu Yang nodded sincerely. After tossing and turning for so long, his stamina had long been overdrawn and he was now in dire need of food supplies. Lillian also hurriedly said, "I'll ask someone to prepare the ingredients." Jingling nodded and the two of them walked out of the room one after another. Chu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. He was finally free for the time being. A good night's sleep was the way to go. He was just about to close his eyes when the mysterious box placed beside him suddenly emitted another weak energy broadcast. Chu Yang hurriedly picked it up to check. On the rooftop, without its help, he might have to endure a lot of pain. After quieting down, Chu Yang remembered the subtle method of regulating his breath that he had learned in the mysterious space. He slightly closed his eyes and tried to enter the arcane sensation again. Perhaps it was because of his lack of mental concentration. Or perhaps he was too tired. He was unsuccessful several times. In the end, he had to give up for now. It's better to study it some other time. It's just too noisy right now. Xu Yang murmured and put his things away. Little Wolf ran in a little flustered and said with some excitement, "Brother Yang, the President Lord is here." "President? Suji Luo? Are you sure you're not mistaken? It's not her sister?" Xu Yang sat up directly when he was nervous. "It's definitely President Su. Assistant Andy also came and is outside, wanting to meet you." Coyote swallowed his saliva and said. Xu Yang thought about it and hurriedly lay down and covered the quilt. "How does my current state look? Is it weak enough?" The coyote thought for a moment. "I'll create some sweat for you. It can look a bit more realistic." The two of them worked for a while before Coyote let Suji Luo enter Xu Yang's room. Suji Luo was dressed in an OL outfit with her hair in a high bun. Her cool cheeks did not carry a single expression, so noble that it was hard to get close to her. Xu Yang and Suji Luo glanced at each other and were filled with sighs. These two sisters obviously had the same looks, but their personalities were too different. Su Shiqing was sensual and passionate, always with a gentle smile on her face. Wherever she was, it was always full of sunshine. As for Suji Luo, she was always cold, a picture of endless bystanders. But the more it was like this, the more people had endless reveries about her. And every time he saw her, Xu Yang could hardly suppress the little excitement in his heart. "How are you?" Suji Luo's tone was thin and cool, but with a hint of concern. Xu Yang coughed twice and struggled to sit up, but never managed to do so. He breathed heavily, as if it was a struggle to open his eyes, and said in a low voice, I'm fine, just a small injury." I read the report and half believe it. "When the JL building was peace happened, you were with Qinger, right?" Suji Luo asked again. Xu Yang nodded. "Yes, Qinger wanted to go shopping. I accompanied her. I didn't expect that just after I arrived, that incident happened." Suji Luo thought deeply for a moment and said, "What exactly happened?" "Qinger is now greatly stimulated and her mental condition is very unstable." Xu Yang was stunned. What happened to Qinger? Wasn't she sent to the hospital to recuperate? In a bad state? "I'll go take a look." Xu Yang wanted to get out of bed, but was hurriedly held down by Little Wolf. Little Wolf kept giving Xu Yang a wink and said in a meaningful tone, "Brother Yang, you are very weak right now. You can't get out of bed and walk around at will. It's better to rest properly." Suji Luo also said, "You don't need to worry about Qinger. I've already asked the best doctor to treat her. There won't be any problem. She might just be scared. You contact the doctor. If Qinger wakes up, I want to talk to her. Trust me, it will definitely have a relieving effect on her mental stress." Xu Yang said seriously. Suji Luo nodded and glanced at Andy, who immediately arranged it. Suji Luo's tone paused for a long time, then looked at Coyote again and said in a detached tone, "I want to talk to Xu Yang alone. Is it okay if you go out first?" "Yes, Mr. President." Little Wolf made a salute and also walked out of the room, and even brought the door with him. Xu Yang asked somewhat nervously, "What do you want to do by supporting everyone? This is a lonely man and woman. You are not thinking of taking advantage of my weakness to do something untoward to me, are you? For your information, I am not that casual." Suji Luo's eyes suddenly darkened, a state that Xu Yang could rarely see. She stood up and surprisingly bent down at Xu Yang. Xu Yang was startled and became even more nervous. "What are you doing? What do you mean?" Suji Luo's tone was relatively softer as she murmured, "First of all, I'm very grateful to you for saving Qinger. If Qinger had any lengths, I wouldn't be able to live. She is your sister. It's only right for me to save her. Don't be so polite. I'm not used to it." Xu Yang said somewhat unnaturally. Suji Luo raised her head. Her bright eyes looked at Xu Yang once again. "Yes, she is my sister. So, I hope that you stay away from her. You must always remember that you are her brother-in-law. You are my Suji Luo's man. You can touch all the women in the whole world. My sister, you can't even touch a single finger." When Suji Luo said the first words, Xu Yang was still beautiful, but when she said the last words, Xu Yang's face suddenly became ugly. He could touch all the women in the whole world? Did she care so little about herself? Did she think she was that dirty and nasty? As long as she didn't get her hands on Su Jiqing, she didn't care who he was with, did she? Xu Yang let out a cold laugh and casually lit a cigarette. The gentleness under his eyes was quickly hidden and replaced by a deep indifference. "Suji Luo, it's really hard for me to fulfill this request of yours." Suji Luo also frowned. "What do you mean? What can I mean? You, the wife, won't even let me touch your fingers. How can I not willingly give up your sister?" Xu Yang's expression was like that of a gangster, since in Suji Luo's mind, he was such a person with such poor quality that it exploded. Why would he need to disguise himself? If he wanted to be bad, he had to be completely bad. As expected, once Xu Yang said this, Suji Luo's face immediately turned ugly. The expression on her face as she looked at Chu Yang also became more disgusted, and chills pierced her bones. Chu Yang, what exactly do you want? Suji Luo clenched her petite fists and asked sternly. Chu Yang laughed evilly, spitting smoke rings at Suji Luo, and said in a bad tone, I can give you a choice. Either let me touch you, or let your sister instead. Suji Luo's shoulders trembled, and on her pale cheeks, her eyes were reddened. Obviously she had moved to anger. Chapter 69. Give you 3 hours. Suji Luo tried her best to suppress her anger and keep her tone calm. Chu Yang, I hope you won't take things too far. You are my Suji Luo's legal husband. You can have everything you want, as long as you make a price. I will never return the favor. Chu Yang snorted coldly. Do you think I need money? The little English princess surrounds me every day. See this bed? More than $100,000. And that closet, the first layer calfskin hand designated. I want money at my fingertips. Then what do you want? Suji Luo clenched her teeth. Chu Yang's eyes coldly and evilly looked up and down on Suji Luo's body. His voice seductive. I just want you. As a husband's right. I haven't enjoyed it once. Chu Yang, do you have to be so absolute? It's not that I'm desperate. It's that you've been forcing me. I also want to be a good man, but you won't allow it. Chu Yang flicked off his cigarette and continued. I'll give you 3 hours to think about it. If you think about it, send the room card to me. If I don't receive the room card, then I'm sorry. Don't say things like stay away from your sister to me in the future. Suji Luo's breathing was so rapid that she couldn't even stand a bit. Her face was pale and her gaze kept looking at Chu Yang coldly. Chu Yang, well, I'm still a patient. I need to rest, so I won't stay with the President Lord for much longer. Little Wolf, see off the guests. Chu Yang shouted and Little Wolf immediately walked in. Chu Yang laid down and turned his body to the other side. Little Wolf hurriedly made a gesture of false invitation. Lord President, Brother Yang has suffered a very serious injury. He does need to rest. Why don't you leave first? When Brother Yang is well, he will personally go to the company to listen to your instructions. Suji Luo's fists trembled as she turned around and walked out of the room. Chu Yang's eyes grew darker and darker. This woman, always able to provoke his anger effortlessly, sending him to the edge of danger without wasting any effort. Could it be that he really chose the wrong person? Chu Yang secretly resolved. Suji Luo, if I don't push you, I don't deserve to be a man. You brought all this on yourself. The speeding car. Suji Luo kept looking out of the window, not saying a word. Andy asked with concern from the side. President, your face has been looking very ugly. Did something happen? Suji Luo gently leaned on Andy's shoulder. I'm so tired now that the company's business is flourishing. The main problem you are facing now is Mr. Chu Yang. In fact, he really isn't that bad. How about you change your attitude to get along with him? Andy said tentatively. Suji Luo shook his head. It's useless. I've already saluted him, but he still doesn't agree to let go of Chinger. Andy blinked. Mr. Su, what is the purpose of your visit to Chu Yang this time? I wanted to thank him for saving Chinger, but he's just a gangster and scoundrel. There's no way to communicate properly. Just thinking about the way Chu Yang had just threatened her. Suji Luo was so angry that her heart was racing and she was going crazy. You obviously wanted to thank but it backfired. Let me say something you may not like to hear. You are indeed a world-recognized wizard in business, but you still have too many deficiencies in terms of emotional intelligence for men and women's communication. Andy's voice was soft, clearly criticizing, but let Suji Luo can't refute in the slightest. She sighed softly. Andy, you and I have worked together for many years. My temperament you also understand. I really can't do to pander to a man to please. The situation is even worse now. He told me to get a room and wait for him within 3 hours, or else he would go after Chinger. You've seen the state of Chinger. She's practically obsessed with Chu Yang, and I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup Chu Yang has filled her with. You're worried about the second young lady when you can't even protect yourself. Then what are you going to do after 3 hours? Andy asked. Suji Luo rubbed her raw and painful temples. Her voice was infinitely tired. I don't know. I don't want Chu Yang to get close to me, but more than that, I don't want him to defile Chinger. If there has to be a person to be spoiled, I'd rather that person be me. Andy looked at Suji Luo helplessly and shook his head slightly. Jingling had thought of personally cooking a meal for Chu Yang, but she didn't expect Lillian to call 4 or 5 Michelin chefs, bring ingredients and tools, and personally prepare the meal. It didn't take long for the sumptuous dinner to be served to Chu Yang's room. Brother Chu Yang, come and eat. It's all the things you love to eat. Lillian hurriedly called out to Chu Yang. Jingling also came over and helped Chu Yang sit up, looking at the two big beauties surrounding the front and back to take care of themselves. Chu Yang's mood was finally a little better. Has Chiu Yi woken up yet? Chu Yang asked. Jingling nodded. Woke up, only she seems to be a bit embarrassed. She has been hiding in her room and does not come out. She also does not want to see people. she just said she wants to be quiet and quiet. Thinking of the way Qiu was going to destroy the sky and the earth for his own sake before, the touching in Xu Yang's heart rose up and stayed for a long time. For him to give up the whole world, and even his own life, I am afraid that Qiu is the only one. Xu Yang directly walked out of bed and picked up 2 plates of dishes. I'll go eat with Qiu to ease the embarrassment momentarily. You two eat first. Maybe we'll come over in a while. Jingling surprisingly nodded first and did not stop. Lillian was a bit reluctant and wanted to follow over, but was pulled back by Jingling. Lillian, be good. We'll wait for them here. Lillian looked at Jingling in confusion. How strange. Haven't you always disliked Sister Qiu? Why did you still let Xu Yang go to keep her company? Jingling narrowed her little fox eyes and smiled sweetly. Although I don't like it, but your brother Yang does? If you want to stay by Xu Yang's side for a long time, you have to try to accept what he likes. Got it? Lillian seemed to understand. Not really, but I will try to learn as much as I can. Jingling pinched Lillian's little cheeks. So good. By the way, can you share with me how you and Xu Yang met? I want to know so much. Really? Then I will tell you now. Lillian was very excited. Let's talk while we eat. Jingling glanced in the direction of the doorway, her cheeks showing a faint light smile. Xu Yang knocked on Qiu Yi's door, but she never opened it. There was no other way. Xu Yang had no choice but to jump out of the window. Luckily, this was a bungalow, so there wasn't much obstruction to go in through the window. Qiu Yi was wiping a vase by the table. When she saw Xu Yang tumbling in, she did not have any unnecessary expression and did not say anything. Xu Yang smiled brightly. You're hungry too. Why don't you eat together? He put his things on the table before he saw Qiu Yi's packed suitcase. Xu Yang immediately tightened his brows and his tone sharpened. What do you mean by packing? Are you moving out? Chapter 70 Private Manor. Qiu Yi put down the vase and said in an icy tone. This place is too cluttered. It's not suitable for me to live here. I'll leave at night. You don't have to say much. Xu Yang directly grabbed Qiu Yi's wrist and made her face to face with himself. You can't leave. I am free. Why can't I leave? Qiu Yi's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Her eyes were very stubborn. Xu Yang took a deep breath and murmured. You are my savior. I won't let you go. I want to repay the favor. I don't need to. I didn't do that to save you either. I just don't want to regret it. Don't flatter yourself. Qiu Yi turned his face sideways, not looking at Xu Yang's eyes. Xu Yang still grabbed Qiu Yi and didn't let go. I don't care. I won't let you go anyway. Or, if you want to go, it's fine. Take me with you. You have a little fox and a little princess. There is no shortage of me. Qiu Yi's tone was cold. Xu Yang heatedly smiled. In my heart, you are the most important. By the way, I'll give you something. As he said, he took the irregular box out from his pocket and handed it to Qiu Yi. Aren't you looking for the soul of 1,000 years? This should be it. For you. Qiu Yi froze and took it in surprise. You actually found it. Xu Yang scratched his head. I don't know if it is or not, but I am looking for it according to the clues given by those black-clothed people. About 8 or 9 of them are not too far away. So appraise it. Qiu Yi carefully looked at the box and was full of surprise. This is the soul of 1,000 years. I've seen the records about the soul of 1,000 years before and it's just like this. It's said that only someone opened it during the ancient times. After that no one has been able to find the mechanism to open the box. Xu Yang blinked his eyes. I seem to have seen what the thing inside looks like. You saw it? How can that be? It doesn't look like it has been opened either. I didn't open it, but I've been inside. Looking at Qiu Yi's dumbfounded expression, Xu Yang coughed twice lightly. If you promise me not to leave, I'll tell you what the soul of 1,000 years looks like. Qiu Yi glared at Xu Yang. If you dare to lie to me, I will absolutely kill you. He. Don't dare. Don't dare. Then let's go out to eat. The little fox and the little princess are there waiting with BABA. Xu Yang said tentatively. Qiu Yi nodded and walked out of the room first. Everyone ate this meal very happily. Having had the camaraderie of suffering together, Xu Yang felt that he now understood Jingling, Little Fox and Qiu Yi even further. Although Qiu Yi looked ice cold on the outside, he could fight against the world for him. As for Jingling, although she always looked like a little fox like shrewd, but in the face of right and wrong, she could sacrifice herself in exchange for the safety of the citizens, so she deserves some praise. As for Lillian, she's really good at eating. Xu Yang only came to this one conclusion for now. After eating, Xu Yang looked at the time. It was less than an hour from the time he had agreed with Su Jiluo. He dared to be certain that for Su Jiluo's sake, the President Lord would definitely compromise. This time, he must teach this little woman a good lesson and see if she dares to be arrogant with himself in the future. Xu Yang's mood became very good when he thought of Su Jiluo begging for mercy. Sure enough, when there were still 20 minutes left from the appointed time, Xu Yang received a call from Su Jiluo's secretary Andy. Hello Mr. Xu Yang. This is Andy. Mr. Su has already prepared the room and said that if it's convenient for you, let me go over to pick you up. Convenient. Of course I am convenient. Xu Yang's mouth slanted. Lillian had fallen asleep after dinner. Now was the perfect opportunity to get away. Xu Yang took a shower, and when he walked out of the front door after changing his clothes, Andy's red supercar was parked outside. Xu Yang directly got into the car. Andy started the car, turned around and drove in the other direction. Toughen up and make the trip yourself. Xu Yang nonchalantly lit a cigarette. Andy smiled faintly. This is what I should do. That was all the two said, and they remained silent all the way. Andy drove the car into a private manor. The surrounding was wide, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. There was more than a hint of peace and relaxation. Xu Yang got out of the car and glanced around. Andy immediately introduced. This is Mr. Su's private manor. All the vegetables that the Su family eats are planted here and taken there. There don't seem to be many people here. Xu Yang paid attention to the security personnel. In such a large area, there were less than 10 security guards in total. Mr. Su doesn't like noise. This place is also relatively hidden. Very few people know about the existence of this place. Andy said. Where is Su Jiluo? Xu Yang asked. Andy upstairs. Mr. Su is in a video conference and told me to bring you directly upstairs to rest. Xu Yang hummed lightly. Does Su Jiluo know what I came here for today or not? Is she still in the mood for a meeting? Su always puts her work first. So, please forgive me. Andy smiled apologetically. Xu Yang was brought upstairs. There were several young maids standing at the door. They bent down and saluted when they saw Xu Yang. From their surprised eyes, it was easy to see that this was the first time this manor was visited by a man. Andy commanded. You guys first take Mr. Xu to the bedroom to rest. If he has any needs, all of them will be satisfied. The two Filipino maids who looked to be in their early 20s nodded with red faces. Yes, Ms. Andy rushed at Xu Yang with a slight salute. Since I sent you there, I'll be off duty first. Be careful on the road. Xu Yang said casually. The two Filipina maids kept looking at Xu Yang with curious eyes, taking one step and turning back 3 times. Am I so handsome? You all look at me like this. Xu Yang flirted. A small Filipina maid with a round face and soft and cute-looking cheeks blushed. No man has ever come here before. Even the manor's landscaper and chef are all women. Xiao Dai, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Su will be upset. Another tall Filipina maid warned in a low voice. It's okay, he doesn't look like a bad guy. He won't tattle on us, right? Xiao Dai winked mischievously at Xu Yang. Xu Yang smiled. Of course not. Xiao Dai asked curiously again. Mr. Xu, what is your relationship with Mr. Su? She actually managed to get you to come to the manor. You must be very important in her heart. Xu Yang lightly coughed twice. Let me put it to you this way. I came here this time to round up with your Mr. Su. When the two little girls heard this, their faces instantly reddened completely. While leading the way in front, Xiao Dai turned back to take a closer look at Xu Yang again. So Lord President likes this type of man. Xu Yang was brought up to the second floor. Su Jiluo was having a video conference in the study inside. Xu Yang was sent to the bedroom next to him. Xiao Dai opened the door and introduced enthusiastically. Mr. Xu, please come in. This is where General Manager Su usually rests. It's dark now, so you can't see much, but tomorrow morning, you will see the most beautiful sunrise, and the best full view of the garden. Another Filipina maid walked in at the door. Her voice softly asked, Mr. Xu, what would you like to drink? Xu Yang turned around and was stunned. Chapter 71 Fulfillment of a Husband's Rights. Is this how you rich people serve drinks to your guests? Xu Yang blinked his eyes. His eyes were spent. The two maids that came in had actually pulled in a refrigerated display cabinet. There were all kinds of things to drink inside. Wine and drinks, fruit juice and fresh milk. Simply more comprehensive than what the supermarket sold. More let Xu Yang surprised, is another side of the wine cabinet, which are loaded with the world's top wine. Each bottle of single takeout can be in the city center for a set of houses. My goodness, my wife's honor is too extravagant. Xu Yang murmured in his mind. Xiao Dai came over and took the initiative to serve Xu Yang. Mr. Xu, have you thought about what to drink? If these don't have your favorite, we can still prepare it for you. Xu Yang pointed to the wine cabinet. In there, the most expensive ones. Bring them out for me. Open them all. Xiao Dai nodded. Okay, Mr. Xu, this bottle of LX3, the only one in the world, can be said to be priceless? I think it should be the most precious one here. Very well, just open it. Add Sprite. Xu Yang waved his hand in a bold manner. Everyone was a bit surprised and looked at each other. Shouldn't an expensive wine like this one be savored for its flavor? To actually add Sprite, wasn't it too spoiled? Although everyone muttered in their minds, they did not dare to go against the wishes of the VIP and did exactly what Xu Yang ordered. Xu Yang picked up the cup and took a big sip, nodding with satisfaction. Cool. Which other one is expensive? Little Butterfly was truthful and took out 3 or 4 bottles for Xu Yang in a row. all of which were the world's top luxury goods. Open them all. Xu Yang felt like he was the peak king right now. So cool. Xiao Dai opened the third bottle again before she tentatively asked, "Can you finish it?" "I can't finish it. It's comfortable to put it aside and look at the color." Xu Yang had already drank 2 bottles in a row, and beside him, there were constantly little Filipino maids giving fruits and snacks. It was really an emperor's general enjoyment. When Su Ji Luo walked in from outside the door, Xu Yan was slightly drunk and his face was already a little red. Su Ji Luo had already changed into a loungewear. A long white dress that was both comfortable and not noble and elegant. "All of you go out." Su Ji Luo's voice was clear and cold as she commanded. The maids saluted and walked out of the room. Looking at Xu Yang's drunken and degraded appearance, Su Ji Luo's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. "You like this life very much?" Su Ji Luo's tone was thin and cool. "Who doesn't like this kind of godly life?" Xu Yang shook the wine glass, through the wine glass to see Su Ji Luo. "She seems to be not so cold." Su Ji Luo thought for a while and said, "If you promise me not to approach Qinger anymore, I can give you this manner and let you live this kind of life for the rest of your life." Su Ji Luo just finished speaking. Xu Yang rushed over with an arrow step and directly pressed her against the wall with a wall thud. The sudden male breath, mixed with the faint scent of wine, Su Ji Luo's heartbeat suddenly messed up for a few minutes, and her cheeks were uncontrollably filled with a layer of redness. "Xu Yang, what do you want?" Su Ji Luo raised her head and tried her best to meet Xu Yang's eyes. She did not want to retreat for half a minute in this boy. The corner of Xu Yang's mouth slanted, hooking up a wicked shallow smile. "What do I want to do? Is it not clear in your heart? In fact, I called you to come here because I want to talk to you properly." Su Ji Luo still wanted to say something, when she suddenly felt Xu Yan leaning in tighter. She even felt his breath, puffing right on her cheek, warm and budding, causing her to ignite a particularly strange feeling. She had never leaned so close to a man before. This kind of distance had long since exceeded her heart's defenses. At this moment, Su Ji Luo, one hand tightly clutched her long skirt, the other hand unnaturally protected in front of her body. But it was such a small action that allowed Xu Yan to get closer even more unscrupulously. She even felt the oppressive feeling in front of her body, a feeling that made her find it difficult to breathe. "As I said, you only have 2 choices. Either I get close to Qinger or I get close to you. If you called me here today, does it mean that you have already made your choice?" Xu Yang's voice became more and more seductive. Perhaps with the relationship of alcohol, Su Ji Luo surprisingly heard the expectation hidden in the threat from his tone. "Xu Yang, do you have to be so determined? Before you came, I had already thought of many possibilities and had many things I wanted to say to you. You can say whatever you want to say, but there is one thing that you can't change. You are my woman, and eating you is something I have to do today," Xu Yang said. Surprisingly, he directly intercepted and picked up Su Ji Luo, walking straight towards the big bed. Su Ji Luo was scared and subconsciously used her small hands to push and pound Xu Yang's chest, but the more she did so, it made the itch in Xu Yang's heart intensify, and he couldn't wait to swallow the delicious little pudding in front of him right away. "Let go of me first, or I'll call someone." Su Ji Luo's cheeks had long since reddened to her ears. She simply did not expect that Xu Yang, who was still dying in the hospital bed 2 hours ago, had now completely turned into the appearance of a big bad wolf. Xu Yang directly put Su Ji Luo into the soft big bed, deliberately making a lewd and scary appearance. Su Ji Luo retreated back and forth. That terrified little look made Xu Yan feel better than drinking a good wine worth a lot of money. "You are my lawful wife. It's useless for you to scream like hell. I still have a copy of the marriage license. Should I take it out and show it to you?" Xu Yan laughed evilly. "Xu Yang, I know what you want to do, but your body has not recovered yet. You can't mess around. I'm doing this for the sake of your health. You just drank again. It's not good for the recovery of the wounds. Why don't you take a good rest first, and wait for you to get better?" "I'll be fine now. I'm coming. Making a baby." "Ah, help," Xu Yang said, directly pounced up. Su Ji Luo screamed, unexpectedly, fainted in fear. Looking at the little woman who still had tear stains in the corner of her eyes, Xu Yang suddenly stopped moving. With a bitter smile, he sat next to Su Ji Luo and raised his hand to gently wipe her cheeks. This was the first time he had touched Su Ji Luo's body in such a reckless manner. She was indeed an extremely beautiful woman. Her body was perfect and impeccable from her hair strands to her beautiful feet. Translucent skin, well-proportioned and agile body. Every part of it was mesmerizing. Xu Yang took a bottle of wine and drank it while admiring Su Ji Luo, who was as beautiful as white jade, as if there was a fire in his body, burning continuously, burning his whole body with pain. Xu Yang probed Su Ji Luo's body with his dustless aura. This woman was not pretending. She was really dizzy. "Interesting." Xu Yang smiled and lowered his head to kiss Su Ji Luo's cheek. This slippery touch was really great. "Little woman, you also have today. Since you took the initiative to let me come here, then don't blame me for not being polite," Xu Yang said, his body slowly lowered and attached. Chapter 72, Su Jiqing's Tears. Xu Yang felt like he was simply in heaven at this moment. His palms were trembling a little, and he was even so nervous that he didn't know where he should start. He actually had a very unreal feeling at this moment. Just as Xu Yang was planning to take the next step in his plan, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. With a blank stare, he was just about to turn it off when he saw that the caller ID was Su Jiqing. Xinger. Xu Yang hurriedly rolled out of bed and quickly picked up the phone. As soon as it was connected, the sound of wailing sobs came from the other side of the receiver. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, are you still alive? Brother-in-law. Su Jiqing choked and her words were tinged with great panic. Xu Yang immediately softly comforted. Silly girl, of course I'm alive. Why are you crying? Brother-in-law, where are you? I want to go find you. Su Jiqing pleaded pitifully. Xu Yang heard the voice of a paramedic beside him. Second miss, you can't be discharged from the hospital now. Xu Yang smiled and said, you wait well in the hospital, I will go over to you now. Really? Are you lying to me? Su Jiqing held the phone in her death grip, afraid that as soon as she let go, Xu Yang would be gone. Of course not. Wait for me, I'll buy you something delicious. Hanging up the phone, Xu Yang glanced at the still unconscious Su Jiluo, a hint of evil flooding his eyes. Xu Yang evoked a trace of dustless aura in his palm and slowly pushed it along Su Jiluo's wrist. Su Jiluo immediately fell into an even deeper sleep. As if she had been anesthetized, her whole body was senseless. Xu Yang laughed evilly and opened his big mouth, leaving quite a few teeth marks on Su Jiluo's neck and body, especially on the soft flesh of those long legs, leaving quite a few bruises. One way or another, since he was going to disguise himself, he might as well do it a bit more thoroughly. He reached out and tore the clothes on Su Jiluo's body to pieces. Now when she woke up, she would probably misunderstand something. After doing all this, Xu Yang clapped his hands in satisfaction and withdrew his dustless aura. With a light leap, he directly jumped down from the balcony. When Su Jiluo wakes up, she will probably collapse. Thinking of Su Jiluo's expression at that time, Xu Yang was incredibly happy in his heart. He went out and walked out quite far before intercepting a cab and headed straight to the hospital. Xu Yang ordered a few dishes in the restaurant opposite the hospital and carried them upstairs directly. Su Jiqing's ward was in the senior VIP area, protected by specialized bodyguards. Xu Yang was intercepted just as he approached. You can't enter here. The bodyguard extended his arm responsibly and stopped Xu Yang outside the door. Xu Yang raised the meal on his hand. I deliver takeout. This is a high-class VIP area. The meals are all matched by professional nutritionists. Where is the need for any takeaway? Go go go. Stay away from here. The bodyguard had just finished speaking when a shout suddenly came from the ward. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, is that you? After a rush of footsteps, the door of the ward was suddenly pulled open, and Su Jiqing ran out directly from inside with her bare little feet. Second miss. The two bodyguards immediately bent down to greet Su Jiqing when they saw her. Brother-in-law, you're really fine. It's great that you're alive. Su Jiqing cried like a pear, completely disregarding her image. Tears and snot flowed out together. Xu Yang gently patted Su Jiqing's back. Alright, good girl. I'm not alright. The bodyguards were surprised and looked at each other with apprehension. Xu Yang glanced at them. Can I go in now? Of course you can. Please. I was the one who took much offense just now. That bodyguard's attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn. It's right to be responsible. Never let suspicious people in. Yes. The bodyguard immediately saluted. Xu Yang carried Su Jiqing back to the hospital room. Su Jiqing still refused to let go of his hand, and clasped it on his neck. The two medical staff were a bit embarrassed. Since the second young lady came to the hospital, her mood has been very unstable. She also refuses to eat. She completely relies on the nutrient solution to maintain her body's energy. She's fine. She's just too nervous. You guys go out first. Just leave this place to me, Xu Yang said. A nurse asked responsibly. Can I take the liberty of asking? Which one are you? I am Qinger's brother-in-law. My own brother-in-law. Xu Yang replied. The little nurse froze. Do you mean to say that you are the husband of General Manager Su? Don't the two of us look super compatible? Xu Yang was sitting on the hospital bed with Su Jiqing still hanging on his body, in a very strange state. The nurse reluctantly smiled and said against her will. Matching. Then you take care of the second young lady first. Ring the bell in time if something happens. We are on call 24 hours a day. Good. Xu Yang nodded. The paramedics walked out before Xu Yang pulled Su Jiqing's small hand off her neck. Xinger, are you hungry? I brought you food. Xu Yang pulled over the small table and placed the food on it. Su Jiqing kept looking at Xu Yang, still choking. Xu Yang tenderly wiped away her tears. Alright, I'm not fine. Why are you crying? You're no good. I saw you being tortured at that time, and even jumped down from a high building. Su Jiqing said and was about to cry again, looking at the way she was worried about herself. Xu Yang was somewhat touched in his heart. As his wife, Suji Luo had always been cold to himself, but her sister was so kind and gentle. Is this God's compensation for him? Or is it a sin arranged for him? Well, it's all over. Everything is over. There will only be peace and joy in the future. There will be no more dangers like that. Su Jiqing nodded and broke into a smile. Xu Yang opened the lunchbox and ate dinner with Su Jiqing. Su Jiqing ate very well. She even ate 2.5 of the 4 boxes of rice. Xu Yang told her what happened afterward. Su Jiqing was full of surprise. After listening, she hugged Xu Yang even tighter. It's all my fault. If I didn't have to go shopping, you wouldn't have been in such great danger. This is not even a matter. Considering it in another way, Xinger is still doing something good. If we didn't help, maybe those hundreds of hostages would be in danger. Su Jiqing thought of something, hurriedly opened the computer. Right, brother-in-law, you are now on fire. On various forums and short video software, they are all discussing things related to you. There are even people comparing you to foreign Spider-Man and Iron Man saying that you are the hero of the country. No way. Xu Yang was a little embarrassed. Su Jiqing showed him the computer and Xu Yang was stunned. All kinds of short video software. The ones that ranked at the top and had the most likes were actually videos of him taking damage for the hostages on the top floor. Xu Yang was stunned and patted his chest. Luckily I blocked my face. Otherwise I would have become a star by now. Right, brother-in-law. I remembered when you mentioned star. Su Xia even left your contact information and said she wants to thank you properly. Su Xia? You mean that big white star? Xu Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Chapter 73 Young Master Yan's Chips. Su Jiqing gave a bad smile. Yes, when we were in the ambulance, she asked for your number. The other party is a big star, so of course I gave it. You little wit, don't ever let your sister know about this little devil state of yours. Xu Yang nodded Su Jiqing's little nose. Su Jiqing tooted her little mouth and looked at Xu Yang aggressively. Brother-in-law, I don't want to stay in the hospital. I don't have anything more to do. I want to go home. Xu Yang reached out and probed Su Jiqing's pulse. Your body is still a bit weak now. It's caused by being overly shocked. I can help you regulate it, but go home. I can send you back. I'm afraid I can't meet with your sister for a short time. Su Jiqing looked puzzled. Why? Xu Yang scratched his head. At this moment, inside the private manor, a loud scream broke the tranquility of the night sky. Su Jiqing opened her eyes and realized that she was unclothed and her whole body was in pain, and immediately realized what had happened to her. A maid ran over and knocked on the door. Missy, what's wrong with you? Suji Luo's eyes were red, tightly covering her body with the quilt. Her whole body trembled. Her eyes were red. Don't come in. No one come in. You don't matter, right? Hearing Suji Luo's tone was not right. The people outside were worried. Suji Luo's eyes were dark, forcibly holding back the tears that were about to fall, pretending to be calm. I'm fine. You all go and rest. She felt tired and sore all over her body, especially below her abdomen. There was an unnameable twinge. Xu Yang, you even really did this kind of beastly thing. I must make you pay for it, Suji Luo said, stepping her face into the quilt, her warm tears all flowing into the soft cotton wool. Xu Yang accompanied Su Jiqing in the hospital for the whole night. While she was sleeping, Xu Yang used the dustless aura to give Su Jiqing a tune-up, and now there are no major problems, so she can be discharged at any time. Early the next morning, Xu Yang received a call from Little Wolf. Brother Yang, there is movement on Jinhao Yuan's side. Little Wolf said, send me the location. I will go over now. Su Jiqing was sleeping soundly. Xu Yang covered her up and walked out of the ward directly. He also instructed the bodyguard watching outside to wait for Su Jiqing to wake up and tell her that he had to leave beforehand and that she could call him anytime she woke up. Xu Yang bought a scooter downstairs and rushed directly to the place where Coyote had located. The location where Jinhao Yuan was now was the civilian ghetto where Little Wolf lived before. When he arrived, Little Wolf and his brothers were there. Grasshopper still had a cut on his arm and was bandaging his wound. What's the situation? Xu Yang asked. Little Wolf glanced at the door. Today it's Grasshopper and Little Liang who are the two guards. Nothing has been happening these days, so I took it a bit lightly. I didn't expect that this morning there was a person disguised as a collector of old appliances coming over to try to kill Jinhao Yuan, and he's an expert at it. Are you sure you wanted to kill him and not to save him? Xu Yang asked. Little Wolf shook his head. For sure, that guy is running to get Jinhao Yuan killed, not to save him. Judging from his hands, that guy should be a professional killer, just not at a high level, and the Grasshopper taking this hit belongs to a mistake. Did you catch him? No, that guy was so cunning that he actually threw a tear gas canister. The smell has just dissipated. Xu Yang glanced at Jinhao Yuan. He seemed to have expected it, sitting on the ground with empty eyes, not saying a word. It seems that your Jin family has given up on you. Do you have anything to say? Xu Yang handed Jinhao Yuan a cigarette. Jinhao Yuan took it and lit it with a cold smile. From the moment I was injured, I've been an outcast. In fact, on the day of the clubhouse, I also called my father. It's just that he didn't care about me at all. Your family's style of doing things is pretty clean. What? Is your old man really planning to let me support you for the rest of your life? Not expecting you to pass on the family name? Jinhao Yuan looked at Chu Yang. On the surface, the Jin family only has an only son like me. In reality, I still have many younger brothers abroad. Those are the ones he focuses on to cultivate. Me, I'm nothing more than a bullet blocker. Your positioning of yourself is quite clear. Since things have developed to this situation, I'll ask you a few questions. You should always cooperate with me, right? Jinhao Yuan shrugged his shoulders. I don't care anymore. My father must have felt that I had already revealed the whole secret. That's why he was in a hurry to kill me to silence me. Because if he didn't do it, others would likewise not let him off the hook. Others? Who are referring to? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Jinhao Yuan looked at Chu Yang with an evil smile. Do you believe me when I say I don't know? Let alone me. Even my father does not know who that person is. But our Jin family has been surviving under that person's control. The Jin family's ability to get to where we are now is also due to that person. Our life and death are pinched in other people's hands. Do you know someone called Eagle? When Chu Yang asked this, Little Wolf and the others immediately clenched their fists and their eyes darkened. Jinhao Yuan thought carefully and shook his head. No impression. The dead soldiers that you brought to the clubhouse last time are good at destroying other people's bones. Don't they torture people to death without leaving a single piece of intact flesh and skin on their entire body? And the eagle that I'm talking about died under that kind of torture. Chu Yang's tone became more and more gloomy. Jinhao Yuan still shook his head. This kind of killing, I'm not qualified to touch it. You'll have to ask my father. But you will never be able to get close to the door of the Jin family. Because that person sent someone to protect the Jin family. No one can enter. What are your plans now? Chu Yang asked. Jinhao Yuan was a bit surprised and looked up at Chu Yang's eyes. Plans? I don't have any. It's good food and drink here. I'll just live here for now. Although the environment is almost the same. But at least I can live. Coyote spat hard. Bah! Do you think we have the responsibility to give you an old age? Get out right now. You're of little value to us now. Jinhao Yuan's eyes became fearful. He kept shaking his head and shrinking towards the corner. I'm not leaving. There are countless people waiting to take my life outside now. I can only survive if I stay with you guys. You have offended the Su family before. Although I sympathize with you, I really have no reason to save you. Chu Yang said in a deep tone. Jinhao Yuan laboriously stood up. I have reasons for you to save me. I have something good. I have money. Chu Yang laughed coldly. You have money? Don't joke. From the moment you became an outcast, your money and cards must have been frozen. I already knew that my father is a cold-blooded man. He will turn against me sooner or later. That's why I have prepared for this. I have exchanged all my money for gold and precious stones, and they are present in my private safe right now. Chapter 74, Blue Bank Villa. Chu Yang pretended to look difficult. We're not robbers or kidnappers. We can't just take your things. Jinhao Yuan's eyes were full of enthusiasm. I know. How about this? I'll pay you guys to protect me. Give me a place to stay to nurse my wounds. And when I'm better, I'll leave. Coyote grunted coldly. Our price is not low. As long as there is a price, he said, a hint of ruthlessness appearing under his eyes. There are some things that I will have to settle accounts with the Jin family as well. After Wolfie and Chu Yang glanced at each other, he said, Brother Yang, let me handle this place. If he can really come up with something decent, I'll contact you again. Good. Chu Yang twisted out his cigarette. Chu Yang glanced at the grasshopper's wound and took out a small pill wrapped in paper from his pocket. Eat this and your injury will be fine. Thank you, Brother Yang. The grasshopper was flattered and took it, placing it in his hand and looking at it for half a day without bothering to eat it. Chu Yang's name was well known in the army. To be able to get his medicine was a great honor, and it would be hard for others to ask for a single pill even if they had 10,000 gold. Chu Yang touched his empty pockets inside. Recently, I'm afraid that I have to pan for some herbs to make some pills again. During the time I've been back to China, I've exhausted all my stocks. Grasshopper hurriedly said. Brother Yang, the new house, Brother Wolf specially ordered to leave you a super large space for your convenience. And the garden of the villa, Brother Wolf also asked us to clear it all out. He said, you might want the empty space to plant some medicinal herbs. Chu Yang glanced at Little Wolf. Thanks, brother. Coyote immediately stood upright. Everything I have now is from Brother Yang. Coyote doesn't dare to forget his roots. Grasshopper put the pills away and said with a smile, Brother Yang, why don't I take you over to see the house? Wei Wei even said she'd cook you a meal. Good. Chu Yang glanced at Little Wolf. Then I'll leave this place to you. This place isn't safe anymore. You have to be careful. Don't worry. I'll arrange it freely. Coyote patted his chest and assured. The property that Grasshopper bought was in the Blue Bank Villa area. this place was located. Although it was remote, the cost performance was particularly high. The same price villa, Blue Bank here can buy a larger area, and also with a private garden and pool. Simply cool a batch. The layout of the villa is really not small. In addition to the 3 floors of the main building, on the other side of the garden, there is a large row of factories and a place that can be used as a training base. Xu Yang couldn't help but be a bit surprised. You used those millions to buy such a big place? Grasshopper shook his head a little embarrassed. There is still 1 million left. Brother Wolf said that the main railing of this villa will be left for Brother Yang's own use, and the bungalow in the square outside will be fine for a few of us to live in. All left for me? Xu Yang was very surprised. Didn't we agree to buy the villa for everyone to live together? Why did you let me have it? Grasshopper blinked his eyes, incomparably embarrassed. Because Brother Wolf said that we can't afford to pay the property fee. Brother Yang, did you see that swimming pool? It costs $20,000 just to keep the water. And the property management fee, $60,000 a year. Plus the mess. It's more than $100,000 a year in expenses. We're poor. Xu Yang's eyes widened. Asterisk. I was moved for nothing. So it's because we can't afford the property fee. He. With our current earning speed, we really can't afford it. That bungalow in front is also very luxuriously decorated. It's especially good for us to live there. It's farther away from the villa's main straddling location. It won't disturb you, and it can also protect this side of the villa. As for our side of the property fee, are bundled with the villa main neck together. Hey, Brother Yang, by the time to pay by the way, Grasshopper said with a smile. Xu Yang drooped his eyelids. You monkeys, let's see how I'll clean you up during the special training. Brother Yang, then I will send you here first. Go up yourself. Wei Wei is upstairs. I have just informed her that you are here, Grasshopper said. Xu Yang walked straight to the villa. Wei Wei was waving at him from the second floor balcony. Vivi's color looked very good now, and her body, which was originally bone thin, was now a bit more rounded. Seeing Xu Yang coming over, Wei Wei took the initiative to welcome him and was very enthusiastic. Brother Yang, you are finally here. Xu Yang rubbed the top of Wei Wei's head and smiled. You look in good shape. How is your body? I feel very good now. I'm getting more and more energized and I don't have the original sharp pain in my body anymore. I'm finally like a normal person, Vivi said happily. That's good. If there's any discomfort, be sure to tell me first, okay? Aha. Let's go Brother Yang. I'll take you around. This place has all been cleaned up by me, just waiting for you to come. Wei Wei was very happy and took the initiative to pull up Xu Yang's hand. Wei Wei has changed a lot now. She used to be introverted and shy, but now she is slowly becoming more cheerful. The villa area was really not small. There were 3 floors. The first floor was mainly the dining room, kitchen and living room. The second and third floors were all bedrooms. The villa should have been renovated before, and in the later stage, Little Wolf arranged to redecorate it, and now it looks brighter and more generous. The villa is in modern minimalist style. My brother said that you don't like too much fuss, so everything is simple but with all the essentials. Wei Wei patiently showed Xu Yang every room. The entire second floor is bedrooms. There are 8 in total. My brother said that all the upstairs are reserved for Brother Yang's own use. They can be used for medicinal material research. She led Xu Yang up to the 3rd floor again, and as soon as Xu Yang took a look at the 3rd floor, his heart warmed. Little Wolf was really considered to be well-intentioned. The 3rd floor even had a very large pharmacy, which had a lot of medicinal herbs already stocked in the medicine cabinet, as well as a large cultivation space and research site. Do you like it? Wei Wei asked with a smile. Xu Yang nodded. Everything is ready now. Only money is left to be made. Cheer up Brother Yang. Oh, my room is downstairs. When are you going to move over? Such a big space is a bit too lonely for only me to live by myself. My brother and the others refuse to live in it for whatever reason, saying that you will come over to keep me company. Wei Wei was a bit aggrieved and tooted her little lips. Xu Yang smiled. I'll make some arrangements and bring a few more pretty sisters over to accompany you. Really? Wei Wei's eyes lit up, especially happy. Well, I don't know if they are willing to come over. Xu Yang pondered. The location here was indeed far from the city. It didn't matter to Lillian. She didn't live there often and had a driver to pick her up and drop her off wherever she was. It was less convenient for Jingling to commute to work. As for Chiu-yi, he was even more hesitant to conclude whether she would be willing to come over. Wherever Chiu-yi was, her room was a secret room with all sorts of places to hide treasures. So if she changed her residence rashly, she would definitely be a bit inconvenient. So it was better to go back and discuss it. My brother said that currently he can only buy the ordinary medicinal herbs that can be seen on the market. What he can prepare, he has prepared. But the special medicinal herbs that you need, he doesn't have a doorway to get them. Let me say sorry to you. Wei Wei's voice was soft and gentle, making it especially comfortable to listen to. Xu Yang smiled and pinched Wei Wei's little face. He has already done enough. Let's go. I'll take you to a good place. Maybe you can get some good herbs there. Chapter 75, Xingche's Residence. Wei Wei smiled happily. Brother Yang is taking me out? Of course. By the way, I'll bring you to meet a little friend. Wei Wei was very innocent and cute. She was Little Wolf's younger sister and Shu Yang treated her like his own sister. He didn't have many relatives, and now Little Wolf and the others, they were the closest people to him. Shu Yang rode the second-hand motorcycle and brought Wei Wei all the way to the light smoke gate. The gate was still closed, and this time the one who opened the door was still Chung Lan. The last time Shu Yang came, he had caused a great deal of unhappiness with Qing Lan, and this time, as soon as Qing Lan saw him, her eyes immediately gathered a layer of hostility. What are you doing here? After seeing that Shu Yang did not come with Xiaoyi, Qing Lan's tone became even more nonchalant. Shu Yang did not care about his attitude and said directly, I am looking for Xingche. You made an agreement with her that you can come over and look for her anytime. Qing Lan snorted coldly. What kind of place do you think my light smoke sect is that you can enter whenever you want? Joke. Shu Yang narrowed his eyes. You, a gatekeeper, don't add drama to yourself, okay? I'm in a good mood today and I don't want to abuse anyone, so if you're sensible, you should hurry up and get out of the way. As soon as Qing Lan heard this, fire sprang out from the bottom of his eyes. He directly walked out of the gate and raised his hand to attack Chu Yang. Wei Wei was so scared that she hurriedly covered her eyes. Chu Yang pulled Wei Wei behind himself and was about to counterattack when another person walked out of the door. Stop! Chu Yang looked sideways. It was Qiu Yi's master, that beautiful fairy sister. Qing Lan's fists were already clenched and bruised. Hard to stop the action. It was hard on his whole body. Master, this guy has come to cause trouble again. He even tried to find Xingche. He's too unbridled. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Qing Lan said angrily. The woman's eyes were still aloof and asleep as she shook her head slightly. Since he has stated his intentions, you should at least go in and report. Master, Qing Lan called out again. The woman flicked her long sleeves. Alright, go ahead and organize the herbs. There's nothing more for you to do here. Qing Lan glared viciously at Chu Yang and turned around to walk into the courtyard. The woman's eyes were cold as she looked at Chu Yang. We also have door rules. It's really inconvenient to let you come and go as you please. Chu Yang hurriedly said. I'm here to find Xingche. We had an appointment. She agreed that I would temper her body. You? The woman was a little surprised. Didn't she tell you? Xu Yang asked rhetorically. The woman pondered for a moment and said, if you are looking for Xingche, you should go up this mountain road. Halfway up the mountain there is a small courtyard. Xingche lives there. Xu Yang glanced at the lush mountains and nodded. Thanks then, I'll go look for her. The woman glanced at Wei Wei again. I don't recommend you to bring this girl along with you on the mountain. There are flying birds and beasts and everything on the mountain. It's not too safe. Xu Yang released a smile. Don't worry, I can definitely protect her. Thank you, beautiful master. After saying that, Xu Yang straddled the motorcycle. Wei Wei also sat up. The two of them rode along the curved and uneven path, all the way up. At a place where they came to a stone step, Xu Yang stopped. There's no road from here. It's all steps. We have to climb up, Xu Yang said. Wei Wei was not half impatient. Instead she was excited. I haven't seen a big mountain for a long time. Now I can finally come out and get some air. It's so comfortable. Let's go. If you're tired tell me. I'll carry you. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he pulled Wei Wei's small hand and kept walking upwards. While walking, Wei Wei glanced around to see the scenery along the way. Brother Yang, what kind of person are you looking for? Why does she live in such a special place? You'll know when you see her. You'll definitely become good friends. We're almost there ahead. I can already see the courtyard. The path was narrow. At most two people could pass at the same time. Xu Yang paid careful attention. The surroundings were indeed strange and rocky, and there were a lot of rustling sounds present in the bushes. They should be the flying birds and beasts that the beautiful master was talking about, but none of them took the initiative to attack. Some of them turned their heads away as soon as they sensed their scent. There were also a few reptiles that kept following them, and after walking for a long distance, when Xu Yang could see the shadow of the courtyard, they stopped following and turned their heads away. This made Xu Yang very surprised. What was the situation? Why did these beasts seem to be afraid of him? Could it be related to the bone compass in his body? As Chu Yang was thinking, he unknowingly came to the door of the small courtyard. The small courtyard surrounded by bamboo fences had a fresh scent of medicinal herbs wafting everywhere. Because it was halfway up the mountain, surrounded by a sea of forests, the air here was fresh and pleasant, more cool and comfortable than under the mountain. The courtyard was small, with large and small shelves filled with half-dried herbs. A small house made of bamboo in the center looked elegant and fresh, far away from the hustle and bustle of the world, and more than a bit of pristine beauty. Wei Wei looked around fondly. Wow, this is too beautiful. This is a place where only immortals can live, right? There was a wooden gate on the fence, and there was no lock. Chu Yang pushed the door and walked straight in. Looking inside, On a bamboo hanging chair, Xingche was nestled on it sleeping. Seeing this girl who was much smaller than herself, Wei Wei was a bit surprised. Is she the one you're looking for? This little girl? Xu Yang nodded. She just looks small. She's actually around your age. As the two of them were talking, Xingche opened her sleepy eyes. Seeing someone standing in front of her, she was startled and fell straight off the hanging basket. Fortunately, Xu Yang was quick on his feet and hurriedly undertook to catch her petite body. Why are you here? Xingche looked at Xu Yang and asked. Xu Yang placed her on the ground. Didn't we agree to work together last time? Of course I came. Lan Shan told you that I am here? Xingche asked again. Lan Shan? Xu Yang narrowed his eyes with a questioning face. Oh, that's Qiu Yi's master. Looks like she didn't tell you. Xingche glanced at Wei Wei again. A hint of jealousy was evident under his eyes. Who is she? Her name is Wei Wei, the friend I brought you, Xu Yang said with a smile. Wei Wei also took the initiative to extend her hand. Hello, my name is Wei Wei. Just call me Wei Wei. Oh, my name is Xingche. Xingche somewhat coldly shook hands gently with Wei Wei. The palms of the two had just laced together when Xingche's expression immediately changed. She narrowed her eyes and said, You originally raised poisonous parasites in your body? Wei Wei looked back at Xu Yang, who nodded. The little thing in my body. She was the original host. Xingche was a bit surprised. It's a miracle that you are still alive. As if Xingche had discovered a new continent, he directly pulled up Wei Wei's wrist and took her pulse in various positions. His expression was unpredictable and cloudy. Chapter 76, Xingche joins the battle team. Xingche was only 6 or 7 years old. No matter how serious his expression was, his entire image looked milky and especially cute, teasing Wei Wei's little face, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Xingche took Wei Wei's pulse for a full 10 minutes before he loosely let go of her wrist. This body is too miraculous. It was obviously already full of death, but now it has even been reborn in nirvana. Xu Yang, it seems that you are indeed a divine doctor. I admire you. Xingche arched his hand, following the ancient pattern of making a bow. Xingche had a smug look on his face. That's for sure. Let's not talk nonsense first. Since I'm here, I'll give you a needle treatment. My medical skills are now much more superb. You'll suffer less pain. Good. Just thinking that he could also grow into Wei Wei's pavilion-like appearance. Xingche was a little excited. Then go in and undress, Xu Yang said directly. Xingche was a little embarrassed. Do you have to make this matter so brutal? Can't you be a bit more euphemistic? There is no difference between a doctor and a patient. Not to mention that you are still a milk doll now. You are not attractive to me at all. Xu Yang skimmed his mouth in disgust. Xingche was so angry that she clenched her small fists and stomped her feet. Xu Yang, you don't have to look down on me. If I regain my normal appearance, I guarantee to charm you to death. Then you'll grow up quickly and show me? Grow as long as you want. Come in. I'll take off. Xingche's cute voice shouted and huffed as she walked into the room first. Xu Yang turned back to look at Wei Wei. You can look around. Never leave the courtyard. I'll go and apply acupuncture treatment on Xingche. It'll be done in about half an hour. Wei Wei obediently nodded. You go quickly. I will be fine. Don't worry about me. Xu Yang nodded and followed Xingche into the room. There was only one bed in the room and it was very small. Star Che should be the only one living here. As Xu Yang looked around, Xingche had already dispersed all of her clothes, and at this moment, she was grabbing a piece of her dress and blocking it in front of her body. Xu Yang rolled his eyes. What is there to block? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Quickly go and lie down. Let's hurry up. Xingche bit her lips, feeling greatly insulted. We'll see. One day, I'll make you incredibly stunning. Then I'll wait and see. Xu Yang smiled, reaching out to remove the cover in front of Xingche's body, evoking the spirit Xian needle with one hand, and with the other hand, he slowly injected the dustless spiritual qi into Xingche's body. Xingche slowly closed her eyes. The warmth of the dustless spiritual qi made her whole body feel very comfortable. The tip of her little nose could not help but let out a light hum, and right after that, she hurriedly covered her mouth and nose with her little hand, fearing that she was making such an indecent sound. Xu Yang was a bit strange. Why all women were unable to resist the moisturizing of the dustless aura? Could it be that this dustless aura was more compatible with a woman's physique? As he thought about it, he unfolded the Lingxian needle in his right hand and divided it into 10. This was the most number of spirit Xian needles he could currently visualize. Xingche secretly opened his eyes, and when he saw the qi needle that Xu Yang had conjured up, his eyes also revealed a hint of obvious surprise. The number of needles has actually increased by 10 times. Xu Yang, your progress is too amazing. This is all a small thing. Maybe the next time you see me again, I'll be able to change 100 of them. You know how to brag. The first time we met, why didn't I realize that you were like a scoundrel? Xingche twisted her little face arrogantly. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth slanted as he took a deep breath and began to regulate his breathing, preparing to administer the needle. In fact, Chu Yang's treatment of Xing Che was a huge drain on his body's energy. The extreme cold qi in Xing Che's body would create a huge conflict with his extreme yang energy. So this healing process, Chu Yang would also feel very painful. None of this mattered. As long as he could save Xing Che, Chu Yang was not afraid of these tortures. With this thought, Chu Yang immediately began to drop the needles. Dozens of spirit Xian needles instantly fell at various acupoints within Xing Che's body. This time, the treatment was more thorough than the previous one. In the first treatment, Chu Yang had already removed most of the cold qi from Xing Che's body, but now he needed to inject a brand new qi into Xing Che's body, changing her physiological trajectory and allowing her to completely transform. Just as the spirit Xian needle fell into Xing Che's body, Chu Yang felt a manly sharp pain suddenly surging into his chest. The kind of pain that was itching to pull all of his 5 viscera to pieces caused a fluttering rumble to come from Chu Yang's brain. He forced himself to endure this physical and mental torture and continue to perform the acupuncture technique. As the energy in his body was depleted, Chu Yang's face began to turn pale. This time, Xing Che was not as painful, and the gusts of warmth in her body still made her feel enjoyable, as if she was enjoying sunbathing on the beach. Her whole body was moisturized and permeable. Just as Chu Yang increased his energy injection, there was a sudden blackness in front of his eyes, as if someone had struck the back of his head hard from behind, causing his spirit to plummet into a trance, nearly fainting. It seemed that it was indeed not an easy task to change someone's fate. The situation was a bit bad as he had come over suddenly this time, and he hadn't prepared the jade in advance for energy replenishment. If the needle application was interrupted during the treatment, then both he and Xing Che would be in great danger. It seemed that he had still underestimated this treatment a little too much. Just at the moment when Chu Yang was a bit desperate, a mysterious feeling suddenly surrounded him. The original darkness in front of his eyes was gradually absorbed by some kind of energy within his body, and all the pain in his body suddenly disappeared in this instant. Chu Yang was stunned and hurriedly sensed the changes in his body. Sure enough, in the dantian, a black energy was slowly converging, absorbing all the discomfort in his body and finally transforming it into a usable energy. By the way, when I got the 1,000-year soul earlier, I learned a method of regulating breathing. It can transform all the pain into internal energy. Chu Yang sighed in his heart as he hurriedly closed his eyes and followed the subtle sensation, starting to regulate his breath while maintaining the process of applying needles. In his mind, a strong and powerful voice suddenly echoed. The voice was incomparably thick and shocking to the soul. There are 8 sufferings in this world: the sufferings of birth, old age, sickness, death, grudges and hatred, love and separation, seeking and not being able to seek, and the 5 takeaway sufferings. The suffering of the body, which stops at the table, is the table of the 8 sufferings, and by regulating the running of the breath, the extreme suffering will be transformed. Chu Yang listened as if he did not understand, but he also roughly understood the meaning. That old man is saying that the bitterness in the world, the bitterness endured by the body, is the most basic. If this shallow surface dew of bitterness is transformed by regulating the breath, it will be able to be turned into a huge amount of energy. Chu Yang mumbled in his mind. Then what should this method of attunement be called? The old man in his mind seemed to have understood Chu Yang's meaning that way. His voice still echoed thickly. 8 penalty poem. The one who practiced it must taste all the hardships and sufferings of life before he can achieve great success. Chapter 77. 8 penalty poems. Chu Yang's head was filled with black lines as he listened. It seemed that any bullish technique was not something that could be obtained easily. Taste the suffering of the world? He is now quite bitter. His wife is not allowed to touch. As the company's major shareholders cannot take money, the family is still confused and recruited into a group of small goblins. Alas, from which to think, his life is now a bit messed up. With the help of the energy of the 8 penalty poem, Chu Yang quickly finished applying the needles, and this time it only took 20 minutes. Moreover, after the treatment was over, he didn't fall into a state of extreme weakness. It seemed that he had really found a treasure this time. Now, although the Millennium Soul was in Xiu Yi's hands, some kind of induction between him and the Millennium Soul seemed to be still there. A good thing. Finishing the treatment, Chu Yang walked out of the house first. Wei Wei was enjoying the flowers and grasses in the yard. Chu Yang directly sat on Xing Che's hanging basket and rested a little. Brother Yang, this place is so wonderful. It would be great if we could come here more often in the future. Wei Wei said longingly. It's unlikely that I'll be able to come often, but when you're on vacation, you can come over anytime. Chu Yang lit a cigarette. Wei Wei's eyes flickered. Vacation? I'm not in school right now. I know, but you are still a child. You definitely still need to go back to school. Now that your body is pretty much fine, rest for a while, then go back to school, Chu Yang said. Wei Wei was a little nervous and pinched the hem of her skirt. I have finished compulsory education. I can go and find a job. You are so small. What kind of job are you looking for? Go to school at ease. Don't think about anything else. Chu Yang domineering command. Vivi by gun withdrawal meaning smile. I studied art major before. Now I feel that it is not very good employment after learning. So, there is nothing necessary. You don't have to worry about this matter. I will help you contact the school. You prepare to prepare. I will personally send you there at that time. Chu Yang frowned and said. Wei Wei came over, her voice nua. It's better not to. Learning art is especially a waste of money. In the past I had good grades. I was exempted from the school's tuition fee. And then I got sick, and the exempted tuition fee quota was cancelled. These are not things you should worry about. Just straighten up and get ready for school. As soon as Chu Yang's words fell, Wei Wei's eyes instantly turned red. She clutched the corner of her skirt tightly. Her throat choked a little. Brother Yang, you have already helped me a lot. I really. Before she could finish her words, she suddenly felt her cheeks being forcefully wrung by a big hard hand. Don't be melodramatic. I'll count the money I spent for you on your brother's head. Wei Wei mumbled her lips. Her tears couldn't be stopped any longer. She suddenly jumped up and vigorously hugged Chu Yang's neck. Chu Yang was stunned. His hands stayed in the air, not knowing where he should put them. Xing Che walked out at this time, just in time to see the two embracing each other. She lightly coughed twice. I say, do you guys want to find an out-of-the-way place to make love again? Vivi hastily bounced off Chu Yang as soon as she heard that. Because Chu Yang was sitting on the hanging chair, Vivi got even more nervous as she didn't stand up several times. Chu Yang held Vivi steady and her little face had already turned red. When Chu Yang looked sideways at Xing Che, his eyes were stunned. Xing Che had actually grown quite a bit, and his original clothes had all gotten a whole lot smaller and were crumbling tightly onto his body. When Xing Che saw Chu Yang's astonished eyes, he did not dodge and crossed his waist and said, What are you looking at? Haven't seen a beautiful woman? Chu Yang smacked his lips. Not to mention, Xing Che was definitely a beauty, with fair skin and outstanding temperament. Now that her body had grown quite a bit, it was the appearance of a 10-year-old or so, and her face value was even higher than before. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she had been living in the mountains. She carried an innate immortal aura, and if she were to turn into an adult form, she would definitely be demonic. You did grow up quite fast. Not bad, not bad. Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Xing Che hummed lightly. Of course, as long as I am given a chance, I will definitely grow like crazy. I will definitely work hard in order to survive. Chu Yang thought for a moment and said, I have a way to make your body develop a little faster. What method? Xing Che hurriedly asked. Chu Yang said, I know a secret recipe for a growth potion, but I need a lot of rare herbs. If you can provide me with those herbs, I can make it for you, and I can guarantee that it won't take you half a year's worth of work to return to normal. Great! I must grow up fast. What herbs you say? As long as I have them, you can take them all. Xing Che was generous. Chu Yang brainstormed all the medicinal herbs he needed. Some were for making the growth potion, and some were materials needed to make other pills. Xing Che had grown up with medicine as her companion, and these were things that only she could provide. As expected, after hearing what Chu Yang said, Xing Che thought for a long time. Right now, there are only 3 things that I don't have. The 3 illusion fruit, the apricot field grass, and the jiting flower buds. These 3 medicinal herbs, I've only seen them in ancient books. Are you sure they exist in reality? Xing Che asked rhetorically. Of course they do. It's just that these aren't ordinary things. The 3 illusion fruit has the effect of hanging lives. When I went on a mission abroad before, I found 10 of them from the secret room of one of the chiefs. All of them were made into pills by me, and I'm now out of them. As for the apricot field grass, it is said that it can only be cultivated with heavenly maiden's tears, and what heavenly maiden's tears are I haven't been able to figure out until now. Chu Yang said thoughtfully. Xing Che frowned. Heavenly maiden tears. How come I seem to have heard of it somewhere, but I can't think of it for a while. What about the last one? That jiting flower bud I've read before in a worn-out old book. Jiting flower bud isn't cultivated with soil at all. It's planted in a crystalline furnace and has to be cultivated with gemstones. This thing, how it sounds is a bit of a rip. I especially need these 3 kinds of herbs right now. If you can provide all the dozens of herbs I mentioned before, I can try to make a growth potion first, but the potency will definitely be greatly halved. Chu Yang said. Xing Che thought deeply. I will continue to look for them as well. As soon as I have any news, I will notify you immediately. I'll contact those herb merchants in a moment and see if they have any there. Chu Yang nodded his head. He suddenly remembered something else and said, Right, my little bugs don't have any rations. Do you have any here? Prepare some for me. Xing Che glanced at Chu Yang's arm. Yo-ho, it's quite capable of eating. Wait, I'll go get it. When Xing Che walked into the house, Chu Yang also followed him in. He was stunned when he saw Xing Che's medicine cabinet. The shelves as big as one wall were unexpectedly filled with large and small porcelain bottles. Chu Yang was so nervous that he gulped and swallowed. and tentatively asked, "Are all the poisons here?" "Yes, I originally practiced poison as well. I do not have any medicines here that are beneficial to the human body." Xingche casually took 2 small bottles and handed them to Chu Yang. "These 2 you take first. The antidote is white carrot. If you eat it by mistake, eat the white carrot right away and it will be detoxified." Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a different kind of phantasmagoria and suddenly said, "Would you like to be my roommate?" Chapter 78, Be My Roommate. Xingche was stunned. "Be your roommate? Me? Yes, it's you, the highly toxic girl," Chu Yang said with an excited face. Xingche let out a bitter laugh. "You're a strange person. Even the light smoke sect doesn't dare to let me come in and out as I please. I carry a terrifying poisonous aura that affects my surroundings. For example, if I live here, for a 5-mile radius, there are no snakes, bugs, rats, or ants that dare to come near. Then are you poisonous yourself? Your body is the one that's really poisonous." Xingche shot a blank stare. "That's fine. I happen to be refining some medicinal herbs, so you can live in my house and give me a hand or something. The 2 of us working together will definitely research useful pills faster," Chu Yang said. Xingche's eyes were a bit hesitant. Don't think about it. You've been living in the mountains by yourself. You're lonely too, right? Don't you want someone to talk and play with you? Besides, Qiu Yi also lives there. Oh, you like her a lot, right? Little Qiu is there too?" Xingche's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Yeah, she's my roommate. Do you want to go? I can grow herbs there, as well as watch TV, surf the internet, a pool to swim in, and your very own big pharmacy." Chu Yang lured step by step. After thinking about it, Xingche finally nodded. "I'm going. Today." Wei Wei was especially happy to hear that Xingche had gone over to live there as well, and took the initiative to help Xingche pack up his things. Taking advantage of the gap between the 2 girls being busy, Chu Yang contacted Grasshopper and asked him to arrange for Xingche to move. On the same day, Xingche moved to the villa together. Led by Wei Wei, he went to pick a room with Joy. Xingche was definitely a great help on his research path. With such a genius on his side, the research project would definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. After arranging this side, Chu Yang went back to the bungalow again. Now it was almost time to get Qiu Yi over here as well. As for Jingling, it was up to her to make her own choice. After the JL Mansion incident, Chu Yang's impression of Jingling had improved a lot, and now he was not so reluctant to reject her. When I returned to the bungalow, only Qiu Yi was there. She was still studying the Millennium Soul. But despite all her efforts, she still couldn't open the box. Qiu Yi was not able to feel the energy of the soul of 1,000 years. So the box made of this special material was just a useless stone to her. Chu Yang knocked on the door and walked straight into the room. Qiu Yi's eyes lifted. "Why did you come back? I have something I want to discuss with you." Chu Yang opened the door. "What is it?" Qiu Yi put down the box and asked. "We're moving. I've prepared a new house. I want you to live there together as well." Qiu Yi shook his head. "There's no need for me to do that. I'm fine here. If you want to move out, go ahead." Chu Yang sighed and pretended to look embarrassed. "But Xingche, she said that she wants to see you very much. How am I going to explain to her when I go back?" "Xingche? How can she be there?" Qiu Yi was filled with surprise. Chu Yang hemmed and hawed. "Xingche said that it's too lonely to live alone in the mountains. She wants to live in a lively place. You also know that she has a special physique, and you don't know how long her life can last. You can't bear the thought of her being alone all the time by herself in the mountains, right? She is willing to live in your new home?" Qiu Yi narrowed his eyes with an incredulous expression. "Of course, she's here right now. Don't believe me? Come over with me and take a look?" Qiu Yi nodded. "You better not have lied to me. Otherwise, I won't spare you." Qiu Yi thought for a long time before he reluctantly got on Chu Yang's motorcycle. The motorcycle was not big enough to carry a small child alright. Qiu Yi sat up and could only stick close to Chu Yang's back. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth rose to a wicked arc, directly kicked out the gas. The car violently soared out. Qiu Yi was initially reluctant to straddle Chu Yang, but after almost being thrown out a few times, he could only hold onto Chu Yang's waistband. Feeling the softness behind him, Chu Yang's heart throbbed. Wei Wei and Xingche were taking a walk in the garden. When they saw Qiu Yi coming over, Xingche happily ran over and waved his hand hard at Qiu Yi. Looking at the two people happy, Chu Yang knew that the matter of Qiu Yi moving over was secure. Wei Wei was happy. "It's finally lively here. None of us will be alone from now on." While talking, Chu Yang's phone rang. It was Jingling. Jingling came home and saw no one at home, so she dialed Chu Yang's number. Hearing that Chu Yang had a new house, Jingling was surprised and excited. "Big Bad, why don't you inform me when you have a new residence? I haven't had time to pack my things yet." "That side is more remote, a bit far from the downtown area where you work," Chu Yang said. Jingling couldn't care less. "It's not just the Blue Shore Villa. I know, I have a car, The big deal is to get up a little early. Wait for me, I'll go over, Jingling said and hung up the phone. Shu Yang smiled. Still, this little fox is more economical and very good at taking the initiative. Grasshopper moved quite a few medicinal herbs from Xingche's place. While a few girls were talking downstairs, Shu Yang went upstairs alone to organize it by himself. On the third floor, Shu Yang left general space for Xingche. She also did research on medicinal herbs and needed the space. Although she mostly refined poisons, Shu Yang categorized all the medicinal herbs that he brought from Xingche and put them into the medicinal herb cabinet. He also took out the porcelain bottle that Xingche had given him earlier, poured out 3 of the medicinal grains inside, wrapped them in dustless aura, and sent them to the little bug. The little bug was as mad as a madman as it began to frantically devour the toxins, and within a few seconds, it had eaten the 3 medicinal pills cleanly. The small body that was originally pitch black instantly turned reddish transparent again, and it seemed to be a little bigger than before. Shu Yang flicked his wrist. What I gave you is very precious. Don't just eat without working. If you don't show me something, I won't be able to feed you. The small crimson-colored compulsion seemed to understand what Shu Yang was saying. It hurriedly whirled around in place, and before long, it spat out a small crimson-colored orb, very small in size, as big as a quarter of a soybean. Shu Yang condensed on the dustless spiritual chi in his palm and took out the small reddish-colored thing, placing it in his palm and looking at it carefully. The bone compass seemed to become very tired after spitting out the object and immediately turned back to black, curling up its body and falling asleep. Shu Yang didn't see what it was even after looking at it for a while, so he simply put it into the medicine bottle first, preparing to discuss it with Xingche later on. She might know about it. The things that Xingche's moved were basically all medicinal herbs and various refined pills. Shu Yang found 2 pill refining furnaces from her things, which should be brand new and unused. Now that the herbs were complete, the life-stopping pill for her body had to be refined right away, or else it would be bad if she met with any more emergencies. Shu Yang prepared all the herbs and put them into the furnace. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his palms. 2 strands of dustless aura instantly coalesced on both palms. Chapter 79, Small Life Hanging Pill. The reason why Chu Yang was able to create divine medicines like the hanging life pill from ordinary herbs was because of the catalyzing power of the dustless aura. Ever since he had this power, he found that during the process of refining medicines, the dustless aura could be used as a natural nutrient for the catalyzing of the herbs, allowing all the herbs that were put into the furnace to maximize their medicinal effects. This time, the preparations were not quite sufficient and there were still several important precious herbs missing. Chu Yang could only make the little hanging life pill for the time being. The reason why it was called the small hanging life pill was because the medicinal pill made now only had 60% of the original medicinal effect. If there was the 3 illusion fruit, then the effect would be the same as before, and it would even have the effect of protecting the life back to heaven. Half an hour later, Chu Yang put the 10 small life-preserving pills that he had refined into a porcelain bottle and put it away on his body. After consuming a large amount of dustless spiritual chi again, Chu Yang now felt a bit deflated and his stomach was hungry. When he looked down from the balcony on the 3rd floor, Jingling had surprisingly arrived, and a few girls were studying the flowers and plants in the garden, chatting feverishly. Wei Wei, is there a cook here? What if I'm hungry? Chu Yang shouted at the downstairs. Wei Wei hurriedly said, the ingredients are ready. I'll go cook right now. Zhou Yi and Jingling Xingche followed. Wei Wei walked into the kitchen, skillfully put on her apron and began to busy herself. She had already cut up the ingredients. She just hadn't prepared too many portions, and now that there were several more people, she needed to prepare out some more. Jingling complimented. Wei Wei, this knife work is really good. I need to learn more from you in the future. Zhou Yi stood by the side and was a bit embarrassed. I don't know how to cook. I can't help. I'm really sorry. Wei Wei laughed. It's okay. I like cooking anyway. You guys go to the living room and watch TV. I'll get it done right away. Brother Yang, why don't you take everyone to the living room first? Shu Yang sighed. I originally thought that with women in the house, I don't need to cook by myself anymore. It seems that I thought wrong. The more women there are, the more responsibility there is. He walked directly to Wei Wei, unclipped her apron and put it on himself. You all watch. The god of cookery is going to show off his skills. Shu Yang took the potatoes and quickly shredded them. A few of the little women looked dumbfounded. Jingling blinked her eyes, looked at Chu Yang, then looked at the chopper in his hand, and lamented. Chu Yang, do you have to be so all-round? You actually know how to cook? Of course I can. I've done it for Zhou Yi. Just ask her if you don't believe me. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had a head of dark clouds. If you dare to mention the noodles you cooked last time, I will kill you. I stayed in the hospital for 2 days before I came out. A few of the maids shared a glance and all burst out laughing. The atmosphere was harmonious and beautiful. With the help of everyone's 7 hands and feet, a sumptuous meal was quickly prepared. While Chu Yang was serving the dishes to the table, the girls had already started eating. originally thinking that Jingling and Xing Che would be a bit more civilized. I didn't expect the two of them to eat the most wretchedly. Xing Che even went straight to the hand, was so hot that she kept blowing. Jingling also disregarded the image of a policewoman, and ate 3 bowls of rice in a row. In the end, there was not a single bit of rice left on the table. All of it was eaten. Chu Yang was contentedly lying on the sofa, patting his stomach and looking at the ceiling. Life would be too good if it was always like this. Xing Che burped. The next meal would be great if we had sweet and sour pork. Jingling, it would be nice if eating wouldn't make me fat. Xiao Yi was quiet, just rubbing his stomach with small unintentional movements. He also ate a lot. Wei Wei is very happy to organize the table and everyone gets up to help. Xing Che says to Xiao Yi, let's have our rooms next to each other. If you want, I can still find you to talk to. Xiao Yi nodded. Okay, except that my room usually has some mechanisms, so you have to be careful. My room is also poisonous. Same with each other. Xing Che said with a smile. Xu Yang's head was filled with black lines. It seems like a family meeting is necessary. With the presence of 2 dangerous little women in the house, it's important to avoid accidentally injuring others. Xing Che raised an eyebrow. I've greeted them long ago. Now we can coexist peacefully, so you don't have to worry. That's good. I'll go check out my room as well. Xu Yang just wanted to go to the 2nd floor when Xing Che shouted behind him. Your room is on the 3rd floor. Oh, we girls all live on the 2nd floor. Ah, only I myself live on the 3rd floor? Why? On what grounds? Xu Yang was 100 times unwilling. Jingling narrowed her little fox eyes and touched Xu Yang's calf with her little foot. If you are willing, I can also go upstairs to accompany you. Xu Yang shrank his neck. Better not. I'm afraid I'll be mesmerized by the fox and won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Nasty. Jingling pouted, causing Xu Yang's whole body to shiver. Everyone ate and watched TV together again. It was romantic and beautiful. Xu Yang looked at the girl's happy and harmonious appearance, and was filled with sighs of relief. This is life, isn't it? Ordinary people's days are really wonderful, except that it takes a lot to want to live the kind of ordinary days he has now. Jingling suddenly thought of something and said, right, I saw a pool outside. Let's have a pool party tomorrow. It's been a long time since I swam. The weather is nice tomorrow. Wei Wei said with a soft voice, but there's no water in the pool. Jingling turned back to Chu Yang. Big bad. Fix the water for the pool tonight. We're swimming tomorrow. Xu Yang's eyes widened at that. That's going to cost a lot of money. What a waste. Wait for the rain. The pool will naturally have water if it rains. Jingling walked directly next to Chu Yang and sat down, her body almost all leaning on him. The soft touch with a sweet aromatic flavor came over. Chu Yang immediately felt his throat tighten. This little fox, she had started to give herself ecstasy again, just as he wanted to escape. The back of his hand was encircled by a small, slippery hand, a feeling that was hard to describe in words. What do you want again? Xu Yang asked with 2 light coughs. Jingling said in a seductive voice, don't you want to see me in a bikini? Xu Yang shook his head against his will. Don't want to. I'm not interested in foxes. Jingling glanced in Xiao Yi's direction. Xiao Yi will also wear yo. You should want to see her, right? Xu Yang's heartbeat suddenly messed up its rhythm. He unconsciously dug into his fists and his throat made an awkward gurgling sound. Jingling continued. If we can get the guys to have a pool party tomorrow, you'll be able to see Xiao Yi in a bathing suit. And I'll even give you an extra gift. Jingling said. Her fingers lightly traced on his arm, causing Chu Yang to have another cold shiver. What gift? Xu Yang asked with a pressed voice. I'll steal Xiao Yi's little inside out for you. How about that? Jingling deliberately stuck very close to